Chapter 2. The beautiful daughter-in-law in the Lin family courtyard. Yunyang. Lin Qing's family resided alone. At this moment, Lin Qing's wife, Liu Yan, and their daughter, Lin Qianqian, sat in the courtyard, utterly disheveled. Liu Yan's garments were torn to shreds, revealing large expanses of skin marred by ghastly crimson streaks that in several places. The wounds were deep enough to expose bone. Beside her, Lin Qianqian, though uninjured, wore a face as pale as parchment. Yet, behind her tear-filled gaze lay a profound hatred. The once affable Uncle Lin Shan now sat imperiously in a grand armchair. Observing them with a smile that remained unchanged from days of your sister-in-law, he began, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Considering our family's bond, I have granted you a day's grace. However, today, my patience has reached its limit. Hand over the Yunyang and the Qiushui sword left by the second son. I shall depart immediately and vow never to disturb your lives again. You and your daughter shall continue to hold your status as the lady and young miss of the Lin family. Lin Shan's demeanor was unnervingly placid, as if he were merely engaging in casual conversation about whether it would rain that day. He then turned his gaze to his niece, Lin Qianqian, surveying her with a predatory gleam in his eye. A mere 11-year-old girl, yet already she stood with an enchanting grace, destined to blossom into a beauty rivaling her mother in a few years. It must be said, the second son was indeed fortunate. Not only did he marry a flower-like beauty, but he also garnered the favor of Lord Qing, who kept him close by. Throughout the Lin family, and even in the city of Yunyang, who would not extol the virtues of young Master Lin Heir? Yet, what of the eldest son, Lin Shan? Clearly, his intellect and talents matched those of Lin Qing, yet the world remained oblivious to his worth. But, what good is a beautiful wife if, just this morning, she was not writhing beneath him in anguish? What did it matter that she caught the eye of Lord Qing, now that he was dead? Lin Shan could not help but reveal a hint of a mad grin. Sister-in-law, the second son has been away for so long that I once suggested that if you felt lonely, you could come to me. Yet you chose not to. This has left me, as the elder, restless and sleepless. Now that the second son is gone, I shall have the pleasure of sampling the charms of this captivating widow. At this juncture, he shifted his gaze from Lin Qianqian back to Liu Yan. Sister-in-law, you know I am generally benevolent towards my subordinates. My brothers have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman. Should I not show them mercy and allow Qianqian to keep them company? Liu Yan appeared deaf to Lin Shan's words, resembling a lifeless statue, kneeling in silence. Ever since she learned that her husband had been slain by this beast, she had prepared herself for the worst. She had steeled herself against such indignities. Time and again, she whispered to her 11-year-old daughter, no matter what they do to you, you must remain strong and find a way to survive. Only by living can there be hope. Deep down, she understood that if she surrendered the Yunyang and the Qiushui sword, Lin Shan would undoubtedly seek to silence them both. She may perish. But her daughter must not. Lin Shan gazed at Liu Yan, who lay motionless on the ground, and his calm facade was abruptly shattered. He sprang to his feet, lunging at Lin Qianqian like a famished wolf, yet turned to roar at Liu Yan. Liu Yan, I refuse to believe your heart is as cold as stone. The piercing scream of Lin Qianqian sent a violent tremor through Liu Yan's body. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Lin Qianqian's clothes were ripped away piece by piece. Let me go, let me go. Lin Qianqian struggled and screamed, reaching out to claw at Lin Shan's ghastly, demonic visage. In a moment of distraction, Lin Shan found 2 crimson imprints adorning his face. Slap, slap. Enraged, Lin Shan retaliated with a flurry of slaps to Lin Qianqian's face. In an instant, her cheeks swelled like steamed buns. Lin Shan, you beast, Qianqian is your own niece. Though Liu Yan had mentally prepared herself for this scene, the heart-rending and terrified screams of her daughter pierced her maternal heart. She shot her head up and, with a scream, lunged at Lin Shan, sinking her teeth into his thigh. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shan was momentarily dazzled by her beauty. Liu Yan, devoid of any cosmetics, still exuded a natural allure that captivated. Her heart-shaped face complemented her enchanting phoenix eyes, and every movement radiated the charm of a mature woman. At that moment, she resembled a begonia battered by tempestuous storms, her delicate vulnerability evoking a primal instinct to protect in any man. Liu Yan was oblivious to Lin Shan's thoughts. Her sole awareness was that she could not allow this monster to defile her daughter, even at the cost of her own life. She bit down fiercely, tearing a chunk of flesh from Lin Shan's leg. Before the astonishing elasticity of his flesh could register, The excruciating pain rendered Lin Shan's eyes bloodshot. "You wretched woman," he bellowed, kicking Liu Yan, who was clinging to his leg for dear life. Bang, 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 kick after kick. Lin Shan's face twisted in rage, a conflagration of fury threatening to consume his remaining sanity. Liu Yan spat out mouthfuls of blood, yet she clung tenaciously to his leg. She understood that if she let go, her sole daughter would fall prey to the beast before her. "Mother, mother." Tears streamed down Lin Qianqian's cheeks as she desperately tried to pull her mother away. However, her once gentle and serene mother now seemed glued to Lin Shan's leg, immovable no matter how fiercely she struggled. "Are you all dead? Hurry up and pull this wretched woman away." Liu Yan's once flawless chin was now smeared with blood. Lin Shan's visage was terrifying, resembling a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Yet that glaring crimson sparked a flicker of reason within him, and he bellowed at those stationed outside the courtyard that in his mind, this woman had always held a significant place. He could hit her, berate her, humiliate her, and even disregard her will, subjecting her to his desires. However, he had never contemplated taking her life. Suddenly, several servants rushed in, roughly pulling and tossing Liu Yan and Lin Qianqian aside. It hurts terribly. Hurry, fetch the medicine, quickly. Lin Shan howled in anguish, his gaze fixated on the mangled flesh of his thigh, teetering on the brink of madness. Despite this, he could not resist casting a glance at Liu Yan, who had collapsed on the ground nearby. In truth, even before Liu Yan married into the Lin family, he had already set his sights on her. Yet, somehow, that beast Lin Qing had managed to claim her for himself. For all these years, Lin Shan had remained unmarried, with Liu Yan being a significant reason behind it. He thought that once he acquired the Yuan Dan and the Qiushui sword, he would spare Liu Yan and take his time with her. One day, he would surely possess this woman. After a flurry of chaotic activity, Lin Shan, resembling a powder keg, gradually calmed down. Bind them both. At that moment, Lin Shan's complexion shifted from green to black, nearly on the verge of an explosion. Over just two insignificant girls, they had rendered him in such a predicament, if word got out. How could he ever hold his head high in Yunyang city? "Young master, it's not good. Lin Qianqian has vanished." Some of the servants scurried about, searching for ropes, while others attempted to drag Liu Yan and Lin Qianqian. However, to their dismay, the Lin Qianqian who had just been cradling her mother was now nowhere to be found, and Liu Yan had already lost her breath. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan sprang upright, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even keep track of a single girl." The intense pain in his leg caused him to scream. Crashing heavily back into his chair, the servant stood trembling, afraid to utter a sound. Witnessing this scene only fueled Lin Shan's fury, nearly causing him to faint. "You imbeciles, hurry and search. What are you all standing around for? If you can't find that girl, you'll all await your doom." In a state of panic, Lin Qianqian fled her courtyard, taking 2 steps for every one, racing towards the front yard. She understood that with her father gone and her grandparents out, the only person who could protect her, her mother, had just slipped away from her embrace. This moment, she had to rely on herself to survive. She needed to escape the Lin family gates, merge with the crowd, and vanish completely to be truly safe. Lin Qianqian dared not pause. She must run, exerting every last ounce of strength to escape the Lin family. With a loud thud, her body was knocked back 2 steps. A large hand caught her. "You child, watch where you're going." A displeased voice rang in her ears, but the sentence trailed off abruptly. Dazed and reeling from the collision, Lin Qianqian struggled to maintain her balance. Then, a gentle voice broke through the chaos. "You are Lin Qing's daughter, Lin Qianqian?" The tone sounded like a question, yet it carried an unmistakable certainty. Lin Qianqian's expression shifted, a tremor coursing through her body as a wave of despair surged within her. Could it be that today was truly her last? Su Mu, while inquiring, reached out to steady the swaying Lin Qianqian. Just moments ago, he and Hu Pengzi sat quietly in the front hall, awaiting the butler's announcement of Master Lin. When suddenly, Lin Qing, who had been immersed in Su Mushahai's thoughts, became agitated. Hurry, Qianqian is in danger. We must go in quickly." The voice, laced with piercing terror, made Su Mu feel as though his head might explode. "Be quiet and show us the way," Su Mu communicated with Lin Qing in his mind. Having just risen from the front hall, he barely took a few steps before colliding with Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian looked up at the person before her, about to speak, when a voice echoed in her mind. "Qianqian, follow Su Mu." The community was sealed off. May the pandemic pass swiftly, and may everyone remain healthy and safe in 2022. Chapter 3. He is indeed a bear. Father. That voice was all too familiar. Lin Qianqian could not help but call out, tears streaming down her cheeks. This is not the place for conversation. We must leave. Su Mu said while glancing around. Noticing that several members of the Lin family had gathered, he refrained from inquiring about Lin Qianqian's mother, as Lin Qing's spirit had already drifted from his consciousness to converse with Liu Yan's spirit. Both could not let go of their daughter even in death. Esteemed guests, this is a matter of the Lin family. I kindly ask you not to meddle. The butler, Lin Fu, who had just attended to them, now moved back and forth, accompanied by the limping eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Shan. At that moment, Lin Shan's face was contorted in rage, dark enough to seem to drip with malice. The journey from Yunyang Pavilion to the front hall took scarcely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, yet blood was seeping from his thigh. The excruciating pain was gradually unraveling his sanity. When he had killed Lin Qing, he had assumed the treasures were with him. In the end, Lin Qing had taken the secret to his grave, never disclosing their whereabouts. Upon returning home, he interrogated Liu Yan and Lin Qianqian, believing he was guaranteed success. However, Liu Yan, who appeared delicate, turned out to possess a spirit as fierce as the second son. He had intended to use Qianqian, this little wretch, to coerce Liu Yan, but instead, it backfired tragically, resulting in Liu Yan's death. Gazing at Liu Yan's lifeless form on the ground, Lin Shan felt himself slipping into a daze. The suffocating sensation, nearly robbing him of breath, drowned his last vestiges of rationality. Lin Qianqian, had it not been for this little wretch, perhaps Liu Yan would still be alive. Now, amidst the chaos, she had ventured to the front hall, where she encountered these two strangers, claiming to be sent by the second son to visit Liu Yan and Lin Qianqian. Lin Fu, that old fool, was utterly useless. He had been instructed to detain them, yet he allowed them to roam freely. To make matters worse, they had fortuitously run into Qianqian. At this moment, seeing the two protect Lin Qianqian, Lin Shan's fury was palpable, almost materializing in the air. His eyes ablaze, he fixed a menacing glare upon Su Mu and Hu Quan, exuding an icy aura of murderous intent. Young Master Lin, we are friends of Lin Qing, sent at his behest to pay our respects to Madame Lin and Miss Qianqian. Su Mu stepped forward, positioning Lin Qianqian behind him as a shield. Hu Pengzi stood by Lin Qianqian's side. Ever watchful, Lin Shan cast a cold glance at Su Mu and Hu Quan, his fierce countenance gradually settling into a semblance of calm. Friends of my second brother, how was I unaware that he had acquaintances such as you? Nevertheless, since you seek him, I shall oblige and escort you to him. With that, he raised his hand and waved gently. Instantly, a number of muscular men clad in formidable attire appeared in the hall. Surrounding Su Mu, Hu Quan, and Lin Qianqian, the three leading figures were all broad-shouldered and robust, each possessing the initial cultivation of the condensed body realm. The realms were as follows: condensed body realm, refined body realm, original body realm, condensed soul realm, refined soul realm, original soul realm, condensed spirit realm, refined spirit realm, original spirit realm, and divine realm. Although these three were merely novices in the condensed body realm, they were considered remarkable figures in the eyes of ordinary mortals. The Lin family's stability among the myriad clans was, in part, attributable to their contributions. Kill them. With a single command from Lin Shan, the surrounding individuals surged forward, lunging at Su Mu and the rotund Hu Quan, while the three condensed body realm cultivators prudently stepped back to observe. After all, the true powerhouses make their entrance only at the climax. Fatty, make it quick, Su Mu uttered in a low voice, retreating a few steps to shield Lin Qianqian. All right then, watch as I, Fatty, pummel as a novice cultivator in the initial stage of condensed essence. Possessing such strength in a single punch is indeed extraordinary. Su Mu felt a tightening in his arm, realizing that Lin Qianqian was gripping him tightly from behind. Her large, luminous eyes filled with fear. "Do not be afraid," Su Mu softly reassured her, clenching his right fist and launching it towards He Xiongxiang. One was a colossal iron fist emanating a fierce wind, while the other was a delicate, fragile facade. Humph! At the moment their fists collided, He Xiongxiang let out a soft grunt, several phrases flashing through his mind: an ant shaking a tree, a mantis blocking a chariot, striking a rock with an egg, overestimating one's abilities. Lin Shan, watching from the sidelines, couldn't he help but laugh. That soft punch resembled that of a woman. How audacious to confront He Xiongxiang head-on. One could only wonder what had bestowed him with such courage. Then, with a resounding crash, the two fists met. A tremendous force surged outward in all directions. He Qianqian felt an overwhelming power surge through his arm and spread throughout his body. Suddenly, he felt weightless, being propelled backward. Upon landing, his entire right arm was rendered useless, and his hand was a gruesome sight of blood and shattered bone. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of 3 bodies hitting the ground came almost simultaneously. Lin Shan felt a buzzing in his head. In merely the blink of an eye, Zhang Tianxi and his compa, what is this Yunyang Dan and the autumn water sword? I, Hu Yi, am not. Before the plump man could finish his sentence, a furious voice erupted from outside. What is happening? Immediately after, 3 figures entered the front hall, with the foremost individual speaking. This man appeared to be in his 40s and bore a slight resemblance to Lin Shan. He was none other than Lin Qianqian, the head of the Lin family. At that moment, his gaze swept over Sumu, Hu Quan, and his granddaughter, grandfather, grandmother. At the sight of the two, Lin Qianqian rushed over in tears, throwing herself into the embrace of the middle-aged woman and sobbing uncontrollably. The moment the middle-aged woman saw Lin Qianqian shedding tears, her heart ached, and she furrowed her brows, continuously comforting her. Sumu, however, focused his attention on the last person to enter. This individual was clad in a deep blue brocade robe, with well-defined features and a serene expression. Appearing to be just over 30, he emanated a warm aura that instinctively drew others toward him. A body refinement practitioner. This person was at the very least a cultivator of the body refinement realm. Qin Shengxian also quickly noticed Su Mu and Hu Quan. Despite being merely teenagers, they exuded an oddly peculiar aura. And most importantly, he could not discern their cultivation levels. Chapter 4. Your performance is excessive. Father, mother, these 2 audacious individuals dared to intrude upon the Lin family and commit murder. Upon seeing these 2, Lin Shan immediately suppressed the ferocity on his face, stepping forward with a look of grievance. The eldest of the men spoke with a tone that surprisingly carried a hint of indignation, almost like a child seeking sympathy. What the heck? My armpits, my goosebumps. Suddenly, the plump Hu began to jump around, flustered and trembling uncontrollably. Ahem. Sumu could not help but cough lightly, casting a glare at Hu Quan, signaling him that his theatrics were excessive. No, that is not true. Uncle, he is lying. He is the one who killed my mother. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian suddenly broke free from her grandmother's embrace, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shan with fierce determination. It was him. He killed my mother, and he also killed my father. What? The heads of the Lin family, Lin Xiantong and Lin Madam, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lin Madam scolded Lin Qianqian. She also covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking further nonsense. Qianqian, what absurdity are you uttering? The last to enter, Qin Qianqian, whose previously calm demeanor now turned grave, inquired, Little girl, are you speaking the truth? This prompted him to visit today, fortuitously encountering the Lin couple returning home, leading him to join them. Lin Qianqian turned to Qin Qianqian, her face filled with confusion. Oh, I am your father's mentor. By the hierarchy, you should address me as Shurya. As Qin Qianqian regarded Lin Qianqian, his seriousness softened slightly. You must be Qianqian. Shao Qing often speaks of you. The heads of the Lin family wished to intervene and silence Lin Qianqian, but due to Qin Qianqian's status, they hesitated to interject. Lin Qianqian, being a clever child, upon hearing this, knelt before Qin Qianqian and bowed her head 3 times in rapid succession. Master, I implore you to seek justice for my father. Qin Qianqian furrowed his brow, bending down to assist Lin Qianqian to her feet, softly uttering, Little Qianqian, please rise. Whatever the matter may be, let us discuss it calmly. Though this statement appeared directed at Lin Qianqian, it was, in truth, a subtle reminder for the Lin family patriarch and matriarch to first settle down and clarify the situation. It is my Lin family's oversight and hospitality. I shall personally visit to offer my sincerest apologies at a later date. However, today our family is in turmoil. Otherwise, before the Lin family patriarch could finish his sentence, Qin Qianqian turned his gaze towards him. His eyes remained tranquil, yet his entire demeanor exuded a formidable intensity. Under the weight of that gaze, Lin Xiantong could not help but shudder, refraining from further speech. Qin Qianqian spoke slowly. Though Shao Qing is your son, he is also my disciple. He is currently missing and his wife and child are in peril. How can I, as his master, remain indifferent? Upon hearing this, the Lin family patriarch's expression darkened considerably. Qin Qianqian's mention of the plight of his wife and child was clearly not mere idle words. Nevertheless, considering Qin Qianqian's status, he ultimately chose silence. Lin Shan, witnessing this exchange, felt a growing sense of foreboding that in truth, he had contemplated the various repercussions the moment he resolved to take action against Lin Qing. Firstly, if he acted swiftly, his parents would surely remain oblivious to the truth. Secondly, even if they discovered it was he who had killed Lin Qing, they were left with only him as their son. Would they truly go so far as to eliminate him to accompany Lin Qing in death, just as the Lin family patriarch intended to arrange for everyone to convene in the parlor for a detailed discussion? Lin Qianqian suddenly interjected. Upon hearing her words, the Lin family patriarch and matriarch exchanged glances, their brows furrowing even deeper. However, Lin Shan's complexion had already changed dramatically, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Very well, Yunyang courtyard is Shao Qing's residence, a place I have yet to visit. Qin Qianqian was the first to speak, effectively silencing the Lin family patriarch and matriarch. Yunyang courtyard was in disarray. The state in which Lin Qianqian had fled was now unchanged. Within the modest courtyard, an incongruously placed Grand Master's chair lay toppled on the ground. Not far from the chair, the lifeless body of Liu Yan lay discarded. Disheveled. To describe her attire as disheveled would be a euphemism. In reality, her clothing was tattered, insufficient to conceal even the most modest of areas. Though her body was marred with bloodstains, the faint outlines of her bones were discernible. Yet, Hu Quan, a man well versed in the ways of women, could not suppress a sigh. Had this woman lived, she would undoubtedly have been a paragon of beauty and kindness. Merely gazing upon her form eclipsed any of the maidens he had encountered at Chunfeng Tower. Curvaceous and strikingly alluring, she was a sight to behold. Mother, Lin Qianqian, though aware of her mother's demise, could not restrain herself from rushing forward to embrace the now cold body of her mother, Su Mu. Unable to bear the sight, retrieved a pristine cloak from his spatial ring and draped it over Liu Yan's remains. Upon witnessing Liu Yan's corpse, Lin Qianqian and his wife fell into a state of shock. Although Lin Qianqian had previously claimed that Lin Shan had killed his own mother, Lin Qianqian could not bring himself to believe it. Now, confronted with Liu Yan's lifeless form, he was rendered utterly speechless. Xiao Yan, Lady Lin cried out in horror, rushing forward to embrace her daughter-in-law, weeping uncontrollably. After much ado, several servants came to assist in carrying Liu Yan's lifeless body into the house. The crowd followed Lin Qianqian into the Lin family's conference hall. The housekeeper, Lin Fu, served tea before discreetly withdrawing, deliberately shutting the door behind him. May I inquire, who might these two young friends be? Lin Qianqian finally addressed Su Mu and Hu Quan. Qin Qianqian's gaze also fell upon the two, his eyes reflecting a subtle curiosity. Su Mu, a spirit guide. Su Mu introduced himself with a slight bow. This is Hu Quan, my brother. A spirit guide? Lin Qianqian furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity evident on his face. Clearly not comprehending the significance of those three words. However, Qin Qianqian, upon hearing spirit guide, visibly shuddered slightly. Su Mu did not elaborate further, but directly stated his purpose. I have been entrusted by Lin Qing to escort his wife and daughter to the idol cloud practitioner at Jiyun Mountain. What? Lin Qianqian's countenance darkened, his brows knitting even tighter. Entrusted by Qing, where is he now? Why would he take Liu Yan and Qian to Jiyun Mountain? Who is that idol cloud practitioner? Huh? Before Su Mu could respond, Hu Quan interjected. What do you mean by good condition? How did Liu Yan die? Lin Qianqian was momentarily speechless, his eyes wide in shock, until Lady Lin finally spoke up. Su Mu, where did you encounter Qing? And when did he confide this matter to you? Last night. Nonsense. Before Lin Qianqian could respond, Lin Shan jumped in. That is utterly impossible. Why is it impossible? Su Mu countered. Because he had been dead for 3 days. Lin Shan began, but suddenly fell silent. Why have you stopped speaking? Su Mu regarded Lin Shan with a smile that was not quite a smile. Since you are reluctant to continue, allow me to elaborate. Su Mu had died 3 days ago. Correct? You are spouting nonsense. Lin Shan was not one to struggle with deceit. On the contrary, he was a consummate two-faced individual, behaving obediently in front of his parents while being cruel and ruthless in the presence of servants. Yet, for reasons unknown, when Su Mu's gaze fell upon him, he felt as if a formidable force from all directions was scrutinizing him. This force was terrifying, more dreadful than death itself. Consequently, his once articulate tongue seemed to betray him, operating independently of his will. Even his body felt slightly beyond his control, his face as pale as parchment, his eyes flickering, and his body trembling. Even a child could discern his current unease. Su Mu chose to ignore him and turned to Qin Qianqian. Bowing slightly, Qin Qianqian, standing within the vast Qin family, and is being affectionately referred to as second young master Qin, is not solely due to his elder brother being the head of the family. With his intellect, he quickly deduced the reason behind Lin Qing's demise. After Shao Qing successfully concocted his first batch of elixirs, I formally accepted him as my disciple and promised him a reward. He expressed a desire for a Yongyuan Dan and a magical artifact. The Yongyuan Dan was to be reserved for his elder brother, aiding him in unblocking his meridians and ascending to the ranks of a practitioner. The magical artifact was intended for Shao Qianqian, with hopes that she would gain sufficient strength to safeguard herself in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan felt an overwhelming sensation, as if his mind had collapsed. However, his expression quickly morphed into one of ferocity. The Yongyuan Dan, was it truly meant for him? Lin Qing, why did you not inform me sooner? Why burden me with such immense pressure, compelling me to act against you? Lin Qing, you are despicable, truly despicable. Shao Shan, is it really you? Lin Qianqian gazed at his typically obedient and understanding eldest son with disbelief, his face as pale as parchment, his lips trembling incessantly as he spoke. Lady Lin was already in tears, murmuring repeatedly, "No, this cannot be. Shao Shan is a well-behaved child. He would never act in such a manner. Very well, this is your family's matter, and I shall refrain from involvement." Su Mu interjected coldly, redirecting his gaze toward Lin Qianqian. "Qianqian, initially your father requested that I escort both you and your mother to Jiyun Mountain, but now, do you wish to depart with your mother? Or where is my father? Where is he? The city is nearly sealed off." Once again, he expressed hope that in 2022, everyone would remain safe and healthy. Let us strive together. To all the benefactors, if you enjoy this, please consider saving it to your favorites. Chapter 5. The thickness of one's skin. 11-year-old Lin Qianqian's eyes were swollen and red, tears cascading down her cheeks. As she looked at Su Mu, the despair reflected in her gaze stirred a twinge of pity within him, rendering him unable to dismiss her inquiry. Outside the Moon Spirit City, 30 miles westward, lay the Orchid Valley. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian finally regained his composure and promptly summoned Lin Fu to venture into the Orchid Valley in search of Lin Qing. "It is you, isn't it? You are the one. Correct?" Lin Shan suddenly shrieked, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Mu. "You killed my second brother, didn't you? Otherwise, how could you be so well informed about his whereabouts?" At this moment, Lin Shan had regained his composure entirely. "Furthermore, for the sake of the Yanyuan Dan and the Qiushui sword, you infiltrated my Lin family, threatening my siblings, and in a cruel twist, you took her life. That Mr. Zhang and the others who attempted to intervene were also severely injured by you. Su Mu, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you presume that just because you possess some degree of cultivation, you can freely trample upon my Lin family, treating us like a soft persimmon to be squeezed?" Lin Shan understood that his parents were resolutely unwilling to accept the reality that he had slain Lin Qing. Very well, he would provide them with a scapegoat for the opinions of others. Lin Shan cared not in the slightest. He was acutely aware that as long as he identified a culprit for his parents, he would emerge as the sole heir of the Lin family. Qin Qianqian cast a glance at Lin Shan before ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin Qiantong's countenance. Observing the transformation from disbelief to seething anger, he could not help but exhale softly. "Disciple, though you possess a pure nature, the world is fraught with complexities." However, Hu Quan stared in astonishment at Lin Shan for a while before finally shifting his gaze to Su Mu, equally incredulous. "Mu, is it really possible to manipulate this situation in such a manner?" Su Mu let out a light chuckle, choosing to remain silent. Yet, Lin Qianqian could no longer contain herself. Initially, she was not permitted to enter the council chamber. However, due to her fervent insistence and the endorsement of Qin Qianqian, she was eventually allowed in. "Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, he is lying. Although I did not witness him murdering my father with my own eyes, my mother was indeed driven to her death by him. In his relentless pursuit of the two treasures left by my father, he tormented my mother, tarnished her innocence, and even intended to." Lin Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she spoke, for she was merely an 11-year-old girl. And some things were simply too difficult to utter in front of so many people. "Qianqian, do not speak nonsense." Lin Qiantong's gaze darkened as he shot a cold, piercing glance at Lin Qianqian. His anger palpable and almost tangible. The moment Lin Qianqian met his gaze, she could not help but shudder. She suddenly felt that her grandfather was truly fearsome. That gaze was not one of a loving grandfather looking at his granddaughter, but rather that of a bitter enemy. Grandfather. Lin Qianqian wanted to say more, but was interrupted by a gentle pat on her shoulder from Qin Qianqian. As Lin Qianqian saw her fall silent, he nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to Su Mu. Su Mu. Hu Quan, how did you come to know that Xiao Qing is already dead? And how did you ascertain the location of his body? The words carried a sharp, deadly intent. Clearly, Lin Shan's earlier statements had made an impact. Despite the numerous flaws in his claims, coupled with Lin Qianqian being a key witness, Lin Qianqian still chose to trust his son, or rather, the outcome he wished to believe. Do you know how unwilling Lin Qing was at the time of his death? Do you understand the significance of the term Duolingren? Do you know that when he found me, his sole request was for me to help his wife and children escape? Under Su Mu's icy gaze, Lin Qianqian felt a chill run down his spine that he could not comprehend how a mere lad of not yet 20 could exert such formidable pressure upon him, as an outsider. I feel a sense of injustice for Lin Qing. Su Mu spoke again. To be slain by his own beloved elder brother, with even his wife and daughter not spared, that in his heart, the parents he cherished most would rather remain blind to the truth than betray their eldest son. Tell me, if Lin Qing were to witness all of this from beyond, how much pain would it cause him? Under Su Mu's piercing gaze, Lin Qianqian's heart quaked, his very soul rent asunder. From the very beginning, he had suspected that Lin Shan was likely the one who had killed Xiao Qing. Yet, as a father, what could he do? The Lin family had only 2 sons. Would he truly sacrifice his eldest to avenge the younger? He had already endured the agony of losing a child. Could he bear such suffering once more? Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, and fixed a fierce stare upon Su Mu. You speak utter nonsense. A complete fabrication. If what you say is true, and should Xiao Qing possess any spirit in the heavens, let him appear before me, his father, so that I may speak to him directly. Lin Qianqian, although not of the highest cultivation, is nonetheless a person of some skill, and he is aware that whether mortal or cultivator, death is final. Once life has departed, the soul dissipates into the cosmos, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Shan is indeed correct. It must be that you, in pursuit of the Yang Yuandan and the Qiushui sword, have covertly taken Xiao Qing's life and framed it upon Xiao Shan. Su Mu, my Lin family has no enmity with you. Yet you have first slain my son, then intruded upon my Lin family to murder Liu Yan and grievously injure 3 of our esteemed guests. Do you truly believe that my Lin family is powerless against you? Lin Qianqian's fury surged like a tempest, his words punctuated by a violent tremor of his inner energy, causing the teacups upon the table to shatter. In this moment, he could no longer concern himself with Qin Qianqian. All that consumed him was the knowledge that he had already lost one son, and he could not bear to lose another. Are you intent on striking? Hu Quan, who had been quietly sipping tea beside Su Mu, suddenly erupted in laughter. He rose leisurely, moved his chair aside, and sauntered over to Lin Qianqian's side with a playful grin. Allow me to receive a strike from you first. Should you manage to withstand it, I shall intercede on behalf of Mu too, allowing you, as a good father, to converse with Lin Qing directly. Lin Qianqian's eyes bulged with rage, his fury palpable as his inner energy roiled violently. His cultivation had evidently reached the advanced stage of the condensing body realm, merely a step away from perfection. Very well then, let me witness your prowess. Each word Lin Qianqian spoke was laced with venom, as though they were forced through clenched teeth. Hu Quan, seemingly oblivious to the tempest of Lin Qianqian's wrath, maintained his playful demeanor, raising his hand to slap Lin Qianqian across the face. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Even Su Mu had not anticipated that Hu Quan would audaciously strike Lin Qianqian in front of all. However, upon reflection, he quickly came to terms with it, for this was the nature of the rotund man. This slap was likely just the beginning. After a prolonged moment of shock, Lin Qianqian finally regained his composure. In the next instant, his cheeks flushed crimson, and heavy breaths echoed around him, but he felt an inferno of rage threatening to consume him entirely. Although the Lin family held no significant standing in the Moon Spirit City, Lin Qianqian and his family had never endured such humiliation. The slap had not inflicted physical harm, yet it was a grievous blow to his pride. It perfectly embodied the adage, the harm may be minimal, but the insult is profoundly severe. Lin Qianqian's eyes reddened with fury, his face contorted in a fearsome grimace. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Hu Quan suddenly let out a shrill and pitiful wail. Ah! It hurts so much that my hand is in agony. It is too thick. truly too thick. As he spoke, he flailed his right hand dramatically, nearly striking Lin Qianqian's face once more. Qin Qianqian and Lin Qianqian exchanged puzzled glances, as even Madame Lin was left questioning. Too thick? What could possibly be too thick? Su Mu, with a slight smile, cooperatively inquired. What is too thick? Upon hearing this, Hu Pengzi's eyes instantly lit up, giving Su Mu a look that conveyed, "You understand me?" He immediately grinned widely and exclaimed, "Histat the skin. The skin is too thick, that my palm is swollen. Look, look." While speaking, he extended his right hand in front of several people for them to see clearly. The most infuriating part was that his hand was pristine, devoid of any signs of injury. Hoo-too-too. Heavy gasps emanated from Lin Qianqian's heaving chest. It had been many years, far too many years, since anyone had managed to incite such fury within him. "I say, why are you gasping in broad daylight? Do you fear others do not know you are an old man?" Hu Pengzi seemed utterly oblivious to the seething rage radiating from Lin Qianqian. After casually posing a question, he shifted his gaze to Madame Lin, sizing her up from head to toe, and chuckled lightly. "Madame Lin, does the head of the Lin family gasp so intensely on his wedding night? You must have endured quite a lot over the years." Madame Lin's face flushed crimson, while Lin Qianqian roared without a moment's hesitation, "Nonsense." Su Mu bowed his head and fell silent, striving to suppress his laughter, while inwardly marveling. Indeed, men must never admit defeat, no matter the circumstances. Even Qin Qianqian, who wore a solemn expression due to the death of his disciple, couldn't help but reveal a hint of amusement. Only Lin Qianqian, with her innocent demeanor, remained oblivious to the adult's conversation. The moment Lin Qianqian uttered nonsense, he recognized his blunder. With a sharp clap of his hands against the table, he glared fiercely at Hu Quan and ominously stated, "Since." However, just as he began to utter 2 words, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 6. Then let him come out. Originally consumed by rage, almost on the verge of explosion, Lin Qianqian's body suddenly trembled violently upon hearing those words. The fury within him receded at a visible pace, disregarding everyone else as he strode towards the door. That he lay on a long wooden plank, covered with a white cloth, from which a foul odor emanated. Lin Qianqian stared at the corpse before him, instantly rendered motionless. The hand named fear grasped his heart tightly. He dared not move, not breathe, not even think. He could only stand helplessly at the door, fixated on the corpse beneath the stinking white cloth. Madame Lin was equally paralyzed, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Yet her feet seemed rooted to the ground. Unable to take a step forward, Lin Qianqian's eyes were glued to the corpse beneath the cloth, her small hands clutching Su Mu's arm, shaking violently. In contrast, Lin Shan stood composed, a glint of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. Ultimately, it was Qin Qianqian who let out a deep sigh, stepped forward, and lifted the white cloth. Lin Qing's body had already been, however. These matters pale in significance. What truly matters is that Lin Qing's head is detached from his body. His limbs are contorted at an eerie angle, and several deep gashes marred his chest, revealing the internal organs within. A discerning observer would immediately recognize that Lin Qing endured horrific tortures before his demise. Such cruelty is intolerable. Qin Qianqian coldly uttered 4 words, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing across his brow. The moment he rose, he deliberately obstructed Lin Qianqian's line of sight. Only then did he lift his gaze towards Lin Qianqian and Madame Lin, head of the Lin family. "Madame Lin, are you aware?" Qin Qianqian began slowly, an aura of chilling malevolence emanating from him. "Shaoqing possesses remarkable talent and a pure heart. He is an exceptionally rare child if he is allowed to continue his growth. His future achievements will undoubtedly surpass my OWN. In 20 years, your Lin family could indeed take a significant leap forward thanks to Shaoqing." Each of Qin Qianqian's words bore no trace of deceit. It was precisely because he recognized Lin Qing's potential that he had intentionally nurtured and guided him. His underlying intention was that, should Lin Qing or the Lin family encounter difficulties, he could conveniently extend his support. The accumulated kindness, drop by drop, would make it exceedingly difficult for Lin Qing to sever ties with the Qin family even after he matured. The Qin family had risen through alchemy, and Qin Qianqian understood all too well the importance of an alchemist to a family. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian and Madame Lin trembled even more violently, especially Lin Qianqian, for he, along with his father and grandfather, had harbored ambitions for generations to lead the Lin family forward and establish themselves as a prominent force in Yunyang City. What does it mean to have an alchemist? Families like the Qing family have attained their status as a top-tier force in Yunyang City precisely because they possess several alchemists. If the Lin family could also lay claim to their own alchemist, although they could not rival the Qing family's might, they could at least ascend to the ranks of the second-tier forces in Yunyang City. And now all of this has become naught but a mirage. The expansive courtyard was suddenly engulfed in an oppressive silence. After a prolonged pause, it was Lin Qianqian who first broke the stillness. She looked up at Su Mu beside her and spoke with a bright, clear voice. "Brother Su, could you take my father and mother away with you?" "Qianqian, what nonsense are you speaking? You are a child of the Lin family. Where do you wish to go?" Lin Qianqian replied darkly, redirecting his gaze towards Su Mu and Hu Quan. "Su Mu, Hu Quan, the enmity of slaying one's offspring is irreconcilable, since you have dared to intrude. Do not blame me, Lin Qianqian, for being merciless and wielding strength against the weak." With that, he unleashed a surge of energy, his arms quaking as he thrust both palms forward, aiming directly at Su Mu. His advanced cultivation at the condensation realm surpassed that of Zhang Tianxi and his companions by at least twofold. With a simple step, he conjured a gust of wind, and as his palms approached Su Mu, a dense wave of energy surged forth. The surrounding space was thick with a chilling and sharp murderous aura. Should these palms strike an ordinary person, their chest would likely cave in significantly. Observing this, Su Mu swiftly pulled Lin Qianqian behind him, his right fist clenched, ready to counter. Yet, before he could react, a figure suddenly appeared before him. With a resounding thud, this person raised their right hand. Blocking Lin Qianqian's strike meant for Su Mu that a formidable surge of primordial energy emanated from the space between the two individuals, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Lin Qianqian felt an overwhelming force crash against him, causing him to involuntarily stumble backwards several steps. As he steadied himself, he gazed at Qin Qianqian with a look of astonishment and inquired gravely, "Brother Qin, what does this signify in this critical moment?" It was Qin Qianqian who intervened to shield Su Mu from this powerful strike. Qin Qianqian lifted his gaze to meet Lin Qianqian's, his eyes as cold as steel, and replied, "The head of the Lin family speaks too heavily. I, Qin, am unworthy of such a title." He then turned his attention to Lin Qianqian, who stood behind Su Mu, the chill in his demeanor easing slightly. "Little Qianqian, if you have anything to convey to them, now is the time, for there remains some distance to Jiyun Mountain." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian and Madame Lin's faces turned ashen at this juncture. Even a fool could comprehend Qin Qianqian's implication. Lin Qianqian suddenly knelt once more, bowing thrice before Qin Qianqian, exclaiming, "Qianqian expresses her gratitude to the esteemed advisor." Once Qin Qianqian assisted her to rise, she turned her gaze towards Lin Qianqian and Madame Lin. "Grandfather, grandmother, it was clearly uncle who murdered my father and mother. Why can you not believe this? Brother Su is a good man. Why do you malign him? Qianqian, do not speak so recklessly. Your uncle and your father were raised together as brothers. Even if bones are fractured, the sinews remain connected. How could he possibly murder your father?" This time, it was Madame Lin who responded, her words accompanied by tears. "You are a sensible child. How can you be swayed by the provocations of outsiders?" "And what of my mother?" Lin Qianqian retorted coldly. "I witnessed my uncle torment her, tarnish her honor, and ultimately kick her to death. Is this also the result of Brother Su's instigation?" Madame Lin fell silent. Lin Qianqian, now an 11-year-old child, had come to understand her grandparents' current stance. They would not assist her. The silent Hu Pengzi could no longer contain himself. Scoffing lightly, he remarked, "Why has Lin Qing not sought out you?" "Her parents? The reasons are laid bare before us, are they not? Wretched child, do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Lin Qianqian, upon hearing Hu Pengzi speak, felt his previously suppressed rage surge anew. "Humph, whether I have teeth or not is of no concern to you. But I, the fat lord, do not wheeze at night." Hu Pengzi cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qianqian and turned away. "You." Lin Qianqian was about to respond when Su Mu interjected. "Head of the Lin family, the reason Lin Shan dares to act with such impunity against Lin Qing is precisely because he calculates that you would not dare to kill him, thus allowing Lin Qing to accompany him to the grave." Lin Qianqian trembled, instantly falling into silence. "Have you ever pondered how Lin Qing, if he were to look down from the heavens and witness your choices, would perceive them?" Su Mu, initially reluctant to voice his thoughts, found Lin Qing's presence in his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. The despair, the excruciating pain, the feelings of abandonment and betrayal surged like a tempest within his mind. He could no longer remain silent. "If every action and word of yours were under his watchful gaze, heard by his attentive ears. Before Su Mu could finish his sentence, Lin Qianqian's somber visage was suddenly torn apart. His face contorted with rage, he roared like a frenzied beast. Then let him come forth. Let him stand before me, so I may see what he truly desires. As Lin Qianqian uttered these words, it seemed he expended every ounce of his strength. His lips trembled violently, saliva flying from his mouth, and he appeared on the verge of breaking down. The whites of his eyes were replaced by a vivid crimson hue. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Su Mu raised his gaze, a flicker of white radiance shimmering at his fingertips. Gradually, the luminescence began to disperse outward, ultimately coalescing into a spectral figure, barely a foot tall. Though the apparition appeared ethereal, its features were unmistakably clear. It was none other than the deceased Lin Qing. Lin Qianqian heard a low rumble as if a thunderclap had erupted within his mind. His eyes widened in terror, fixated on the spectral figure before him, his expression one of utter bewilderment. In an instant, Lin Qianqian's countenance grew complex. Heartache, guilt, self-reproach, shame, regret, all mingled within him at this moment. His heart was a cacophony of emotions, beyond the bounds of language to articulate. The next moment, he slowly lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the ethereal figure. Yet, he soon seemed to grasp something and lifted his head once more, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. Madame Lin's complexion was little better. She gazed at her son, trembling as she reached out, yearning to touch his cheek, only for her hand to hang suspended in the air. As for Lin Shan, he was already pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. With a thud, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, a foul stench permeating the air. Lin Qing regarded his parents with a serene demeanor. In a voice as delicate as a whisper, as if it could be scattered by the slightest breeze, he spoke. Father, mother, I desire nothing but to implore Mr. Su to take Xiao Yan and Qian to Jiuyun Mountain. No sooner had he finished speaking than a profound sorrow, almost palpable in its intensity, enveloped the courtyard. Chapter 7. Spring Breeze Pavilion. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qianqian could no longer contain his emotions. As the head of the family, who had never known the taste of tears, he wept uncontrollably in that moment. His heart felt as if it were being shredded, the pain indescribable, far beyond the reach of mere words. Madame Lin clutched her chest, sobbing inconsolably, struggling to breathe. On the verge of fainting, it dawned upon them. Little Qing had always been watching. He had been watching all along. What had they, as parents, truly done? Lin Qing, having spoken, averted her gaze from them and turned instead to her master, Qin Qianqian, kneeling in the void. Master, I have been an unfilial disciple, regretting that I did not heed your teachings. Alas. Qin Qianqian let out a heavy sigh. At this juncture, what more could he possibly say? Little Qing, you may rest easy. I shall take good care of Xiao Qianqian in the days to come. Thank you, Master. Lin Qing bowed thrice before finally fixing her gaze upon her daughter. Qianqian, father. Lin Qianqian looked at her father's ethereal form, trembling so fiercely that she could barely stand, supported solely by Su Mu's other hand. She cautiously extended her hand, yearning to touch her father, yet halted just half a foot away. Paralyzed by fear that a mere touch would cause him to vanish completely, father, that a torrent of words coalesced only to dissolve into these two simple syllables: be good, Qianqian. It is your father who has wronged you. From now on, you must learn to care for yourself. Lin Qing was but a spirit formed from obsession, manifesting before others solely through the soul power within Su Mu's sea of consciousness. His time was fleeting. He drifted slowly to Lin Qianqian's side, gently patting her head. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of white light, vanishing from Su Mu's fingertips. Father, Lin Qianqian cried out with a heart-wrenching wail, desperately clutching Su Mu, nearly fracturing his fingers with her grip. Su Gij, please, I implore you, let my father emerge. Let him come forth. I still have so much left to say to him. Qianqian, he is merely a spirit. His power is limited. Su Mu could only solemnly explain. Let us depart. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian's body felt as though struck by lightning, trembling violently. Her expression turned to one of numbness, her once bright, sparkling eyes now devoid of luster. With a flicker of thought, Su Mu summoned Lin Qing's corpse into his spatial ring. Simultaneously, Hupanzi took the lead to find Liu Yan's body to bring along as well. Lin family head, do not send any herbs to the Qin family this quarter. From now on, the Qin family will have no further business dealings with the Lin family. In the future, Anyone in Moon Spirit City who dares to conduct business with the Lin family shall be at odds with the Qin family. This proclamation was tantamount to a death sentence for the Lin family. Lin Qianqian could not directly take vengeance on Lin Shan for his disciple, yet as Lin Qing's master, he felt compelled to take action on behalf of his pupil. Second Master Qin. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiantong's countenance changed dramatically. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately uttered not a single word. Just then, Lin Qianqian suddenly turned and fixated her gaze upon the cowering Lin Shan at the back. Lin Shan. A cold smile spread across her face as she called out, "Dada!" Lin Shan was startled into a shiver, instinctively looking up at Lin Qianqian. Yet, Lin Qianqian wore a chilling smile on her face. Articulating each word with precision, "Lin Shan, my dear uncle, I wish you longevity and blessings in the days to come. May you live 100 years. Await the day when I shall repay you tenfold. 100-fold, for the deeds you have done to my parents." Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. Eventually, it was Huquan who could no longer contain himself, breaking the silence. "Mutu, do you have any idea where the Yunyang Dan and the Qiushui sword are?" His curiosity was piqued. Lin Shan had killed Lin Qing yet failed to acquire the Yunyang Dan and the Qiushui sword. Even as Liu Yan faced her demise, she had not disclosed their whereabouts. When he visited Yunyang Pavilion, he found no trace of these items. Where could they have vanished to? His interest was not driven by greed for those two treasures, but rather pure inquisitiveness. They're lost. Lin Qianqian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. My mother told me before she departed that those two items were lost. She knew that if she surrendered them, Lin Shan would undoubtedly kill us to silence us. Thus, no matter how he pressured her, she remained resolute. She pried a gem from one of her adornments and concealed the elixir within it. The Qiushui sword was hidden in the compartments of her jewelry box. This morning, when my mother checked, she discovered that both items were gone. Gone? Huquan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that someone else from the Lin family covets these treasures? Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he abruptly turned to look at Su Mu and Qin Qianqian. Qin Qianqian sighed once more. He felt that the number of sighs he had uttered today surpassed those of many previous years combined. He glanced at Lin Qianqian and slowly remarked, "The Yunyang Dan has already found its way into Lin Qiantong's stomach. As for the Qiushui sword, it is concealed on Lin Madam. Moreover, they have been gone for 2 to 3 days. Can it be that they would truly sacrifice their son's life for a mere elixir and a magical artifact?" Huquan remained unconvinced. That can't be the case. Qin Qianqian shook his head. They simply did not anticipate that Lin Shan would also set his sights on the elixir and the artifact, and that he would be willing to strike down his own brother. Inside the vast carriage, a profound silence enveloped them once more. Lin Qianqian looked up at Qin Qianqian, her lips moving as if she wished to voice something. Yet, her body weakened, and she fainted away. A timely fainting spell, indeed. She deserved a moment of rest. By the time the carriage arrived at Jiyun Mountain, the sky had entirely darkened. Upon seeing Lin Qianqian descend from the carriage, the idle cloud Taoist face contorted into a frown. He had secluded himself in Jiyun Mountain for many years, seeking tranquility, yet unexpectedly, that troublesome lad had brought a young girl here. Mu2. You often say that good begets good and evil begets evil. Yet after today's events, I believe it is time to embrace the role of a villain. Look at Lin Qing. He was indeed a kind soul. Yet, what fate did he meet? Not only did he lose his life, but his wife and daughter suffered as well. Had we not arrived in time, it is likely that Lin Qianqian would not have survived. The night breeze gently caressed their cheeks. Su Mu cast a glance at Huquan and remarked, "His every word indeed have been revered as sage wisdom, influencing countless lives, from the highest officials to the most humble of laborers. Everyone can recite a few of the profound sayings of the revered Confucius. His thoughts have been passed down through generations. What kind of person do you believe he must have been?" Huquan tilted his head and pondered earnestly. He must have been an elder with an ethereal presence, his face radiating kindness, treating others with warmth, and perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. Su Mu suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head as he spoke. That esteemed Mr. Kong, honored as the sage of Confucius, was well-versed in the 6 arts, possessing a robust physique, often accompanied by 3,000 disciples when expounding his teachings. What? Huquan, taken aback, responded. When he discussed principles, he was often surrounded by 3,000 disciples. Such a grand entourage, who would dare disregard his wisdom? Indeed, Su Mu nodded in agreement. The enduring influence of Confucius' thoughts across generations signifies that he is not merely a figure of hollow renown. However, he still had 3,000 disciples by his side when imparting his wisdom. Upon hearing this, Huquan lowered his head in contemplation. On the dark and desolate official road, the only sound was the rhythmic clattering of horse hooves. After an indeterminate period, Huquan suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment. I understand now. One must indeed be kind. Yet, one should embody the principled and capable kindness of Mr. Qing, but if someone harms my disciple, I shall ensure that their entire family pays the price. That Su Mu nodded with a smile, though he could not suppress a sigh within. Alas, this stubborn Huquan, I wonder when he will truly exhibit a semblance of humanity. Gagaga. Goo. Suddenly, Huquan emitted an odd laughter. In the emptiness of the dark official road, it seemed eerily unsettling. Why do you laugh so sinisterly? For some reason, Su Mu felt an unsettling sensation arise within him, as if he had fallen into a trap set by this fellow. Mu too. Do you remember what you promised me half a month ago? This time, Huquan's laughter was less sinister. However, as Su Mu listened, he couldn't shake the feeling that it sounded somewhat lewd. What did I promise you? Su Mu, bewildered, swore that he truly had forgotten. It's just the two of us here. Why pretend? Huquan laughed like a weasel that had successfully pilfered a chicken, his eyes gleaming with mischief. What exactly is this matter? Su Mu felt a shiver run down his spine under Huquan's penetrating gaze. I recall that half a month ago, we agreed that if this time during the spirit crossing, we received gratitude and some financial reward from the employer's family, I wouldn't visit the Spring Breeze Pavilion for the following half month. Conversely, you would accompany me to the Spring Breeze Pavilion for a night of indulgence. Huquan narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Su Mu. Even in the pitch darkness, Su Mu could, however, until now, he remains merely a naive youth, somewhat shy. In Qiushui town, at Chunfeng Tower, the night is ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. As Su Mu followed Huquan Gang inside, he was instantly dazzled, as if he had stepped into a vibrant world. Everywhere he looked, there were elegantly adorned young ladies and charming maidens, all adorned in heavy makeup. The hall was filled with tables occupied by a throng of patrons. Huquan, evidently a familiar face, was greeted with a beaming smile by the manager, Mama Lu. Upon their entrance, Su Mu trailed behind Huquan. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze fell upon voluptuous maidens, each one a picture of charm, exchanging laughter with their portly companions. Naturally, a young and handsome lad like Su Mu attracted the attention of several young ladies. Let us go. Don't say your brother is ungracious. Today, I've specially spent an extra 20 taels of silver to invite you to the Tea Fragrance Warm Pavilion. Whether you can capture the heart of the Tea Fragrance girl depends on your prowess. Huquan exclaimed, leading Su Mu through the main hall to a courtyard known as the Autumn Hall. Within, a multitude of men and women mingled, utilizing the faux rocks and pavilions as clever disguises to engage in their clandestine revelries. Looking around, Su Mu observed that the Autumn Hall was encircled by exquisite small buildings, each aglow with light and filled with peals of laughter. They arrived at the most exquisite three-story pavilion, where the plaque bore the elegant characters, Tea Fragrance Warm Pavilion. As they entered, Huquan was brimming with excitement, animatedly introducing Su Mu to the renowned Tea Fragrance girl. She was the star attraction of Chunfeng Tower, and merely to catch a glimpse of her required a fee of 30 taels of silver. In contrast, one could enjoy the company of ordinary girls for at least 5 days with the same amount, or even 5 of them if one were particularly vigorous. However, with the Tea Fragrance girl, that fee merely served as a ticket for entry. Upon entering the already open door of the Tea Fragrance Warm Pavilion, Huquan led Su Mu upstairs to a spacious room filled with several tables, already occupied by a dozen or so patrons. Attendants clad in flowing green dresses moved gracefully between the tables, serving tea and delicacies. Su Mu glanced around, noting 3 rotund gentlemen with jowls, while the rest were elegantly attired young lords, each wielding a folding fan, exuding refinement and grace. To an outsider, it might appear they were gathered for a poetry and song assembly. Su Mu observed their fine attire and suave demeanor, then glanced at himself. Aside from being more handsome than they were, and possessing a certain firmness in character, he found little to compare with their ostentation. They prance around the brothel, yet seek to uphold an air of superiority. What a disgrace to culture! He muttered a silent curse and quickly found a seat. No sooner had he settled in than an attendant approached with a cup of tea. Sumu casually scanned the maidservant, and a glint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Though her long dress concealed much, the sight before him was nonetheless breathtaking. Moreover, the curvature displayed as she leaned to serve tea was nothing short of astonishing. Thoughts of the conversation he had just had with the portly man flickered in his mind, recalling how, if he were not favored by the fragrant tea maiden, he could freely select a maidservant to accompany him. Suddenly, a voice broke the air, announcing the arrival of the tea maiden. Sumu raised his gaze and beheld a lady clad in a moon-white gown gracefully emerging from the inner chamber. With delicate steps, she moved with elegance, exuding a captivating charm. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, shimmered with a gentle mist. It was none other than the tea maiden. Her appearance was strikingly different from what Sumu had envisioned. Her long, dark tresses cascaded down her back like a waterfall, adorned with only a single white jade hairpin. Her face, fair as jade, bore but a hint of crimson on her lips at first glance. She resembled a pristine white lotus blooming in a tranquil pond. Such natural beauty, if she were in Blue Star, could easily earn her a place among the top stars. Sumu mused silently to himself. "Thank you all for your patience," the tea maiden said, her smile radiant as she took her seat at the center of a square table. Instantly, several maidservants emerged to clear the teacups from the tables of the guests, replacing them with exquisite jugs of fine wine. Subsequently, the tea maiden rose to toast the assembly. Whether in his past life or this one, it was Sumu's first experience in such an establishment. He felt a certain sense of restraint in his demeanor. It must be said that the tea maiden's ability to captivate was indeed remarkable. With just a few words, she put Sumu entirely at ease, allowing him to engage in lively conversation with the dozen or so attendees, shedding any trace of awkwardness. As the wine flowed, the tea maiden excused herself, promising to return after changing attire. The dance was about to commence, and afterward, the selection of today's honored guest would take place. Qiushui seemed to be present merely to accompany Sumu, showing little interest in the title of honored guest. Throughout the evening, he indulged in wine and meat, while the tea maiden remained ever cheerful. However, the companions seated beside him wore expressions of disdain, scarcely bothering to exchange a word with him, in the time it took for such exchanges. The tea maiden re-emerged, now adorned in a resplendent crimson gown. Her makeup harmonized with her attire, and Sumu was immediately captivated. She had transformed from a graceful white lotus into a fiery red rose. The vibrant gown accentuated her curvaceous figure, and what drew the attention of the assembled guests was the deep neckline, exposing expanse of porcelain skin that glowed softly in the flickering candlelight. Most alluring was the black rose painted at her collarbone, radiating an exquisite temptation against her lightly blushing skin. The sweet sounds of stringed instruments filled the air. Several lightly clad maidservants entered. Gracefully dancing alongside the tea maiden, Sumu sipped his wine while admiring the performance, inwardly marveling at Huquan's astuteness over the past 3 years, for tonight was indeed worthwhile, certainly, if he could stand out among this crowd of revelers. As the dance concluded, the tea maiden's cheeks bore a delicate flush. After bidding the guests farewell, she retreated to the inner chamber. According to tradition, the maidservants presented brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. "Gentlemen, should anyone succeed in composing a matching couplet, the tea maiden will entertain him exclusively for a month." Sumu, taken aback by these words, turned to Huquan, surprised that he was unaware of this particular stipulation. "I observe that you do not resemble that pedantic bookworm, and thus, there is no necessity to discuss such matters with you." Huquan cast a fleeting glance at Sumu and casually remarked, before continuing to indulge in his drink, that Sumu responded, "Might I deliver a single punch that would end you?" However, after a moment of earnest contemplation, he leaned closer and quietly inquired, "If I succeed, would that mean a month of complimentary indulgence?" Having perused numerous novels in his previous life, he recalled that such occurrences were not entirely unheard of. Indeed, complimentary. Huquan scrutinized Sumu with an expression that seemed to question his caliber. Sumu disregarded his gaze, rising to approach the upper couplet for a closer inspection. Observing mountains, observing waters, observing the autumn pavilion, standing on the 3rd floor of the fragrant tea chamber, he could fully behold the picturesque scenery of the autumn pavilion. It seemed only fitting that the tea-scented maiden would craft such an upper couplet. Ha ha ha. Though Sumu maintained a calm demeanor, his heart was already brimming with joy. A man who could possibly resist a month of unearned bounty, unfettered bounty, indeed, genuine and authentic. He first closed his eyes in contemplation, then allowed a look of astonishment to surface. Finally, he took up his brush and inscribed the time-honored couplet of Mr. Tang. Admiring flowers, admiring the moon, admiring the fragrance of tea. Upon completing these 7 characters, Su Mu humbly regarded the nearby maidservant and gently articulated, "I appreciate your assistance, dear miss." Upon hearing the term dear miss, the maidservant's cheeks flushed crimson, and her gaze towards Su Mu shimmered with a captivating allure. "You are too kind, young sir," she replied softly, lowering her head as she took the couplet upstairs to the chamber of the tea-scented maiden. At that moment, the tea-scented maiden had just finished her bath and was seated at her vanity, draped in a sheer garment, applying her makeup. Casually glancing at the note in the maidservant's hand, a faint smile graced her lips as she asked, "Pray tell, has someone composed a response today?" The maidservant respectfully presented the note with both hands. "Indeed, my lady, it is from the newly arrived Su Gongzi." The tea-scented maiden took the note, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her features. In the next instant, a jade hairpin slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. Admiring flowers, admiring the moon, admiring the fragrance of tea. She stared intently at the note, her eyes seemingly glued to it, unable to look away. Admiring flowers, admiring the moon, admiring the fragrance of tea. Over and over she read, until large tears began to cascade down her cheeks. My lady, my lady. The maidservant, noticing her distress, called out softly in concern. Quickly wiping away her tears, the tea-scented maiden forced a radiant smile and declared, "Please invite Su Gongzi to join me for tea." "Yes, my lady." The maidservant nodded in affirmation and prepared to leave, only to hear the tea-scented maiden add, "Also, inform my mother that I, tea fragrance, shall be sealing myself away for a month for Su Gongzi. If she has any objections, let her see this couplet." "Understood, my lady." At that moment, outside, a group of more than 10 awaited news from the tea-scented maiden. They were well aware that after her dance, she would proceed to bathe and change, while also determining the guest of honor for the evening. Before long, a maid emerged from the inner chamber, respectfully bowing to Su Mu. "Young Master Su, Miss Tea Fragrance requests your esteemed presence upstairs for tea." Chapter 9. "Please call me Run Mu." As soon as the words fell, the gazes of the dozen or so individuals present converged upon Su Mu. During their earlier conversation, they had not paid him much heed. Clad in ordinary attire and possessing an unremarkable manner of speech, he presumably hailed from an equally unremarkable background, and he posed no threat to them. Their willingness to engage him in conversation was merely a courtesy extended due to Miss Tea Fragrance's favor. Little did they expect that this seemingly inconspicuous fellow had quietly won the heart of Miss Tea Fragrance, becoming today's honored guest. Indeed, it was akin to a day spent hunting geese, only to be pecked in the eye by a sparrow at the end. Hu Quan looked at Su Mu in astonishment, his expression seemingly questioning. "You, my friend, truly possess such talent." The maid then addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, Miss Tea Fragrance has declared that for the coming month, she shall exclusively host young Master Su." "What?" Upon hearing this, the young gentleman grew visibly agitated. One seated nearby suddenly recalled Su Mu's earlier actions and, cupping his hands, inquired of the maid, "Pray tell, did he indeed provide the corresponding couplet to the line observing mountains, observing waters, observing the autumn hall?" Once more, all eyes turned to Su Mu. What is your corresponding line?" Among the assembly, none appeared more astonished than Hu Quan. Having traversed the spirit realm with Su Mu for 3 years, he had never suspected that this lad harbored a hint of scholarly demeanor. The others, too, perked up their ears, for to catch the favor of Miss Tea Fragrance, his response must surely be commendable. It is worth noting that Miss Tea Fragrance was no ordinary woman. Having commenced her education at 3, mastering various literary works by 5, she became renowned in the town as a talented young lady by 12. However, fate dealt her a harsh hand. At 15, her family's fortunes declined, leading to her sale to Chunfeng Tower. Though she became the establishment's leading star, her undeniable talents shone through Chunfeng Tower. She was celebrated for her prowess in both poetry and dance. Just as Su Mu was about to speak, a melodious voice drifted down from the third-floor staircase. "Admiring flowers, admiring the moon, admiring tea fragrance, admiring flowers, admiring the moon, admiring tea fragrance." The assembly pondered this couplet, linking it to the previous line. Observing mountains, observing waters, observing the autumn hall, admiring flowers, admiring the moon, admiring tea fragrance. What a splendid response! The young gentlemen, with their refined demeanor, could not help but let their eyes sparkle. Among them, a young man donned in a dark blue robe boldly commented, "Observing mountains, observing waters, observing the autumn hall. It is the mountains and waters of the autumn hall that we observe. As well as the beauty of the entire autumn hall, we admire the vibrant flowers, the serene moon, and indeed, the enchanting Miss Tea fragrance, who is as beautiful as the flowers and moon. Truly remarkable. A masterpiece." Though Su Mu maintained a facade of calmness, inwardly he was bursting with delight. "Ha! Mr. Tang's couplet is indeed a masterpiece. This pretense I have crafted deserves a score of 99 from myself, with the remaining point reserved for humility." Thus, amid the envious gazes of the young gentleman, Su Mu rose and ascended the staircase to the third floor, gradually disappearing from their sight on the third floor of the dormitory. Su Mu was attended to by several maidservants as he stepped into the bathing tub. He possessed a physique that appeared slender in clothing yet revealed a more robust form when undressed. As he shed his garments, his streamlined silhouette provoked a rosy blush across the cheeks of the maidservants, who gazed at him with rapt admiration. It is worth noting that those who frequented this establishment were either wiry young gentlemen or portly wealthy patrons. Encountering a young man as robust as Su Mu was indeed a rare event. Beside the bathing tub, the tea-scented maiden had donned a delicate red gauze that elegantly enveloped her enchanting figure. Beneath the flickering candlelight, the sheer fabric and her porcelain skin complemented each other beautifully, enhanced further by her luscious crimson lips. In that moment, she resembled an otherworldly enchantress, exuding an irresistible allure. It was a striking contrast of refined grace outwardly and inner sensuality ablaze. Su Mu admitted to himself that he had a profound fondness for such a type. The tea-scented maiden, having settled into position, knelt at the edge of the tub, her delicate hands, as soft as if made of air, began to assist Su Mu with his cleansing. A pristine expanse of white caught Su Mu's eye. "Young Master Su," the maiden breathed out softly, her voice dripping with sweetness, and Su Mu found himself utterly overwhelmed. He felt as though his very nose might bleed from the intensity of his feelings. With a decisive motion, he extended his right arm and pulled the tea-scented maiden into the tub with him. She gave a startled cry as she tumbled into his embrace. That night, the grand bed in the tea-scented maiden's chamber rocked until the early hours before finally coming to a gentle halt. The following morning, Su Mu awoke feeling invigorated and refreshed. Although the tea-scented maiden bore a hint of fatigue in her eyes, she attentively helped him don his attire. Su Mu, having enjoyed another complimentary breakfast, departed from the warm tea chamber amidst her reluctant gaze. Upon encountering Su Mu, Quan could not suppress a broad grin, leaning in to whisper, "How was it, tea-scented maiden?" Su Mu, maintaining a serious demeanor, pondered for a moment before a subtle smile graced his lips. "From now on, please call me Run Mu." Laughter erupted from Quan as the two made their way to the front hall. Just as they were about to step outside, Su Mu suddenly halted. The front hall, stripped of the previous night's revelry, was now occupied by a few servants tidying the disarray on the tables and floor. "What's the matter?" Quan inquired upon noticing Su Mu's pause. Without uttering a word, Su Mu raised his right hand, a glimmer of white light, visible only to him, lingering at his fingertips. Understanding the situation, Quan refrained from interrupting, allowing Su Mu a moment of contemplation before he resumed his stride and exited Chunfeng Tower. Though it was morning, the shops lining the streets had already opened, and vendors began their lively calls. At the street corner, a young man in tattered attire munched on a bun while conversing with a companion nearby. "Have you heard? Last night, someone managed to complete the couplet of the tea-scented maiden." "Completed it? How is that possible?" The others at the table perked up, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Su Mu cast a casual glance at them, noting they appeared to be impoverished scholars who had likely studied for a few days. Ahem. A young man swallowed a large meat bun and cleared his throat before speaking, gazing at mountains, observing waters, and admiring the autumn hall, relishing flowers, appreciating the moon, and savoring the fragrance of tea. Upon hearing these words, a few individuals nearby immediately applauded in astonishment. "Excellent, excellent, indeed splendid." It was evident that this gentleman was a master of his craft, capable of conjuring the phrase savoring the fragrance of tea. With the tea-scented maiden having barred him from her door for a month, one wonders how he intends to indulge. Su Mu listened to the impoverished scholars, who could not partake, yet felt the sweetness of the grapes, making lewd remarks, and he silently applauded himself. "I truly performed splendidly yesterday." As the two crossed the street, and exited Qiushui town. The phrase savoring flowers, appreciating the moon, and savoring the fragrance of tea echoed throughout the town. Indeed, this was a remarkably lucrative venture. Those 7 simple words had propelled the tea-scented maiden's reputation in Qiushui town to unprecedented heights. After all, she had scarcely rested the previous night in the city of Yunyang. The Sun family held a status comparable to that of the Lin family. However, when the Lin family fell from grace recently, the Sun family also managed to reap some benefits. Thus, the head of the Sun family, Sun Qianqian, had been in high spirits these days. Early in the morning, Sun Qianqian emerged from the chamber of the 5th madam, his face beaming with joy, only to collide with his second son. Sun Hezi. Father, did you visit Qiushui town again the other day? Sun Hezi, reeking of alcohol and staggering as he walked, appeared as though he might topple over at any moment. Isn't that so? He bellowed. His bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on his father, the deep-seated hatred within them almost palpable. Sun Qianqian's good mood was instantly shattered, his expression darkening. Enough of this. Let go of my hand. As he spoke, he forcefully shook off his second son's grip. Sun Hezi, having drunk the night away, was devoid of strength. Combined with his agitated state, he appeared almost deranged that moment, feeling dizzy and his vision dimming. He was flung aside by his father, landing on the grass nearby. Humph, a useless wretch. Sun Qianqian glared fiercely at his son before striding away, his sleeves swishing. You will regret this. I will ensure you do. Lying on the ground in a daze, Sun Hezi mumbled incoherently before closing his eyes. After about half an hour, a maidservant from the 5th madam's chamber exited the courtyard to fetch breakfast from the kitchen, only to discover the second young master sprawled by the roadside. Second young master, as she cautiously approached, calling out a couple of times. However, the next moment, she was so startled that her scalp prickled, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream, dashing back into the courtyard. Half an hour later, the entire Sun family was thrown into chaos. The second young master had died. The cause of death was a quarrel with his father, the family head, during which he was pushed to the ground, striking his head on a stone the size of a fist, creating a gaping wound. Upon hearing this news, Sun Qianqian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing. When Madame Sun learned of the tragedy, she stormed to Sun Qianqian, unleashing a torrent of curses. The grandeur of the Sun residence had completely dissipated, transforming the once majestic estate into a stage for a farcical scene resembling a shrew's tirade. Strangely, the head of the family, Sun Qianqian, found himself utterly incapable of countering a single word. Following the outburst from Madame Sun, she clutched her second son and wept inconsolably, having fainted several times. It was only with the arrival of nightfall that the chaotic Sun household finally descended into silence. Chapter 10. Madame Sun. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the ground, Su Mu and Hu Quan exited their quarters and traversed the lengthy mountain path to the bustling streets of Qiushui town. The vibrant thoroughfare was alive with the familiar scent of street food. After satisfying their appetites, they mounted their rented steeds and set off once more for the Moon Spirit City. Fortuitously, the very spirit they encountered at Chunfeng Tower the previous morning also resided in the southern part of the city. As they passed by the Lin family's grand estate, Su Mu took note that the plaque had been replaced with one bearing the name Wang. The Zhang family, their destination for the day, was merely 2 streets away from the Lin residence. Dismounting, they continued on foot, when a middle-aged man clad in blue approached, his visage etched with the lines of hardship. Was it not Lin Qianqian? Upon spotting Su Mu and Hu Quan, Lin Qianqian momentarily froze, before recognition dawned upon him. Is this not the head of the Lin family? What a coincidence! Hu Quan, upon seeing Lin Qianqian, instantly perked up. Advancing with a beaming smile to greet him, it must be noted that had it not been for his agreement with Su Mu, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to someone as despicable as Lin Qianqian. Su Mu, Hu Quan, Lin Qianqian's eyes widened in a fierce glare, brimming with palpable malice. One could not deny that although the Lin family had fallen from grace, he still possessed the formidable prowess of a high-level corporeal realm cultivator. Su Mu was not naive enough to believe that losing his title as head of the Lin family would strip Lin Qianqian of his formidable abilities. He was certain that if looks could kill, both he and his companion would have perished countless times over. Thank you, head of the Lin family, for still remembering us. But I wonder, do you still recall your second son, Lin Qing? Hu Quan was never one to shy away from malice. Engaging in such opportunistic ridicule was far more in line with his character than refraining from it. After all, The rules set by Su Mu prohibited him from indiscriminately taking lives, yet there was no rule against taking advantage of a misfortune. Regardless of the setting, the human propensity to revel in the spectacle of others' misfortunes remains unchanged in mere moments. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, whispering and gesturing towards the trio. As the number of spectators increased, Hu Quan's spirits soared even higher. He gestured towards the crowd and proclaimed, "I dare say many of you may not be aware of who this esteemed head of the Lin family is. Today, I, Hu Yi, shall graciously enlighten you that it is common knowledge that the Lin family's second son has become a disciple of Master Qin. Ever since he began his tutelage, he has been fervently dedicated to becoming an alchemist. However, one must wonder, what could possibly be more significant than reuniting with one's own flesh and blood?" As he spoke, Hu Quan gestured towards Lin Qianqian, circling him as he did so. The onlookers exchanged glances, their whispers thick with disdain, their expressions rife with contempt directed at Lin Qianqian. At this moment, Lin Qianqian found himself encircled by a throng. His visage darkened to a shade reminiscent of the bottom of a pot. Several times he attempted to step away, yet each time he lifted his leg, Hu Quan fortuitously blocked his path. He could only lament the absence of a gaping chasm in the ground into which he could vanish. Hu Quan continued, brimming with enthusiasm as he posed questions to the crowd. "You would never guess, would you?" The onlookers gazed at him, collectively shaking their heads, indicating their utter inability to fathom the revelation. "In truth, I too learned of this only later." After skillfully piquing their curiosity, Hu Quan proceeded, "In actuality, this esteemed head of the Lin family and his wife have matters of greater significance than reuniting with their own son." At this juncture, he paused slightly, surveying the captivated audience. Confirming that all eyes were fixed upon him, he slowly articulated. At this point, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion, with many hot-tempered individuals unleashing their vitriol, extending cordial greetings to the ancestral matriarchs of the Lin family. However, with just those two words, Hu Quan successfully quelled the din once more. The eldest son of the Lin family is indeed a prodigy who has surpassed his predecessors. The Lin patriarch and matriarch have merely pilfered two treasures from their son, yet the eldest son, for the sake of those very treasures, has callously slain his own brother and sister Lades. Hu Quan's words hung in the air. The crowd exploded with incredulous gasps, their faces reflecting disbelief. When they turned to Lin Qianqian, it was as if they beheld the most repugnant refuse. Lin Qianqian's countenance had morphed into a palette of colors, now red, now green, now purple, now black. How splendidly the Lin family once flourished in the southern part of this city. Whenever Lin Qianqian ventured forth, he was always accompanied by a throng. These commoners could scarcely approach within 10 paces of him. Yet now, the Lin family had fallen into decline, and their family of 3 was reduced to dwelling in a dilapidated courtyard. During these days, as the head of the family, he had endured countless gazes of disdain and humiliation. And now, he found himself cornered, subjected to public disgrace. The scorn, derision, and every accusatory finger pointed at him were like arrows piercing his heart. All of this was the doing of these two individuals before him, Su Mu and Hu Quan. "There shall come a day when I shall personally exact my vengeance upon you." Lin Qianqian forcibly suppressed the raging fury within, leaving behind a menacing remark as he swiftly navigated through the crowd, disappearing around the corner. "Rest assured, Lin family patriarch, I shall await your arrival, eager for you to come and slay me." Hu Quan shouted after Lin Qianqian's retreating figure, and then fell silent. The onlookers realized there was no further spectacle to behold. They dispersed in small groups. Su Mu observed the smug expression on Hu Quan's face and could not help but mutter to himself, "I wonder where he learned such antics that I don't recall ever teaching him any of this." The residence of the Sun family was comparable in scale to the Lin estate, its entrance adorned with white cloth and flowers. The bustling servants, both inside and out, donned white attire, indicating that the news of the second son's demise was not a matter to be kept hidden from the public. Su Mu intercepted a servant, stating that he had urgent business to discuss with Madame Sun, pertaining to the late second son in comparison to Lin Qing. This Sun Hezi is evidently more astute. At the very least, he knows who in the Sun family holds him dear. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Madame Sun emerged. She donned a heavy black gown, with a white cloth wrapped around her arm. Her eyes reddened and her face swollen, clearly having wept for an extended period. Upon encountering two unfamiliar young men seeking her out, her brows furrowed immediately. One appeared well-groomed and composed, yet his eyes brimmed with calculation and cunning. The other, a portly fellow, bore an expression of irreverence, but his gaze was cold and merciless. Her Zaire would undoubtedly never associate with such individuals. "What business do you have?" Madame Sun inquired with a sullen demeanor. "Madame Sun, I am Su Mu, a spirit guide, and this is my brother." Su Mu discerned the displeasure in Madame Sun's eyes, but he paid it no heed. After all, the portly man naturally bore an unreliable appearance. After the demise of the second young master's son, his lingering concerns transformed into a spirit that sought me out. Typically, Su Mu employed this narrative as an opening line, although he was aware that the other party would likely be skeptical. Upon hearing this, Madame Sun's countenance darkened further. She cast a glance at Su Mu, her tone icy as she stated, "As you can see, the current situation of the Sun family is dire. I wish to avoid further trouble." With that, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Su Mu, saying, "This bracelet can fetch at least 1,000 taels of silver at a pawnshop. Take it and leave swiftly." "Oh, how could I accept such a generous offer?" Huquan's rotund face beamed like a blossoming chrysanthemum, his words of reluctance belied by his swift actions. Su Mu barely registered the movement before the jade bracelet had already transferred to Huquan's grasp. Suppressing her fury, Madame Sun turned to leave. Madame Sunday, Su Mu shot Huquan a fierce glare, his expression conveying the message. "Couldn't you wait until after our business was concluded?" At that moment, Madame Sun was enduring the agony of losing a child, and now, for the sake of her second son, she begrudgingly parted with her wealth. Her emotional state was understandable. Upon hearing that the one named Su Mu had no intention of departing, her pent-up rage could no longer be contained. She whirled around, her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Su Mu, bearing a menacing expression that seemed to warn, "Utter another word, and I shall end you." The second young master's son informed me that he cherished only two individuals in the Sun family. "One is you, and the other is his elder brother, Sun Haqin." Su Mu's eyes remained calm as they met Madame Sun's gaze. Although she still perceived ulterior motives in his eyes, her tears instantly blurred her vision. Within the household, there were numerous wives and children, yet she had only two sons. Haqin was 5 years older than Hizi, and the bond between the brothers was exceptionally strong. When Haqin fell gravely ill at the age of 12, no remedies seemed effective, and it appeared he would not survive. The 7-year-old Hizi kept vigil by Haqin's side, declaring that within the entire Sun family, he cherished only two individuals, his mother and his elder brother. "Elder brother, you must hold on. Do not let mother be saddened, and do not leave me all alone." Whether it was due to Hizi's words or not, Haqin did indeed pull through. "Where did you hear such words?" Madame Sun wiped away her tears and turned her gaze back to Su Mu, her eyes now betraying a hint of solemnity. She understood that these words had only been uttered during Zay's gravest illness, and so many years had passed since then that it was inconceivable that outsiders would possess such knowledge. Yet now, two individuals she had never heard of had suddenly appeared at her doorstep. Chapter 11. Midlife Reflections. If Madame Sun truly wished to uncover the truth, she needed to find a suitable place to converse. After Su Mu spoke, he stood quietly, awaiting her response. "That I wish to bring Haqin with me to ask the matriarch of the Sun family." Madame Sun quickly realized the complexity of the situation. She had to bring someone she could trust. "No problem, but the number of people must be limited. You may choose the location to in the span of a single incense stick's burning." The four of them had settled into a private room at the Shifang restaurant. Madame Sun had brought only her eldest son, Haqin. Since hearing Su Mu's words, she felt an overwhelming distrust toward everyone in the Sun family. That in contrast to Su Mu, Huquan evidently relished the idea of indulging without restraint. Upon arrival, he ordered a lavish feast and began to feast without a care. Su Mu ignored him, instead extending his hand, a flicker of white light appearing at his fingertips. The white light danced and flickered before ultimately coalescing into a diminutive figure. This figure, with distinct features and a clear outline, was none other than Sun family's second son, Sun Hizi, Little Zay. Little Zay. Upon witnessing this ethereal apparition, both Madame Sun and Sun Haqin instantly lost their composure, rising almost in unison to gaze upon it. "Mother, elder brother," Sun Hizi gently called out, and an overwhelming sorrow filled the room. The sound of the word mother, Madame Sun was rendered speechless by her tears. Sun Haqin supported his mother, his gaze fixed intently on the small figure, his eyes reddening with tears. "Elder brother, you must take good care of mother in the future." Sun Hezi spoke these words before dissipating once more into a swirl of white light at Su Mu's fingertips. Little Z's Madam Sun saw her son vanish. Panic etched across her face as she grasped Su Mu's right hand. Her hands trembled violently, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Yet, the grip she had on Su Mu's hand was fierce, squeezing it to the point of whiteness. "Mother, please remain calm." Sun Hechin, noticing his mother's distress, hurriedly urged her to sit down. "Little Zay, my little Zay. Please let him come back. Let him return." Madam Sun was utterly shattered, clinging desperately to Su Mu's hand as though it were her last lifeline in a raging sea. "Mother, mother, if you wish to see your second son, you must first regain your composure." Sun Hechin's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet he steadfastly held his mother, gently guiding her back to her seat. After weeping for a while, perhaps fatigued, Madam Sun finally sank heavily into her chair. "Mr. Su, my mother has lost her composure. I apologize on her behalf." It took Sun Hechin a full incense stick's time to steady his emotions before he could address Su Mu with an apology. Meanwhile, Hu Quan remained engrossed in the culinary delights spread before him. It matters not. When young Master Zhang Er departed, he was burdened by an unresolved matter, which coalesced into a wisp of spirit. Su Mu proceeded directly to the crux of the matter, noting that one becomes desensitized to the bloodshed witnessed in the throes of life and death. "Spirit?" Zhang Hechin gazed at Su Mu with a countenance full of perplexity. I presumed that was merely. Su Mu smiled gently. "Those who can perceive spirits are exceedingly rare. Hence, disbelief is not surprising. My purpose in visiting today is solely to convey the lingering concerns of young Master Zhang Er to you, and I implore you to endeavor to fulfill them." What concerns does Xiao Zhe have?" Upon hearing that her son had such worries, Madame Zhang finally regained her composure, disregarding the tears on her face. Her eyes filled with eager anticipation directed at Su Mu. "He hopes that you might visit Shuangshui town to meet Chaxiang and engage in a heartfelt conversation with her to secure her freedom." It is worth mentioning that upon leaving Chunfeng Tower that morning, when Su Mu learned of Sun Hezi's wish, an indescribable sensation surged within him. Chaxiang was, astonishingly, another's wife? Was it peculiar, guilt-ridden, exciting, stimulating? In any case, the feelings swirling within him were decidedly strange. Upon hearing this revelation, Madame Zhang appeared as though all vitality had been drained from her, collapsing back into her chair. Zhang Hechin merely sighed heavily. Rendered speechless for an extended duration, time elapsed before Hu Quan finally polished off the entire spread of dishes. At last, Madame Zhang spoke, her voice weighted with exhaustion. "Very well, but since this is Xiao Zhe's wish, once I have attended to his funeral arrangements, I shall go meet Chaxiang." Her tone bore the mark of profound fatigue, as if she might faint at any moment. Yet suddenly, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. She seemed rejuvenated, gazing at Su Mu with fervent hope. "Xiao Zhe, will I be able to see him again? He is but a spirit born of obsession, exceedingly frail. Each manifestation he makes incurs tremendous harm from his surroundings, akin to casting a living being into a cauldron of boiling oil that he may only appear once more before vanishing entirely. When you meet with Miss Chaxiang, I shall accompany you as well. He yearns for one final conversation with her. I in the Sun residence, the head of the Sun family, Sun Zhui, sat alone in his study, tears streaming down his face in silence. His heart was ensnared by a tangle of regret, self-reproach, and fury, akin to vines constricting his very soul, making it difficult to breathe. Though he had previously quarreled with his son due to that wretched Chaxiang, he could not deny that he was, after all, his flesh and blood, and now, to his horror, he had taken his own son's life. Even now, Sun Zhongwei could not bear to look at his right arm. It was this very arm that had, with force, pushed his son away, leading to his demise. Waves of regret crashed over him, drowning him time and again. Just then, he heard the voice of the steward, Sun Qing, from outside. "Master, Lin Qianqian from the Lin family seeks an audience. He claims he is willing to alleviate your troubles. Tell him to leave," Sun Zhongwei retorted without a moment's hesitation. Humph! Had the Lin family not fallen from grace, Lin Qianqian would have still retained some semblance of dignity here. Now, he was merely a stray dog bereft of its home. The arrangements for young Master Sun's funeral proceeded with meticulous care. The lady, who had once sequestered herself within the confines of her chamber day after day, unexpectedly emerged after a brief outing. For reasons unbeknownst to her, to personally attend to her son's funeral arrangements. The following morning, Zhang Zhengwei, still lost in the embrace of slumber, was abruptly roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Master, there has been an incident." As Zhang Zhengwei blinked awake, preparing to reprimand, he recognized the voice of the steward, Sun Qing. "What has occurred?" he inquired, donning his attire as he spoke. Accompanying his awakening were Madame Zhang and the eldest son. Zhang got in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The mother and son had gathered together. It turned out that a scandal, fervently concealed by the Sun family, had spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of Moon Spirit City overnight. 2 years prior, Sun Gongzi, Sun Heezy, had taken a liking to a young lady from the Wang family in Qiushui town. Wang Yunyang. He broached the matter with his father, seeking to propose to Wang Yunyang. However, as the head of the family, Sun Zhengwei had already arranged a match for his son with a more suitable bride. The ensuing argument between father and son escalated, leading Sun Heezy to leave home and settle directly in Qiushui town. Spending his days in the company of Wang Yunyang. As the date for the arranged marriage drew near, Sun Zhengwei's fury reached a boiling point, prompting him to take direct action against the Wang family. In the grand scheme of Moon Spirit City, the Sun family was merely a modest clan. Yet, to the Wang family of Qiushui town, the Sun family was a formidable power. A devastating fire ensued, reducing the Wang residents and claiming the lives of Wang Yuanyang's parents, siblings, and all to ashes. Sun Zhengwei himself appeared on the scene, selling the merely 15-year-old Wang Yuanyang into the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Renaming her Qiaxiang. Of course, had it ended there, it would not have been particularly noteworthy. After all, the strong preying upon the weak is a commonplace occurrence. What truly left one astounded was that Wang Yuanyang, now known as Miss Qiaxiang, had her maidenhood irreparably marred by Zhang Zhengwei. At that time, although Zhang Gongzi and Wang Yuanyang had not consummated their relationship, they spent their days inseparable, merely a step away from taking that final leap. Little did they know, in the end, it was his father who seized the opportunity. Even more egregious was the fact that, for 2 years, Zhang Zhengwei had been clandestinely visiting the Spring Breeze Pavilion to see Miss Qiaxiang, often for an entire day and night. Somehow, this matter came to the attention of Sun Gongzi. The already tumultuous relationship between father and son grew even more strained, nearly culminating in violence. Subsequently, Sun Gongzi drowned his sorrows in drink, descending into a state of utter despair. Recently, with the downfall of the Lin family, Sun Zhengwei found himself reaping considerable benefits, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Yet, alas, as he reached middle age, his body began to betray him. Ironically, that little vixen possessed some inexplicable allure. For every time Sun Zhengwei sought her out, he felt as if he were a withered tree sprouting new branches. Experiencing a second spring. In certain respects, he felt more vigorous than in his youth. As a man who could resist such a sensation, Sun Zhengwei was acutely aware that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. His initial foray with that little vixen was merely to extinguish his son's affections once and for all. Unexpectedly, it spiraled out of control. He even had the various wives of the household mimicking her techniques upon himself. Yet, for reasons unknown, it simply did not work. Sun Zhengwei found himself in a state of distress. As a man who could refuse the exhilarating sensation of rejuvenation, each visit to the Spring Breeze Pavilion saw his rational mind in refusal. Yet his body remained disarmingly honest. Before he had even laid eyes on that little rascal, he had already risen to prominence. This morning, the streets and alleys of Moon Spirit City were abuzz with rumors of the Sun family's patriarch taking up arms for his son. Naturally, there was no shortage of busybodies on every corner. Tales of father and son sharing a woman, the second young master's son forcefully taking liberties with a concubine, and the family head coercing his daughter-in-law circulated, each more scandalous than the last. The gossip was indeed quite appalling. When Sun Zhengwei heard these slanders, he was nearly beside himself with rage, given the Sun family's influence in Moon Spirit City. It took less than an hour to trace these rumors back to 2 individuals named Su Mu and Hu Quan. Chapter 12. A touching tale of maternal kindness and filial piety. As for the reason, Su Mu had encountered the tea-scented maiden at Spring Breeze Pavilion. Captivated by her couplet that praised flowers, the moon, and the fragrance of tea, he fell in love at first sight and privately pledged his devotion that very night. The tea-scented maiden publicly declared her intention to remain secluded for a month for Su Mu. Understanding her plight and feeling grateful for her affection, Su Mu resolved to defend her honor. The malicious gossip was merely the first step. Sun Foreign and Sun Heqin exchanged glances as they absorbed the news from their investigation. This was absolutely impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Heqin reached this conclusion. Sun Foreign, bearing a solemn expression, was the matriarch of the Sun family, fully responsible for managing all affairs within the household. Holding the power of life and death over numerous wives, she was no naive countrywoman. Upon hearing the rumors, she immediately sensed that someone was lurking in the shadows, plotting against the Sun family. Observing her son arrive at this conclusion, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Sun Foreign's face. Why is it impossible for Su Mu and Hu Quan? Sun Foreign's inquiry clearly bore a hint of testing her son's reasoning. Sun Heqin, understanding her intent, pondered briefly before responding. First, the dissemination of such slander can only provoke our ire. They stand to gain nothing substantial and must instead face the wrath of the Sun family. Second, if they truly harbored malicious intentions toward us, they could easily employ a longer strategy to ensnare us. However, Su Mu has mentioned that Xiao Zhe is quite frail and can only appear once more at most. They claim to be spirit ferrymen, seeking to convey Xiao Zhe's final thoughts to us, urging us to find the tea-scented maiden. If their words hold any truth, they would not disregard her feelings by making this matter public. It is crucial to remember that once this series of events is revealed, the one who suffers the most will be the tea-scented maiden. As the mother and son deliberated, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard, followed by an irate reprimand. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Sun Zhengwei stormed in, seething with anger that he unleashed a torrent of invective. Lu Ruoxiao, what are you scheming? What benefit do you gain from these absurdities being spread? As the matriarch of the Sun family, not only do you fail to consider the family's interests, but you also dredge up these trivial matters. Now, the entire city knows, and you have brought disgrace upon the Sun family. Are you pleased with yourself? Satisfied? In the courtyard, numerous servants were present, yet Sun Zhengwei showed no regard for his wife's dignity that he raged, his face contorted in fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath, as if he wished to tear Sun Foreign apart. Father, please take a moment to calm down. Whatever the issue may be, let us sit down and discuss it openly. As Sun Heqin furrowed his brow and began to speak, he subtly pushed his mother behind him. Suddenly, Sun Zhengwei, without uttering a word, delivered a resounding slap across Sun Heqin's face, the fury in his eyes nearly materializing. You wretched fool! Your mother, being merely a woman, lacks wisdom, and you too are muddled and senseless? You are the eldest son of the Sun family, destined to inherit the entire lineage. What advantage do you think such slanderous rumors will bring you? You ungrateful wretch! Sun Zhengwei was truly infuriated. Upon discovering that Su Mu and Hu Quan had secretly met with his wife and eldest son the day prior, he felt a surge of betrayal. How dare they conspire behind his back? The head of the family? What madness is this, Sun Zhengwei? Get out of my sight this instant. As soon as Sun Madam witnessed her son being struck, she rushed forward, instinctively shielding him like a hen protecting her chick. Ah, what a splendid display of maternal affection. At that moment, Sun Zhengwei felt as if his chest might explode with pent-up rage. Was this their scheme to tarnish his reputation and hasten the rise of her favored son? It was a mere thought spoken in passing, yet as soon as the words left his lips, he was seized by a chill that coursed through his body. Perhaps this mother and son duo truly harbored such intentions. He understood that the matter concerning the second son was like a thorn embedded in El Ruoxia's heart. Over the past 2 years, although their marriage appeared harmonious, both harbored their own ulterior motives. They had not shared a bed for 2 years. Each time he entered the courtyard, El Ruoxia would concoct various excuses to keep him at bay. Gradually, he had come to realize the unspoken truth and ceased to seek entry. Perhaps El Ruoxia had been scheming for Sun Heqin to usurp his position since 2 years ago. Now, with the second son suddenly gone, she must be on the verge of revealing her true colors. Upon hearing Sun Zhengwei's words, El Ruoxia felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, staring blankly at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Father, you are still quite young. I have never aspired to such matters. Sun Heqin's expression grew solemn, suddenly aware that the shadowy figure lurking behind them might be far more formidable than he and his mother had imagined. He also grasped the reason for his father's sudden outburst. Father, the reason my mother and I met Su Mu and Hu Quan yesterday was concerning Xiao Zhe's situation. Sun Heqin sensed the impending crisis facing the Sun family. He understood that he needed to calm his father as swiftly as possible and engage him in a meaningful conversation. However, his words had the opposite effect on Sun Zhengwei. Indeed, It was precisely because of the second son's demise that El Ruaxiao was now determined to sever ties with him completely. Sun Zhengwei cast a fierce glare at El Ruaxiao before turning on his heel and departing. That evening, Sun Zhengwei left the house and ventured to a quaint tea house named Yumingwen. This tea house is situated in a rather secluded location, frequented solely by the modestly affluent denizens of the city. Given Sun Zhengwei's current status, he naturally looks down upon such a place. However, the individual who summoned him today chose this venue, compelling him to arrive with a countenance marked by displeasure. Lin Qianqian had already taken a seat in a private room on the second floor, awaiting Sun Zhengwei. In this moment, Lin Qianqian, clad in simple attire with a wooden hairpin securing his hair, possessed hands roughened by toil and a face weathered by the elements, had long relinquished the privileges of his former position as the head of the Lin family. Upon entering the private room, Sun Zhengwei gestured for his butler, Sun Qing, to wait outside. Lin Qianqian remained seated, offering a cup of tea to Sun Zhengwei without rising. Sun Zhengwei cast a cursory glance at the tea, which appeared murky and dull in color. Served in crude utensils with fragmented tea leaves, such coarse brew was utterly unpalatable to him. Lin Qianqian, what is it that you wish to discuss? Lin Qianqian, seemingly unfazed by Sun Zhengwei's furrowed brow and disdainful demeanor, lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip, saying, Sun Zhengwei, I have heard a thing or two regarding your family's affairs. After a brief pause, Lin Qianqian set down the cup and raised his gaze to Sun Zhengwei. Confessing, to be frank, the rapid decline of the Lin family is entirely due to those two scoundrels, Su Mu and Hu Quan. At this point, I harbor no extravagant desires. I simply wish to avenge myself by eliminating these two rogues. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhengwei's eyes sparkled with interest. What conditions do you seek? Acknowledging their mutual intelligence, he continued, I know that the Lin family once had 3 junior guest elders at the initial stage of the condensation realm, who have previously crossed paths with those two rascals. I require a few allies. The stronger, the better. Lin Qianqian articulated his terms. The Lin family's downfall left him yearning for retribution against Su Mu and Hu Quan. Yet, he was acutely aware that he might not be a match for those two scoundrels and could not afford to perish in vain. Hence, enlisting assistance was the most prudent course of action. Fortunately, fate had favored the determined, and after a long wait, he had finally encountered Sun Zhengwei. When do you plan to take action? Sun Zhengwei squinted at Lin Qianqian, his tone laced with skepticism. Nonetheless, since the other party was willing to be the vanguard, he could certainly lend his support. It is worth noting that although the Lin family had fallen from grace, Lin Qianqian was an authentic high-ranking cultivator of the condensation realm. I will act the moment your people arrive. Lin Qianqian replied, eager for Sun Zhengwei's response. Then let it be tonight. I shall arrange for them to wait at the city gate. In the past few days, Su Mu and Hu Quan had been anticipating Mrs. Sun's completion of the funeral arrangements for Sun Hezi before seeking them out. Initially, the two had intended to visit Chunfeng Tower in town, as the tea-scented maiden had publicly proclaimed that a room would be reserved for Su Mu for a month. However, following the conclusion of Lin Qing's matter, Lin Qing's spirit had transformed into a pure essence of power that now permeated Su Mu's being. He required time to gradually refine this energy, converting it into his own strength. Thus, this night, the tea-scented maiden would be left to guard an empty room. Beneath the inky night sky, only the howling night winds could be heard in the small courtyard atop the mountain. Hu Quan had long succumbed to slumber, his rhythmic snores drifting from the room. Carried away by the night breeze, Su Mu sat cross-legged on the bed, guiding the primordial energy within him, gradually refining the pure power coursing through his body. Unbeknownst to him, 6 dark figures had appeared on the path below the mountain. Clad in black attire and masked, the 6 moved with remarkable speed, within the span of a single incense stick's burning time. They had already reached the concealed courtyard at the summit point. 2 of them entered, forming a group of 3, and unleashed their full might. The leader was Lin Qianqian, a practitioner at the advanced stage of the condensation realm. He glanced at the 5 individuals behind him and spoke in a hushed tone. These 5 were the aides dispatched to him by Sun Zhengwei, comprising 2 at the initial stage of the condensation realm and 3 at the intermediate stage. In terms of sheer strength, the Sun family clearly surpassed the Lin family by a considerable margin. The 6 figures advanced with ghostly swiftness, and in mere breaths, they found themselves within the courtyard. All 6 possessed cultivation, and immediately sensed the presence of 2 individuals in one of the rooms. They could even hear the loud snoring of one within, echoing through the night. Chapter 13. Assassination. The five from the Sun family could not help but feel a twinge of disdain. Was this truly the enemy? Even with an intruder at the doorstep, one of their cultivators was still snoring. It seemed Lin Qianqian had reason to be so anxious. Indeed, the Lin family was just as the outside world had claimed. Heavily reliant on the support of young master Lin Qianqian, accompanied by one practitioner at the initial stage and another at the intermediate stage, headed straight for Su Mu's room. The remaining three rushed towards Hu Quan's quarters. In the darkness, there was a sudden crash as two doors splintered, shattering the stillness of the night. Bang! In the next moment, two heavy thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Two shadowy figures were hurled out through the windows, and the occupants of the room soon found themselves in the courtyard. Hu Quan stood at the center, fist raised, ready to strike at each of the two black-clad assailants. One of these men was from the Sun family. At the intermediate stage of the condensation realm, while the other was a guest elder supported by the Sun family. At the initial stage, a fierce gust of wind swept towards them from the darkness. The two men sensed danger and swiftly sidestepped. Simultaneously, they swung their large blades in a sweeping arc towards Hu Quan. Positioned on either side of him, the two coordinated their attack with remarkable precision. One aimed high at Hu Quan's upper body, while the other lunged low towards his legs. In an instant, the blades glimmered ominously, charged with primordial energy, slicing through the night air with lethal intent. Though Hu Quan often jested about others targeting his lower regions, it did not mean he welcomed such treatment himself. In a flash, he brought his palms together, intercepting the sweeping strike with ease. With a swift kick, he stomped down, shattering the assailant's wrist and sending the long blade crashing to the ground. The two attackers were taken aback, astonished that their combined might could not withstand even a single strike from him. Realizing the peril, the one who had attempted the sweeping attack relinquished his grip on the blade and retreated. The other, not foolish, embraced his broken wrist and turned to flee the moment his weapon was pinned beneath Hu Quan's foot. However, it was evident that Hu Quan was a diligent student, adept at applying what he had learned. He had thoroughly absorbed the admirable qualities he observed in Master Qin, and perhaps even surpassed them in certain respects. The philosophy of Qin Er Yi is as follows: if someone kills one of my disciples, I shall ensure their family is utterly destroyed. In contrast, Hu Quan believes, if someone raises a blade against me, I will eradicate the threat completely, leaving no future harm. Consequently, he flicked his right foot, sending the large blade beneath him soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of white light as it pursued the shadow that had already fled towards the courtyard wall. As for the other individual, he was not spared either. The blade nestled in his palm was hurled away with force. Hearing a sound akin to the tearing of the air, the figure swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. However, this brief delay allowed Hu Quan to reach his back. With a powerful swing of his fist, he struck the man squarely in the back, producing a dull thud. The unfortunate soul did not even have the chance to utter a sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, on Su Mu's side, the initial level condensation realm member of the Sun family lost all vitality the moment he was thrown out of the window. Another mid-level condensation realm member of the Sun family, emerging from the room, swung his blade towards Su Mu. Yet, the elemental force enveloping the blade had yet to be unleashed. Su Mu pointed in midair, unleashing an invisible surge of elemental energy that pierced directly through the man's heart. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qianqian's pupils dilated in horror, a profound dread washing over him. But it was only at this moment that he comprehended that Su Mu was no mere practitioner of the condensation realm. He had undoubtedly ascended to the refinement realm. Nonetheless, Lin Qianqian realized that he had no path of retreat left. His eyes flushed crimson as elemental energy surged violently into the blade he wielded. The already chilling edge of the sword now radiated an even more menacing aura. Kill! Lin Qianqian bellowed into the night, raising his arms to deliver a fierce slash. That a fierce gust of wind erupted from the blade. The white light of the sword entwined with dense elemental energy. The howling night winds were torn apart as the blade sliced through the air, producing a series of piercing friction sounds. Lin Qianqian had pushed the combat power of the high-level condensation realm to its utmost limits. He was confident that this strike could even fell a peak condensation realm practitioner, let alone a mere initial-level practitioner of the refinement realm. Su Mu, even if I cannot slay you, I shall leave you grievously injured. At the moment Lin Qianqian unleashed this strike, he mentally forecasted Su Mu's fate, with lives lost in the Sun family. Sun Jiwei would undoubtedly seek revenge against you. If I can severely wound you now, When Sun Jiwei comes knocking, you will be left with no escape. This outcome, however, diverged significantly from Lin Qianqian's expectations. Yet he could do no more than this. While tinged with regret, as long as Su Mu and Hu Quan perished, he would deem his objectives achieved. However, as the blade descended towards him, Su Mu merely extended a finger. A dense surge of elemental energy erupted from his fingertip, akin to a sharp sword, striking violently against the blade wielded by Lin Qianqian. With a resounding clang, Lin Qianqian's blade was pierced through, a hole the size of a fingertip appearing in its body. Yet, the force of that single point had not yet dissipated. It passed through the blade and struck Lin Xia in the realm of cultivation. There exists a popular adage, one realm, one chasm. To put it succinctly, a practitioner who has attained the great perfection of the condensation realm will effortlessly vanquish a novice in the refinement realm. The disparity between these levels cannot be bridged by mere numbers. This is Lin Qianqian. Hu Quan approached, reaching out to remove the black cloth from Lin Qianqian's face for a fleeting glance. He casually rummaged through the corpse, appropriating Lin Qianqian's storage bag before turning his attention to the others. As the black cloth was methodically pulled away from their faces, a voice suddenly resonated in Su Mu's mind. Sun family. These individuals are offerings of the Sun family, and two of them are my uncles. It was Sun Hezi speaking, and he recognized the origins of these individuals. Sun Hezi proclaimed, "These are people of the Sun family." Su Mu cast a glance at Hu Quan. "What?" Hu Quan, equally perplexed, questioned, "Did we not reach an understanding with Madame Sun and Sun Hechin yesterday? Why have the Sun family allied with Lin Qianqian to come after us tonight?" Yunyang, quickly check on Yunyang. Sun Hezi suddenly recalled something, becoming exceedingly agitated as he shouted within Su Mu's consciousness. Su Mu felt as though his head might explode. However, he dared not delay, immediately racing down the mountain with Hu Quan. At Qiushui town, the Chunfeng building, which was typically ablaze with light, and Team Zhang Hechin was the first to speak. "Mr. Su, Mr. Hu, what brings you here?" Before Su Mu could utter a word, Hu Quan interjected, his countenance rather grim and his tone equally ungracious. "We were at home this evening, when Lin Qianqian, accompanied by 5 members of the Zhang family, stealthily approached us with ill intentions." "What?" At these words, Zhang Hechin turned in astonishment to glance at his mother, who also wore a dark expression, her eyes ablaze with fury. To Mr. Su, "Mr. Hu, this matter is certainly not the doing of my mother and me. We must prioritize visiting Miss Chaxiang." Zhang Hechin spoke again, for both parties were astute, and their simultaneous presence here spoke volumes. Alas, Su Mu let out a heavy sigh, casting a glance towards Chunfeng building. "I fear we may have arrived too late." Indeed, as the group entered with great momentum, they found Chunfeng building desolate. The once lively young ladies, known for their charm, now huddled in the corners of the first floor, their faces pale and trembling with fear. The manager, Mama Lu, was disheveled, her eyes vacant as she sat on the floor in a state of despair. Upon seeing Hu Quan, she immediately grasped his arm and began to weep uncontrollably. "Young Master Hu." Young Master Hu Quan was instantly taken aback. "Mama Lu, please do not weep for me. I am very much alive." Soon, the group arrived at the warm parlor of Chaxiang. Chapter 14. The infighting of the Sun family. Miss Chaxiang remained in the inner hall on the 2nd floor, her attendants having long since fled without a trace. She still wore the pale blue gown Su Mu had seen her in, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup, though her eyes were wide open, seemingly haunted by some unspeakable horror. Most tragically, her head was positioned less than a foot away from the corpse, evidently placed there deliberately to confront the lifeless body. Upon witnessing this scene, the group collectively lowered their heads. Enveloped in silence. At that moment, Su Mu suddenly felt a peculiar sensation at his fingertips. A glimmer of white light erupted from his fingers, swiftly coalescing into the ethereal figure of Zhang Hezi. "Xiaozhe, Xiaozhe." Zhang Madam and Zhang Hechin immediately noticed and hurried over. They extended their hands, yearning to touch him, yet halted a foot away from the apparition of Zhang Hezi. The dozen or so cultivators accompanying Zhang Madam stood wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Mother, elder brother." Zhang Hezi gazed at them, calling out mournfully, a profound sorrow radiating outward. Zhang Madam, Zhang Hechin, and even the cultivators trailing behind them were all affected by this wave of emotion. Their faces etched with grief and their spirits dampened. Zhang Madam and Zhang Hechin were especially heartbroken, tears streaming down their faces. "In my heart, she was never just Miss Chaxiang. She was my Yuanyang. Let us find a picturesque hillside and lay us both to rest together. In life, We could not be united. In death, as Zhang Hezi spoke, his form began to dissipate into a point of white light, vanishing from Su Mu's fingertips. This time, even Zhang Madam and Zhang Hezi could sense his frailty. The indistinct figure held only a basic outline, rendering even his features unrecognizable. Qiushui, upon witnessing this, Madame Zhang immediately broke down in tears. Qiushui, do not worry. My elder brother will certainly help you fulfill this wish. Zhang Heqin lowered his head, tears streaming down his face, murmuring softly. After a while, Madame Zhang regained her composure and wiped away her tears. She introduced Su Mu and Hu Quan to the more than 10 cultivators before them. Mr. Su, Mr. Hu, these esteemed individuals are disciples of the Mingxin sect. In my earlier years, I studied under the Mingxin sect, and they are my dearest friends. In the brief moment that followed, Zhang Heqin had already stored away the corpse of the tea-scented maiden in a storage bag. Soon, the group mounted their swift steeds and vanished into the distance of Qiushui town. Along the way, Hu Quan intentionally lagged behind, whispering to Su Mu, "Mu, why do I feel that this situation is rather peculiar?" Su Mu turned to glance at him. The Zhang family, it seems, is embroiled in internal strife. Madame Zhang and Zhang Heqin must have received news about Zhang Zhengwei's intentions towards the tea maiden, which explains their late-night appearance here, accompanied by so many people. Who are they guarding against? Indeed, not long after, a group of individuals wielding knives charged towards them. Madame Zhang's party was not courteous, swiftly drawing their swords as waves of primal energy surged forth in the darkness. The two factions clashed violently, flashes of sword light illuminating the night, leaving behind a series of dull thuds as bodies fell from their mounts. The pungent scent of blood wafted far and wide with the night breeze. The entourage led by Madame Zhang did not even rein in their reins. Zhang Heqin deliberately slowed his pace, expressing to Su Mu and Hu Quan that they had been startled, while assuring them that he would ensure their safety. Su Mu and Hu Quan nodded in silence, understanding without further explanation that those individuals were likely sent by Zhang Zhengwei to ambush Madame Sun and Zhang Heqin. It was quite possible that the same individuals were also responsible for the assassination of the tea maiden in Qiushui town. However, despite their prowess, they were but mortals, while the dozen or so individuals accompanying Madame Zhang were all cultivators. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals were akin to mere ants, no matter how robust the ants. They remained ants. The journey from Qiushui town to Moon's Spirit City took 2 hours, due in the present-day Sun family, apart from Sun Zhiwei and his father, Sun Han, as well as his grandfather, Sun She. There remains not a single practitioner. The modest family fortune, painstakingly accumulated, was squandered by Sun Zhiwei overnight. Yet, as of now, there has been no news from the team dispatched to Qiushui town to deal with the matter of the tea fragrance. Something is amiss, very amiss, but what exactly is wrong? Although Lu Ruoxia possesses some degree of cultivation, she is but one individual, barely capable of preserving her own safety against Qin's formidable strength, despite having sent so many people. Even eliminating 2 Lu Ruoxias would pose no challenge. Sun Qing, where do you think the oversight lies? Sun Zhengwei felt as though his mind might explode from overthinking, yet he could not discern a coherent explanation. Unfortunately, his father and grandfather were in seclusion and would not reveal themselves unless the Sun family's survival was at stake. The Sun family had been passed down through 3 generations in a direct line, leaving him at such a critical juncture without anyone to converse with. Rest assured, the head of the family, there should be no oversight. You may wait in peace. Though Sun Qing spoke these words, internally he could not help but lament. Are you the head of the family, or am I? Why do you inquire of me where the error lies? At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Lu Ruoxia's sharp admonitions. The guards stationed at the entrance had received orders that any individual wishing to enter or exit must obtain the head of the family's consent. Anyone daring to breach this protocol would be met with merciless retribution. With a creak, the door swung open. Sun Zhengwei stood at the threshold, his countenance dark as he regarded Lu Ruoxia. Behind him trailed Sun Qing and a group of servants armed with knives, swords, and clubs, effectively encircling the entrance to the Sun residence. It was as if they were conveying to Lu Ruoxia and her companions, "Dare to trespass, and I shall not hesitate to kill." What is this, Sun Zhengwei? Are you prepared to sever all ties? At the sight of Sun Zhengwei, Lu Ruoxia's expression instantly transformed, regaining its former tranquility. She gazed at him, her eyes revealing nothing beyond indifference. Lu Ruoxia, was it not you who could not restrain yourself from taking action against me first? In stark contrast to Lu Ruoxiao's calm demeanor, Sun Zhengwei resembled a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Although his tone was frigid, the fury simmering within him was impossible to suppress. Lu Ruoxia took a deep breath and spoke once more. Sun Zhengwei, let us defer our matters until after we have attended to Xiaozhe's affairs. Shall we? In order to fulfill her son's final wish, Lu Ruoxia chose to relent. Lu Ruoxia, I have done nothing wrong in that matter. I acted for the sake of the family. I owe him nothing. I owe him nothing. Sun Zhengwei suddenly erupted, his voice a thunderous roar, his entire being trembling with rage. This fellow, could he possibly be a rage-filled tyrant? In the background, Su Mu observed Sun Zhengwei's demeanor and silently mused. Sun Zhengwei, I do not wish to argue these matters with you. I simply wish to ask, can we not wait until Xiaozhe's affairs are settled before discussing everything else? At that moment, Lu Ruoxiao felt utterly drained. They had debated the same topic countless times over the past 2 years. Was he not merely relying on the fact that he would not strip away his last shred of dignity? He was not only unashamed, but seemed to revel in his humiliation. I have said it. I acted for the family's sake. That I did nothing wrong. It was Xiaozhe who could not come to terms with it. However, Sun Zhengwei seemed determined to discern right from wrong at this very moment. Sun and Qing's hands were clenched tightly into fists, their expressions fluctuating ominously, clearly harboring a torrent of suppressed rage. Lu Ruoxia's calm demeanor was being gradually torn apart. She lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Sun Zhengwei, an icy murderous intent radiating from her being. Sun Zhengwei, undeterred, returned her gaze with equal intensity, stubbornly seeking the answer he desired. The night wind howled, the palpable aura of hostility causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The atmosphere was so tense it could only be described as akin to a drawn sword. Just as Lu Ruoxia's visage began to twist in fury, poised to issue a command to forcefully advance, Su Mu and Hu Quan, who had been lingering at the back, approached her. Su Mu looked up at Sun Zhengwei and spoke slowly. You have compelled your son to marry a woman he does not love for the sake of strengthening your family. Have you ever contemplated the true purpose behind fortifying your lineage? Sun Zhengwei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the unexpected interruption. However, Su Mu did not wait for a response, continuing. Strengthening the family is intended to ensure that oneself and future generations can access greater resources and lead better lives. It is to allow them the freedom to pursue their passions and, when faced with unwelcome obligations, possess the confidence to decline. Su Mu's voice was steady, yet it carried an unmistakable chill that resonated with everyone present. You, a mere child, what do you understand? Sun Zhengwei scoffed dismissively at that moment. Hu Quan, who had been languishing from a sleepless night, suddenly perked up at Sun Zhengwei's words. Master Sun, at such a time, must you still indulge in self-aggrandizement? Selling Wang Yuanying to Chunfeng Tower was also for the family. Engaging with the woman your son loves was also for the family. Once was not enough. And you engaged repeatedly, all for the family. Is it truly the case that as long as you, Sun Zhengwei, take a few daughters-in-law to your bed, the Sun family will grow stronger? Are you truly endowed with extraordinary gifts? Set apart from the ordinary, as he spoke, Hu Quan lowered his gaze to scrutinize Sun Zhengwei, as if intent on conducting a thorough examination, never one to miss an opportunity to belittle others. He succinctly stripped away the last remnants of Sun Zhengwei's dignity in front of the disciples of Mingxin's sect. You, Sun Zhengwei glared fiercely at Hu Quan, his face flushed with anger, yet unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. Who are you two interlopers to meddle in Sun family's affairs? I am Su Mu, a spirit mediator. This is my brother, Hu Quan. Su Mu introduced them with an unruffled expression, even after Sun Hezi's passing. He could not let go of Miss Weiing. His obsession transformed into a spirit, seeking me out, requesting that Mrs. Sun personally speak with Miss Weiing in Shuangshui town to aid in her redemption. When Miss Weiing passed away, Sun Hezi's final wish was to be buried alongside her. Absurd. Sun Zhengwei's fury surged. Do you take me for a simple-minded and uncultured woman, easily deceived by mere words? To take a step back, even if this matter were indeed true, Wang Yuanying. No, it should be Chaxiang. What right does she have to set foot in the ancestral grave of the Sun family? Being merely a pawn to be used by the masses, Sun Hezi has stated that he would seek a picturesque and serene location for himself and young Lady Yuanying, far removed from the ancestral grounds of the Sun family. Su Mu observed Sun Zhengwei, cognizant of his disbelief in his words, and shifted his gaze towards Madame Sun and Sun Heqin. At that moment, Madame Sun, young Master Sun, and several disciples of the Mingxin sect were present. Upon hearing the name of the Mingxin sect, Sun Zhengwei involuntarily shuddered and took 2 steps back. After a brief moment of astonishment, he grasped the implication behind Su Mu's words, suddenly struck by a thought. His face turned as pale as a sheet. No, it cannot be so. El Ruoxia and Hechin sought you out solely to spread those rumors, aiming to tarnish my reputation. Then, leveraging this incident, they intend to completely expel me from the Sun family. Facilitating her son's ascension to power. Under Sun Zhengwei's generation, the Sun family began to flourish. In addition to the legitimate sons, Sun Hechin and Sun Hezi, there were 3 illegitimate sons and 3 daughters. Thus, Sun Zhengwei believed that El Ruoxia's actions were motivated by her fear of him bequeathing the position of family head to another. Yet, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the situation might not be as he presumed. It seemed he had committed a foolish error. A thunderclap seemed to explode in his mind. Su Mu couldn't help but smile faintly. He glanced back to see the 10 or so disciples of the Mingxin sect standing quietly. Though they made no move, an aura of terror emanated from them. Even if there were only one among them to unleash their full power, it was likely that no one in the Sun family would survive. With the Mingxin sect as a formidable backing, if Madame Sun truly wished to take action against you, why would she need to go through such trouble? Where is Lin Qianqian? Bring Lin Qianqian to me. Sun Zhengwei suddenly turned and bellowed at Sun Qing. Even he, though not the sharpest, understood that he had likely fallen into Lin Qianqian's trap. No need to search. He is dead, Su Mu nonchalantly remarked. Returning to the previous topic, now, I must enter the Sun family to fulfill Sun Hezi's final wish. Will you continue to block my path, or will you step aside? Sun Zhengwei fixed his gaze on Su Mu. A chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes. His gaze shifted to his wife and eldest son. Noticing their indifference, Sun Zhengwei felt that his authority as the head of the Sun family was being greatly challenged. His dignity was being torn apart by the very individuals before him, cast down to the ground to be trampled upon. However, he dared not make any move. Even his breathing had become cautious, solely due to the 3 words, Mingxin sect. The Mingxin sect is one of the 5 great sects of Moon Spirit City, and before them, the Sun family was no more than a feeble ant. He secretly observed the dozen or so individuals, noting their impassive expressions as they stood behind El Ruoxia, completely disregarding him at that moment. He finally comprehended why his repeated attempts to send people had proven futile. It remains uncertain whether the members of the Mingxin sect accompanied the individual named Su Mu or followed their own matron. Nevertheless, at this moment, even if he were granted 100-fold courage, he would not dare to inquire. He could only step aside and allow the others to enter. El Ruoxia personally arranged for the rest of the Mingxin sect to rest. Sun Hechin then escorted Su Mu and Huquan to Zhang Hezi's small courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a spiritual canopy, beneath which lay Zhang Hezi's coffin. Sun Hechin retrieved a storage bag and entrusted the body of Miss Yunyang to several matrons who had entered with him. Since Yunyang was to be interred alongside Sun Hezi, it was only fitting to prepare her with due respect and dignity. The following morning, as preparations continued, El Ruoxia took it upon herself to see her son off. Su Mu and Huquan, having finalized all arrangements, were relieved that their obligations concerning Sun Hezi had concluded. They wished to refrain from further involvement in the affairs of the Sun family and merely informed Lady Sun before taking their leave. El Ruoxia's actions were indeed remarkably swift. After a night of turmoil, Huquan was utterly exhausted. The 2 rode for about a quarter of an hour and had yet to exit the Moon Spirit City when they encountered Sun Zhengwei and the steward Sun Qing, who were also departing the city at this juncture. These 2 had been expelled from the Sun family, a decision personally enacted by the former patriarch, Sun Jia. The appearance of the Mingxin sect members in the Sun household, coupled with their cordial relations with his daughter-in-law, alongside the failings of his grandson, had resulted in the family fortune being squandered overnight. Sun Jia was well aware of the appropriate path for the Sun family to take. His sole stipulation was that the patriarch must be his great-grandson, Sun Hechin. This premise aligned seamlessly with El Ruoxia's sentiments. In a few exchanged words, the matter was settled. Furthermore, the Mingxin sect expressed their intention to foster goodwill with the Sun family, allowing Sun Hechin to join their ranks for cultivation. It could be said that the overall strength of the Sun family had not only remained unscathed by this internal strife but had, in fact, advanced significantly. The only unfortunate ones in this scenario were the former patriarch Sun Zhengwei and his steward, Sun Qing, who had been cast out at this moment. Sun Zhengwei was seething with pent-up frustration and, upon lifting his gaze, spotted 2 familiar figures, Su Mu and Huquan. How fortuitous to meet again. Sun Jingwei's slightly stooped form immediately straightened as he obstructed their path. What is it? Do you seek to trouble us? Upon seeing Sun Jingwei block their way, anger surged within them. Humph, two wretches who rely on false pretenses and others' power. Now that El Ruashia is absent, I shall see who will come to your aid. But so what? He was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, merely a step away from the refinement realm. Against someone like Lin Qianqian, he could easily handle 5 adversaries at once. Hu Quan nodded, understanding the situation. Sun Jingwei was likely feeling discontent and was seeking an outlet for his frustration. However, if he wished to vent his anger, he should choose a softer target instead of provoking them. What do you intend? Hu Quan cast a sidelong glance at Sun Jingwei, suddenly intrigued. Perhark, does he still consider himself the head of the Sun family? Hu Quan relinquished the reins in his hand to Su Mu and strode towards Sun Jingwei. Sun Jingwei raised an eyebrow, sensing his authority had been challenged. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand to deliver a slap to Hu Quan. Hu Quan's eyes turned cold as he raised his left hand, seizing Sun Jingwei's arm, while his right hand delivered a resounding slap. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Sun Jingwei's cheek swelled, resembling a doughy bun. Sun Jingwei suddenly let out a piercing scream. It was evident that Hu Quan had crushed the bones in his right hand, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. He gazed at Hu Quan, his face as pale as a sheet, engulfed in profound fear, although he had not employed any elemental force in that slap. The pinnacle strength of the condensation realm was unmistakable. One would assume Hu Quan could not withstand it purely by physical might. His astonishment. Not only had the opponent seized his hand, but he had also retaliated with a slap, shattering his own bones in the process. In light of Sun Heezi's reputation, Hu Quan decided not to make things difficult for him, stating, "Kneel and bow 3 times. Hu Quan looked at Sun Jingwei with a smile, continuing, "You see, I, Hu, understand the wisdom of leaving a line for future encounters. There's no need for you to sever a limb." Upon hearing this, Sun Jingwei's face darkened to resemble the bottom of a pot. With his hand now broken, his mood plummeted to the depths of despair. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. How could he have forgotten this? With this thought, he swiftly regained his composure. The elemental force surged within him as he gripped the fractured bones of his right hand and forcefully twisted. A sharp crack resounded as the broken bones realigned. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he adjusted his hand and finally lifted his head, declaring, "Hu Quan, what are you to demand that I bow before you?" Sun Jingwei fixed a steely gaze upon Hu Quan, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent. Chapter 16. The monkey steals the peach. He was certain that Hu Quan would never dare to kill him. Though he had been cast out of the Sun family, he was still a part of it. Enduring some humiliation was of little consequence. However, should any foolhardy soul dare to take his life, his father, grandfather, and kin would not stand idly by. Moreover, even if those 2 little wretches joined forces, they would hardly pose a threat to him. As he finished speaking, Sun Jingwei lightly tapped his storage pouch, and a gleaming large knife appeared in his hand. The blade was pristine white, radiating a blinding light, with a chill emanating outward. A low-grade yellow-tier artifact. Hu Quan glanced at the large knife in Sun Jingwei's hand and casually remarked on its rank. "So, do you now wish to bow?" Sun Jingwei let out a cold laugh, twirling the knife gracefully. As he channeled his elemental force into the blade, in the next moment, he bellowed, too late, before the words had fully escaped his lips. He had already lunged forward, the blade flashing as it sliced horizontally towards Hu Quan. The simple stroke from the pinnacle of the condensation realm caused the surrounding temperature to plummet instantly. The dense elemental force, entwined with the icy edge of the blade, sliced through the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. The blade swung down with ferocity. It stirred a tempestuous gale before the massive sword even approached Hu Quan. The chilling wind had already swept in like a wave. Hu Quan felt as though a frigid gust had collided with him, the cold air brushing against his cheeks and arms, producing a distinct sound of friction. In the next instant, the sword sliced through the howling wind, aiming directly for Hu Quan's throat. The speed of this strike was nothing short of astonishing. Su Mu, observing from the sidelines, recalled his previous duel with Lin Qianqian. Compared to Lin's breathtaking final blow, this strike was at least twice as formidable. Hu Quan stood frozen in place, neither dodging nor evading, as if paralyzed by fear. Sun Jingwei glared at Hu Quan with a face contorted in malice. Mentally screaming, "Perish!" In an instant, the sword struck Hu Quan's neck with brutal precision, Sun Jianwei felt his blood boiling within him, envisioning the exquisite scene of Hu Quan's head soaring from his neck, followed by a fountain of warm blood erupting forth. With a resounding clang, a sharp impact resonated. Sun Jianwei paused, puzzled by the incongruity of the sound. Suddenly, he felt a violent jolt in his arms, followed by an agonizing pain. Looking down, he discovered that his hands had been bloodied from the impact. Sun Jianwei's expression turned to one of disbelief as he lifted his gaze to meet Hu Quan's playful smirk. His mind buzzing in confusion, his eyes fell upon Hu Quan's neck, and they widened in horror. There was not a single mark of injury. Master Sun, have you not eaten? Hu Quan tilted his head, stretching his neck towards Sun Jianwei with a devil-may-care attitude. Here, aim here. Use the little strength you applied to your daughter-in-law on my neck. As he spoke, he gestured to his throat. Seeing Hu Quan's brazen demeanor, Sun Jianwei's initial dread receded like a tide, replaced by a surge of fury. His face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead as he silently roared, "This is too much." Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword down with all his might. Another crisp sound rang out, and Sun Jianwei felt as if he had struck a solid rock. The recoil sent fresh blood gushing from his already injured hands. How could this be? Sun Jianwei stared at Hu Quan in sheer terror, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before him. As a perfected practitioner of the condensation realm, his sensitivity to elemental force was undeniable. Yet, moments ago, he had sensed no trace of elemental fluctuation from Hu Quan. What did this signify? Hu Quan's physical strength rivaled that of a low-grade magical artifact. But what was his true cultivation level? These thoughts flashed through Sun Jianwei's mind, and in an instant, his face drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, his spirit crumbled. Regret, remorse, despair. At this juncture, no words could encapsulate his overwhelming emotions. Oh heavens! Sun Jianwei swore by his second son that his grievances stemmed merely from being ousted from the Sun family by the combined efforts of his wife and son. He simply sought to vent his frustrations on a soft target. Little did he know that fortune would be so unkind, landing him against an impenetrable iron wall. Hu Darren, Sun Jianwei stammered, but before he could finish his sentence, his knees buckled, and he knelt before Hu Quan. Quick as a flash, Hu Quan supported him. "No, Master Sun, I cannot accept such an extravagant display of respect." Upon hearing this, Sun Jianwei felt a flicker of reassurance in his otherwise tumultuous heart. He immediately clasped his hands and performed a deep bow to Hu Quan, hurriedly expressing, Thank you, Hu Darren, for your magnanimity and for not holding my shortcomings against me." In the Eastern Sacred Continent, it has always been the case that the worthy take precedence, and the mightiest are revered as seniors. Hu Quan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Are you under the impression that I would hesitate to end your life?" From the moment Sun Jianwei made his appearance, Hu Quan had seen through his intentions that no, Hu Darren, you are gravely mistaken. Sun would never dare. Sun Jianwei quickly shook his head in denial, having witnessed Hu Quan's true prowess. He found his previous thoughts utterly laughable. The sheer physical strength exhibited was comparable to a low-grade yellow-tier magical artifact, and his cultivation level was undoubtedly at least at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, if not higher. That he believed that even if Hu Darren were to slay him in front of his father and grandfather, they would remain silent, instead politely escorting Hu Darren away. Alas, Hu Quan sighed deeply and turned to Su Mu, saying, "Mu, Master Sun is being so courteous that I feel somewhat reluctant to take action. What should I do?" Su Mu rolled his eyes, exuding impatience. "What is the rush? At this hour, no one is left at Chunfeng Tower to hold the door for you." Hu Quan muttered his dissatisfaction before fixing his gaze back on Sun Jianwei. "Rest assured, Hu will not take your life." That instant, Sun Jianwei felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He vowed that as long as he could preserve his life today, he would retreat from any place where these two individuals appeared in the future, as a sign of respect. In that case, I shall not disturb the two esteemed gentlemen any longer. Sun Jianwei respectfully bowed to both before preparing to leave. "Master Sun, please wait." Hu Quan interjected, stepping forward to block Sun Jianwei's path. "I recently learned a new move called Monkey Steals the Peach, and today, you shall be my practice dummy." As soon as Sun Jianwei registered the meaning behind those 4 words, he felt a tremendous force strike between his legs. Crack! 2 quail eggs shattered. Awo! Sun Jianwei convulsed, collapsing to the ground, his bloodied hands covering his injury as he let out a heart-wrenching wail. He curled up like a shrimp, rolling helplessly on the ground, his face a grotesque mix of red, black, blue, and purple. completely devoid of any semblance of humanity. Well, if Hu Yi could show a touch of mercy, he would forego the need to bow his head 3 times. Hu Quan cast a glance at the writhing and howling Sun Zhongwei on the ground, took the reins from Su Mu, mounted his horse, and rode away as for Sun Zhongwei's steward, Sun Qing. He had discreetly slipped away the very moment his hand was crushed. Su Mu cast a glance at Sun Zhongwei and, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden chill rising from his feet, coursing up his legs to the roots of his thighs. When he mounted his horse, he realized that his legs had become as limp as noodles at some point. Only when seated upon the horse's back did he feel a certain solidity beneath him, which instilled a measure of reassurance in his heart. After ferrying 2 souls across, Su Mu could finally afford to rest soundly for a few days. Upon returning home, it wasn't long before he was greeted by the thunderous snores of the rotund Hu Quan. Within Su Mu's consciousness, Sun Hezi, having fulfilled his wish, transformed into a pure essence, cascading into his body like a gentle rain. Seated in a lotus position, Su Mu summoned his internal energy, gradually refining this newfound power. Flesh, bones, tendons, organs, everything within his corporeal form underwent a thorough refinement. He sensed a slight advancement in his cultivation. He pondered when he might finally shed the identity of a soul ferryman and lead a tranquil life of his own. Muttering to himself, he turned to gaze out the window. The sun hung low in the west, its last rays slowly fading away. Su Mu stretched languidly and stepped out of the courtyard. Just then, Hu Quan, having slept the day away, emerged from his room. Hey, Mu too. How about joining me tonight at Chunfeng Tower for some fun? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion, ready to decline. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the word that escaped his lips was simply, sure. Upon hearing this, Hu Quan erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! That's the spirit. A man should embody manliness. What's the point of languishing in this courtyard all day? Su Mu vigorously shook his head to clear his thoughts. He felt he was not the kind of person to indulge in such frivolities. The inexplicable agreement stemmed from for Hu Quan. Yes, indeed, it was for Hu Quan. After all, during the day, he had employed a rather audacious maneuver against Sun Zhongwei with his right foot. With this in mind, he felt a newfound confidence. I'm merely accompanying you, concerned for your safety should you venture out alone. Simultaneously, he reassured himself. It was merely a side venture. He would casually visit the ladies, engage in conversations about life's aspirations, and partake in activities they all enjoyed. He was not like this portly fellow, whose mind was filled with base thoughts. He hailed from Blue Star, educated in the teachings of Confucius, a worthy heir of the illustrious Z nation. His ideals were, without a doubt, supremely pure. You needn't explain. I understand. I know everything. Ha! Hu Quan waved his hand dismissively. Laughing even harder, Su Mu wished to clarify further, sensing that the rotund man had misinterpreted his intentions. Chapter 17. The young lotus just reveals its tips. Chunfeng Tower, having only paused for a night, buzzed with liveliness once more. Every face bore a smile, as if the bloody scene of the past days had never transpired. Upon seeing Su Mu, Mama Lu's face instantly blossomed with joy. After all, the couplet praising the beauty of flowers, the moon, and the aroma of tea had propelled the name of tea fragrance to newfound heights, echoing throughout the streets. Had it not been for the ephemeral nature of this tea, its value would have likely multiplied several times over by now. By chance, the Spring Breeze Pavilion has unveiled another enchanting maiden of jade, the lovely Yuhua. If this esteemed young Master Su were to bestow upon her a line or two of poetry, would she not rise in value like the fragrance of tea? In that case, the reputation of Spring Breeze Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, would it not? There is indeed a newly arrived Yuhua maiden whose dance is nothing short of exquisite. Mama Lu has half her body draped over Su Mu, the pungent scent overwhelming him to the point where he can scarcely catch his breath. He has attempted several times to extricate his arm from Mama Lu's ample embrace, yet to no avail. While the sensation of her embrace is not unpleasant, the fragrance is simply unbearable, more odorous than the inferior perfumes worn by the ladies of Blue Star. At this moment, she resides in the Yuhua Water Pavilion. Young Master Su should pay her a visit. As she spoke, Mama Lu seemed to recall something, withdrawing an arm to pull Hu Quan closer. Master Hu, you must accompany us this time. Those maidens have been lamenting to me that you are simply too gallant and illustrious for them to entertain. After each of your visits, they require several days to recuperate. Ha ha ha. Since Mama Lu has put it that way, I shall certainly join you to take a look. Upon hearing Mama Lu's words, Huquan burst into laughter, casually slipping a silver ingot into Mama Lu's attire. The Yuhuo Water Pavilion? At last, they arrived at the Yuhuo Water Pavilion. It was still that familiar three-story building. Yet the interior decor had undergone a complete transformation. In the courtyard, several large water tanks were arranged, each holding blooming lotus flowers. The layout of the rooms was also different from when tea fragrance was present. Upon entering, one was greeted by a spacious hall that in front stood several solid wood long tables, behind which a modest stage had been constructed. This moment, 8 or 9 self-proclaimed charming young men were already seated beside the long tables. Su Mu cast a casual glance and soon recognized a familiar face. This individual had also been present during Tea Fragrance's dance last time. He seemed to be surnamed Fong, whom Tea Fragrance referred to as Young Master Fong. Beyond that, Su Mu knew little else. Ha! Is that not Young Master Su? That day, your couplet about admiring flowers, the moon, and Tea Fragrance captured the heart of the lovely maiden. I wonder if today you shall have such good fortune in winning the heart of the Jade Maiden. However, there was no couplet here about admiring mountains, waters, or autumn halls. That Su Mu chose to ignore him and instead found a seat. Lifting a teacup from the table, he took a sip and immediately grimaced, exclaiming, "Ugh, that's so sour. Ha! Ha!" Instantly, the room erupted with thunderous laughter. Huquan laughed so hard, he bent over, spilling tea from his mouth. The nearby serving maidens covered their mouths, stifling giggles, and swiftly replaced the pastries in front of Huquan. Young Master Fong's face flushed crimson, trembling with anger. With a loud clap, he sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Mu, his fury palpable. "What do you mean by that, Su?" Su Mu remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea, and replied nonchalantly, "I mean it in the literal sense, sour. Ha!" Once again, laughter erupted in the room. A couple of individuals accompanied young Master Fong this time, and they seemed to have restrained themselves somewhat, suppressing their emotions. Cuckoo, the one surnamed Su, possessed considerable prowess. Just as Fong Benzi was about to utter a few harsh words to assert himself, a faint fragrance of lotus suddenly permeated the air. As everyone inhaled deeply, preparing to trace the source of this aroma, a melodious voice resonated from the second floor. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen." Captivated by this enchanting voice, all eyes turned towards the staircase. The graceful figure descended, and Su Mu was momentarily dazzled by the sight of a clean, radiant face. With an oval visage, large eyes, and a cherry-red mouth, she epitomized beauty. Her delicate makeup complemented a flowing pink lotus skirt, exuding an aura of tranquility. A small pink lotus was painted at her brow, enhancing her purity rather than detracting from it. Yuhua has met all the esteemed gentlemen, while the crowd was entranced. Miss Yuhua had gracefully descended the stairs and stood confidently before them on the stage. A maid presented a glass of wine, which Yuhua lifted with a beaming smile. "As Yuhua meets each of you, should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality, I kindly ask for your understanding. Allow me to toast to all of you first, and then I shall perform a dance as an apology." With that, she drained her cup in one go. The flowing pink lotus skirt worn by Miss Yuhua had a water-green base. The upper part of the waist was adorned with embroidered ripples reminiscent of flowing streams. Her arms were draped with tassels made of delicate pink beads, shimmering softly in the candlelight. These flecks of light danced upon her porcelain-like cheeks, enhancing her ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial lotus fairy. The hem of her long skirt featured clusters of pale pink and white lotus blossoms, accentuating her slender waist. The lower part of the skirt was embroidered with vast swathes of emerald green lotus leaves. As the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, Miss Yuhua swayed her arms, the tassels clinking gently against each other, producing a crisp sound that in just a few breaths. The audience was utterly enchanted, their eyes glued to Miss Yuhua. Her dance lacked the fervor of tea fragrances. Instead, it conveyed a lively and spirited essence. Within her expressions and movements, there was a whimsical charm unique to young maidens. With each delicate step, she exuded a youthful allure, reminiscent of a budding lotus. The sensation was akin to that of an innocent young girl, waiting by the stream for a clandestine meeting with her first love. Filled with anticipation, tinged with nervousness and shyness, her skirt swirled and twirled. The embroidered lotus flowers seemed to come alive. Her upper body gently quivered, and the water-like waves of her skirt began to flow with her astonishing curves. Vast expanses of lotus leaves floated upon the clear water, with blossoms dotting the surface. The onlookers were entranced, as if they were not merely watching Yuhua dance but standing by the stream. admiring the breathtaking spectacle of blooming lotus flowers. Once the dance concluded, everyone remained immersed in the enchanting scene of lotus blossoms by the waterside, unable to extricate themselves. Bravo! A splendid performance. Ah, splendid, splendid. To win the admiration of esteemed gentlemen is indeed a stroke of fortune for Yuhi. At this moment, the young lady Yuhi felt a gentle blush grace her cheeks as she offered a graceful bow to the audience upon the stage. Subsequently, she excused herself to ascend to the second floor and change her attire. During this interlude, her maid flitted between the guests, deftly clearing away the tea and pastries. Plates laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines were served, and everyone present understood the unspoken anticipation. Miss Yuhi was soon to descend and select her esteemed guests for the evening. Consequently, each individual steeled themselves, determined to secure a coveted place among her chosen. Young Master Fong cast a sidelong glance at Su Mu, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "It is said that young Master Su possesses considerable talent. Why not share your thoughts on Miss Yuhi's lotus dance?" Su Mu paid Fong no heed, instead turning to the rotund fellow beside him. "Are you familiar with this chap?" Hu Quan downed his goblet of fine wine in one gulp before responding. "Indeed, he is the son of a wealthy family in town, Rome. Having learned a few letters in a private school in Yuling City, he now fancies himself the little young Master Fong of the city." His eyes seemingly perched atop his head. So his family has indeed dug a deep well, Su Mu murmured to himself, nodding in understanding. "What do you mean by a deep well?" inquired the bewildered and curious Tian Gongzi seated beside him. "Have you ever heard the expression sitting in a well and observing the sky?" Su Mu chuckled, clinking his glass against Tian Gongzi's. "But I see now. Indeed, the well is too deep to climb out of." A chorus of laughter erupted from the assembly. Young Master Fong's face was a tapestry of red, black, blue, and purple, seething with fury as if a Buddha had descended and another ascended. His chest heaved, gasping for breath, his fury palpable enough to be felt. "You needn't breathe so heavily. You are not Miss Yuhi. What spectacle do you provide, being as thin as a twig?" Hu Quan shot a glance at young Master Fong, delivering a further jab. "You." Young Master Fong felt as if flames were about to erupt from his head. He pointed an accusing finger at Hu Quan, ready to unleash a tirade, but Su Mu interjected. "Since the little young Master Fong of Yuling City desires my critique of Miss Yuhi's dance, allow me to share a few words." Su Mu placed particular emphasis on the title Little Young Master Fong, suggesting a hint of mockery. "I trust that during the lotus dance, everyone caught a glimpse of Miss Yuhi's character. Were she a woman of avarice, she could never have performed such a lively and ethereal dance. Therefore, regarding her character, I can only say, emerging untainted from the muck, she remains unsullied amidst the pure waters." Upon the utterance of these lines, the gentlemen present lowered their heads in contemplation. Even young Master Fong, on the verge of an explosion, began to ponder deeply. Before anyone could respond, Su Mu continued, "As for this lotus dance, I have but one more remark." Chapter 18. Please call me Nung Mu. In this affair, the contributions of several young masters were considerable, yet it was Lu Mama's efforts that stood paramount. Lu Mama's wrinkled face beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum in vibrant yellow from that moment forth. The little young Master Fong of Yuling City was profoundly impacted, publicly declaring that he would never set foot in Chunfeng Tower again. Yes, Su Mu naturally became the guest of honor for Miss Yuhi this evening. A flicker of guilt crossed his mind while she delicately attended to him during his bath with her slender, jade-like hands that he couldn't help but wonder if the ancestors of Lin Qing were aware that he was shamelessly utilizing the poetry they painstakingly crafted. Would that coffin board still hold? However, as the soft and plush bed began to sway, Su Mu's thoughts wandered elsewhere. To his surprise, he discovered that Miss Yuhi was, for the very first time the following morning, two figures emerged once more on the long mountain path, bathed in the warm sunlight. "So, how was Miss Yuhi?" Hu Quan inquired, wearing a knowing smile that every man would understand. Su Mu paused, contemplating seriously before replying earnestly, "From now on, please call me Tenderwood." Hu Quan erupted into hearty laughter, his boisterous mirth startling the birds in the nearby woods. "I prefer something more refined. I still favor moist." Su Mu chuckled lightly, raising his gaze toward the distant courtyard atop the mountain, suddenly finding that such days could be quite pleasant. Yet, upon reaching the courtyard, his sentiments shifted. At that moment, a faint glimmer of white light flickered beneath the eaves, clearly awaiting his arrival. Another arduous day awaits. Su Mu silently lamented, hastening his steps to the door. slowly extending his hand. The white light gradually settled upon his fingertips. After a day of rest, Su Mu and Hu Quan rose early the next morning. Setting out once more, they arrived at Qiushui town, where they sat at a street-side stall to enjoy breakfast. The surrounding crowd was engrossed in discussions about Miss Yuhi's exquisite dance. Why do I feel as though I missed out on something last night? Hu Quan suddenly remarked with a serious expression as they finished their meal. Su Mu nodded thoughtfully. I feel the same way. They rented 2 swift horses and headed towards a nearby village known as Songjiazhai. The spirit they had encountered the previous morning was that of an old woman from Songjiazhai, whose only wish was to see her son one last time. Half an hour later, they found themselves in Songjiazhai, a remote and impoverished village nestled on the hillside, home to approximately 40 to 50 scattered households. Granny Qiu's residence was perched atop the hill, a modest abode comprising 3 thatched cottages. Enclosed by a wooden fence around a small courtyard. At that moment, a peasant woman was seated in the yard, feeding a small child. The child, appearing around 4 or 5 years old, had a sallow complexion and emaciated figure. Clearly suffering from malnutrition, he was being offered coarse yellow flatbreads accompanied by a broth made from wild herbs. The rough texture of the flatbread made it difficult to swallow, and the child could only manage a sip of the soup before taking a bite of the bread. Yet his small face remained scrunched in discomfort. After a prolonged struggle, he finally finished a piece of the flatbread, but it seemed he was still hungry and yearned for more. The woman, smiling gently, coaxed him for a moment before sipping a few mouthfuls of the herb soup herself. After hastily tidying up, she took a small wooden bucket and led the child out the door. Juzi should be in the fields. They are likely going to deliver a meal. Su Mu recalled Granny Qiu's words. The two followed the woman across the slope to a field located at the back of the hill. A slender, earnest man toils in the fields, and upon catching sight of his wife and child, his face instantly brightens with joy. He wipes the sweat from his brow and embraces his son before he begins to partake in his meal. The woman and child, carrying a small wooden bucket, depart. The man resumes his labor, taking breaks to rest whenever fatigue sets in. Su Mu and Hu Quan stand at a distance, observing him as the sun descends towards the horizon. Hu Quan, seemingly struck by a thought, abruptly turns to leave. He carries an abundance of provisions, flour, rice, an assortment of vegetables, eggs, and fruits. Additionally, he has procured various preserved meats such as beef, lamb, pork, and duck, along with several jugs of fine wine. Standing outside the wooden fence, he symbolically knocks on the door, while the man busily organizes his farming tools in the yard. Upon noticing a visitor, he rises to open the door. Hu Quan engages the man in conversation, placing down his burdens, along with his money pouch. The woman, who is preparing dinner, hears the commotion and steps outside. The child, seeing the myriad of unfamiliar foods, beams with delight. Before long, they are all seated at the dining table, which is laden with a sumptuous feast. The honest and unassuming Juzi, never having ventured beyond the village, has a sun-kissed face that flushes red. He clutches the edge of the table, attempting several times to speak, yet lacking the courage to do so. Hu Quan appears particularly fond of young Juzi, conversing animatedly with him and offering him delectable treats. The woman remains silent, her gaze cast downwards as she eats, occasionally glancing at her beaming son, with tears welling in her eyes. As dusk descends, the two men exit the small courtyard, standing in the enveloping darkness, continuing to gaze upon the little abode in Su Mu's mind. Granny Qiu incessantly murmurs at last. When the final flicker of candlelight extinguishes, they prepare to depart. Suddenly, the door swings open. Juzi emerges from the house, sitting on a stone bench in the yard, lost in thought. He clutches a jug of wine, gifted by Hu Quan during the day, drinking while gazing up at the moon, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Mother, oh mother, his hoarse voice is laden with sorrow, as large droplets of tears cascade from his eyes. Today, 2 kind souls visited our home, bringing us an abundance of food and silver. Mother, could it be your spirit is watching over me from beyond? Mother, I sensed your presence in that man. Is it not peculiar? Mother, Juzi is grown up now. You may rest in peace, mother. As he sips his wine, he repeatedly murmurs similar sentiments. The night breeze carries his heartfelt words far and wide. Not long after, they notice a figure gradually rising from the earthen bed within the room. It is the woman, leaning against the window, quietly observing the silhouette in the yard. Her body trembles involuntarily, and she occasionally raises her hand to wipe away her tears. Yet, she firmly covers her mouth, stifling any sound of grief. Outside the courtyard, Su Mu and Hu Quan witnessed this scene and let out a deep sigh. Uncertain of what to say. Very well, let us depart. The voice of Granny Qiu resonates suddenly in Su Mu's mind that Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Grandmother. He could not fathom why Granny Qiu, who had steadfastly remained all day, was now so abruptly intent on leaving. Yunyang is a good child. With her by Zhuzi's side, I shall have no further worries. At that moment, Su Mu seemed to grasp something profound. He uttered not a word, merely nodded before turning to depart. On that tempestuous night, Hu Quan's voice, unusually subdued, broke the silence. Mu too, your kind are truly peculiar. This family, impoverished to the point of hunger. Yet they live in harmony, finding joy in each other's company. In stark contrast, the Sun and Lin families of Yuling City, who are draped in riches, are embroiled in fratricide and patricide. What accounts for this disparity? Su Mu, lost in thought amidst the darkness, pondered for a considerable time before he finally spoke. Fatty, the Lin and Sun clans have wandered astray, ensnared by power, cultivation, and treasures. It is said that with great power comes great responsibility. Just as your assistance today to Zhuzi's family amounted to a mere few dozen taels of silver for you, yet it spared them from the pangs of hunger. The Lin and Sun families, despite their vast wealth, fail to comprehend the essence of responsibility. As the heads of their households, they ought to shield their descendants from life's storms, nurturing them to thrive. There is a saying from my hometown: the sovereign guards the nation's gate. A ruler sacrifices for the state. To reign is to protect one's subjects, even at the cost of one's life. Whether one leads a faction or heads a family, their primary objective should be the safeguarding of their progeny. Only when the younger generation grows strong and united can their faction or family prosper and flourish. Hu Quan, upon hearing these words, fell into a lengthy silence. He was a naturally formed stubborn stone. Having endured countless years before taking on a human form, his attachment to the ephemeral pleasures of life stemmed from the belief that only warm, soft flesh could confirm his humanity. Yet, his heart remained cold, lacking the warmth intrinsic to mankind. While he was well versed in the brutality that humanity seldom displays, it was only today, when he witnessed Xiao Zhu consuming yellow wheat buns, that he inexplicably felt a flicker of compassion. At that moment, a singular thought crossed his mind: to procure some delightful treats for the child, to ensure he savored a hearty meal and smiled a little brighter. This sensation was wondrous and novel. Hu Quan's actions were typically driven by whim, which explained the scene that unfolded at dusk. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Su Mu laid eyes on the pile of provisions, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Over the past 2 years, Hu Quan had accompanied him in handling numerous spirits, witnessing a myriad of joys and sorrows. This was, however, his first act of kindness. This fellow is finally exhibiting some semblance of humanity. He mused to himself, unable to suppress a grin. An unseen voice whispered to him that if Hu Quan could genuinely become a being filled with emotions, he would be one step closer to shedding the identity of a spirit fairy. The events of that evening illuminated for Su Mu that he had taken a significant stride forward. Chapter 19. The journey to the pit. After a night of cultivation, the power manifested from Granny Qiu's spirit ultimately transformed into Su Mu's own strength. As Su Mu felt his cultivation gradually progress, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Rising from his seat, he stepped out of the door and stood in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight. His gaze wandered afar, and he noticed a few individuals had unexpectedly appeared at the foot of the mountain. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of them. Lin Qianqian. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. What brings him here? Could it be that something has happened to Lin Qianqian? However, his dealings with Lin Qing had already concluded, so it was not his responsibility if Lin Qianqian were in trouble. Yet, if it were within his capacity to assist, he would indeed be willing to help. The group at the mountain's base clearly possessed some level of cultivation, as they ascended from the foot to the summit in merely a dozen breaths. Su Xiaoyu. Lin Qianqian maintained his usual elegant demeanor, greeting Su Mu with a warm smile. The group entered the small courtyard, and after a round of pleasantries, they proceeded to discuss the matter at hand. The visitors were Zhengling, the master of Wanling Villa, and his wife. When Xiaohua it turned out that their youngest daughter, Zheng Jingling, had ventured to the sinkhole with the young disciples of the villa 10 days prior. 3 days ago. When Xiaohua had a dream of her daughter while asleep at night. In the dream, her daughter was in a pitch-black place, crying incessantly, repeatedly calling out, "Mother, Linger is in so much pain. Please come and save me." For 3 consecutive nights, she had the same dream. The only change was that her daughter's figure grew increasingly blurred, and her voice dwindled to a whisper. As when Xiaohua recounted this, tears streamed down her face. Her daughter was merely 17, at the prime of her youth. If something were to happen, how could she possibly go on living? Sumu furrowed his brow and glanced at Qin Qianqian before speaking. Master Zeng. Madam Zeng, please forgive my candor. It seems that Master Qin may not have clarified my identity to you. I am a soul ferryman, that I can only ferry souls. I cannot save lives. That a person only transforms into a spirit after death. Due to a lingering attachment. Of course, the majority of individuals do not become spirits after passing. Su Mu's words were clear. He only dealt with matters concerning the deceased. Upon hearing this, when Xiaohua fell silent, her tears continuing to flow, Zheng Ling's eyes were red-rimmed as he spoke with a slight choke in his voice. Su Xiaoyu, please do not take offense. Master Qin has indeed clarified your identity to us. We kindly request you and that who Xiaoyu to accompany us to the sinkhole. Whether this endeavor succeeds or fails, we shall bestow generous rewards upon you both. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. We have our own regulations. Upon successful completion, we require a payment of 100 taels of gold. The souls we find will have half of their attachments released, returning to the cosmos. Zheng Ling appeared somewhat at a loss as he turned to Qin Qianqian. 100 taels of gold? For ordinary folk, this might be a substantial sum. However, for a force like Yunyang Villa, they typically dealt in spirit stones as compensation. Gold, in their eyes, was akin to mere gravel. Qin Qianqian let out a bitter laugh. Since it is we who seek assistance, we must naturally abide by his rules. At this moment, when Xiaohua, who had been shedding tears, cautiously raised her head and inquired, Su Xiaoyu, you mentioned that half of the souls would be returned to the cosmos. Could you please clarify what that entails? This poses a question regarding my jingling. Although when Xiaohua did not finish her sentence, Su Mu had already comprehended her intent. Madame Zong, being a practitioner herself, surely understands that after death, the spirit will return to the cosmos. That is the case. I appreciate your clarification, Su Xiaoyu. Madame Zeng nodded and then inquired, may I ask when it would be convenient for Su Xiaoyu to depart, so that we can make early preparations? You may simply call me Su Mu. I am ready to set off immediately, though I must first detour to the town to fetch someone. No sooner had the words left his mouth than they heard Hu Pengzi's voice resounding from outside the courtyard. No need to detour. Hu Yi has arrived. Everyone turned to look outside, where they saw Hu Quan entering, holding 2 bags of prepared food. Qin Laotu, you are quite the rare guest. Hu Quan greeted Qin Qianqian with a smile. Handing the items he held to Su Mu. Hu Xiaoyu, it has been a long time. Qin Qianqian replied with a smile as well. Just call me Hu Quan. Where are we headed? By the time he finished speaking, Su Mu had already secured the door and was ready to depart. Hu Quan Xiaoyu, we are heading to the Tiankong to seek someone. While speaking, Qin Qianqian introduced Madame Zeng and her husband to Hu Quan. At the foot of the mountain, several servants were leading a few horses, waiting expectantly. Upon seeing Zeng Ling and the others descend, they immediately approached. Each took their respective horse, mounting swiftly, and set off at full speed. Su Mu observed that, besides Qin Qianqian, Zeng Ling, and Wen Xianghua, there were also 3 middle-aged men accompanying them. They appeared to be from Yunyang Mountain Manor. The Tiankong is located in a hollow in the mountains west of Yunyang City. Su Mu and Hu Quan had only heard of this place before. They had never visited. The horses from Yunyang Mountain Manor were considerably swifter than those they typically rented, and what would have taken 3 hours was traversed in less than 2. In Su Mu's mind, the Tiankong should be an exceptionally vast and expansive pit. Yet, upon descending into the hollow, he discovered that the reality of the Tiankong was far removed from his imagination. In the center of the hollow, a deep hole, the size of a well, appeared before him. Su Mu leaned in to take a glance. The interior was shrouded in darkness, emanating waves of cold air. His spiritual sense probed into the hole, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, yielding no response whatsoever. The first realm of the Tiankong is relatively safe, and many practitioners of the condensation realm choose to come here for training. As Qin Qianqian spoke, he leaped down into the opening, his figure vanishing instantly. The one from Yunyang Mountain Manor, known as He San, followed closely behind. Su Mu and Hu Quan also jumped down, initially believing that such a small opening would lead to a cramped space below. They were met with a contrary reality. The moment Su Mu jumped down, he felt a rush of clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. Before his eyes lay an endless expanse of emerald green grassland. a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks, imparting a refreshing sensation. It felt akin to a cool wind blowing against him just after breaking a sweat. Jingling and the others, being of the condensation realm, should not venture into the second realm. Let us first explore the first realm. What do you think, my young friends? Zheng Ling surveyed the surrounding environment and inquired for Su Mu and Hu Quan's opinions. The two individuals naturally held no objections, and the group commenced their slow progression across the verdant meadow. After taking a few steps, Su Mu cast his gaze downward, observing that the grass merely covered the ground. Yet, when trodden upon, it felt soft and yielded, imparting an almost ethereal sensation. Initially, the group advanced with utmost caution. The gentle breeze caressed their faces, accompanied by the faint, refreshing aroma of grass and foliage, evoking the feeling of a leisurely stroll in the countryside. However, after more than half an hour of walking, the tense expressions of the group began to gradually ease. Only Hu Quan and Su Mu murmured quietly, "Mu, do you sense something amiss?" Su Mu, his face etched with gravity, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, something is very wrong. We must remain vigilant and avoid any rash actions." The companions, Qin Qianqian and Madame Zheng Ling, also harbored their own doubts. They were not inexperienced youths. They too had discerned the peculiarities of the meadow. Logically, such a soft and lush expanse of grass would indicate vibrant life. Yet, throughout their journey, they had encountered not a single insect or ant, which was decidedly abnormal. In such an extensive field, one would expect a plethora of small creatures to thrive. Yet, after half an hour, they had not spotted a single one. Furthermore, the silence enveloping the meadow was unnaturally profound, akin to a lifeless void. As they trod upon the yielding grass, inhaling the subtle fragrance of the flora, they felt an undeniable vitality, yet the boundless stillness suggested a world devoid of life. The disparity was stark. Continuing down this path, they could not fathom when it would culminate. When Xiaohua remarked casually as they walked, "Why, of all places, did we choose to come to this pit?" Zheng Ling could not help but add, "Indeed, why venture to this desolate abyss when there are far more pleasant locales?" The oppressive atmosphere of silence was suffocating, instilling a sense of irritation within him. Unexpectedly, a seemingly innocuous comment provoked Wen Xiaohua, who immediately shot back with indignation. "Are you blaming my Xiaoling? Lacking capability yourself, and yet you cast aspersions upon her?" Zheng Ling furrowed his brow at her words, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. "Humph, I knew you were afraid of death and did not wish to come. Now you regret it. But it is not too late. No one compelled you to join us." When Xiaohua, for reasons unknown, found her temper flaring, in the presence of Qin Qianqian, Su Mu, and Hu Quan, Zheng Ling felt the sting of humiliation at being admonished by his own wife. "Do not be unreasonable. Who is regretting, and who does not wish to be here?" Seeing the escalating tension, Qin Qianqian swiftly interjected as a peacemaker. "Zheng, one, let us speak less and continue onward. Perhaps Jing Ling will have news for us soon." Zheng and Wen exchanged glances, both displaying their displeasure, yet they chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the He brothers had inexplicably begun to bicker once more. "Eldest brother, it was clearly you who was inattentive while walking. Why do you blame me?" The eldest of the He brothers, a towering figure, wore a look of grievance as he spoke. "Inattentive? This is merely a grassy patch. Even with my eyes closed, I could not err." The second brother, a volatile spirit, ignited instantly. "Who are you calling inattentive? I distinctly saw you step on the third brother's foot." Heier was also incensed and began to speak on Lao San's behalf. "We have always shown you respect as the elder brother and never held grudges against you. Yet you dare to take advantage of our kindness? You have gone too far, speaking to me in such a manner." Haida, in a fit of rage, raised his hand and delivered a slap towards Heier. Caught off guard, Heier stood frozen in place, unable to evade his elder brother's strike. Chapter 20. Su Mu demonstrates authority with a resounding smack. The elder struck true, leaving himself slightly dazed that he glanced at his palm, astonished that his younger brother could not even dodge this blow. "Elder brother, you." Heisan immediately grew indignant, swinging his fist towards Heidi. In the blink of an eye, the three brothers were entangled in a fierce scuffle. The rapid unfolding of events left the bystanders utterly unprepared. Qin Qianqian was taken aback. He knew the bond between these three brothers had always been strong, although the elder had a fiery temperament. He was deeply protective of his younger siblings and would never resort to violence against them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed that Zheng Ling and Wen Xiaohua, for reasons unknown, had also begun to engage in combat. The two exchanged blows in a rough-and-tumble manner, but it seemed insufficient to satisfy their aggression to Qin Qianqian's astonishment when Xiaohua drew forth a shimmering long sword. Her inner energy surging as the sword radiated a menacing aura, aimed directly at Zheng Ling. What a venomous woman! How could you be so ruthless? Zheng Ling, now incensed, swiftly activated his spatial ring, summoning a chilling long sword into his grasp. Brother Zhengda's sister Dash and Dash Laud as Qin Qianqian beheld this chaotic scene. He was rendered speechless. Second Master Qin, their minds have been affected. Su Mu glanced at Qin Qianqian, relieved to see him unaffected and fully aware. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianqian's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly retrieved a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and took it. This was a spirit concentration pill, if he could administer it to them. Just as he prepared to hand over the porcelain vial containing the pills to Su Mu, his expression abruptly changed. Be careful. Su Mu and Hu Quan swiftly turned to look. What they beheld was Zheng Ling and his wife, who had previously been at sword's length, now simultaneously lunging towards them with their blades drawn. Meanwhile, the three He brothers, still locked in combat, also charged at Hu Quan with fists raised. Zheng Ling and his wife, one at the intermediate level of body refinement and the other at the initial level, were leagues above figures like Lin Qianqian and Sun Zhuwei. They moved with fluid grace, and a mere flourish of their swords conjured a powerful gust of wind. Their energies danced like flames at the tips of their blades as they advanced, poised to strike at Su Mu. With expert precision, it was evident that Zheng Ling and his wife were not merely pampered nobility. Their coordination was seamless as their swords whirled. The two streams of energy coalesced into serpentine forms, encircling Su Mu. Their movements were synchronized, breath, rhythm, and energy flow aligned perfectly, with only the targets differing. Zheng Ling aimed for Su Mu's upper body, while Wen Xiaohua targeted his legs. The prowess of their body refinement cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Su Mu couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. He was acutely aware that if he were ensnared by either of the two streams of energy, it would spell certain doom for him. However, in a flash, he moved, vanishing from his original position. The Zhengling couple momentarily paused in their actions, seemingly taken aback that so close in proximity, Su Mu could evade their combined strike. Nevertheless, their reactions were equally swift. The right hand holding the sword twitched slightly, causing the tip to quiver. The two streams of energy surged forward like twin serpents, accelerating fiercely, akin to arrows released from their bows. Racing towards Su Mu, a resonant hum filled the air as the two streams sliced through it, producing a disconcerting tremor. This speed was not merely thrice as fast as before, but an astonishing escalation. At that moment, Su Mu had just stabilized himself a short distance away, and before he could turn, he already sensed the palpable aura of impending death behind him. Clenching his fists, the primordial energy within him surged rapidly, transforming his entire presence in an instant. If he had previously appeared as an unremarkable, taciturn individual, now he emanated an enigmatic and eerie aura that it was as if an unseen force from the heavens had descended upon him, rendering him inexplicably majestic. Qin Qianqian, having consumed a concentration pill to steady his mind, lifted his gaze to observe the unfolding battle that in that moment. He realized that the seemingly ordinary Su Mu resembled a celestial being. Just one glance instilled within him an overwhelming impulse to prostrate in reverence. This, Qin Qianqian's heart trembled violently as a faint scent of grass and would wafted into his nostrils. He quickly focused his mind, attempting to regain his composure. However, in that brief moment of distraction, the two streams of energy from the Zhengling couple had closed the distance to less than a foot from Su Mu. The fierce energy struck Su Mu, causing his hair to billow backward and his garments to flutter audibly. Su Mu's expression remained serene, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he slowly raised his fists. They were enveloped by a thin layer of energy that flowed like a gentle stream. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his fists, colliding directly with the two oncoming streams of energy. That a muffled explosion resonated in his ears as the two streams emanating from his fists erupted violently. Indeed, they detonated, akin to two torrents of water suddenly bursting forth, droplets of energy visibly splattering everywhere. This is bad, Qin Qianqian thought, a wave of concern washing over him. Just moments ago, when Su Mu had thrown his punches, they felt soft and devoid of power. The current collision only confirmed his suspicions. Although the cultivation levels of Su Mu and Hu Quan were unknown, the The remarkable technique of spirit transference warranted a deeper alliance. The Zhengling couple were old friends from his youth, and given the long-standing business relations between the Wanling villa and the Qin family, he could not afford to let either side falter. Just as he prepared to rise and assist Su Mu, his eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit inside it. He observed that although the two streams of energy Su Mu had unleashed had shattered, they had not dissipated. It is well known that in a confrontation between two opposing forces, when their energies collide, the weaker party is inevitably scattered, vanishing from existence. One can observe that the minuscule wisps of energy, akin to droplets of water, suddenly unfurl like monstrous beasts, devouring the sword energies of the Zheng couple whole. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for Qin Qianqian's unwavering focus and acute awareness, he might have doubted his own vision. Though the Zheng couple was taken aback by this spectacle, their reactions were swift. In an instant, two figures darted forth, flanking Su Mu on either side. Their internal energies surged like a tidal wave into their swords. And in that fleeting moment, the two blades radiated a brilliant light, exuding a menacing aura. With a deft flick of their wrists, a dense web of sword energies enveloped Su Mu from above. Su Mu, however, was remarkably quick-witted. The moment he looked up, the two streams of energy that had previously encased his fists reemerged, this time evidently thicker than before. Astonishingly, he could absorb the power of the Zheng couple to augment his own strength. Unaware of Qin Qianqian's thoughts, Su Mu clenched his fists once more and unleashed two strikes against the descending sword web. Before his fists even neared the net, the surrounding water energies erupted spontaneously. Countless droplets cascaded onto the dense web of swords, which vanished into thin air, as if swallowed by the spring's first snow. Witnessing this, the Zheng couple's eyes blazed crimson with fury, their malevolence intensifying as they charged at Su Mu once more. Yet, this time, Su Mu's speed surpassed theirs. The moment their energies surged, he leapt and appeared beside Zheng Ling with a swift motion. He struck Zheng Ling's wrist, sending the sword clattering to the ground. Seizing Zheng Ling's right arm, he twisted it backward and delivered a powerful punch to his temple. With a resounding thud, Zheng Ling's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. That moment, when Xiaohua's sword arrived as well, her eyes were bloodshot, veins throbbing on her forehead. Seemingly indifferent to Zheng Ling's fate, Su Mu repeated his earlier actions, felling Wen Xiaohua with the same efficiency. This sequence of events, though lengthy in narrative, unfolded in the blink of an eye. Qin Qianqian sat nearby, transfixed, unable to move as he beheld the scene before him. That moment, Su Mu's demeanor was placid, devoid, however, regarding the events that just transpired. They all expressed that their minds were utterly blank at that moment, completely bewildered. Well, since everything is fine now, let us all move forward, Su Mu remarked, extending his hand to pull Hu Quan, who was seated on the ground. Grasping Su Mu's right hand, Hu Quan exerted a force, only to feel the ground beneath his rear suddenly give way. He exclaimed, and in an instant, his entire being vanished from sight. What happened? What is going on? The five from Zheng Ling and Qin Qianqian simultaneously turned pale. Hastening towards them, stand still, Su Mu urgently commanded the 6 individuals that he had clearly observed that the grassy ground had abruptly opened a large chasm, catching Hu Quan off guard, causing him to fall through. Chapter 21. The Pit of Heaven. First Realm. Zheng Ling, Wen Xiaohua, Qin Qianqian, and the 3 brothers from the He family stood frozen in place, hesitant to move. There was something amiss with this grassland. Everyone felt. Before Su Mu could finish his last word, they all suddenly felt their feet give way. The soft grassland silently split open, engulfing them entirely. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed. As Su Mu rose to his feet, he realized he was in a bizarre, dark expanse. Oh dear, who is pinning down Master Hu? The anguished cries of Hu Quan reached his ears, accompanied by the contrite voice of He San. I apologize. I apologize. Once we get out, I shall make amends to the young master. That as settled in, at Chunfeng Tower for a night of spring revelry, it's on you. He San perhaps intended it as mere politeness, but Hu Quan took it seriously. Nevertheless, even in the darkness, Su Mu could clearly see He San's eyes brighten instantly. Certainly. I will treat you to the largest Xianyufang in Yueling City. Xianyufang? Hu Quan repeated with a hint of confusion. Are there beautiful and fierce young ladies there? Ha. The wonders of Xianyufang are beyond words. Once we're out, the 3 of us will take you there, and you will understand. The explosive he chimed in. Su Mu internally rolled his eyes. Do you all realize you haven't escaped yet? However, he repeated the words Xianyufang in his mind several times to avoid forgetting them. Is everyone all right? For practitioners, even in the pitch-black night, where one cannot see their own hand, vision remains unaffected. Observing that everyone was getting to their feet, Su Mu inquired that we are fine. We are fine. Let us stay together and avoid dispersing. Do your best to control your breathing and refrain from inhaling anything unclean. Su Mu instructed while surveying the surroundings. Before him lay enormous, uneven boulders. These stones were peculiar, resembling varied-sized and shaped cicada pupae hanging from the cave walls. The stones were entirely dark green, as if covered by a thick layer of moss. The ground beneath his feet consisted of stones that alternated between rising and sinking, pieced together. The surface of these stones was exceptionally smooth, making them particularly slippery to walk on. The bizarre stones were not closely connected, with deep, bottomless crevices appearing intermittently between them. That a chilling wind perpetually emerged from the chasms, as if intent on infiltrating the very marrow of one's bones. The air was permeated with a faint, putrid stench. Upon inhaling, Su Mu immediately recognized it as the odor of decay. Unfazed, he proceeded in the direction from which the foul scent wafted. Hu Quan closely trailed behind him, a far cry from the previous mirth that adorned his countenance. Su Mu's pace was deliberately measured, for it seemed that an uncanny force within the cavern constrained his awareness. He could only perceive a radius of a yard around him, beyond which darkness enveloped everything. Qin Qianqian followed in Hu Quan's wake, scrutinizing their surroundings with keen interest. He had heard tales of this pit, but had never ventured here until now. Had it not been for the urgent plea from the Zeng couple, as a mere alchemist, he would have never dared to tread such perilous ground. However, the scenes unfolding within the abyss completely defied his expectations, akin to stepping into a wholly alien realm. The elemental energy here was exceedingly sparse. The environment bizarre, with jagged rocks and lurking dangers. Fortunately, the group was not composed of reckless novices. With Su Mu leading the way, they encountered no significant mishaps. As they advanced, the space grew increasingly constricted, and the group noticeably began to regulate their breathing. The air here was slightly turbid, yet laced with a peculiar, eerie fragrance. One they recognized all too well. It was the same scent they had detected earlier on the grassy meadow. After traversing for another half hour, Su Mu finally halted. Before them lay a cavern, towering at the height of 2 men, with 3 bold characters inscribed on the stone wall to the right. First Realm. Su Mu inhaled deeply once more. The stench of decay emanated from this very spot. We have reached the entrance, he declared, and as he spoke, Qin Qianqian and the others stepped forward to inspect the area. Initially believing that the place they had just passed through was the First Realm, Zeng Ling cast a glance into the pitch-black mouth of the cave before turning to Haida, advising him cautiously. Haida, this place. His words trailed off, his expression suddenly shifting, voice rising in alarm. Where is He San? Upon hearing this, the others swiftly turned to survey their surroundings. He was just behind me. He Er exclaimed, his face a mask of terror, his voice trembling. Although He San had been bringing up the rear, he had only lagged a few steps behind. Throughout their journey, not a single disturbance had caught their attention. How could a living person simply vanish without a trace? Did you sense anything amiss? Su Mu inquired, his expression growing grave. The group had not strayed far from one another. A fully alive He San, if truly ambushed, would certainly have made some sound. He Er shook his head, near to tears. I truly noticed nothing. Very well, let us proceed inside. Regardless of what has taken He San, he will inevitably be drawn into the cave. Su Mu resolved, turning towards the ominous entrance. Though the light within the cave was dim, it was somewhat superior to that outside. The entire cavern, akin to the exterior, was littered with uneven boulders and smooth green moss. However, the air within the passage was noticeably more humid, with glistening droplets of water visibly clinging to the stones on either side of the walls. The green moss upon the stones, adorned with glistening droplets of water, possesses a vibrancy that is further enhanced by their reflection. Thus, the illumination within the cave surpasses that of the outside world. However, the chilling winds that sweep through are even more ferocious than those outside. Were it not for the cultivation of a few individuals, they might have been rendered immobile by the cold by now. After traversing for the better part of an hour, the oppressive winds began to lessen, and a glimmer of white light appeared ahead. We must have entered, Qin Qianqian remarked with a hint of relief in his voice. After all, lingering in such a confined space for an extended period can be quite uncomfortable. Upon entering, the tension on Zheng Ling's face eased somewhat. However, just as he began to speak, his eyes widened in alarm, and his expression turned to one of terror. Hey has also vanished. It was then that the group recognized that Hey who had been tasked with bringing up the rear, had mysteriously disappeared without a sound. When Xiaohua's complexion turned ashen, her face contorted with fear as she scanned her surroundings. Her body involuntarily trembling as she instinctively drew closer to Zheng Ling, Su Mu glanced at the cavern walls on either side. Aside from the lush green moss, there was nothing else in sight. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Zheng Ling. Should we continue forward? Their purpose for this expedition was to locate Xing Jingling, yet they had lost 2 individuals without finding her. He could not guarantee that further searching would not lead to the loss of more companions. Zheng Ling's expression was equally grim. The verdant glow reflecting off the cave walls cast a menacing shadow upon his face. This matter was initiated for the sake of inviting the 2 young friends to assist us. We shall defer to your arrangements. Regardless of the outcome, we shall not place blame upon you. Su Mu pondered for a moment. If that is the case, you all should wait here while the Fat One and I retrace our steps. Previously, he had mentioned that He Sin would be taken to the First Realm. Now, it seemed they were indeed within the First Realm, and the walls on either side were undoubtedly suspect. He and He Sin might well be concealed somewhere within these walls. Very well. Young friends, exercise caution. Zheng Ling silently exhaled a sigh of relief. If Su Mu were to continue onward, Haida would undoubtedly be unsettled. Yet, he understood that they had not perceived any anomalies regarding the recent disappearances of He San and He. If they were to halt their progress and search in place, it was likely that they would lose even more individuals. Su Mu cast a glance at Hu Quan, who promptly followed him as they moved outward. The 2 conversed as they walked. Fat One, have you noticed anything amiss? Su Mu inquired, knowing that Hu Quan, having cultivated from a boulder into a human, possessed unparalleled familiarity with this rocky terrain. Most of the stones on either side were hollow, providing homes for various entities. As Hu Quan walked, he gestured toward the hollow stones. Indeed, Su Mu nodded, and with Hu Quan's keen perception, they quickly arrived at the spot where He San had been captured. Hu Quan pointed to a protruding boulder on the right wall. He is inside here. He should still be alive. As he spoke, Hu Quan raised his right hand, his internal energy surging, and his fist was enveloped in a layer of ghostly white stone dust. Of course, this dust was merely a guise. Throughout the Eastern Sacred Continent, it is a common occurrence for animals to awaken their intelligence and engage in self-cultivation. Even certain plants, after enduring the passage of time, can also develop consciousness and begin their own cultivation. However, it is exceedingly rare for inanimate objects, such as stubborn stones, to gain sentience. The reason Hu Quan remained so cautious, refraining from revealing himself in front of outsiders, is precisely to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Even now, with only himself and Su Mu present, he resorts to using stone powder to conceal his true identity. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the massive rock. The layer of green moss on the surface of the stone burst apart and fell to the ground. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded before Su Mu's eyes as the green moss landed. It began to writhe and squirm. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these writhing masses of moss were actually composed of tiny insects, each no larger than a pinhead, though minuscule in size. They moved with remarkable agility. In the blink of an eye, they all climbed onto the nearby stone surfaces, reassembling into a vibrant carpet of green moss. What on earth are these creatures? Su Mu surveyed the densely packed green moss on the surface of the giant stone. A chill running down his spine. They consume humans? Hu Quan, however, remained fixated on the shattered stone. These are called green tickworms. As long as you do not bleed, they will not bother you. Something is emerging from within. Upon hearing this, Su Mu immediately lifted his gaze. Chapter 22. The ghost-faced spider before him, from the fractured stone, emerged a leg adorned with spiny, barbed hairs. A leg, at this moment. The appendage was cautiously inching out from the crack in the rock. Hu Quan gestured for Su Mu to step back slightly. In a short while, another similarly dark green leg appeared. This. A spider? Su Mu fixated on the 2 dark green legs, suddenly grasping the reality of the situation. Yet the head is conspicuously large. Su Mu couldn't help but lament inwardly. It appeared to be on par with the spider spirits depicted in the television dramas back home. These thoughts flitted through his mind, and soon the 8 legs of the enormous spider were fully revealed. At this moment, The 8 legs stood upright, akin to the ribs of a closed umbrella. With a thunderous explosion, the massive stone shattered, and a body comparable in size to a grinding stone slowly materialized before Su Mu. Subsequently, the 8 slender, dark green legs spread out like the ribs of an opened umbrella. Su Mu involuntarily looked up and was struck with a gasp of terror. This spider towered over him, more than 3 times his height, its head nearly brushing against the cave's ceiling. Even more bizarrely, its body bore a ghostly visage to be precise. The spider's head was adorned with a skull-like pattern, resembling a tattoo. Within its hollow eye sockets, dark green flames flickered incessantly. Thin strands of pale green silk emanated from its abdomen, tightly ensnaring a figure. As Su Mu focused intently, he realized it was none other than At that moment. Air resembled a moth ensnared in a cocoon, his life hanging in the balance. Is this the ghost-faced spider? Upon witnessing the full form of the colossal arachnid, Huquan couldn't help but furrow his brow. This creature is not to be trifled with. The ghost-faced spider, eager for a feast, had sensed human presence even before emerging from its lair, only to find its home invaded. As he emerged, he was met by the sight of 2 humans standing before him. Beep! The skull-like mouth of the ghost-faced spider emitted a piercing sound, and it promptly raised its 2 forelegs, aiming to stomp directly on Su Mu and Huquan. This series of actions, though it may seem lengthy in description, transpired in mere moments, despite its considerable size. The ghost-faced spider moved with astonishing speed. Its 2 dark green legs descended like scythes, poised to strike it. Su Mu's pupils constricted as his mind raced, contemplating his next move. During this interval, the dark green leg loomed larger in his vision. He could even discern each barbed hair upon it with striking clarity. Given the confined space of the tunnel, Su Mu opted not to retreat, but instead took a step forward. Clang! The spider's leg struck the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound. Clang, clang, clang. Before Su Mu could regain his balance, several more crisp collisions echoed in his ears. As the spider legs swung, they whipped up a fierce gust of wind. Wisps of dark green mist spewed from the spider's mandibles, swirling towards their mouths and noses. However, judging by the current circumstances, the toxic mist that had proven effective against others clearly held no sway over these 2. At this moment, Su Mu was as agile as a nimble monkey, leaping and darting, employing every trick in his repertoire to evade the 3 scythe-like spider legs. His timely escapes were primarily due to his position beneath the abdomen of the ghost-faced spider. Otherwise, Huquan would serve as a cautionary example. The 3 spider legs, akin to scythes, relentlessly swung toward Huquan. The speed of the spider legs was so swift that without the use of spiritual awareness, one could hardly perceive their trajectory. In just a few breaths, Huquan found himself rolling and crawling on the ground, utterly bereft of the imposing presence he usually commanded. More critically, the slender spider legs had already pierced his shoulder, abdomen, and even more vital areas multiple times. Clang, clang, clang. Aside from the series of melodious impacts that were relatively pleasing to Su Mu's ears, all that remained were the sparks flying from the collisions. In this fleeting moment of distraction, 3 spider legs descended. 2 blocked his path of retreat, while another landed squarely on Su Mu's shoulder. With a dull thud, Su Mu felt his body sway uncontrollably, a piercing pain surging through him. Before he cooed with a fierce roar, Huquan's entire body gleamed with a pearlescent radiance. His 10 stone blades emitted dazzling white light as he fiercely swung them toward the 4 spider legs. A thunderous clash echoed, causing the entire tunnel to tremble violently. Massive cracks began to form in the boulders on either side and on the ground, accompanied by howling gusts of chilling wind. Huquan's body was flung backward like a ragged sack, crashing to the ground with a muffled thud. Upon landing, the earth reverberated once more. Inspecting Huquan, one could see that both of his stone blades had shattered, releasing a translucent, luminescent liquid akin to calcite. His body quivered incessantly, and his arms trembled as if sifting through floured in the midst of the faint green spider silk. Su Mu, struggling desperately, seemed to sense something amiss. He quickly shouted, "Fatty, don't act rashly. I'm not dead yet." Huquan abruptly lifted his gaze towards the abdomen of the ghost-faced spider, where a shadowy figure was thrashing within the pale green cocoon. His taut body gradually relaxed. Taking a deep breath, the surrounding boulders began to tremble at a barely perceptible frequency. Streams of ethereal energy, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by the mind, emerged from the stones, flooding into Huquan's being. In just a few breaths, the 10 shattered stone blades grew anew in his hands. His body ceased to shake, and he leaned against the cave wall. Slowly rising to a dull thud reverberated through the air, as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground. Su Mu's peripheral vision swept over, revealing that the cocoon encasing He-Er had plummeted to the earth. Raising his gaze once more, he beheld the ghost-faced spider, its soft abdomen now marred by a gaping wound the length of a forearm. Thick streams of dark green liquid cascaded downwards, splattering onto the ground. Beep, beep. The spider's colossal mandibles continued to emit sounds, though they resonated with a distinct frailty. Half of the cocoon still clung to Su Mu, tethered to the spider's abdomen. He extricated himself from the viscous green liquid. Landing on the ground that moment, he appeared entirely covered in a slimy green sheen. As if he had just emerged from a crematorium, Huquan stood nearby, observing him with a smile, his complexion somewhat pale, yet seemingly unscathed otherwise. Nodding, Huquan swiftly tore apart the light green cocoon and extracted He-Er. Meanwhile, Su Mu settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, commencing his healing. The inner energy gradually coursed throughout his body, visibly mending his injuries at an astonishing pace. Once Huquan had sliced open the spider's abdomen and retrieved a fist-sized emerald orb, he placed it beneath the nose of the still pale He-Er, who sniffed it for a moment. By the time He-Er slowly opened his eyes, Su Mu had regained a semblance of humanity. Am I still alive? Though He-Er had awakened, he remained feeble. Merely uttering those few words seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. Daily, he shamelessly implored for support. Dear gentlemen, charming youths, lovely sisters, do not forget to bookmark this journey. Chapter 23, The Green Tick. You were fortunate. You still draw breath. Su Mu patted He-Er's shoulder, surmising that He-Er's weakness had led to his swift subjugation by the ghost-faced spider. The creature likely sensed no threat from him, thus sparing his life for a taste of novelty. Had he been stronger and offered even a slight struggle, his fate would have mirrored Su Mu's recent ordeal. He-Er retrieved a pill from the storage pouch at his waist and swallowed it, restoring his vitality. Seizing this opportunity, Huquan meticulously rummaged through the treasures adorning the ghost-faced spider. Apart from the spider's inner core, the emerald orb, he also extracted considerable amounts of light green silk from within the spider's abdomen, along with dark green venom and bone orbs from its 8 legs. These bone orbs were exceedingly rare. When carried, they could provide immunity to all poisons. Naturally, grinding them into powder and combining them with various herbs for pill concoction would yield even greater effects. Additionally, the bone orbs possessed the ability to mend tendons and bones, making them highly prized by alchemists, with each orb capable of fetching an exorbitant price. After approximately an hour of diligent effort, the trio finally proceeded deeper into the cavern. The Zhongling couple, Lin Qianqian and Haida, had long been anxiously awaiting their return at the original location. They had clearly heard the thunderous commotion echoing within the tunnel. In fact, several massive stones in their vicinity had been fractured by the disturbance. They stood back to back, forming a circular formation to ensure that if one were to be taken, the remaining 3 could spring into action to rescue them in an instant. Subsequently, He-Er recounted the events involving the ghost-faced spider once more, though he made no mention of the bone orbs or the spider's inner core. Certainly, he did not harbor any distrust towards the 4 individuals present. However, each person possesses a select few whom they can genuinely rely on, and should a fissure appear in his domain, it could potentially bring inexhaustible misfortune to Su Mu and Huquan in the future. This principle was not lost on him. Haida expressed his profound gratitude towards Su Mu and Huquan, nearly dropping to his knees in reverence. Moreover, before the trio of Qin Qianqian and the Zheng couple, he proclaimed with grandiloquence, henceforth, all expenditures incurred by young Master Su and Master Hu at Xianyufang shall be charged to his account. Although He-Er's countenance was ghastly pale, he too boldly asserted that he would contribute his share for the 2. The witnesses, Qin Qianqian and the Zheng couple, wore expressions of dismay. The group followed the luminous path for less than half an hour before finally emerging from the lengthy tunnel. What greeted their eyes was a stunningly vibrant little valley, entirely blanketed by a layer of stark, white bones. Among these bones were human remains alongside those of various beasts, dating back several decades at the very least. The valley was adorned with an array of colorful flowers that surged forth from the crevices of the assorted bones. A mere 10 paces away, several corpses lay haphazardly strewn about. Upon spotting a moon-yellow gown among the bodies, when Xiaohua was overwhelmed with tears, Xiao Ling, it is my Xiao Ling, she cried out, immediately darting towards the corpses. Xing Ling, unable to contain his emotions, quickly approached her. Stop them, Su Mu exclaimed, grabbing Xing Ling's arm in an instant. Hu Quan and Su Mu shared a tacit understanding. As soon as Su Mu's lips moved, Hu Quan instinctively knew what his companion intended to convey. He seized Wen Xiaohua's arm, pulling her back just as she stumbled a few steps. That moment, Qin Qianqian and the He brothers also regained their composure and spoke in unison. Xinggu, sister-in-law, please remain calm. Master, madam, do not act impulsively. Do you not see the valley strewn with bones? Could they possibly have been scattered by a tempest? My Xiao Ling, she wore this moon-sleeved daffodil gown when she left home. When Xiaohua completely disregarded Hu Quan's rudeness, steadied herself, and took a few steps forward, though she managed to regain her composure, she reached out toward the corpses, seemingly attempting to grasp her daughter, now reduced to a putrid carcass. It was them. It was them. Xing Ling's gaze fixed upon the corpses, his fists clenched tightly, blue veins bulging on the backs of his hands. Tears glimmered in his fierce eyes. Among those youthful bodies lay not only his daughter, but also the disciples he had raised since childhood. Emotionally, they were no different from his own flesh and blood. He San. Meanwhile, He Da and He Er's attention shifted elsewhere. There lay an entrance obscured by flowers, which would have gone unnoticed had it not been for a black strip of cloth protruding from it. Identical to the garments worn by He Da and He Er, the individual was already deceased. Hu Quan cast a fleeting glance before solemnly stating, in truth, at such close proximity, even if He Da and He Er possess only the cultivation of the condensation realm, they would have sensed He San's presence immediately had he still been alive. At this moment, Su Mu's attention was captivated by a concealed entrance nestled at the heart of the valley. While others remained oblivious and unable to perceive it, he could distinctly sense and see the spirits contained within. The opening was modest in size, yet it harbored no fewer than 20 spirits. With unwavering focus, he directed his gaze towards the entrance and slowly lifted his right hand. His peculiar behavior drew the attention of those around him, who fell silent and fixated their eyes upon him. More precisely, upon his outstretched hand, a faint glimmer of white light began to drift from the entrance, gravitating towards Su Mu's hand. In total, there were 25 spirits. These entities appeared exceedingly frail, yet their obsessions were remarkably tenacious. A curious contradiction. Logically, one would expect that the stronger the obsession, the more formidable the spirit. Su Mu furrowed his brow, cautiously extending a wisp of his consciousness to investigate. Due to his innate purity, these spirits did not reject him. Rather, they accelerated their approach. However, Su Mu's expression revealed no trace of ease. Instead, it grew increasingly grave. Something was amiss with these spirits. The others held their breath, refraining from making a sound. Their attention riveted on Su Mu's right hand. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A chilling, bone-chilling wind suddenly swept through the valley, violently swirling towards the drifting spirits. Su Mu reacted with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a torrent of fierce soul energy from his consciousness, enveloping the 25 spirits and drawing them directly into his mind. Hu Quan's response was equally swift. Almost instantaneously, he swung his fist with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the two forces collided, producing a dull echo. Move quickly, Su Mu shouted, pivoting to flee. The 5 from Xing Ling, witnessing this abrupt change, dared not linger and hurriedly turned to escape. However, the weakest among them, He Da and He Er, stumbled in their haste. At that very moment, they were struck by a blood-soaked corpse. The vivid crimson blood stained their backs, emitting a pungent scent that wafted through the air. Su Mu's countenance darkened to an extreme. The walls of the cave were infested with large swathes of green ticks. As the robust man had mentioned earlier, as long as there was no blood, they would not pose a threat. It now appeared that whatever lurked in the valley was aware of this as well, hence the discarded bloody corpse. What are you doing? Though the two brothers had seen much in their time, they had never encountered such a situation. They instinctively crossed their arms protectively, their gazes towards Hu Quan shifting dramatically. He Er pondered whether this fellow had ventured to Xianya Fong with the intent of locating his brother, while He Da questioned whether he had indeed saved his younger sibling's life or merely placed himself in peril. Infuriated, Hu Quan erupted, "If you want to live, strip off your clothes immediately." Su Mu also urged, "Quick, check yourselves for any bloodstains." Just then, a spine-chilling sound of scraping filled the air. "Old Qin, the green ticks are coming in. Think of something." Sumu shouted towards Qin Er, kicking the half-dismembered corpse that had struck Haida and Hei Er into the center of the valley. From the clothing of this severed body, it was evident that it belonged to the first missing IND at this very moment. A vast swarm of green ticks surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Their vibrant green bodies, densely packed, evoked an involuntary shiver in the hearts of those few present. The pungent scent of blood tantalized the sensitive olfactory receptors of the green ticks, inciting them to rush fervently towards the brothers Haida and Hei Er without a moment's hesitation. In stark contrast, not a single tick ventured towards the half-dismembered corpse of Hei San, which had been kicked into the valley. Sumu glanced towards the small gorge, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Upon sighting the multitude of ticks, Haida and Hei Er turned pale as a sheet, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. With their legs giving way beneath them, they fell to the ground with a thud. Scrambling backward in terror, Hei Er even soiled himself, his lips quivering uncontrollably as he stammered, "Be brother." Lin Qianqian flicked his wrist, releasing a pungent white powder that enveloped the three men. Cough, cough, cough. Huquan was immediately choked, coughing violently as tears and mucus streamed down his face. Haida and Hei Er fared little better, each coughing incessantly, their faces awash with tears. The sheer number of green ticks rendered the efficacy of the powder perilously fleeting. Lin Qianqian shouted, retreating further back, perilously close to the edge of the valley. Even he, accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself unnerved by the verdant sea before him, his voice trembling with palpable fear. "Stay calm." Sumu grasped him firmly, directing his gaze towards Huquan. "Fatty, release the poison." Upon hearing this, Huquan swiftly shook his wrist, dispersing the dark green venom he had collected from within the body of the ghost-faced spider in a circular pattern, encircling himself along with Haida and Hei Er. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the tide of green ticks made contact with the dark green venom, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed forth, their bodies disintegrating into a pool of green liquid at an astonishingly visible rate. What was even more disconcerting was that wherever the green liquid flowed, the once numerous green ticks once again emitted white smoke, dissolving into the liquid. This demonstrated the formidable potency of the venom from the ghost-faced spider. However, the effectiveness of the green liquid had evidently diminished somewhat. Observing that they could not breach this barrier, the new waves of ticks surged relentlessly towards Sumu, Lin Qianqian, and the couple, Zhongling. Fire. The green ticks fear fire and light. Lin Qianqian, a distinguished alchemist from the Qin family, was well versed in the lore surrounding the green ticks. Regaining his composure, he recalled all the documented information in the meantime. He retrieved over a dozen silver beads, each the size of a fingertip, from his spatial ring, tossing them towards the green ticks. These silver beads were trinkets he had crafted during his leisure. Known as liquid silver celestial fire pearls, originally intended for disposing of waste medicinal residues, but now proving invaluable in this dire situation. Boom, boom. The silver beads erupted amongst the green ticks, igniting a conflagration of flames. The once frenzied swarm that had surged towards them was instantly reduced to wisps of green smoke upon encountering the fire. The remaining ticks, witnessing this spectacle, promptly reversed their course, dispersing like a receding tide. "Come quickly," Sumu shouted urgently to Huquan, Haida, and Hei Er. At that moment, the effectiveness of the dark green venom surrounding the trio was evidently waning. The green ticks are truly overwhelming. Although the venom of the ghost-faced spider is exceedingly toxic, its numbers are, after all, limited. The white powder that Lin Qianqian scattered over the three individuals has lost some of its initial pungency. The circle beneath their feet has already been breached in several places by the green ticks. Get away, roll away. The feeble Hei Er is the first to suffer, as a patch of green ticks, the size of his hand, has crawled onto his instep without him noticing that he stomps his feet incessantly, channeling his internal energy outward in a continuous tremor, hoping to dislodge the pests. Yet, his countenance is a mask of agony. His face deathly pale, and the muscles of his cheeks tremble violently, clearly a manifestation of overwhelming fear. Haida and Huquan merely cast a fleeting glance at him, but immediately, green ticks begin to ascend their bodies. Get away, roll away. Haida's misfortune is even greater, as a multitude of green ticks burrow directly up his pant, legged, in an instant. Haida feels as though 1,000 venomous needles are simultaneously piercing his leg. It's just like the torment of Lady Rome. The 7-foot-tall man is brought to tears, unable to suppress his cries of pain. Only Huquan, despite being similarly covered in a dense swarm of green ticks, appears to feel no discomfort whatsoever. Old Qin, toss a few beads my way, Huquan bellows at Lin Qianqian, who instantly comprehends his intent. With a flick of his wrist, 5 or 6 silver beads explode around them. 2 of them land directly on Heida and Heier, transforming the pair into fiery figures. They leap up immediately. Come quickly. Zheng Ling shouts urgently to the 2 fire-wreathed men, who hastily make their way over with hurried strides. Fatty, how are you? Su Mu inquires with a grave expression, glancing at the solitary figure of Fatty on the opposite side. Under normal circumstances, he would have been unconcerned. However, having witnessed Fatty sustain injuries during his battle with the ghost-faced spider, he is acutely aware that the wounds are likely severe. Even if Fatty has not voiced his pain that "I'm fine, you all go ahead." Before Huquan can finish his sentence, a sudden flash of purple flame erupts from the center of the small valley, crashing violently towards Lin Qianqian. Watch out, Su Mu shouts, stepping forward to shield Lin Qianqian, while simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch. A dull thud resonates in the air. The group perceives a fleeting blur before their eyes. A purple shadow vanishes in an instant. What was that? They exclaim in unison, their gazes drawn to a small creature that has appeared not far away in the valley. This creature is entirely purple, its fur soft and lustrous when it lies quietly. It resembles a cluster of purple flames. Upon closer inspection, it possesses 6 ears, 3 tails, red eyes, and a triangular mouth. At this moment, its small eyes are squinting, observing them intently. This, the illusory spirit purple flame rabbit? Lin Qianqian scrutinizes the unusual rabbit in the valley, pondering for a moment before slowly articulating its name. The illusory spirit purple flame rabbit? Zheng Ling echoes the name, yet it still feels foreign to him. This is not good. Lin Qianqian suddenly pales, grabbing Su Mu's right hand to inspect it. 3 slender claw marks mar Su Mu's knuckles, deep and oozing fresh blood. Clearly, had Su Mu not reacted swiftly to shield Lin Qianqian from the illusory spirit purple flame rabbit, the outcome might have been dire. At this moment, the 3 claw marks should manifest upon Lin Qianqian. Thus, he became the first target. The green ticks, previously retreating in fear of the flames, were provoked by the scent of blood and descended into a frenzy once more. Swish, 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 swish. A multitude of green ticks surged towards Su Mu like waves crashing upon the shore. Within Su Mu, the vital energy surged, enveloping him in a transparent protective barrier. The others quickly reacted, channeling their own vital energies to form protective shields in front of them. However, Ida and Heier, being merely at the peak of the condensation realm, were unable to project their vital energies outward. Consequently, Zhang Ling and Wen Xiaohua, the couple, each took responsibility for one of them. These green ticks were exceedingly formidable, climbing relentlessly up the protective barriers formed by their vital energies. In the blink of an eye, the shields in front of the group transformed into a cocoon of green. Although small in size, the ticks possessed a pair of sharp fangs. As soon as they reached the surface of the protective barrier, they opened their mouths wide and began gnawing incessantly. Crack, crack, within moments. The shield formed by vital energy was riddled with pockmarks. Alarms surged within their hearts. They continuously channeled their vital energies to reinforce the barrier. I will lead the way. Everyone follow me. Lin Qianqian declared, flicking his wrist as several silver beads detonated once more. The vast expanse of green ticks retreated like a tide. That instant, the illusory spirit purple flame rabbit, which had remained silent in the valley, suddenly leaped into action. A purple shadow darted across, and when Xiaohua felt as though a small mountain had collided violently with her back. Stumbling, she crashed into Heier beside her, both toppling backward. Caught off guard, when Xiaohua's flow of vital energy was disrupted, causing the protective barrier before her to shatter with a resounding crash. In the next moment, a swarm of green ticks descended upon the two. 2 piercing screams echoed, but they quickly faded. The dense mass of ticks forced their way into the bodies of the two through every possible orifice. Mouths, noses, eyes, any pore available to Xiao, Air. Zheng Ling and He Da's faces paled in unison as they yelled, ready to rush forward. Yet, before they could take a single step, the illusory spirit purple flame rabbit reappeared. This Lin Qianqian once more forged a path with silver beads, while Su Mu and Huquan brought up the rear, their eyes fixed intently on the illusory purple flame rabbit. A torrent of ferocious soul energy surged forth from the sea of consciousness, and the two newly formed spirits were swiftly drawn into the depths of his mind. Gurgle, gurgle. The illusory purple flame rabbit emitted another furious cry, but, held back by Huquan's fist, ultimately chose to remain motionless, this time, shielded by a protective barrier and aided by the heavenly silver flowing fire spider. The five of them quickly exited the first realm. After emerging from the chasm, they mounted their swift steeds and made their way directly to Yunyang Manor. The elderly steward of Yunyang Manor had been waiting at the entrance for the better part of the day. As dusk fell and he spotted several riders returning, a faint smile finally graced his face. However, this smile soon vanished. Within the inner hall, Zheng Ling, Heida, and Qin Qianqian all fixed their gazes upon Su Mu. Awaiting his words, Su Mu, not one for unnecessary verbosity, extended his right hand, and a beam of white light flickered at his fingertips. The luminous point floated and swirled before coalescing into the likeness of Wen Xiaohua. Xiaohua, madam. The emotions of Zhang Ling and Heida, which had only just stabilized, once again welled up in their eyes. Alas, Wen Xiaohua appeared exceedingly frail, and as she gazed at Zhang Ling, she offered a radiant smile before dissipating into a wisp of white light. Xiaohua, Zhang Ling sprang to his feet, approaching Su Mu with urgency. Young Master Su, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, she. Please, Master Zhang, remain calm, Su Mu interjected, gesturing for Zhang Ling to take a seat before he slowly began to speak. I previously mentioned that the likelihood of an ordinary person transforming into a spirit after death is exceedingly slim. Were it not for the illusory purple flame rabbit, she would have had no chance to become a spirit, and the same holds true for Miss Xing and the others. What does that mean? Zheng Ling's eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianqian lowered his head in contemplation, and a sudden glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. I understand now. Ancient texts once recorded that the breath of the illusory purple flame rabbit is unlike that of ordinary beings. It can cultivate spirits and absorb them. I am truly losing my mind. Chapter 25. Unfamiliar with love and poetry, yet fond of the tangible in the past, whenever I encountered the phrase can cultivate spirits, can absorb spirits, I found it utterly baffling. After this experience, I have come to comprehend that what I once believed to be spirits were merely entities imbued with a form of sentience. It now appears that spirits are, in fact, the essence that coalesces after a person's demise. Su Mu nodded. The breath of the illusory purple flame rabbit emits a fragrance reminiscent of verdant flora. This aroma can ensnare the senses of humans, leading them under its control to its territory, where they meet their end. Upon death, the divine essence that should dissipate into the cosmos is instead drawn together by this fragrance. Coalescing into a spirit, the illusory purple flame rabbit cultivates its power by devouring these spirits. Once it has consumed a significant portion of a spirit's power, it will pause and use its own essence to nurture the spirits until they grow strong enough to be drained once more. This cycle continues, allowing a single spirit to sustain an illusory purple flame rabbit's cultivation for approximately half a year, until the last vestiges of divine essence are fully extracted. After elucidating this, Su Mu proceeded to release the spirits of He San, Xing Jingling, and the disciples of Yunyang Manor one by one. However, they were all exceedingly frail, with some even having indistinct features. Upon exiting the Yunyang Mountain Villa, Su Mu, Huquan, and Qin Qianqian walked side by side along the street. This expedition into the sinkhole was initially intended to search for Xing Jingling, but unexpectedly, it resulted in 3 more individuals being drawn in. Old Qin, you are a good man. I shall present you with a treasure, Huquan said with a carefree laugh, draping his arm around Qin Qianqian's shoulder and producing a small cloth bag from his bosom to hand to him. Haha, I am truly grateful, Hugu, Qin Qianqian replied with a teasing tone, promptly opening the small cloth bag. In the next moment, he gasped sharply, his entire being momentarily frozen in astonishment. This this not. Qin Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. His lips trembling to the point where he could not articulate a complete sentence, he stared at Huquan, incredulity plastered across his face, and could not help but glance down at the small bag in his hand. Are these not merely 2 bone beads? Is it truly necessary to be this excited? Although Huquan wore a look of feigned indifference, his expression was one of smugness that suggested if he had a tail, it would be wagging triumphantly in the air. This item is exceedingly precious, Qin Qianqian stammered, suddenly feeling as if the small bag in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. Any alchemist would be well aware of the immense value of bone beads. To put it bluntly, even the 2 bone beads in his possession could easily purchase 10 Qin families. Not precious? If it were not for your assistance, we would not have emerged from the sinkhole. Su Mu interjected with a smile. Indeed, we also have matters to discuss. Upon hearing that the 2 had requests, Qin Qianqian's racing heart finally began to calm. He hurriedly spoke. Su Xiaoyu, you need not be so modest. Please, speak freely. When Fatty and I were dealing with that ghost-faced spider on the cave wall, Fatty sustained grave injuries. His cultivation method is peculiar. After being wounded, he can only heal using the natural spiritual liquid that coalesces within the world. For instance, the 1,000-year stalactite, innate cloud holy water, and the dew from the 9 Huashan clear pool, among others. Su Xiaoyu, the latter 2 are merely legendary items, virtually priceless across the entire Dongxing continent. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Qianqian slowly continued. However, the 1,000-year stalactite, while rare, is not entirely beyond my reach. I can procure some. The only question is, how much do you require? The more, the better. Of course, we will not spare a single yuan stone. Hu Quan replied. Having previously sustained an injury that required an entire vat of 1,000-year stalactite for healing, both he and Su Mu found themselves utterly destitute afterward, unable to muster even a single coin. In fact, Hu Quan could not even afford to engage in deeper discussions with the ladies at Chunfeng Tower. Su Mu, vigilant day and night, spent 2 full months safeguarding his reputation. Subsequently, Hu Quan resided at Chunfeng Tower for 3 consecutive days and nights. According to Mama Lu, during this time, Hu Gu did not rest at all, leaving the young ladies in the establishment utterly exhausted. Ultimately, when all else failed, Mama Lu, having freshly bathed and fragrant, attempted to offer herself as a pillow companion. Hu Gu finally relented. Upon reflecting on this matter, Hu Quan could not help but feel a wave of trepidation within his heart. Fortunately, he had relented. Had it not been for that, should Lu Mama have succeeded, it is likely that he would carry shadows in his heart during future interactions with the young ladies. After that incident, Hu Quan's understanding was enriched by 2 words: contingency. Regardless of the circumstances, he would always set aside a small sum of money to prevent a recurrence of the previous situation. Ahem, I digress a bit. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Qin Qianqian immediately waved his hand. Su Xiaoyu, a modest sum of yuan stones shall be covered by me, Qin Qianqian. Otherwise, I shall not find peace this night. Qin Qianqian was a clever man, and he understood the situation at that moment. Moreover, had it not been for the rescue of He Er, Hu Quan would likely not have been injured. He was acutely aware that if these 2 were to present a bone orb at the auction house, it would not matter if it were a 1,000-year-old stalactite or even a 10,000-year-old one. It could be sold by the barrel. Su Mu's request for him to assist in gathering the stalactites was merely to assure him regarding the bone orbs. Qin Qianqian recognized that he could not refuse these 2 bone orbs, nor could his family. That he decided against pretense and directly accepted the items that in the future, should there be any matters between the 2. He and the entire Qin family would be more than willing to offer their wholehearted assistance in this vast world. To have even one place of solace is indeed a stroke of fortune. The 2 did not immediately tend to their injuries, but rather sat at the stone table in the courtyard, sipping wine. Mu, do you think Zheng Ling will regret going to the sinkhole? The fiery liquor coursed down Hu Quan's throat, and he felt a slight warmth seep into his previously cold body. If he were to regret it, why would he have gone? Su Mu glanced at him, downed a shot of strong liquor, and gazed up at the moon in the sky. They say, 1,000 miles share the same moonlight. I wonder if the moon here is the same as that of my hometown? Had he known that when Xiaohua and He Er would meet their demise, he certainly would not have ventured forth. Hu Quan followed Su Mu's gaze, but could not comprehend what was so captivating about the moon. Though there may be millions, I shall proceed, Su Mu softly uttered. What does that mean? Hu Quan asked, somewhat bewildered. Even if millions stand against me, I shall steadfastly uphold my true heart and advance courageously. Su Mu smiled and turned to Hu Quan. If one day you find yourself in dire straits, even if I know for certain it leads to death, I will undoubtedly come to your rescue. Upon hearing this, Hu Quan's heart trembled, and a gentle warmth seemed to rise within him. So, Zheng Ling and Wen Xiaohua, even knowing the dangers of the sinkhole, still insisted on searching for their daughter? At this moment, within his consciousness, there were 25 spirits. Their obsessions had entirely dissipated, leaving only pure power. Currently, this energy was rampaging within him. If he did not cultivate, he feared he might explode. Su Mu's cultivation was unlike that of ordinary individuals. While typical cultivators channel their elemental energy through their meridians during practice, ultimately converging it into their dantian, Su Mu's power resided in every inch of his flesh, blood, sinews, and bones. In simple terms, his body functioned essentially as a dantian. Therefore, he lacked a clear understanding of his cultivation level. It is known that when he engages in combat with his adversaries, the power within him can be unleashed, allowing him to absorb the strength of his foes for his own benefit. However, in comparison to the ethereal force he wields, the power devoured from his enemies is but a mere fraction. Thus far, he has yet to encounter an opponent whose strength he could not consume or one that left him satiated. It took him over half a month to fully digest the essence of 25 spirits. During this time, Lin Qianqian visited 3 times, each occasion accompanied by a substantial offering of stalactites. Those aged millennia, centuries, and even decades, anything he could procure. Yet, what astonished him was that after each delivery of these stalactites, Huquan would tilt his head back and consume them all in one go. Upon finishing the millennia-aged stalactite, a faint wisp of white mist would emanate from atop his head. After the century-aged one, his cheeks would take on a slight flush, and the decade-aged stalactite elicited no discernible reaction from his body whatsoever. It is worth noting that for an ordinary cultivator, even a sip of a millennia-aged stalactite would require a month to digest. However, after witnessing this spectacle 2 or 3 times, Lin Qianqian had grown accustomed to it. By the time Su Mu emerged from his quarters, Huquan was nearly fully recovered. That evening, Lin Qianqian hosted a gathering, inviting the two to unwind at Xinya Pavilion, seated in the spacious and comfortable carriage of the Qin family. They arrived at the grand entrance of Xinya Pavilion in less than 2 hours. Huquan stood at the entrance, gazing at the opulent edifice before him, suddenly feeling that the Spring Breeze Tower in Qiushui town resembled a mere rustic hut. Lin Qianqian was a well-known figure throughout the entire Moon Spirit City. Although he did not frequent the place often, many recognized him. Upon entering, they were greeted by the charming and radiant Madame Mei, who was in her 30s, and she led them to a quaint courtyard named Tingqing Courtyard. This was a meticulously designed 2-story abode, with 2 red lanterns illuminating the entrance. However, once the 3 entered, Madame Mei instructed her attendants to extinguish the lanterns, signifying that Tingqing Courtyard would not receive any other guests that day. As they stepped into the courtyard, 2 maidens clad in pink approached gracefully, guiding them into the interior. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall, where a serene lady sat in the center, playing the guqin. Huquan, being someone who does not indulge in romantic pursuits, preferred practicality. He had a collection to show off, and a wave of complimentary votes to garner. Alas, he found himself devoid of any writing inspiration. Please bear with me, as I am currently typing. A moment's patience is requested. After refreshing the page, the latest updates on the novel Catching Ghosts in a Fantasy World will be accessible at your fingertips. Chapter 26, The Kind-Hearted and Beautiful Young Lady. Lin Qianqian and Su Mu engage with the fair maiden of Tingqing Courtyard in a delightful interplay of music, dance, wine, and heartfelt conversation. They indulged in the beauty of the moment for over an hour before broaching the main topic. Naturally, Lin Qianqian did not linger until the end. The following morning, as the two emerged from Xinya Pavilion, they unexpectedly collided with Haida. The tall, dark figure appeared haggard, his frame noticeably diminished. Nevertheless, upon encountering the two, he managed to force a smile. Young Master Su. Master who? On that day in the First Realm, we brothers promised to invite you to gather at Xianyafang. Su Mu and Huquan exchanged glances, a flicker of confusion passing between them. With Black Air and Blacks and still absent from the First Realm, Black Da's sudden appearance was perplexing. Come now, do not decline. This is a promise we made together, and as your elder brother, it is my duty to fulfill it. Unfazed by their expressions, Black Da took hold of both men and led them back into Xianyafang. It was evident that Black Da found greater rapport with Huquan. As their conversation flowed effortlessly, delving into profound matters concerning the intricacies of relationships, Su Mu, ears perked, dared not lose focus for even a moment. During this time, he was compelled to continually serve himself food and drink, attempting to convey his disinterest in such topics deemed unbecoming. However, this dual focus proved cumbersome. Each time Black Da and Huquan discussed various angles and nuances, Su Mu's fingers seemed to betray him, causing the food to clumsily tumble from his chopsticks. Initially, Black Da would cast him a sidelong glance, but soon it became a familiar sight. The meal stretched from morning to afternoon, and then into the evening. Hu Quan and Black Da indulged in libations, the dishes on the table cycling through several iterations until the night deepened. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Black Da slumped like a puddle of mud beneath the table. Yet he clung tightly to the wine jug, mumbling incoherently, "Since our childhood, the three of us have followed the master and mistress. The mistress and the young lady are not safe below. The second and third must protect them. I remain above to guard the master and the young master." Everyone continues as before, leading their own lives, gathering to drink whenever they pleased as the night wore on. The mixture of wine and tears filled his belly, and he soon succumbed to slumber beneath the table. Hu Quan, equally intoxicated, sported flushed cheeks, his body slightly swaying. His ramblings continued. Indeed, the young lady is so smooth. Might I have a taste, Master Hu? But, it's just too firm. Relax, do not be afraid. Though I appear formidable, I possess a gentle heart. Then he insisted the fat man buy him a lifetime supply of soft cigarettes. Or perhaps hard ones. A man should never be soft, no matter the circumstance. It was not until the sun reached its zenith the following day that the two finally emerged from their stupor. The three exited the grand doors of Xianyufang, Black Da appearing considerably revitalized as they prepared to part. He reminded Hu Quan to be sure to call upon him next time. "You humans are truly peculiar and complex," Hu Quan remarked suddenly, without context, contemplating that Black Da might indeed have experienced a blackout from the previous night. However, Hu Quan himself would never succumb to such a fate. Sumu chuckled. "Master Hu, do you not possess a gentle heart as well?" "Ha!" Hu Quan's seldom-seen visage flushed with embarrassment as memories of his grand proclamations while clutching the chair back flooded his mind. Alcohol truly is a strange substance. Theoretically, he should have been incapable of inebriation, yet last night, he found himself thoroughly intoxicated. On the official road outside the city, the air was sparse with human presence, while the trees lining either side occasionally echoed with the melodious calls of birds. Beneath the warm embrace of the sun, the two individuals slowed their pace, savoring the rare moment of relaxation. Yet, as is often the case with beautiful moments, this too was fleeting. After a brief interval, the contented smile on Su Mu's face abruptly faded. Hu Quan sniffed the air, detecting a faint scent of blood emanating from the thicket to their right. Before Su Mu's eyes, a spirit had materialized. He extended his hand, allowing the spirit to perch delicately on his fingertip, and soon the two ventured towards the source of the sanguine aroma drifting from the woods. In a mere quarter of an hour, they arrived at a low slope nestled within the forest. This slope was enveloped in grass and vines reaching up to their waists. Without careful observation, one would never suspect that a person lay concealed beneath. "I am Maruru, a direct disciple of Elder Hong Liangwei from the Mingxin sect," she proclaimed. After uttering these words, Maruru's strength waned, leaving her utterly feebled. In truth, had it not been for her extraordinary fortune in encountering Su Mu just as she took form, she would likely have dissipated by now. After all, a spiritual entity exposed for too long was akin to being ensconced in boiling oil or molten lava, without a profound obsession in her heart. Endurance for an extended period would have been impossible. Maruru's lifeless body lay amidst the grass and vines beneath the slope, covered in blood. 2 deep, bone-exposing gashes marred her chest and back, while a severed arrow protruded from her abdomen. A dark red handprint stained her right shoulder, the surrounding skin a ghastly shade of black, emanating a palpable aura of blood. What kind of foe had she offended? Hu Quan surveyed Maruru from head to toe, unable to suppress a frown. His sympathy arose solely from her striking beauty and graceful figure. "We should first remove her from this place," Su Mu suggested, scanning their surroundings as he summoned Maruru's body into his spatial ring. With a matter of urgency at hand, the two ceased their leisurely demeanor and hastened towards the city. The territory of the Mingxin sect lay within the southern part of Moon Spirit City, bordering the eastern sector. Strictly speaking, it was positioned in the southeast of the city. Moreover, given the state of Maruru's demise and her fervent attachment, it was conceivable that enemies might still be in pursuit. Having collaborated for 2 to 3 years, a tacit understanding had naturally developed between them. They opted to traverse the inner city, even if it meant taking a longer route. However, the thoroughfare within the inner city was bustling with pedestrians, ensuring that, even if someone were monitoring them, they would not dare to act openly. Across the entire eastern sacred continent, all cultivators adhered to an unspoken agreement. They would refrain from engaging in combat in public spaces such as busy roads or streets, where common folk gathered. After all, the destructive power wielded by cultivators could wreak havoc on a grand scale, endangering numerous innocent lives. Yet, after only a short distance, they sensed something amiss. At this moment, they had yet to enter the city. With dense woods flanking both sides of the official road, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a subtle fragrance reminiscent of rouge. The woods on either side began to fall silent. The symphony of cicadas and birds gradually faded, and even the sounds of insects in the grass became eerily absent. The forest bordering the official road suddenly plunged into an oppressive stillness. Exchanging glances, the two halted in their tracks, standing still as they surveyed their surroundings. Two young gentlemen found themselves traversing a sun-drenched path, grappling with the discomfort of the sweltering heat. Just then, a melodious and delicate voice wafted from a nearby grove. Both men turned in unison, only to behold a grand crimson palanquin emerging amidst the lush greenery. Four elegantly clad men in white bore the palanquin, and among them, one possessed an ethereal beauty, his slender form and alabaster skin rivaling that of any woman. Another was robust and strong, with striking features and a sun-kissed complexion, exuding a palpable aura of masculinity. That a third man stood tall and dignified, his refined demeanor suggesting the charm of a noble gentleman. The last, however, bore a stern visage, his icy countenance projecting an aura of aloofness that kept others at bay. Within the palanquin reclined a lady in a flowing scarlet gown, her vibrant makeup accentuating her allure, her lips slightly parted in a mesmerizing smile. At that moment, she languidly leaned back, revealing glimpses of her flawless porcelain skin as the palanquin swayed gently. A faint hint of floral perfume filled the air, emanating from her exquisite presence. Upon witnessing this sight, Hu Quan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not suppress his urge to swallow hard. After a brief moment, he murmured, "Truly, she is a beautiful maiden with a kind heart, and she possesses a playful spirit." Su Mu shot him a sharp glare, retorting, "Is your judgment of her beauty and kindness based solely on her fair complexion, striking looks, and long legs?" "Fair complexion, striking looks, and long legs?" Hu Quan echoed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, these 7 words encapsulate it perfectly. Since both gentlemen are in such fine spirits, why not join me in the palanquin for a brief respite? I would be delighted to escort you on your journey. The lady's dulcet tones rang out once more, as she gracefully lifted the crimson silk curtain. Instantly, Hu Quan was enveloped in a blinding radiance, causing him to squint. Even Su Mu could not resist stealing a glance. The size was certainly impressive, the whiteness undeniable, and the softness was beyond compare. What truly captivated one's attention was the shape, reminiscent of a droplet of dew poised to fall. In that moment, all that occupied their vision was an enchanting interplay of red and white, leaving them to ponder where the lovely lady intended to take them. Wherever you gentlemen wish to go, I shall gladly accompany you," she replied with a radiant smile, slightly shifting her posture, allowing her gown to cascade down further. Hu Quan found his vision obscured by a further blinding whiteness. "I feel as though I am succumbing to slumber," he exclaimed. Chapter 27. This blessing is best left for you. The crimson palanquin came to a halt 3 paces away from the 2 gentlemen. The 4 bearers, each with their distinctive charm, set down the palanquin, and the noble gentleman among them raised his hand to gently lift the silk curtain. First to emerge were the exquisite, elongated legs of the enchanting lady, followed by a face that radiated allure and seduction. Su Mu regarded the woman with a composed demeanor, yet within, a sense of wariness began to stir. Although she stood directly before him, the intricate details of her visage remained elusive. The series of stunning impressions he had experienced earlier seemed to resonate within his mind, yet remained just out of reach. In simple terms, upon encountering a woman, one typically assesses her beauty or lack thereof, first through the eyes, which then relays the impression to the mind. However, in the case of the woman before him, this sequence was reversed. He first perceived her as beautiful in his mind, only to subsequently behold her allure. This indicates that the woman possessed a spiritual essence more formidable than that of ordinary cultivators, capable of directly influencing one's senses. Young master, are you gazing at me with some ulterior motive?" The enchanting Qianqian spoke, her voice crisp and melodious, each word enveloping the listener in a refreshing comfort akin to a gentle spring breeze. As the saying goes, to offer kindness without cause is either deceit or thievery. The soul power within Su Mu surged, and upon looking at the woman once more, her visage had subtly transformed. Indeed, she was quite attractive. However, she still fell short of the levels of exquisite beauty and charm. It was akin to the difference between a photo with a beauty filter and one without. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and spoke slowly. We were traversing the path quite peacefully when you suddenly appeared and wished to accompany us. You wouldn't be seeking to draw upon our yang energy to replenish your yin, would you? You. Qianqian nearly choked on her own words. Although he spoke the truth, it was it was. She struggled to formulate a rebuttal, yet felt an undeniable sense of dissonance within her. He, young master. You jest. I merely extend a good-hearted intention, and yet you misinterpret and slander me. Such behavior truly saddens me. Having experienced the world, Qianqian quickly regained her composure and resolved to turn the tables. As she spoke, her face wore an expression of feigned sorrow, her large, glistening eyes already misted with emotion, perfectly stirring the protective instincts of the men, for someone with companions who were out of line. She needn't lift a finger herself. Indeed, Hu Quan, who had been staring intently at Qianqian, turned to Su Mu, furrowing his brow as he said, "What do you mean by that? The young lady is a girl, and girls should maintain their modesty. To so blatantly articulate her intentions is to lack appreciation for romance and charm." Huh? What? Qianqian looked at Hu Quan with wide-eyed astonishment, her round eyes as large as copper bells. This was not at all how she had envisioned the situation. However, she quickly regained her wits, sensing something amiss. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized the two men before her while her internal energy surged, attempting to discern their cultivation levels. Yet, as her energy drew near, it collided with an invisible barrier, yielding no insights. Who are you? A hint of gravity flickered in Qianqian's gaze. My name is Hu Quan. And this is Su Mu. May I inquire as to your name, young lady? Hu Quan replied with a playful grin, seemingly oblivious to her earlier attempt to gauge his strength. My name is Qianqian. Where are you gentlemen headed? If our paths align, I would be delighted to accompany you and alleviate any monotony in your journey. Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she quickly masked her previous emotions, once again donning a bright smile for the two. Apologies, but our routes diverge here. We shall part ways. Su Mu responded. Su Mu spoke coldly, turning away without another word. Hu Quan could only helplessly glance at Mei Qianqian, his expression conveying a sense of resignation, as if to say, if he chooses to leave, there is nothing I can do. Humph. One who refuses the toast shall be forced to drink the penalty wine. At that moment, one of the four men standing silently beside the palanquin, a man of delicate features, finally spoke. As he spoke, his right hand moved slightly, and a green shadow swiftly shot toward Su Mu. The other three men quickly advanced, encircling both Su Mu and Hu Quan with resolute determination. My master has personally extended an invitation. This is a fortune you could never hope to attain in several lifetimes. The refined young master declared coldly. Su Mu casually waved his hand, deflecting the green shadow. Let this fortune remain with you. After saying this, he cast a disdainful glance at the four men, a trace of contempt flickering between his brows. For towering men. And yet you choose to serve such a triviality. Did your parents forget to endow you with any courage at birth? Impudent. Audacious. This time, the bronze-skinned man and the stern-faced man spoke simultaneously. Two surges of furious energy erupted from them. Form the formation. Entertain these two young masters properly. Mei Qianqian took a few steps back, standing beside the palanquin, her crimson lips parting as she coldly uttered a few words. The four men's expressions stiffened, their bodies brimming with surging energy, instantly radiating outward. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. I admire Mei Qianzi. I admire. Hu Quan, witnessing the scene, danced about and shouted, his figure flashing as he slipped through the encirclement like a slippery loach. In the next moment, he stood beside Mei Qianqian, his chubby face beaming with a smile as brilliant as a chrysanthemum. The four men were momentarily taken aback, not expecting this individual to escape their grasp. Take action. Just as they were about to turn and inquire about Mei Qianqian's wishes, her voice rang in their ears. In long formation, activate. Upon hearing this, the four men no longer hesitated, unleashing a unified roar. For surges of violent energy surged into the air, coalescing into a black dragon as thick as a barrel. Su Mu felt a sudden blur before his eyes, as everything around him vanished. In its place was a dark, blood-red world. Surrounding him was a sea of flowing crimson liquid, the stench of blood wafting into Su Mu's nostrils that he couldn't help but furrow his brow. This foul odor seemed capable of corroding the very soul. However, given the strength of his own spirit, such a thing posed little threat. If it were anyone else, they might have succumbed to its effects before even engaging in battle. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted overhead. The surrounding blood began to boil, churning violently and exuding a chilling aura. Sumu felt a thunderous explosion resonate within his mind. Looking up, he beheld a menacing black dragon, shrouded in dark energy, opening its gaping maw to bite down upon him. Though this dragon was formed of swirling black mist, it exuded an eerily tangible presence, as if it housed the very soul of a true dragon within. He could even distinctly smell the foul odor emanating from its maw. With energy surging within him, Sumu clenched his right fist and struck upwards, aiming a powerful blow at the fearsome black dragon above. With a resounding crash, two forces collided, and the layer of air enveloping Sumu's fist erupted into a myriad of droplets. The water beads cascaded down like a gentle drizzle upon the black dragon's form. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark energy emanating from the dragon scattered in all directions, accompanied by a piercing sound of corrosion. The blood flowing throughout the space surged violently, waves of crimson vitality ascending into the air, merging into the body of the black dragon. Roar! The dragon let out a furious roar, its massive body undulating as it emerged from the heights. The heavy sense of oppression, akin to an ant facing a mountain, swept towards Sumu from all sides. Wherever the dragon passed, it stirred up fierce winds, and a rain of blood fell from the heavens. That Sumu looked up, and before his eyes stretched for colossal whirlpools. A gargantuan black dragon circled around these whirlpools incessantly. Within the depths of the whirlpools, a massive hand could be faintly discerned, manipulating and controlling everything in the world. In the next moment, the fearsome dragon's head surged forth once more. Its robust tail, resembling a towering pillar, thundered down towards Sumu. The spectacle was indeed grand, yet it remained uncertain whether it could withstand a blow. Sumu chuckled softly, clenching his fists as the energy within him surged. A thin veil of air enveloped his entire being. In the blink of an eye, he stamped his right foot lightly, propelling himself skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Instantly, he found himself beside the black dragon, deftly positioning himself atop its head. Today, I, Sumu, shall attempt to pluck this dragon's sinew, just as the third prince does. High above, the black dragon raged, its colossal form thrashing and charging forward. It lifted its immense head high, swaying from side to side as it ascended towards the clouds. Soon after, it dove rapidly downward, its body twisting violently. Yet, Sumu clung on as if he were an integral part of the dragon, unable to be shaken off. Furthermore, the layer of dark energy on the dragon's surface, capable of corroding the soul, seemed to have no effect on Sumu whatsoever. The relentless blood rain pelted the dragon's body like hailstones. Despite the dragon's tough hide, its speed at such heights was unparalleled, causing it to feel waves of pain coursing through its surface. Surrounding Sumu was a thick mist of vaporous energy. Any blood rain that fell upon him vanished without a trace. In the next moment, he grasped the dragon's head firmly with his left hand, while his right hand, shrouded in swirling energy, took on a claw-like form, gripping the dragon's head with fervor. Although he understood that this creature was a manifestation of energy and lacked sinews, it did not deter him from indulging in the thrill of the moment. Roared in the next instant, the black dragon emitted a heart-wrenching roar, as half of its gigantic head dissipated beneath his claws. High above, the four colossal whirlpools began to whirl rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, dense streams of dark energy surged towards the plummeting black dragon. Sumu's right foot pressed against the dragon's head as he charged upwards once more, near one of the whirlpools. He extended his right hand into a sword-like gesture and struck fiercely towards in the void. A long sword formed from the swirling air materialized instantly. The sword sliced through the whirlpool, transforming into countless smaller blades that pierced into the massive vortex. In the next moment, Sumu heard a heart-rending wail, and a deluge of blood rained down from the whirlpool. Subsequently, this whirlpool began to shrink rapidly, vanishing from existence. Chapter 28. The charisma of young Master Liu. Having witnessed the vortex he had just vanquished, Sumu did not hesitate to charge towards another. Just then, the once swiftly descending black dragon let out a thunderous roar. Countless drops of blood rained, as if drawn by an immense gravitational force, surged into its body. The half-dissipated dragon head that Sumu had grasped began to reconstitute, and with a sweeping motion of its tail, the black dragon lunged towards Sumu once more. Sumu glanced down, noting that the dragon's form had diminished to half its previous size. Yet, its speed had increased by more than twofold. In the blink of an eye, it was at his side, its cavernous maw once again gaping wide to bite down on Sumu. At that moment, Sumu's right hand formed a sword with his fingers. a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Kill," he uttered softly, slashing his sword towards the menacing black dragon. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous explosions erupted in the air. Countless miniature sword-shaped gusts of energy pierced into the dragon's body like a legion of soldiers. With a pained wail, the black dragon cried out, its massive form thrashing and rolling in the sky. Simultaneously, a chilling aura emanated from the remaining 3 vortices. The blood rain above burst into a dense mist, enveloping the black dragon as if attempting to rescue it. However, as the blood mist approached, the layers of sword-shaped energy surrounding the dragon suddenly widened their jaws, devouring the thick mist, which vanished as suddenly as spring snow under the sun. Roar, roar, the black dragon howled in agony. Its cries growing more ferocious, Dai appeared ensnared by an invisible net, struggling in vain to break free. High above, its mournful roars drowned out the howling winds and blood rain. The colossal body, shrouded in black mist, visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Sumu cast a cold glance and turned his gaze back to the 3 vortices above. Once again, he formed a sword with his fingers. Slashing forward anew, a gigantic sword of condensed energy cleaved through the air, as if intending to split the very sky in two. Arrogance. From within the 3 vortices, furious roars erupted simultaneously. The winds howled, and the blood rain screamed. A titanic tornado, rivaling the pillars of heaven and earth, coalesced in the sky. The fierce wind swirled the crimson blood rain, rotating rapidly as it charged towards the enormous sword. Presumptuous, Sumu coldly admonished as the 2 forces collided. Yet, the cataclysmic clash he had anticipated did not materialize. The gigantic sword sliced through the tempest with effortless ease, cleaving the tornado in 2 before it collapsed. Consumed by the sword's might, the sword absorbed the power of the blood rain, its speed increasing rather than diminishing, akin to a radiant rainbow piercing the sun. It directly severed through the 2 vortices. With a resounding crash, the 2 vortices shattered, torrents of fresh blood cascading down from them. Once more, the heavens wept with blood rain. That we must depart. Sumu faintly heard a voice tinged with trepidation. Crack, crack. Everything around him began to shatter like a fallen mirror. Sumu's vision blurred, and he found himself once again on the official road. Hu Quan stood to the right, his face a mask of regret amidst the surrounding trees. Mei Xianxian and the 4 uniquely charming bearers had vanished without a trace. Even the crimson palanquin had come to rest upon the verdant grass of the forest. Alas! Hu Quan shot a resentful glare at Sumu. Could you not move a tad slower? I was but a step away from grasping the enigma of the enchanting fairy. Sumu returned the gaze with irritation. Fear not. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Although the enchanting fairy had not explicitly revealed her intentions, one could surmise her motives with a touch of intuition. It was undoubtedly due to Ma Ruju's arrival. Ma Ruju. Is it only the enchanting fairy's entourage that seeks your demise, and what is her purpose for coming? Within the confines of Sumu's consciousness, he began to inquire of Ma Ruju. Not solely the enchanting fairy. There are 3 rogue cultivators as well. Wang Xinyu, Feng Shiquan, and Hu Yaoyao. All of them are at the initial stage of body refining. My senior brother, Liu Yangjie, is likewise at the same level. Ma Ruju had regained some strength within Sumu's consciousness and proceeded to recount her harrowing experiences. They are all after my master's treasured artifact, the Yunyang Moonlight Mirror, a precious object of the yellow rank, perfected to its utmost. A few days ago, my senior brother Liu Yangjie and I were dispatched to eliminate those 3 heinous rogues. My master, fearing for our safety, entrusted me with the Yunyang Moonlight Mirror for protection. However, midway through our journey, Liu Qianqian demanded the mirror from me. My master had previously cautioned me against allowing Liu Qianqian to hold it. In his frustration at my refusal, he departed, claiming he could handle the rogues alone. Subsequently, I faced a series of ambushes. Had it not been for the protection of the Yunyang Moonlight Mirror, I would have surely succumbed before reaching that low slope. Just as I was on the brink of death, Liu Qianqian reappeared, once more demanding the Yunyang Moonlight Mirror. It was then I realized that the enchanting fairy and the 3 rogues were aware of my whereabouts solely because he had betrayed my trust. Fortunately, my storage ring bears the divine consciousness personally bestowed by my master. Had he dared to forcibly seize it, my master would have certainly been informed, which is why he refrained from doing so. Thus, the adversaries we must confront henceforth comprise at least 3 factions. Sumu furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of his circumstances. He was merely a simple, unadulterated spirit ferryman. Whom had he offended? Perhaps. Unexpectedly, Ma Ruzhu in his consciousness spoke bashfully. There is also my senior sister Liu Yongping, a direct disciple of Elder Eld, but she possesses a mid-level body refining cultivation. Su Mu. Is it still possible for me to retreat from the spirit realm? Zhang family of Moonlight City. Ever since the Zhang family appointed a new head and allied themselves with the Mingxin sect, their overall strength has surged remarkably. Those disciples from the sect who have a good rapport with Madame Zhang invariably visit the Zhang residence during their missions. However, as they turned the corner, they encountered their fellow disciple, Liu Yangjie. Outer sect disciple Qing had met Liu Shixiang before. Outer sect disciple Qianming had also crossed paths with him. The two immediately reined in their smiles and bowed respectfully. Though they enjoyed a certain status among the Zhang family, being treated as esteemed guests, in comparison to this Liu Shixiang, they were but mere mortals in the presence of a celestial being. Liu Shixiang was a direct disciple of Elder Hong from their sect, possessing a cultivation level far superior to theirs. The status within the sect is one that demands their reverence. Typically, individuals of such prominence would scarcely deign to cast a glance in their direction. Sister Chu, Brother Qian, there is no need for such formalities. Liu Yongjie, with his fair complexion and distinct features, appeared even more distinguished in his moonlight blue-bordered sect robes. Thank you, Senior Brother Liu, the two responded with utmost respect, their hearts trembling with apprehension. Haha, we are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such restraint among juniors, Liu Yongjie said with a warm smile, striving to present himself as approachable. Well then, I happen to be here for a matter today, and, having just completed my business, I fortuitously encountered you both. Let me treat you to a fine meal in honor of Sister Chu and Brother Qian. Chu and Qian exchanged glances, perplexed by the intentions of their usually aloof senior brother Liu. What is it? Are you unwilling? Liu Yongjie raised an eyebrow, inquiring lightly. Oh, no. Senior brother Liu is far too gracious to be treated by you is a blessing that Sister Chu and I have earned from our past lives. Qianming quickly responded, eager to accept the invitation. Liu Yongjie chose the elegant Xinya Fong for their gathering, and whether by design or coincidence, it turned out to be the Tingqing courtyard. Throughout the meal, Liu Yongjie engaged in lively conversation, exuding warmth and approachability, which allowed Chu and Qian to lower their defenses entirely. After a satisfying feast, Qianming, ever perceptive, was the first to take his leave, escorting Miss Ting to rest. Meanwhile, Qiu Qing, her cheeks flushed and slightly inebriated, knelt before Liu Yongjie with her head bowed. Though she had already shared her thoughts with him, she felt as if she were still dreaming, even in her dreams. She had never dared to imagine that she could one day climb the lofty branches of such a formidable figure as Liu Yongjie. As the night wore on, Chu Yoqing's body felt as though it had lost its bones. Soft and pliable. In a daze, she seemed to hear Liu Yongjie inquire about Su Mu at that moment. She felt as if she were floating in the clouds, her mind clouded, until she finally recalled Su Mu's abilities. He could truly perceive spirits, converse with them, and even manifest them. We had all witnessed Zhang Hezi's spirit with our own eyes. With her gaze dreamy and her voice soft and melodious, Chu Yuqing remained blissfully unaware that a flicker of seriousness crossed Liu Yongjie's eyes upon hearing her words. However, his focus quickly returned to her. Initially, he had intended to treat her casually, but he was taken aback by how captivating Sister Chu was. Liu Yongjie, a renowned connoisseur of beauty within the Mingxin sect, prided himself on being the type to pass through a garden of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. Yet today, he found himself enchanted by this delicate and pure-hearted woman. Though he had resolved to retreat, upon seeing the blushing, curled-up figure of Chu Yuqing, resembling a cherubic infant, he felt his resolve falter. After a night spent together, Liu Yongjie personally escorted Chu Yuqing to his residence in the city. Ensuring she could rest well, he advised her that henceforth, whenever she left the sect, she was always welcome to find refuge in his abode. Chu Yoqing's cheeks burned with embarrassment as her large, listening eyes gazed up at Liu Yongjie, nearly causing him to succumb once more. Nevertheless, he had pressing matters to attend to. Stepping out of the mansion, Liu Yongjie let out a long sigh, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ruru, you wretched woman, even in death you refuse to grant me peace. Do you really think that enlisting 2 spirit ferrymen will be sufficient to overturn me? He retrieved a communication jade slip from his spatial ring. She is dead, and the spatial ring has been taken by 2 individuals named Su Mu and Hu Quan. They are currently en route to Mingxin sect. I only require the Yunxian mirror. The rest is for you to manage. As his words fell, a chilling voice emanated from the jade slip. Understood. Chapter 29. just a hair's breadth away, having traversed through an enchanting realm. Su Mu and Hu Quan quickened their pace, continuing on their journey. With their speed, they could reach Yuling City in less than half an hour. However, half an hour was ample time for many events to unfold. After sprinting at full speed for the duration of an incense stick, the two men arrived at a crossroads. Ahead lay the path into the city, while the roads to either side led to two towns. Perhaps we should. Hu Quan began to suggest something when suddenly, three sharp sounds of slicing air pierced his ears. Be careful, Su Mu exclaimed, stepping to the left and vanishing from sight. Hu Quan reacted with astonishing swiftness, almost simultaneously stepping to the right. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, three dull explosions erupted where they had just been standing, three black feathered arrows materializing. The arrowheads were entirely dark, detonating upon impact with the ground, creating a large crater. It's those rogue cultivators led by Wang Xinyu, Su Mu shouted to Hu Quan, as a slender figure appeared behind him. Mind your own business. Hu Quan clenched his fists, advancing a step and twisting his waist, launching a powerful strike backward. In the past, he had practiced this move for playful games with the ladies of Chunfeng Tower, never expecting it would prove useful now that a towering figure had appeared behind him. Wielding a large ghost-headed blade, its back adorned with three circular holes the size of infant fists, within which hung three strands of bronze bells. He gripped the blade and swung it toward Hu Quan. The three bells emitted a piercing sound. This sound was akin to a demonic melody, unsettling the listener's mind and making concentration nearly impossible. With a resounding crash, Hu Quan's fists collided with the back of the ghost-headed blade. A powerful surge of air erupted between them, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. A torrent of green leaves cascaded down, and several branches, thick as fingers, snapped under the pressure. Good timing, the burly man shouted. Stepping forward, the ghost-headed blade sweeping down toward Hu Quan with a fierce and domineering momentum. Meanwhile, on Su Mu's side, the figure that had suddenly appeared behind him was, astonishingly, a woman of graceful stature. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that left little to the imagination, she brandished a 1-foot-long white jade short sword. The blade was enveloped in a layer of misty, chilling aura, unmistakably a weapon of no ordinary caliber. A mid-level yellow-tier magical artifact. Su Mu gazed at the woman with a perplexed expression, his mind racing with questions. How could someone with seemingly only the cultivation of a beginner in body refinement possess a yellow-tier, mid-level magical artifact? It is essential to understand that the majority of the cultivation resources within the Eastern Holy Continent are firmly held in the grasp of prominent families and powerful factions, one of the 5 major sects in Moon Spirit City. The Mingxin sect regards a yellow-tier perfected cloud immortal moon mirror as a treasured possession of their sect. This illustrates just how rare and precious cultivation resources such as magical artifacts and elixirs truly are. Logically speaking, a nascent cultivator in the initial stages of body refinement would scarcely have the chance to acquire a mid-level yellow-tier artifact. Even if fortune smiles upon them occasionally, their ultimate fate would likely involve being slain for their treasures. The woman merely shot him a cold glare, her inner energy surging as the chilling aura surrounding her short sword intensified. Her movements were remarkably agile, and her strikes were both cunning and lethal, aimed directly at her opponent's vital points. With her right hand wielding the short sword, she lunged towards Su Mu's throat like a venomous serpent. Astonishingly, her left leg bent into a position that seemed impossible to Su Mu. Delivering a fierce kick towards his sensitive area, Su Mu was entirely unprepared for this maneuver. When the tip of her icy shoe, adorned with sharp edges, came within mere inches of his groin, he was drenched in a cold sweat. Terror coursing through him. How despicable! Employing underhanded tactics. Su Mu cursed inwardly, his anger surging uncontrollably. In a split second, he retreated, reappearing behind the woman and swinging his fist towards her. The woman, however, displayed an extraordinary level of agility, executing a double backflip with grace. Then, she thrust her short sword forward, once again targeting Su Mu's vulnerable spot. Su Mu leaped 3 feet into the air, his face paling in fear, trembling uncontrollably, just an inch. This time, he was a mere inch away from disaster. His trousers had been sliced. Fortunately, the frigid air caused his instincts to instinctively draw upward. Let us switch places, comrade. This woman is far too unpredictable, Su Mu exclaimed, and as he landed, without waiting for the woman to close the distance, he lunged towards Hu Quan. Seeing this, the woman raised her short sword and aimed once more at Su Mu's heart. Without hesitation, Su Mu seized Hu Quan and thrust him in front of himself as a shield. The sword clanged against Hu Quan's body, producing a sharp. The burly man and the injured woman retreated into the shadows, disappearing at the crossroads. Su Mu and Hu Quan exchanged heavy sighs, their gazes locking in silence, compelled to continue on their journey. After only a brief distance, they encountered two groups of people, and Liu Yangjie had yet to make an appearance. The path ahead seemed fraught with difficulties. Yet, somewhat unexpectedly, yet not entirely unforeseen, they managed to enter the city unscathed. With merely 2 hours until dusk, Hu Quan pondered aloud, uncertain whether to stay for the night. Let us rest for the night. It will take at least 4 hours to reach Mingxin's sect, and traveling at night is perilous. Su Mu rubbed his temples, resolving to contemplate their route for the morrow. Both Mei Xianstian and Liu Yangjie had their sights set on the Yunxian Yuhua mirror. The likelihood of these two cooperating sincerely was slim. As for the three loose cultivators, the next time they appeared, it was highly probable they would be in alliance with Liu Yangjie. There was also the potential emergence of Liu Yongping. Su Mu's thoughts were a tangled mess, and he could not suppress a sigh. Never mind. Let us first rest well and regain our strength. For the sake of safety, the two deliberately sought out a reasonably sized inn, the Xian Kolai. This establishment appeared to be under the ownership of the Qin family, and ordinary folks dared not cause trouble here. Knock, knock, knock. As night fell, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Su Mu, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and called out, "Who goes there?" "I am Liu Yangjie of Mingxin's sect, taking the liberty of visiting. I implore you, dear Taoist Su, not to take offense." Outside, a voice of measured warmth spoke, imbued with a palpable humility. "Liu Yangjie." Su Mu narrowed his eyes and quickly rose to open the door. "What do you want?" Liu Yangjie stood at the threshold, smiling. "This place is not suitable for conversation. Shall we move to the lobby on the first floor?" Su Mu regarded him with scrutiny, stepping out of his room to join Liu Yangjie in the lobby. The lobby was deserted. Even the waitstaff and the innkeeper had withdrawn. However, a table in the center was laden with an array of steaming, sumptuous dishes, evidently just prepared. This humble establishment may lack refinement in its hospitality. "I ask you not to take offense, dear Taoist Su," Liu Yangjie said, his face radiating a warm smile. Yet his words bore an air of proprietorship. Su Mu, however, remained unimpressed, responding with a light chuckle. "There is no need for such formality, Liu Taoist. We are not within your Mingxin sect, so the concept of hospitality holds little significance here." Ignoring the displeasure that flickered across Liu Yangjie's countenance, Su Mu continued, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Rising, he prepared to depart. Liu Yangjie's smile faltered, and the gaze he directed at Su Mu grew increasingly frosty. In Moon Spirit City, Su Mu was the first to dare treat him with such disrespect. "Humph, I trust you are well aware of my intentions. Hand over the Yunxian Yuhua mirror, and we shall part ways amicably." Su Mu, upon hearing this, rose without a word and made to leave. There was no room for negotiation on this matter in his eyes. Since Maruru had approached him, he could not refuse. Relinquishing the Yunxian Yuhua mirror would mean unilaterally breaching their agreement. If he dares to act in such a manner, his affluent benefactor, heaven itself, will undoubtedly ensure that his forthcoming days are filled with vibrant experiences, thrilling surprises, and intense trials, rendering him in a state of perpetual torment, akin to life in hell, where even death seems elusive. In comparison to his benefactor, no, Liu Yangjie is but a mere afterthought, lacking any semblance of qualification to stand next to such a figure. With a resounding crash, the entire table of food and drink was sent tumbling to the ground. Liu Yangjie's countenance darkened like a stormy sea, as he smashed the table to smithereens with a single slap. "Su Mu, we shall see," he exclaimed, fixing a fierce glare upon Su Mu's retreating figure. His teeth clenched in fury. Su Mu continued his stride, seemingly oblivious to Liu Yangjie's words. Enraged, Liu Yangjie felt his temper boil, yet he dared not act out in this moment. Deep down, he understood that while the Mingxin sect was formidable, the Qin family was no less so. Should the situation escalate, the sect's investigation would inevitably unveil the truth behind Ma Ruju's demise. At that juncture, even his sister would be unable to protect him from the enforcement of the discipline hall. For now, he could only swallow his anger. If he could eliminate Su Mu and Hu Quan before they reached the sect, and subsequently hand over Ma Ruju's spatial ring to Wang Xinyu and the others, then the old coot, Hong Liangwei, would have no choice but to come after them. Instead, he would emerge as the solitary avenger of three malevolent figures, heralded for his triumph in avenging his junior sister. With this thought in mind, Liu Yongjia's sullen expression finally brightened somewhat. Chapter 30. The spirit-slaying beetle. What? He asked you for that wretched mirror. As Su Mu ascended to the second floor, Hu Quan's voice rang out. He had half opened his door, poking his head out with an insufferable grin plastered across his face. Why not just give it to him? It's not worth sacrificing your life over such a trinket, he urged, his intentions seemingly benevolent. Su Mu recalled a moment when he had been personally entertained by the heavens, a memory that brought a grimace to his face. He had watched in wide-eyed disbelief. It was rather cathartic. Tonight, however, seemed ominous. Su Mu cast a glance at him, retorted sharply, and retreated to his room. There had indeed been a time when he had capitulated in a similar manner, promising that everything within his storage pouch belonged solely to him. Back then, both Su Mu and Hu Quan were not nearly as formidable as they were now. When confronted by a series of marauders, they could only defend themselves, powerless against their aggressors who seemed intent on wearing them down. This stalemate persisted for a month and a half, until Su Mu, thoroughly exasperated, relinquished his storage pouch. Following that, his life spiraled into a maelstrom of chaos. As he walked, he suddenly felt an intense heat overhead, a flame that seemed impossible to extinguish, leaving him with the sensation that his head was on the verge of being scorched. Strangely, however, a thin layer of ice began to form upon his legs, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. If the torment had been merely physical, he could have endured it, but both the fire and the ice inflicted damage upon his very soul. This harrowing dichotomy persisted for 3 long days. With flames dancing above and ice gripping his feet, he dared not venture outside. Just when he thought the ordeal would conclude after 3 days, the 4th day proved to be even more merciless. His nose began to swell, grotesquely inflating to the size of a pig's snout. No exaggeration, it was indeed that large. Subsequently, his sense of smell sharpened to an extraordinary degree, becoming hundreds of times more acute than usual. The pungent odor emanating from the rotund individual's feet, the scent of decaying leaves wafting through the air, and the stench of animal carcasses, the villagers at the foot of the mountain cultivated peppers, their aroma intermingling with that of excrement and the foul smell of dead fish and rotting shrimp. During those 3 days, he felt himself ensconced in a 3-dimensional cocoon of diverse and overwhelming odors. The acrid scents enveloped his senses, forcing him to sneeze incessantly. By the end of the 3rd day, he appeared remarkably emaciated. In the subsequent 3 days, he resembled a dogged pursuer, as if he had mastered the art of celestial borrowing. His sense of smell became astoundingly acute, and even his hearing sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Countless sounds reverberated like thunder in his ears, causing his mind to hum incessantly every moment. A cacophony of noises pierced his consciousness like silver needles relentlessly drilling into his brain. Su Mu felt on the verge of explosion. In the span of merely 2 hours, he experienced a torrent of blood from his orifices, cold sweat pouring from him as if he were a mere skeleton, shriveled and curled up at the head of the bed. After 3 days of torment, Su Mu was rendered utterly numb, unable to manage even the most basic aspects of life. Hu Quan, holding a bowl of water, attempted to feed him, but Su Mu could not even muster the strength to swallow. Just as he began to regain a semblance of beneath the veil of consciousness, the 2 individuals beheld with stark clarity a minuscule creature emerging from a tiny vial, wriggling its way through the crack of the door. This insect, no larger than a fingernail, was entirely ebony in hue, its back encased in a hard shell, and adorned with a pair of delicate antennae atop its head. Its pace was unhurried, seemingly devoid of any remarkable traits. However, both Su Mu and Hu Quan simultaneously paled. The slaughtering spirit beetle. Indeed, you read that correctly. It is the very one, the slaughterer of life. This exceedingly rare insect may appear unassuming, yet it possesses a set of sharp fangs capable of devouring all in its path. Anything that ventures within its predatory range is utterly doomed to demise. Naturally, this creature has a flaw, its lack of speed. Any cultivator familiar with it, upon spotting it, can simply turn and flee, for it cannot catch up. Su Mu maintained a semblance of composure, but Hu Quan, in the adjacent room, was a ghostly shade of white, trembling uncontrollably. In his infancy, he had several siblings, only to witness them be mercilessly consumed by this very creature. It was this entity that posed a formidable threat, compelling him to exhaust all his strength in a final bid for survival. Transforming into human form and narrowly escaping that moment, he would rather confront 100 enchanting fairies than remain in the same room as this abomination for even a fleeting instant. With a resounding crash, he unhesitatingly hurled himself against the window, escaping into the inky darkness of the street. Sumu recognized the creature in an instant, his expression darkening to an extreme. The adversary had indeed expended considerable effort to drive them out. Nevertheless, he dared not linger in the room. Mimicking Huquan's leap through the window on the shadowy street, Huquan's figure had already vanished around a corner. Sumu soon followed, his presence dissipating into the night. In the depths of darkness, a petite and dainty silhouette gradually emerged, gazing coldly at the spot where the two had disappeared, letting out a disdainful huff, in the span of a mere incense stick burning. Huquan slowed his pace, awaiting Sumu. Just as Sumu laid eyes on Huquan, a familiar crimson sedan chair made its appearance. Giggling, "My dear sirs, what a coincidence it is to meet again." For bearers, each exuding distinct charm, gently set down the sedan, assisting the enchanting fairy in disembarking. Despite having suffered a setback previously, the enchanting fairy wore a radiant smile. Huquan, with a playful grin, chimed, "Ah, is that not Sister Fairy? To appear so late, have you come to warm the bed of this lonely Hu Yi?" He. Indeed, Hu Gongzi is ever so perceptive. Understanding the fairy's heartfelt intentions, as the enchanting fairy approached, she spoke. "You are mistaken." Huquan's smile abruptly vanished, his gaze fixed intently on her as he solemnly uttered two words. The enchanting fairy's heart skipped a beat, halting her steps, though her expression remained unchanged. "Might I inquire where the fairy is aired?" "I would be grateful for your enlightenment." Hu Gongzi. Huquan suddenly burst into laughter. "I am not one to understand others' sentiments, but rather one who understands clothing, garments, to be precise." Upon hearing this, the enchanting fairy's heart, once suspended in trepidation, plummeted back to ease. "Hu Yi, you truly are incorrigible." Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Huquan with a teasing allure. "Ha, I am a man who has never cultivated benevolence. Only revels in bloodshed and arson. Thoroughly wicked, indeed." Huquan laughed heartily as he strode forward, swiftly enveloping Mei Qianqian in his embrace. His movement was both rapid and unexpected, and by the time Mei Qianqian realized what was happening, she found herself firmly held. Although a smile lingered on her face, her body was secretly straining against his grip. However, after several futile attempts to slip free from Huquan's strong arms, she couldn't help but feel a rising sense of alarm. "Master Hu, you are far too impatient. No rush." "Not in the slightest," Huquan replied, exerting a bit more pressure as he held Mei Qianqian. "Tonight, all I wish to do is hold you." A sharp gasp escaped Mei Qianqian's lips as she felt as though her bones were being crushed. The four bearers opposite them noticed their master was being restrained and immediately changed their expressions, stepping forward, intent on intervening. Huquan tightened his grip around Mei Qianqian's neck and turned to face the four men, who halted in their tracks, hesitant to advance. Satisfied, Huquan smiled and leaned closer to Mei Qianqian's ear, whispering, "I have never encountered someone so foolish. Did you truly come to my door, hoping to warm my bed?" Mei Qianqian's face turned as pale as a ghost, her entire body trembling. She had always assumed Huquan was merely a drunken fool, incapable of action when faced with a woman. After all, the last time, he had been completely at her mercy, showing no inclination to assist Su Mu. It was only at this moment, however. Liu Yan hails from the Mingxin sect, and he has an elder sister who is a direct disciple of the sect leader, someone whom Qianqian cannot afford to offend. Yet, Huquan's words of self-sacrifice left her in a dilemma. The implication was unmistakable. "If you remain silent, you shall not leave this evening. If the enchanting beauty Qianqian is unaware, then we shall meet again in the next life." Huquan's voice faded. The hand that had just loosened its grip tightened once more around Qianqian's neck. She gasped for breath, the familiar yet terrifying sensation of suffocation enveloping her once again. At that moment, if only there existed a pill of regret, she would spare no effort to obtain it. Huquan was truly formidable. In his grasp, she found herself devoid of any opportunity for resistance. As pain began to throb in her brain from the lack of air, and her vision grew increasingly blurred, Qianqian could no longer endure. She patted Huquan's hand, struggling to utter a name. Liu Yan. Huquan released her, and Qianqian inhaled deeply, savoring the air as if for the first time in her life. It had never tasted so sweet. To my knowledge, both Liu Yan and you seek the Yunxian moonlight mirror. Once achieved, how do you intend to divide it? Sumu turned to Qianqian and inquired nonchalantly. He coughed. Soon as Qianqian began to speak, a fit of violent coughing seized her, and it took a considerable while for her to recover. He stated that the Yunxian moonlight mirror is to be mine, provided that you both perish. Su Mu nodded. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Qianqian quickly glanced at Hu Quan. Hu Quan smiled and patted her cheek. Ferryman. May we meet again by fate. Qianqian's heart convulsed violently. She wished never to encounter these two again in her lifetime. The instant Hu Quan released her, she dashed away with her forebearers, abandoning any semblance of the grace and poise expected of a celestial maiden. I, who have been rather too benevolent. Hu Quan observed the retreating figure of Qianqian, unable to suppress a sigh. 4 silhouettes emerged from the darkness, and the one who spoke was none other than Liu Yan. The 4 disciples of the Chao family under Qianqian had cultivated the formidable Enlong Grand Formation, capable of exterminating those at the initial stages of the divine refinement realm. Yet, they had suffered a significant loss at the hands of Su Daoist. The prowess of these 2 young friends is truly enviable. I hear you seek our lives? Hu Quan squinted at Liu Yan, sizing him up. What? Are you afraid that we might venture to the Mingxin sect and reveal the true cause of Maruju's demise to Elder Hong? Liu Yan chuckled. Naturally, I am apprehensive. Thus I implore you both to embrace your demise. Are you so confident? Hu Quan chuckled. Although the Enlong Grand Formation is formidable, it can only eliminate those at the initial stages of the divine refinement realm. The 3 Taoists behind me can vanquish those at the intermediate level. I wonder if you too possess the confidence to challenge us? As Liu Yan spoke, the 3 figures behind him flashed forward, encircling Su Mu and his companion in a triangular formation. Mu, I shall count on you to handle these 3. I will keep an eye on Liu Yan to prevent any foul play. Hu Quan declared with righteous fervor. Liu Yan felt a flicker before his eyes, and suddenly Hu Quan stood beside him, wearing a mischievous grin as he fixed his gaze upon him. You? Liu Yan was taken aback. Instinctively retreating 2 steps, his right hand brushing over the spatial ring, a glimmering longsword aimed at Hu Quan. Taoist Liu, do not be agitated. I merely wish to observe your proficiency with wood. There is no malice. Absolutely no malice. Hu Quan hastily waved his hand, eager to clarify his stance. Meanwhile, Su Mu found himself encircled by Wang Xinyu, Feng Shiquan, and Hu Yaoyao. The 3 of them unleashed their internal energies, and a dense, misty haze enveloped the dark street. Su Mu's figure was entirely shrouded in this fog. At that moment, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was ensconced in a nebulous space. His spiritual sense extended no further than a mere yard. The surrounding mist effectively obstructed his perception. Su Mu murmured to himself, a sense of caution blossoming within. A cultivator, spiritual sense is akin to the eyes of the mundane, perhaps even more vital. The obstruction of his spiritual sense signified a significant diminishment in his ability to perceive the dangers within this space. He could only sense threats within a yard's distance. However, for a cultivator, a yard is but a fleeting moment. Should the enemy lie in ambush, ready to strike with ferocity, that mere yard would afford him pitifully little time to react. Just as these thoughts flickered through his mind, a chill raced down his spine. In an instant, he sidestepped, a glimmering short sword appearing near his shoulder. It was that woman. Hu Yaoyao. Su Mu's heart skipped a beat. She had left an indelible impression on him. Even now, the memory sent a shiver down his spine. Just as he regained his footing, the woman lifted her right leg, her toes glinting with a frigid light as they sliced towards Su Mu's throat. With a clenched fist, he struck her leg. A sharp crack resounded as he heard the sound of bone fracturing, sending her body hurtling backward. Yet, in that brief collision, she extended her right hand, the short sword aiming for Su Mu's abdomen. Su Mu twisted his waist, narrowly evading the blade, but the strain nearly wrenched him apart. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a chilling sensation surged through him. Su Mu, alarmed, had no time to react before he felt a tremendous force collide with his back. With a thunderous boom, that force exploded against him, propelling his body backward. It was the archer, Wang Xinyu. Though the arrow had not breached his protective barrier, it detonated perilously close to it. As Su Mu hit the ground, he felt his internal organs shift. He cursed himself inwardly. He had previously witnessed this at the crossroads, yet now he was thrown into disarray by a mere Hu Yaoyao. The crux of the matter was that this woman had made advances toward his lower half upon their first meeting. Truly, he was a coward. Just ask, which man, repeatedly addressed in such a manner, would not feel intimidated? He had nearly succumbed to her advances. However, there was no time for such thoughts. The moment he landed, he rolled backward twice. Boom! Boom! Two more resounding explosions erupted. The adversary had accurately anticipated his movements. As soon as he rolled, two arrows detonated against his protective barrier. Furthermore, the points of explosion for both arrows were precisely identical. Su Mu felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, a sweetness filling his mouth before he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The protective barrier was instantly breached. Alarmed, Su Mu's inner energy began to circulate, alleviating some of the excruciating pain. That he focused his mind and rose to his feet. That moment, another sound of something slicing through the air echoed. With sharp eyes, Su Mu clenched his right fist and struck the incoming long arrow with a resounding blow. The arrow was sent reeling backward, exploding amidst the gray mist. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu forcefully suppressed his internal injuries and conjured another layer of protective barrier. At this juncture, he comprehended that, in terms of formations, this particular array was no match for the dragon formation wielded by the four subordinates of Mei Xian. However, the trio excelled in close combat, ambush, and ranged attacks, coordinating their efforts exceptionally well. The array's sole function was the thick, gray mist, which obstructed the spiritual awareness of the cultivators, providing the three attackers with advantageous conditions for their lethal cooperation. At this moment, he needed to remain still and respond to change with steadfastness. Indeed, upon realizing that his archery could no longer harm Su Mu, Wang Xinyu ceased his assault. Suddenly, a piercing bell sound resonated from within the fog. Instinctively, Su Mu furrowed his brow. The tolling was akin to the wails of vengeful spirits, filled with despair and anguish, unsettling his heart and disrupting his focus. This was the sound of the ghost head blade's bell. He had heard it before and would have dismissed it if not for his injuries. Yet now, severely wounded and influenced by the gray mist, his mental state faced significant disturbance. The adversaries evidently noticed his change. A flash of white light appeared, and Hu Yaoyao's short sword lunged toward him. Behind him, Feng Shirquan swung the ghost head blade menacingly at Su Mu. His expression darkened, and his heart plummeted. He was merely a spirit-ferrying individual, wishing to avoid conflict. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Mei Xian to depart unscathed. In confronting these three rogue cultivators, he merely hoped to subdue them and compel their retreat. Yet now, he found himself in such dire straits that he longed to slap himself. As his internal energy surged, Su Mu's aura transformed dramatically. A faint glow enveloped his body, and his eyes widened, revealing no hint of turmoil. Liu Yan had come with the intent to take his life. And from the very beginning, there should have been no mercy. Observing the approaching short sword, he extended his right hand and seized it firmly. In an instant, countless currents of energy erupted in his palm, devouring the power within the short sword. The mid-tier yellow-grade artifact was reduced to mere scrap metal, shattering into pieces upon impact. Gazing into Hu Yaoyao's terrified eyes, Su Mu's left hand formed a fist and struck her heart with a resounding thud. She was sent hurtling backward, blood oozing from her mouth, lifeless by the time she hit the ground. This series of actions, though lengthy in description, transpired in the blink of an eye. Hu Yaoyao fell. Su Mu bore the full brunt of Feng Shirquan's blade from behind. His body staggered. The injuries he had just suppressed flared up again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In that moment of turning, Feng Shirquan's ghost head blade, imbued the blade's fierce gusts swept across the air, sending Su Mu's long hair flying backward. While his garments billowed audibly, Su Mu merely cast a cold glance at him. His palms coming together to ensnare the ghostly blade. In that fleeting moment, he deftly seized a broken shard and drew it across Feng Shirquan's neck. These two actions were executed with such precision and fluidity, as if rehearsed countless times. Feng Shirquan's eyes widened in terror as he clutched his neck with trembling hands, a visage of sheer horror etched upon his face. He could not fathom how a person, who moments ago had been utterly powerless against their assault, could so effortlessly claim their lives in the blink of an eye. Su Mu regarded him with an expression of icy indifference, his gaze akin to that of a deity observing an insignificant ant. He then shifted his attention towards the dense gray mist. Although his consciousness could not penetrate it, he instinctively sensed that Wang Xinyu was concealed within. Wang Xinyu shivered, feeling as though he were under the watchful eye of a lofty deity. He was unaware that, at this moment, Su Mu was already nearing his limits. Young Master Liu, I have no desire for these things. Farewell. The words rang in Liu Yan's mind like a curse. As Wang Xinyu departed, the formation collapsed, and the gray mist swiftly dissipated. Su Mu was now seated on the ground, meditating to recover from his injuries. Liu Yan's mind raced as he began to assess the situation. Su Mu was evidently at his weakest. Killing him now would be as simple as a flick of the wrist. Yet that how to make a move? Hu Quan, with a facade of a smile that didn't reach his eyes, casually inquired of Liu Yongjie. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yongjie's left hand flickered with brilliance as he hurled it towards Hu Quan. In the same instant, he stepped forward, his right hand wielding his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword qi towards Su Mu. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the night air with a chilling sound. Stirring the dust from the ground into the air, Su Mu remained with closed eyes, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. Die. As the long sword descended upon Su Mu, a frenzied excitement lit up Liu Yongjie's face. Once Su Mu fell, the truth surrounding Ma Ruru's death would remain forever concealed. The Yunxian Yuhua mirror would be mine. The glory of vanquishing the 3 demons and earning merit for the sect would be mine. The Huang-tier grand perfection Yang Yuan Dan rewarded by the sect would also belong to me. Everything would be mine. Soon, with the Yang Yuan Dan consumed, my cultivation would ascend to the Yuan Shan realm. I would become the leading figure among this generation of disciples. Even my sister would stand behind me. Looking up to my existence that moment, he envisioned himself basking in the adoration of the sect. As for Hu Quan, Liu Yongjie paid him no heed at such close range. Being struck by his hidden spirit needle left only one possible outcome. The hidden spirit needle was a mid-tier Huang artifact, impervious to anyone below the Yuan Shan realm. Once it pierced the enemy, it could bypass their protective barrier and penetrate the flesh. Within mere 3 breaths, the needle's potent venom would spread throughout the internal organs. He had expended a significant portion of his savings at the auction held by the antique bronze auction house to acquire this treasure, which he had long kept as a life-saving trump card. And now it was proving invaluable. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of impact resonated throughout Hu Quan's body, yet he did not take the time to discern what it was. The moment Liu Yongjie moved, he too sprang into action. With a swift step forward, he extended his hand and grasped Liu Yongjie's shoulder, pulling him forcefully. Liu Yongjie felt a searing pain in his right arm, as if his bones were being crushed. Before the long sword even approached Su Mu, it had already clattered to the ground. Caught off guard, Liu Yongjie stumbled backwards several paces. Hu Quan let out a cold chuckle and advanced a step, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, a flash of brilliance enveloped Liu Yongjie, and he was sent flying several yards away. The spurt of fresh blood escaped his lips, leaving him utterly terrified. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he scrambled into a dark alley, disappearing from sight. Humph, consider yourself fortunate, boy. Donning that protective garment has spared your life. Hu Quan coldly scoffed at the vanishing figure. Turning his gaze back to Su Mu, he observed under the moonlight that Su Mu's face was devoid of any color. The vital energy within him flowed incessantly through his meridians and flesh. After what seemed like an hour, he finally opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, the innkeeper and a waiter appeared once more, perhaps aware of the unsavory events that transpired that night. Or perhaps knowing the connection these two had with the Qing family, the innkeeper said nothing and provided them with 2 more rooms. After Mei Xianqian departed, she hurried towards the northeast, racing towards her sect. She knew she had violated her agreement with Liu Yongjie, and he would not easily let her off the hook, even if he were to perish at the hands of Hu Quan and Su Mu. His sister Liu Yongping would not spare her either. However, shortly after leaving that street, she was intercepted. Was Mei Xianqian fleeing in such a frenzied manner due to some illicit wrongdoing? The cold moonlight spilled onto the silent street, casting a long shadow before her. Mei Xianqian abruptly halted, her eyes widening and her heart racing. That voice was all too familiar. Liu Yongping, the woman she loathed with a passion, the one who was the epitome of hypocrisy, shamelessness, and cruelty. In her pursuit of entering the Mingxin sect, Liu Yongping had gone so far as to ruin her reputation and her purity, leaving her disfigured. Yet, within half a year, Liu Yongping had already ascended to the intermediate level of the condensing spirit realm. No matter how hard Mei Xianqian strived, she could never match Liu Yongping's prowess. Liu Yongping, you wretched creature. Though she was inferior in cultivation to Liu Yongping, Mei Xianqian still gritted her teeth and cursed. Slap! Liu Yongping waved her hand through the air, delivering a resounding slap to Mei Xianqian's face. The once pale complexion of Mei Xianqian rapidly flushed and swelled before the naked eye. After years apart, Xianqian, you remain as obstinate and capricious as ever, lacking in decorum. Liu Yongping spoke. She had already closed the distance, standing before Mei Xianqian. So? You thought you could betray Xiao Jia and simply walk away unscathed? What do you intend to do now? Mei Xianqian gazed at Liu Yongping, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes. Liu Yongping's gaze swept over the fourth son of the Chao family behind Mei Xianqian. Fetch those two named Hu Quan and Su Mu for me, and I shall absolve you of your transgressions against Xiao Jia. Upon uttering these words, Liu Yongping's gaze returned to the face of Mei Xianqian. She raised her hand, deliberately caressing Mei Xianqian's swollen cheek, remarking, Sister Xianqian, your skin is not as well kept as it once was. Although you have practiced the Tianyin Chenyu technique, one must still exercise caution to avoid overindulgence, lest you wither away before your time. After this, she mischievously winked at Mei Xianqian. The latter's complexion turned a ghastly shade, yet she dared not make a move to tea that moment. Liu Yongping's hand, which had been tenderly stroking Mei Xianqian's cheek, suddenly grasped firmly. In her grip lay a piece of human skin, approximately the size of a palm. Mei Xianqian gasped, swiftly covering her cheek with her hand. There, a patch of uneven, pitch-black skin marred her visage, reminiscent of burns from a fierce blaze. Very well. Be on your way that I shall await you for but half an hour. You should know where to find me. Liu Yongping scrutinized the piece of human skin in her hand, then glanced at Mei Xianqian's disfigured, grotesque countenance, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Mei Xianqian was seething with fury, yet before Liu Yongping, she dared not unleash her wrath. She merely covered her cheek with her right hand and turned to leave, with Qiao Jia Xiling following closely behind, as though he were oblivious till after a considerable while. She finally opened her mouth, cursing vehemently, while tears streamed incessantly down her cheeks. Qiao Jiayang felt an intense pang of sorrow. They had witnessed such scenes numerous times before, yet each occasion had compelled them to follow her silently, providing a wordless companionship. However, this time, the distinguished Qiao Sanlang spoke up. Master, after all these years, do you intend to endure this forever? Mei Xianqian paused in her steps, turning to gaze at Qiao Sanlang. Her eyes, now tinged with a peculiar hue of crimson, widened with intrigue. What do you mean? Although her daily interactions with the Qiao brothers were somewhat outrageous, a bond of camaraderie had undoubtedly formed. She believed that if it truly came to a life-or-death situation, these four brothers would lay down their lives for her. Sanlang, with his fair complexion and well-defined features, often wore a gentle smile that made him appear approachable. Yet beneath that facade lay a mind brimming with profound thoughts. He seldom spoke, but when he did, his words struck at the heart of the matter, perhaps making him no less a match for Liu Yongping. Currently, due to the matter concerning Maruru, Liu Yongjia harbored murderous intent towards the two of them, and Liu Yongping had emerged to support his younger brother, inevitably leading to a confrontation with these two. Mei Xianqian, being an astute individual, could not fail to comprehend the implications of such a statement. That it was Qiao Dalong, known for his delicate appearance, that evoked envy among women, who had taken the initiative to speak. Rather than remain subjugated and linger in a state of survival, it would be wiser to make a bold attempt. After all, the worst outcome would be death. In such a case, the four brothers would accompany her, ensuring she would not be alone. If that is the case, then I shall heed your counsel and fight with all my might. Mei Xianqian nodded without hesitation. In truth, when Qiao Sanlang articulated this thought, she had already silently agreed. Her lack of overt expression was merely to gauge the sentiments of the other three. Qiao Dalong had always been the steadfast anchor among the four. Since he had voiced such a sentiment, Erlang and Xilang would naturally not oppose it. Of course, Mei Xianqian was adept in her speech. Her words merely indicated, then I shall listen to you. This simple statement made the Qiao brothers acutely aware of their significance in her eyes. Simultaneously, it subtly conveyed that although she was their master, in matters of life and death, she was inclined to heed their counsel. This relationship, albeit peculiar, was deftly managed by Mei Xianqian, hence the unwavering loyalty of the Qiao brothers towards her. Once her resolve was firm, all the pent-up frustration within her dissipated, leading her to instantly kneel and bow her head upon encountering Hu Quan to kneel and prostrate oneself before someone who appeared younger and had recently bested her was an act unimaginable for most. Yet, Mei Xianqian was different. After enduring countless humiliations at the hands of Liu Yongping over the years, she seized this opportunity to topple her adversary. She would not hesitate to bow, let alone undertake even more outrageous actions. Hu Quan, ever the gossip, had learned from Mu Tu that the enemy of one's enemy is a friend, and that one should strive to unite all possible forces. Thus, he helped Mei Xianqian to her feet. gesturing for her to sit and speak. Though the wounds on her face appeared grotesque and terrifying, his gaze remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious. Qianqian beauty, since you harbor a grudge against Liu Yongping, how is it that you find yourself entangled with her brother? Hu Quan was exceedingly curious about this matter. Humph. In the eyes of Liu Yongjia, she is treasured like the very apple of his eye. Although Mike Xiangxian's words were left unfinished, Hu Quan had already grasped the essence of her strategy. You humiliate me. You look down upon me, yet I shall deliberately pursue your younger brother, inflicting upon you a most profound annoyance. Upon hearing this, Hu Quan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they turned to serious matters, and Hu Quan summoned Su Mu. Despite Su Mu's severe injuries, he had formidable connections and a powerful benefactor, which allowed him to recover swiftly after a period of rest. To put it plainly, his years of cultivation had infused his blood and flesh with vital energy, rendering his physical form extraordinarily resilient. With a vigorous bloodline and abundant vitality, it was only natural for his wounds to heal rapidly. When the time comes, we will take care of Liu Yongping, while you handle Liu Yongjia. How does that sound? Hu Quan briefly conveyed Mike Xiangxian's intentions, prompting Su Mu to raise his gaze towards her and pose a question. Having traversed from Blue Star, he had garnered some understanding of a woman's innermost thoughts. This, Hu Quan was utterly bewildered. In his perception, Mike Xiangxian, having endured Liu Yongping's humiliations for years, would harbor the deepest resentment towards him. After painstakingly enduring all these years, she finally had a chance for revenge. Why would she allow someone else to take her place? No problem. However, without a moment's hesitation, Mike Xiangxian agreed that yes, she uttered those 3 words. A flicker of evident distortion danced in her gaze. She possesses a residence within the city. Let us proceed there to seek assistance. With that, Mike Xiangxian rose and led the way. Hu Quan and Su Mu followed closely behind. Their pace swift, the night wind howling past them. Mu. I still fail to comprehend why she does not take matters into her own hands. Throughout the journey, Hu Quan remained puzzled by this conundrum. Upon arriving at their destination, unable to restrain himself any longer, he quietly inquired. Tio witnessed Liu Yongping helplessly observe as his younger brother is slain by Mike Xiangxian, whom he has consistently disregarded. This would be more agonizing than facing his own demise. This tactic is known as psychological warfare. Su Mu quietly elucidated. Hu Quan nodded in agreement. Indeed, she mentioned to me that Liu Yongping treasures his brother like the very essence of his being. As they exchanged a few more murmurs, Mike Xiangxian had already guided them to a secluded alleyway. The alley was surprisingly spacious, rivaling the thoroughfare itself. Within this lengthy passage, there stood but a single residence. Flanked by towering walls, though night had fallen, one could still discern the lush trees within the courtyard from outside. As the night breeze rustled the leaves, casting eerie shadows, the scene was somewhat unsettling. This is quite an opportune location. Hu Quan couldn't help but survey his surroundings. Although situated in the heart of the city, it remained remarkably tranquil, yet conveniently close to the streets. It exemplified the concept of finding serenity amidst chaos. However, Mike Xiangxian's countenance was a portrait of fury, the hatred in her eyes almost palpable. This dwelling was once my home, only to be usurped by that wretched creature. Hu Quan and Su Mu exchanged glances. Choosing to remain silent, that moment, Chao Dalong spoke up, offering an explanation to the duo. Years ago, due to matters concerning his apprenticeship with the Mingxin sect, that vile person orchestrated the destruction of my master. For over half a year, my master was left to wander the streets. This moment, Mei Xianxian had already knocked on the door, and a group of individuals entered the courtyard. As they traversed the front yard, Liu Yongping and Liu Yongjia were already awaiting them in the central courtyard. However, accompanying them were 2 men and a woman, seemingly 3 to 4 years younger than Liu Yongping. Su Mu cast a glance at these 3 individuals. Their cultivation level was at the initial stage of body refinement, just a step away from advancing to the intermediate stage. Given their age and level of cultivation, they could certainly be regarded as prodigies in the Moon Spirit City. At that moment, Liu Yongping was seated in a grand armchair in the courtyard, observing Mei Xianxian with a bemused expression. Mei Xianxian's gaze fell upon the 3 individuals, and her countenance abruptly darkened. It appeared that the adversaries had anticipated her arrival and were waiting here for her. After all these years, Sister Xianxian still hasn't learned her lesson. Liu Yongping spoke in a nonchalant tone, the disdain in his eyes unmistakable. Mei Xianxian remained as thoughtless as ever, perpetually trapped in her own web. Over the years, keeping her around was merely a diversion from the monotony of daily training. A way to indulge in a game of cat and mouse. Moreover, if he were to lack something, it was convenient to have someone deliver it right to his door, achieving multiple objectives at once. Indeed, being foolish is being foolish. Even if one finds a great deity as a master, they would still fail to gain wisdom. Mei Qianqian remained silent, while the fourth son of the Chao family stood behind her. His head bowed in trepidation. Nevertheless, they did not retreat an inch, evidently intent on standing by Mei Qianqian through thick and thin. Qiuquan scoffed, casting a cold glance at Liu Yongping. You certainly have a sharp mind. Too bad your brother is a disappointment. Liu Yongping's expression darkened, turning to his younger brother. Shao Jia, you with this wretch. The remainder of her words, as a woman, were difficult to articulate, but the implication was abundantly clear. I was seduced by her. Upon sensing his sister's piercing gaze, Liu Yongjia instinctively shrank back, his face flushing crimson, wishing fervently for a hole in the ground to swallow him whole. Chapter 34. A smile only men understand. Mei Qianqian. You vile creature, how dare you ensnare Shao Jia? Liu Yongping's face contorted with rage, her eyes ablaze, fixated on Mei Qianqian, longing to tear her apart. Others might be oblivious, but she was well aware. The cultivation technique Mei Qianqian practiced. The heavenly enchantress art relied on siphoning men's essence to enhance her own power. That if Shao Jia truly, who knows how much essence she has drained from him? The affairs of the world are inherently just. How can there exist a principle where one can bully others without fear of reprisal? Su Mu observed Liu Yongping's twisted, furious visage and said with a calm demeanor, I shall only say this once. Leave now, and you may still escape. The young woman among the three let out a light laugh, her eyes brimming with contempt as she regarded Su Mu. I am quite eager to stay and see what you can do to me. They were all inner disciples of the Mingxin sect, having achieved the initial stage of body refinement at a young age. Though they may not compare to senior sister Liu, a direct disciple, they were certainly leagues above ordinary cultivators. 2 Insignificant rogue cultivators, whose origins are unknown, believe they can intimidate our people into retreating with just a single statement. If word of this spreads, how will they ever establish themselves within the sect or find their footing in Moon Spirit City? Su Mu cast a glance at Hu Quan, who responded with a mischievous grin, conveying a reassuring look. In an instant, he appeared before the woman, fists clenched, and delivered a powerful blow aimed squarely at the modestly protruding area of her chest. Initially, he had no inclination towards such behavior, but after experiencing the gratifying sensation during his previous encounter with Hu Yaoyao, he found it quite enjoyable. With a resounding thud, the woman, at the initial stage of body refinement, was sent flying without any resistance. Upon landing, her chest was already marred with blood, bearing the imprints of 2 fists. Now, even the bulliest of men would pale in comparison to her. Liu Yongping and his companions were utterly taken aback. Only moments ago, they had been engaged in amiable conversation, and now, in the blink of an eye, they were embroiled in violence. You, Liu Yongping glared fiercely, his eyes wide like brass bells, fixated on Su Mu with an intense desire to devour him whole. However, just as he began to utter a word, Su Mu's internal energy surged, and he swung his fist toward her. Mei Qianqian, Liu Yongjia is in your capable hands. As Su Mu took action, he did not forget to call out to the dazed Mei Qianqian standing nearby. Indeed, she was momentarily bewildered. According to the usual script, there should have been a back-and-forth exchange of verbal probing, mutual threats, and revealing of trump cards before any physical confrontation ensued, right? Furthermore, even if a fight were to break out, it should have begun with tentative strikes, assessing the opponent's strength before proceeding cautiously. Why did it escalate to an outright assault right from the start? Observing the woman on the ground, convulsing and bleeding from the mouth, a profound sense of relief washed over Mei Qianqian. Fortunately, those 2 punches were not directed at her. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she couldn't help but glance at the woman's concave chest, shivering involuntarily as a chill coursed through her body. Young Master Liu, I am utterly in awe of your valor from that night of passion. Tonight, I have come to invite you for another exquisite evening, she said, a playful tone in her voice, as she suddenly appeared beside Liu Yongjia. Chao Jia Silang stepped forward, encircling Liu Yongjia, and without a word, initiated the dragon formation. Shao Jia, Liu Yongping intended to assist. But just as she made a move, Su Mu's fists were already barreling toward her, seeking death. Liu Yongping's eyes glinted with coldness as a long, azure sword appeared in her hand. This sword, entirely jade green, emanated a chilling aura and an overwhelming sword intent. It was a mid-level yellow-grade magical artifact. Before her voice faded, a streak of emerald sword energy sliced towards Su Mud in an instant. The expansive courtyard was filled with rustling trees and cascading leaves. The already cool night breeze became frigid, enveloped by the sword's aura. In the darkness, a flash of green light struck against Su Mu's doubled fists with a resounding clang. Liu Yongping was supremely confident in her abilities. With all her strength behind this strike, even if this Su Mu were to survive, he would be left with but half a life. Shao Jia must not come to harm. Thus, after delivering her counterstrike, she charged forward once more, determined to confront Mei Xianxian. However, in the fleeting moment of turning, a series of muffled explosions erupted from her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Yongping glanced down, observing wisps of transparent airflow violently erupting from the blade of her autumn water longsword. The vital energy within the sword was being devoured by this bizarre current at a visible pace. Before Liu Yongping could fully shift her expression of calm, her mid-grade yellow-tier artifact had already shattered with a crisp crack. She abruptly turned her gaze towards Su Mu, a mixture of terror and confusion evident on her face. "Who exactly are you?" As she demanded, Su Mu's fists swiftly appeared before her. The flowing, translucent air enveloped his somewhat delicate fists, which then struck directly at her chest and abdomen. It was rapid. Too rapid. Liu Yongping barely had time to react before she was sent flying backward. While airborne, her internal energy surged, stabilizing her form, and a long sword reappeared in her grasp. However, this new sword was merely a low-grade yellow-tier artifact, a step down from her previous one. Liu Yongping, clad in snow-white robes, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury, unleashed a fierce killing intent from her sword. With a commanding shout, the sword's radiance tore through the night sky like a blazing serpent, cleaving towards Su Mu. Indeed, a mid-level body refinement cultivator is remarkable. Su Mu maintained a calm demeanor, yet he couldn't help but reflect. He had previously sparred with the fourth son of the Chao family and was well aware of the formidable nature of the Yin Dragon formation. At that time, with his strength, he could barely break through the formation in a few moves. Had Liu Yongping been trapped in that formation, her strike could not only cleave through the Yin Dragon formation, but also annihilate all four of them. However, following the escapade in the Celestial Pit, Su Mu had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual essence, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Otherwise, he would indeed have to expend considerable effort to contend with Liu Yongping. The night wind carried the shrill sounds of the sword's radiance slicing through the air, piercing and chillingly ominous. As Su Mu's internal energy flowed, a faint white glow appeared in his palm. At the very moment the sword's radiance approached, he clasped his hands together, ensnaring the sword's light within his palms. Strangely, while he managed to seize the sword's brilliance, Liu Yongping found that her long sword had also become immobile. She stared incredulously at her weapon, her face etched with astonishment. Yet, in a fleeting moment, she resolutely abandoned the sword, her hands flashing with brilliance as she hurled them towards Su Mu. Dozens of fine beams of light, concealed within the howling night wind, darted towards Su Mu like celestial maidens scattering flowers. Ling needle. Su Mu looked up, his right palm open, revealing a palm-sized light screen. Intricate patterns and swirling runes adorned this screen, which in the blink of an eye expanded to a height exceeding that of a person. As he subtly moved his palm, the screen enveloped him like a transparent bell. Clang, clang, clang. The Ling needles collided against the transparent light screen, producing a crisp sound. Yet, not a single ripple was stirred. Observing this, Liu Yongping's expression shifted dramatically, her face suddenly reflecting profound fear. The Yuan needle was a stealthy weapon specifically designed to target cultivators, with its greatest advantage being its ability to penetrate a cultivator's protective barrier. Given the proximity between them, even a high-level body refinement cultivator would find it hard to defend against such an onslaught. Let alone this multitude. Before her stood Su Mu, who had somehow conjured an enigmatic barrier of light that effortlessly repelled the hidden needles. "Who are you, truly?" This was the second time she posed this question that night. Yet this time, her voice trembled with palpable fear. Liu Yongping, although a direct disciple of the Mingxin sect's leader and a notable figure among the younger generation in Yuling City, was acutely aware of the vastness of the Eastern Sacred Continent. Their current location, Yuling City, was merely a third-rate town within Qingzhou. In contrast, the first-rate cities and the more prosperous powers could easily obliterate the Mingxin sect with a mere flick of their wrist. Not to mention the formidable regions beyond Qingzhou, such as Zhongzhou, Dongzhou, and Yunzhi. If Su Mu were indeed a being of profound heritage, one that even the Mingxin sect dared not provoke, then she would need to consider alternative strategies. With a light chuckle, Su Mu declared, "A wandering cultivator, Su Mu." As the words left his lips, he thrust his palm forward, and the bizarre, patterned barrier resembled a colossal mirror, hurtling directly toward Liu Yongping. Overwhelmed by fear, she dared not withstand the force head-on. Instead, she gently caressed her spatial ring, summoning a palm-sized golden bell that materialized in her grasp. As she channeled her internal energy into it, the golden bell levitated above her head, radiating a brilliant light. Yet, in the instant the golden light enveloped Liu Yongping, the patterned barrier collided with it. With a resounding crash, the golden light shattered like a fallen mirror. Simultaneously, the golden bell above her fractured, fissures appearing in its surface. In the blink of an eye, it disintegrated into streams of golden light. The destruction of her magical artifact inflicted a tremendous backlash upon Liu Yongping. Her body weakened, and she coughed up blood, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground. Su Mu cast a glance at her. Her orifices bled, her meridians severed, leaving her no chance of survival. Meanwhile, Hu Quan had already subdued the remaining 2 disciples of the Mingxin sect. Liu Yongping, gasping for breath, raised her head just in time to catch sight of her younger brother. "Shao Jieta," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper, akin to the sound of a mosquito at that moment. Liu Yongjie appeared pale as a ghost, drenched in cold sweat as if caught in a torrential downpour. Yet, on his face lingered an uncanny smile, one that spoke of an inexplicable bliss. This smile was one that men could understand. It was utterly intoxicating. Chapter 35. The Troubles of Lord Qin. Mei Xianxian stood beside him, her face adorned with a beguiling smile, as she softly murmured suggestive sounds not suitable for the ears of children. Her hands deftly roamed over Liu Yongjie's body. It seemed as if her hands possessed an inexhaustible charm. Wherever they touched him, he would shudder violently, his moans growing more fervent. However, the cold sweat poured from him in torrents, and his complexion grew increasingly ghastly. The essence of life within him diminished at a visible rate. Despite this, an eerie smile remained etched upon his face, his body swaying as he engaged in the most primal and wild of activities. Hu Quan observed with a playful grin, his gaze occasionally flickering with a newfound enlightenment at the spectacle before him. Caught up in the moment, he could not help but sway along with the rhythm. Yet, entwined with Liu Yongjie was merely a shadow, the shadow of Mei Xianxian. "Mei Xianxian, you wretched creature," Liu Yongping, in a state of utter exhaustion, cursed vehemently, the flames of fury in her eyes nearly coalescing into a tangible form. Yet, at that moment, she was incapable of extending a hand to aid her brother. Even the slightest movement was beyond her reach. Mei Xianxian turned her head, her grotesque visage adorned with a morbid, frenzied grin. "Liu Yongping, what does it feel like to watch your beloved brother perish at my hands? You once marred my face, yet you wish for me to face the world unblemished? Alas, your brother is so enamored. Ha 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 ha." Mei Xianxian's laughter was wild and hideous, her already disfigured face now contorted beyond recognition. Yet, this was the most sincere and joyful laughter she had experienced in many years. Since the destruction of her family, she had silently vowed to take Liu Yongping's life. However, over the years, all she had endured was the humiliation inflicted by this wretched woman, leaving her powerless to act. The hatred that festered within her could be likened to the heights of the heavens and the depths of the oceans. At this moment, she relished the prospect of tormenting this despicable being. Finally, she could witness the panic, fear, and despair etched upon Liu Yongping's face. The excruciating heartache of watching a loved one succumb to death, helpless to intervene, was a sensation she had felt when her parents passed away. Now, she was determined to allow this wretched woman to experience the same agony in that moment. Mei Xianxian felt as though a colossal weight that had long burdened her was finally lifted. A profound sense of relief enveloped her, as if she were suddenly floating among the clouds. Even her body felt as though it might ascend into the air. "Shao Jia." Liu Yongping whispered her brother's name, blood gushing from her mouth in torrents. She could distinctly sense the vitality within her waning feverishly. Yet, Shao Jia could not die. He must not perish. She recalled that winter when the entire family gathered in the courtyard to watch the fireworks. The sky was both brilliantly bright and ominously dark. The fireworks were warm yet chilling to the bone. Only she and her brother huddled together on a rickety wooden bed, watching over their gravely ill mother. Their mother, a mere concubine in the Liu family, was neglected by their father that a simple fever had claimed her life. Surely, all it took was a physician to prescribe a couple of herbal remedies. For the affluent Liu family, this was but a trifling matter. Yet, the matron, with an expression of impatience, deemed her a mere concubine, and her death was of little consequence. Mother's illness lingered on, worsening with each passing day. Until she succumbed on that frigid night, she departed, leaving behind her 8-year-old self and her 6-year-old brother, the two small figures curled up together, weeping endlessly over their mother's lifeless form. That moment. Xiao Jia promised, "Sister, do not worry. When I grow up, I will protect you well." These deeply buried memories flashed before Liu Yongping like a fleeting panorama. "Xiao Jia, you have not yet grown. You have yet to protect your sister." "How can you die?" Liu Yongping murmured softly, her consciousness fading into a haze. The following morning, Su Mu and Hu Quan rode swiftly towards Mingxin's sect. Elder Hong personally met with them, and Ma Ruru remained unaware of the conversation exchanged between them. For Elder Hong did not put them in a difficult position. Mu2. "Do you think the Liu family will seek revenge on us?" On the road, Hu Quan engaged in casual banter with Su Mu as they walked. "I do not know," Su Mu replied, shaking his head. He had only heard vague whispers about the Liu family, which seemed to be a second-rate clan. Beyond that, he was entirely uninformed as the night deepened. The two men and their horses finally arrived at the southern part of the city. Passing by Xianyafang once more, Hu Quan could walk no further. "Why not rest here for the night?" "I have not had a proper sleep in the past 2 days." He appeared to seek Su Mu's opinion. Yet by the time he posed the question, he had already stepped through the entrance of Xianyafang. Su Mu let out a wry smile, his face reflecting a look of hesitation. Ultimately, after a moment's resolve, he followed Hu Quan inside. For reasons unknown, each time he entered such establishments, he was engulfed by a profound sense of guilt. As they were led along, upon entering a boathouse named Lanxiang Shuixia, Su Mu finally discerned the source of his guilt. Perhaps it stemmed from his previous life on Blue Star, where he had been a model youth of impeccable character, inherently repulsed by such places. However, it mattered little now. He had gradually adapted to local customs and blended in with the surroundings. Hu Quan was entirely unreserved, experimenting with various techniques learned from Liu Yongjie the previous night. Throughout the entire night, the 3-story boathouse resonated with the melodious voices of women. In contrast, Su Mu preferred to be more discreet, finding satisfaction in singular companionship. This time, both had learned their lesson. Aware that Xianyafang provided complimentary breakfast, they waited until they were well fed before venturing out. Now, they could enjoy a few days of proper rest. On the street, Hu Quan stretched beneath the warm sunlight, exuding a sense of languor. "Let us hope so," Su Mu nodded. He was indifferent, for the tension that had gripped him had entirely dissipated after the events of the previous night. The two had scarcely walked a short distance when they encountered Qin Erye. Qin Erye's face was etched with sorrow, his brow furrowed like a range of steep mountains. However, upon spotting Su Mu and Hu Quan, a hint of cheer returned to his countenance as he approached briskly. "Young Master Su." "Master Hu, what brings you here?" "After yesterday's events, we came here to unwind for the night," Hu Quan explained with a smile. "I see. A new establishment called Yunming Lu has opened on Hexiang Street. Allow me to treat you both to some tea." Qin Erye promptly invited, for he too was grappling with personal matters and felt the weight of melancholy. The distance to Hexiang Street was merely 2 alleys away, and soon the three found a private room to sit down. Once the tea and snacks were served, Qin Erye dismissed the attendants and took it upon himself to brew the tea. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Mu finally spoke. "I noticed you appeared burdened with worries on the street. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Upon hearing this, Qin Erye's hand trembled slightly around the teacup, a fleeting flicker of bitterness crossing his gaze. "It is rather embarrassing to speak of, lest I become the subject of your amusement," Master Qin Erye remarked with a bittersweet smile, as Su Mu and Hu Quan exchanged glances, each perceiving the mutual confusion reflected in the other's eyes. This should be considered a good thing, right? This cannot be deemed a bad thing, can it? After a moment of careful deliberation, Su Mu finally spoke. "Ah, if that man proves to be capable, it would indeed be a fortunate development." Master Qin Erye sighed heavily. His name is Lang Hua, a solitary cultivator from Yunyang City. Oh. With this revelation from Master Qin, Su Mu comprehended the situation. Yunyang City is not too distant from Yueling City and possesses overall strength that surpasses that of Yueling City. Given the Qin family's standing in Yueling City, they would certainly not regard a footloose cultivator with disdain. After all, even a solitary cultivator from Yunyang City holds significance. Upon witnessing the expressions of both men, Master Qin understood their misunderstanding and waved his hand to clarify. As long as Rong is fond of him. As her father, I shall not oppose that my disinterest does not stem from his status. Then what is the issue? Hu Quan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Could it be that he harbors a hidden ailment? At this, Su Mu erupted in a fit of laughter, spraying tea across the table. He shot Hu Quan an exasperated glare. Must you always think in such an unsavory manner? However, Master Qin sighed deeply once more. And to Su Mu's astonishment, he solemnly nodded. Lang Hua was born with incomplete meridians. His highest cultivation level barely reaches the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, while that may not be considered weak in Yueling City. In a prominent place like Yunyang City, it is merely at the bottom rung that why Rong is destined to share her life with him. How can I possibly rest easy with such meager abilities? To speak candidly, Qianqian possesses more profound cultivation than that. Does your daughter know this? Su Mu asked. Master Qin nodded. Of course she does, but she is utterly infatuated with that young man. Ah. Hu Quan sighed. As the adage goes, it is difficult for even a wise judge to resolve family disputes, particularly for outsiders like us. This is indeed a troublesome matter, as it concerns Miss Qin's future. Master Qin nodded, acknowledging the truth in this statement. Yet the resolute stance of his daughter left him in a difficult position. Come, let us drink. The more he contemplated, the more vexed he became, finding the tea tasteless and yearning for wine. The trio then relocated to a nearby tavern to indulge in spirits. However, scarcely had they settled in when a knock echoed from outside the private room. Before the trio could respond, the door swung open to reveal a strikingly beautiful woman, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Master Qin, clearly his daughter. Father, something terrible has happened. Lang Hua that he is in trouble. Qin Rong hurried towards Master Qin, her words trailing off as tears streamed down her face. Chapter 36. A grand conspiracy. Master Qin turned to glance at his daughter, his eyes reflecting not only helplessness but also a hint of indignation at her folly. It must be said that in a world where strength reigns supreme, Master Qin's existence is indeed a stifling one. Sit down and tell me slowly. What has transpired? Since Lang Hua's arrival, there have been disturbances every few days. Wandering alone through the city, he found himself lost. Even in the garden at home, he could easily become disoriented. In fact, he meandered along a stream and inadvertently stumbled upon the secluded bathing pool reserved for the women of the family. Qianqian could not fathom how someone as self-reliant as Rong could take a liking to such a creature who was utterly incapable of managing his own life, someone with experience. He was absolutely certain that this was intentional. How could a high-level practitioner in the body refinement realm be so clueless about directions? How could he wander into a thicket and fail to find his way out? Why not say he entered a room and couldn't he find the bed? Qin Rong's expression wavered as she glanced at Su Mu and Hu Quan, clearly reluctant to speak in front of outsiders. You all discuss your matters. We shall take our leave for now that we can gather again another time. Su Mu and Hu Quan rose immediately to bid farewell, and no need for that. You may speak freely before them. What has happened with Lang Hua? Elder Qin cast a glance at Su Mu and Hu Quan, gesturing for them to sit. The two felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to leave or stay, clearly agitated. Qin Rong no longer hesitated and spoke up. He accidentally wandered into the back mountain and disturbed several ancestors in seclusion. Now, he has been captured by Uncle, and all the clan elders have gathered to adjudicate his punishment. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. What nonsense! Upon hearing this, Elder Qin's eyes widened in fury, and he stood abruptly, flipping the table in his wrath. He glared at his daughter with a fierce look before turning to Su Mu and Hu Quan, ready to take his leave, when Su Mu suddenly interjected. Elder, please hold. Elder Qin paused, his face etched with confusion, and instinctively asked, what is it? Could it be that a high-level practitioner in the body refinement realm could carelessly intrude upon the secluded mountain of the Qin family's ancestors? Su Mu appeared to make a casual remark, while Hu Quan's gaze settled on Qin Rong, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Enraged, Elder Qing's pupils constricted sharply as he turned to fix his gaze upon his daughter. So it has become customary? At this thought, Lin Qianqian couldn't help but shudder. Reflecting on the past few days, he realized that the family's garden, his daughter's boudoir, the precious herb chamber, the leisure pavilion and rockery, the alchemy pavilion, the bathing pool for the women, the pill storage building, the martial arts arena for the Qin family youths, and the guest reception hall, it seemed as though Rongrong had taken this Langhua everywhere. He even ventured out alone, getting lost in numerous places. For instance, discovering a stream in the courtyard, he followed it along and eventually arrived at the bathing pool. Or, spotting a pavilion in the distance, he eagerly intended to go admire the view. Initially, he had dragged Rongrong along, but later he ventured out by himself. Unintentionally, halfway through his journey, he became lost near the alchemy pavilion. This series of seemingly trivial events, however, suggested that if Langhua were a perceptive individual, he might have thoroughly familiarized himself with the vast Qin family in just over 10 days. Such thoughts flashed through Lin Qianqian's mind. Qin Rongrong glared resentfully at Su Mu and Hu Quan, her face brimming with tears as she implored her father. Lin Qianqian nodded and followed his daughter as they exited. However, just as Qin Rongrong turned her head, a sharp pain struck the back of her neck, causing her to weaken and collapse into Lin Qianqian's embrace. Hu Quan and Su Mu exchanged glances, utterly dumbfounded. I would appreciate it if you two could ascertain whether Rongrong has been tampered with, Lin Qianqian said, gently seating his daughter in a chair. He then stepped out of the private room and took out a communication jade slip to notify his elder brother. Over time, everyone had grown accustomed to Langhua, who was often muddle-headed, prone to minor mishaps, and easily lost. Although they held a certain disdain for him, they were willing to overlook it for the sake of Miss Rongrong. Thus, when Lin Qianqian sensed something amiss, he promptly sent a message to his elder brother. Inside the room, Su Mu probed Qin Rongrong's body with a flick of his fingertip infused with elemental energy. Within a matter of breaths, his expression turned exceedingly grim. Is there truly a problem? Hu Quan remarked, extending his hand to check Qin Rongrong's pulse, his countenance equally darkening. What could be the matter? Qin Eryi entered, his face etched with worry. Heard that her soul seems to be in distress, Su Mu carefully articulated, striving to simplify his words. Upon hearing this, Qin Eryi immediately grasped his daughter's hand to examine her. However, after 3 meticulous rounds of probing her body with his own elemental energy, he found no anomalies. He had even scrutinized her soul, yet detected nothing out of the ordinary. What affliction plagues her soul? Lin Qianqian, well versed in his daughter's character, knew she would never be enamored with Langhua. Even if she had developed feelings, given Langhua's recent behavior in the Qin household, she would undoubtedly be furious. Yet, in recent days, his daughter had placed him at the forefront of her thoughts, her heart and eyes consumed by him, devoid of any independent notion. This was decidedly peculiar. Lin Qianqian had subtly investigated his daughter's condition, but had uncovered nothing that today's circumstances were coincidental. He had merely acted on impulse, not anticipating that these two would discern a problem. Hu Quan pondered for a moment before speaking. To put it simply, the soul and the physical body are synchronized. However, there exists a discrepancy between Miss Qin's soul and her physical form. What does that mean? Lin Qianqian inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Unable to grasp Hu Quan's meaning, Hu Quan glanced at Su Mu and gestured for him to elaborate. Lin Qianqian then turned his gaze to Su Mu, who wore a similarly troubled expression. After a moment of contemplation, he propped himself against the table, retrieved 3 wine glasses, and arranged them on the surface. He took 2 glasses, positioning them in a straight line, before explaining, if these 2 glasses represent a person's soul and body, all interactions between them occur along this line. As he spoke, Su Mu traced the line between the 2 glasses. However, within the connection between Miss Qin's soul and body, an additional element has emerged. As he continued to elucidate, he placed the 3rd glass between the other 2. Thus, her perceptions and actions will diverge entirely from her previous behavior. Lin Qianqian was utterly bewildered. He seemed to grasp the meaning, yet simultaneously understood nothing at all. By utilizing the power of his soul, one could perceive the essence of Miss Qin's spirit. With careful attention, it became evident. As Su Mu spoke, a flicker of white light surged from his fingertips into Lin Qianqian's body. A tremor coursed through Lin Qianqian's robust frame, as an exquisite sensation of comfort flooded through him, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, every pore and hair on his body seemed to rejoice. quivering with exhilaration. Soon, he became aware that his soul had undergone a profound transformation. The most immediate realization was that his spirit had become significantly denser, more vibrant, and at least doubled in strength. Lin Qianqian restrained the overwhelming joy within him and attempted to extend a fragment of his spirit into his daughter's being for exploration, again and again. After no less than 5 attempts, he discerned a faint veil of mist surrounding his daughter's soul. This hazy mist was so ethereal that it appeared almost indistinguishable from her essence. Had it not been for the considerable enhancement of Lin Qianqian's spirit and his meticulous probing, he would have been utterly oblivious to it. Pertaining to his daughter, panic seized Lin Qianqian's heart. Su Mu sighed deeply and spoke gravely. He and Hu Quan were originally sole ferrymen and preferred not to meddle in matters beyond their scope. Moreover, it was evident that someone was deliberately targeting the Qin family, and they wished to avoid excessive involvement. That we shall be residing at the Qianqian Inn for the next few days. Should you require anything, seek us there. Lin Qianqian, unwilling to dawdle, expressed his gratitude to the two and hastily departed, cradling his daughter. The two exchanged weary smiles and, upon exiting the tavern, returned to the Qianqian Inn. It appeared that the Qin family was in for turbulent times ahead. The two leaned against the window in their room, gazing down at the bustling pedestrians below. Su Mu shook his head. It seems the situation may not be so straightforward. That Lang Hua hails from Yunyang City. To tamper with Qin Rongrong's spirit would require at least a practitioner at the level. Such individuals are rarely encountered. Even in Yunyang City. Hu Quan turned to him and inquired, if old Qin truly seeks our assistance, what will you do? Su Mu sighed heavily. While we are indeed sole ferrymen, we are, first and foremost, human. Humans, we experience myriad emotions, love, aversion, joy, and hatred. Qin Yi is a rare individual who resonates with our temperament. Hu Quan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I like him. He is a good man. Before they could continue their conversation, they noticed the Qin family's carriage approaching the Qianqian at a rapid pace. They exchanged knowing smiles. It had taken less than half an hour for Qin Yi to arrive at their doorstep. This matter is delicate. Proceed with caution. Hu Quan patted Su Mu on the shoulder and turned to open the door. Qin Rongrong remained in a state of unconsciousness, accompanied by Qin Yi and Qin Fu Rin, her mother. After a brief introduction, Qin Yi assisted Qin Rongrong to sit on the bed. Fatty, stay by my side and ensure that thing does not escape. As Su Mu spoke, he took his place behind Qin Rongrong. Qin Yi, Qin Fu Rin, you must guarantee that we will not be disturbed. Although the two wore expressions of deep concern, they solemnly nodded in agreement. Chapter 37. The return of the task pertaining to the soul. Su Mu dared not to be careless. He took a deep breath, allowing himself to attain complete calmness. The energy within his body surged, and a flicker of white light appeared at his fingertips. As he slowly raised his hand, the white light gradually expanded. With his palm facing downwards, the luminescence flowed forth, seeping into Qin Rongrong's crown. Suddenly, Qin Rongrong's tightly shut eyes flung open. Before she could react, Su Mu forcefully pressed down with his palm, and the white light, akin to fine shards of illumination, instantaneously pierced into her mind. A chilling and eerie scream erupted from Qin Rongrong's consciousness. Although the sound was piercing, it was evidently emitted by a male voice. Qin Rongrong's body convulsed violently, her face as pale as a sheet. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded incessantly down her cheeks. Su Mu, seated behind Qin Rongrong, felt his inner energy whirl chaotically, as white light continuously ebbed and flowed from his palm, merging into her mind. Despite her tightly shut eyes, Qin Rongrong's expression was contorted in agony, clearly suffering to the utmost degree. Nevertheless, her body remained motionless upon the bed. Evidently subdued by Su Mu's force, Madame Qin, witnessing her daughter's torment, was filled with heartache. She glanced at her husband and then at her daughter, a desire to speak welling up within her. After having investigated numerous times with no resolution, she ultimately sought the ancestral elder in the secluded domain. Upon review, the elder merely stated, "This matter, I do not possess absolute certainty. If you are at ease, I shall intervene." Naturally, Lin Qianqian was not at ease. Without hesitation, he brought people to Xinka to seek out Su Mu and Hu Quan. Madame Qin, though initially skeptical, became increasingly distraught upon witnessing her daughter's suffering. Yet, she finally comprehended. Her daughter's soul had indeed been tampered with, and that piercing voice was undoubtedly not her own. Meanwhile, Lang Hua, kneeling in the court of justice, suddenly contorted his face in agony, clutching his head and wailing. Who is it? Who could it be? Ah, Rongrong, where are you? What on earth are you doing? Lang Hua, originally possessing a fair complexion and handsome features, exuded an air of refined elegance in his every movement. However, at this moment, he resembled a severely wounded beast. His visage twisted, rolling on the ground, bereft of humanity. Qin Jiashu, Qin Qingyi, along with the elders, were all taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, each one bewildered by the unfolding situation. Everyone, please remain calm. Qin Qingyi, after a moment's contemplation, began to piece together the puzzle and immediately sought to reassure the crowd that he intended to find a way to cleanse his daughter's soul, that it appeared that this matter was likely intertwined with the individual named Lang Hua. With this thought, he waved his hand, and a beam of brilliance emanated from his sleeve, enveloping Lang Huato. Their astonishment. The now pale-faced and contorted Lang Hua was encased within a small luminous barrier. Within this barrier, flickering shadows of blades could be discerned, and a palpable aura of slaughter radiated outward. Is this the Four Directions blade array? The elders of the Qin family exchanged glances, perplexed by the occurrences. The Four Directions blade array was a unique formation of their family. Once ensnared within, upon activation of the formation, both body and soul would be subject to annihilation. This time, the ancestors were indeed taken aback. But it hardly warranted the immediate summoning of the Four Directions blade array. After all, even in the case of punishment, such severity seemed unwarranted. The chief elder turned his gaze directly towards Qin Qingyi, his face etched with confusion as he inquired, "What is the meaning of this, family head?" The others likewise looked to Qin Qingyi, awaiting his elucidation. With a smile, Qin Qingyi addressed Lang Hua within the formation, explaining, "There is no need for concern. Upon observing young Master Lang, it is evident that his spirit has been assailed. I have employed the Four Directions blade array to confine him within, serving to isolate that peculiar spiritual attack." The elders, upon hearing this explanation, were clearly skeptical but refrained from further questioning. Moreover, their disdain for the giant infant like Lang Hua only compounded their reluctance. Inside the array, Lang Hua felt his heart plummet upon hearing these words, that he comprehended that his predicament had likely been exposed. However, once the Four Directions blade array was activated, he lost all connection with the fragment of his spirit that remained within Qin Rongrong. Unbeknownst to him, she had been taken to an unknown location while he had been preoccupied with investigating the Qin family, neglecting her entirely. How infuriating! Lang Hua cursed inwardly, yearning to break free from the array. But he could sense its formidable power. Should he attempt to act, triggering the formation, even with all his might, escape would be futile. Young Master Lang, please remain calm. Just stay within the array. My ancestor has gone to investigate. Once we identify the vile scoundrels who have covertly targeted you, we shall apprehend them immediately to ensure your safety. The gentle yet authoritative voice of Qin Qingyi resonated in his ears. The elders of the Qin family, seasoned in their ways, had already begun to grasp the implications of the family head's words. Meanwhile, Lang Hua within the array wore a sullen expression, consumed by a desire to break free and eliminate that duplicitous old rogue. Yet, what perplexed him was when he had begun to reveal himself, what incident had led to his exposure. He had believed that every detail had been meticulously calculated, leaving no room for error. Trapped within the array, he dared not act rashly. Unable to communicate with the outside world, he could only quiet his mind and ponder where the flaw lay. Could it be that Qin Zidong was not dead? No, that was impossible. He had personally dealt with the body, entrusted to the Bamboo Grove Pavilion, ensuring there was no chance of survival. Could they have discovered Qin Zidong's corpse? No, that too was unlikely. If they had indeed found the body, the Qin family would not be so tranquil. After all, Qin Zidong was the son of family head Qin Qingyi. Or perhaps there was an issue with Elder Su. It seemed the plan needed to be expedited. As he contemplated these matters, Lang Hua suddenly felt a piercing pain akin to 1,000 needles stabbing into his mind. It felt as though countless silver needles were simultaneously penetrating his head. His spirit seemed to be tearing apart. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, convulsing violently before losing consciousness. Within the Xian Kalayan, Su Mu felt as though he had just emerged from the depths of water, his entire being dripping with moisture. Just moments ago, his right hand had suddenly grasped something. A hazy, mist-like entity had been extracted from Qin Rongrong's sea of consciousness. It was unmistakably a fragment of spirit. Though its form was indistinct, It was still recognizable as Lang Hu. As soon as this wisp of spirit emerged, Su Mu could no longer endure and collapsed onto the bed. The spirit, now devoid of control and attempting to flee, was promptly swallowed by Hu Quan, who stood nearby with his mouth agape. All is well. The person is safe, but they will require a rest of 10 days to half a month, Hu Quan remarked while examining the exhausted Su Mu. Lady Qianqian, filled with concern, rushed to embrace her daughter, while also discreetly assessing her condition. Though the spirit was weakened, the body was largely unharmed. Without hesitation, Lin Qianqian placed a bottle of elixir before Hu, saying, "Master Hu, this is the Gu Yuan Dan, which can aid young Master Su in his swift recovery. I am deeply grateful and shall repay your kindness in due time, and no need for thanks." It was but a trifling effort, Hu Quan replied with a smile, for he had not been the one to exert himself in the rescue, yet he had acquired a wisp of spirit in the process. Su Mu was not gravely injured. It was merely a case of excessive spiritual depletion. After resting for an hour, he had nearly fully recovered, and the two of them descended to dine. Given their current cultivation levels, they had long surpassed the need for fasting. Eating was merely a means to indulge their appetites. Furthermore, as Su Mu had stated, living like the mundane was essential to maintaining one's humanity. Many cultivators, having secluded themselves for years, developed reclusive and indifferent personalities, viewing mortals as little more than ants. In Su Mu's eyes, such a path of cultivation was not worth pursuing. As they reached the ground floor, they were warmly greeted by the innkeeper, who had been instructed by Lord Qing to ensure that the esteemed guests were well taken care of, with all expenses charged to him. The innkeeper personally led them to a secluded and elegant private room. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, a man entered the inn, a man who was none other than Wang Xinyu, the one who had escaped previously. Casually, he glanced in the direction where Su Mu and Hu Quan had vanished before requesting a room and heading upstairs. As night fell, Su Mu had just settled into bed, preparing for sleep, when he noticed a faint glimmer of spiritual light outside the window. Rising, he opened the window, allowing the small light to drift inside. Su Mu sighed heavily. The plump one had hoped for a few days of rest. Hardly had he warmed his seat when yet more trouble arose. However, upon comprehending the essence of this spirit, Su Mu felt a torrent of conflicting emotions surging within him, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Qin Zidong, the youngest son of Qin Qing, the head of the Qin family, who had been killed after stumbling upon Lang Hua confronting Elder Su regarding certain matters. Elder Su, responsible for guarding the family SRA, had divulged the secrets of activating the Qin family's grand formation to Lang Hua, who had threatened him with the lives of Elder Su's 2 sons. Naturally astonished by such a clandestine revelation, Qin Zidong believed himself to have remained unnoticed, although he possessed only the initial level of body refinement. Despite utilizing his life-saving treasures, he was still ultimately vanquished by Lang Hua's single strike. Thus, he was resolutely determined to see his father as swiftly as possible, eager to disclose all that he had learned. Chapter 38. Unconventional Tactics. Lin Qianqian, a second-tier power within the Moon Spirit City, engaged in the business of taking people's wealth and alleviating their calamities. Since escaping with his life from Su Mu and Hu Quan, Wang Xinyu had joined this organization, in the Eastern Sacred Continent. It is exceedingly arduous for wandering cultivators to survive. Previously, with the companionship of Feng Shiquan and Hu Yaoyao, life was somewhat more bearable. However, now he finds himself utterly alone. By chance, Lin Qian took notice of his exceptional archery skills and extended an invitation to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xinyu accepted. His inaugural task involved infiltrating the Qin household alongside Fan Tianqing to handle a corpse. Dealing with corpses is the most fundamental and straightforward assignment for Lin Qian. After exiting the Qin residence, they sought a secluded forest along a quiet official road to bury the body. Although joining Lin Qian allowed him to earn more than before, the myriad restrictions imposed were particularly burdensome. The requirement to be at their beck and call alone was something he found hard to accept. To be candid, upon encountering the two, Wang Xinyu felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, instantly sobering him from his previous inebriation. Instinctively, he sensed that their presence boded ill as anticipated. It was not long before Qin Yi and his wife, accompanied by their daughter, arrived. Later, when the two descended for dinner, he took special care to lean out and confirm his suspicions once more. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he decided to take up residence at the Xian Inn within less than an hour. All matters concerning Su Mu and Hu Quan were laid before Huang Qian, the steward of the Chrysanthemum Hall at Zhulinshan. Zhulinshan is divided into 4 halls: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, each competing fiercely against the others. The head steward had declared that regarding the lucrative opportunity presented by the Qin family, the hall that contributed the most would reap the greatest rewards. Conversely, should any issues arise within a particular hall, the repercussions would be beyond what an ordinary individual could bear. Thus, Huang Qian approached Wang Xinyu's report with utmost seriousness. To bolster his credibility, Wang Xinyu meticulously recounted the incident involving Ma Ruzhu. He concluded by asserting that Su Mu might indeed possess the ability to perceive spirits and communicate with them. Spirits? Could such entities truly exist in this world? After the passage of a short incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly lifted his head and called out towards the door, "Come in." Immediately, a young man of around 14 or 15 years entered, awaiting orders at that moment. Su Mu and Hu Quan had already arrived at a secluded grove by the official road. After half an hour's journey into the depths of the forest, they stumbled upon freshly disturbed earth. Soon, the corpse of Qin Zidong was unearthed. Alas, what a pity, having been born into such a promising lineage. He met his untimely demise at such a young age. Hu Quan lamented sorrowfully as he stored Qin Zidong's body within his spatial ring. Well then, with this mess left by the Qin family, we cannot simply escape. That Su Mu nodded in agreement, and the two turned to depart. Just then, Qin Zidong unexpectedly changed his mind, expressing a desire for the two to assist the Qin family in overcoming this calamity. The previous conditions were rendered void. According to protocol, Su Mu could have declined, yet the thought of Qin heir Yi compelled him to acquiesce. The two had barely taken a few steps when the once vibrant forest, alive with the sounds of insects and birds, fell suddenly silent. The entire grove seemed to have succumbed to an unnatural stillness, the very air thick with tension. Their expressions shifted, fists clenched tightly, as their internal energy surged forth in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds of breaking air resonated from all directions. A dense mass of countless arrows filled the entire expanse, enveloping the two individuals. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions followed, as each arrow struck against their protective barrier. Detonating with force, the vast open ground was instantly pockmarked with deep craters. Surrounding trees and underbrush were violently uprooted, debris flying in all directions amidst the swirling dust. Although Su Mu and Hu Quan were shielded by their protective barrier, the repeated blasts left them dizzy and disoriented. Wang Xinyu, how could he be here? Hu Quan shouted in alarm, channeling his internal energy to leap upwards, intent on escaping the perilous location. However, just as he vaulted over Su Mu's head, a massive net descended from above, ensnaring them between its folds. "We must find a way to break free," Su Mu exclaimed, furrowing his brow. In mere moments, his protective barrier had diminished by half, the explosive force of the arrows overwhelming his limits. While speaking, he extended his right hand, and 2 blades of condensed energy surged forth, cleaving through the air towards the net. With a tearing sound, the net was rent asunder, allowing the two to burst forth, their right feet striking the ground as they soared into the air, vanishing from sight. "Don't let them escape," a voice echoed from within the forest, and suddenly, dozens of figures emerged, pursuing the direction in which Su Mu and Hu Quan had disappeared. Within a few breaths, the two had already dashed deep into the woods. With their adversaries lying in wait, it was evident that ample reinforcements had been stationed along the official road. Should they venture out, it would likely result in their capture. "How did they know we would come here?" Hu Quan inquired, breathless as he ran. Su Mu shook his head, sharing his doubts on the matter. The incident concerning Qin Zidong was known only to the two of them, and their decision to seek his remains had been entirely spontaneous. Given the ambush, it seemed as if their pursuers had anticipated their arrival, as if they were aware someone would come to unearth a corpse. That Wang Xinyu, how could he possibly be here? Hu Quan pressed on, firmly convinced that the arrows had been fired by Wang Xinyu. Su Mu continued to shake his head, the suddenness of the situation leaving him bewildered. Unable to grasp the underlying logic. "Oh, don't just shake your head. Say something," Hu Quan urged, his impatience growing. Since joining Su Mu, he had never witnessed him in such a state. Typically, no matter the circumstance, Su Mu radiated confidence and composure. "Right now, I am equally at a loss. Our priority is to evade these pursuers," Su Mu replied, Glancing back, he saw the trees in the forest sway as shadowy figures darted through, racing towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they pursued, arrows flew through the air. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air filled the space behind them, and each impact resulted in yet another thunderous explosion. The ground around them was intermittently blasted into deep craters. Occasionally flinging small creatures into the AIR.as they sprinted, the two remained vigilant, deftly dodging the arrows as agile as two monkeys. Trained in the arts of assassination, they were naturally swift. After nearly half an hour of pursuit, the distance between the two parties began to narrow. The long arrows flew with an unsettling density, their thunderous explosions deafening the ears. The ground around Su Mu and Hu Quan was nearly devoid of any unmarred surface. At this rate, we shall certainly be surrounded. Hu Quan cursed vehemently as he sprinted, suddenly halting in his tracks and turning to charge towards the pursuing foes. However, barely had he pivoted when 7 or 8 arrows hurtled towards him. Startled, his scalp prickled, and he turned to flee. The sheer number of arrows was overwhelming, each tipped with a bizarre explosive substance. Upon detonation, their power was immense. Although his true form was that of an unyielding stone of the earth, impervious in nature, even he would suffer excruciating pain from such a force. Not to mention, the arrows approached in a relentless swarm, nearly impossible to count as Su Mu ran. He pondered strategies. Given the current predicament, it seemed unlikely they could outrun their pursuers. Even if they managed to shake them off for now, escape from the dense forest would not come easily. They still needed to reach the Qin family to fulfill Qin Zidong's mission without excessive delay. Yet, the adversary's arrows posed an insurmountable challenge, their tremendous power and overwhelming numbers rendering him only capable of self-preservation. We must not let them escape. Behind them, the disciples of Jutong, led by Wang Xinyu, pursued with fervent intensity, their eyes ablaze with determination. Each understood that capturing the two ahead would yield significant merit, with rewards from the hall beyond imagination to owe them. The fleeing figures represented not mere individuals, but a bounty of elixirs and treasured artifacts, the very sustenance for their ascension and cultivation, the stepping stones for advancement within the hall. There's no path ahead, Hu Quan suddenly bellowed as he slowed his pace. Su Mu's consciousness surged forward to investigate, and indeed, a precipice lay 50 zhang ahead. It's time to make a desperate stand. He promptly halted, turning to shout at Hu Quan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment they stopped, the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted once more. A relentless volley of arrows surged towards them without hesitation or preamble. They've driven us into a corner, according to the script. Shouldn't your leader emerge to chatter incessantly with us? Why are they deviating from the script? Su Mu internally scoffed as his inner energy surged, thickening the protective barrier around him. He transformed into a ghostly shadow, charging forth into the torrent of arrows. Hu Quan, shedding all pretense, let out a furious roar, his fists colliding with tremendous force. In an instant, his protective barrier dissipated, replaced by formidable rock formations. In the blink of an eye, he became entirely petrified, hurtling towards the crowd ahead. Lacking Su Mu's agility, he bore the brunt of the arrows as they detonated against him. Hu Yi is in agony, he howled, his mouth opening and closing in a cacophony of anguished curses. The air was filled with the dull thuds of explosions as large chunks of stone debris scattered in every direction. Show some support, hit that like button, and give a follow, my friends. Thank you all. Chapter 39. Killing is our specialty. In the tranquil depths of the forest, amidst the piercing sounds of slicing air, the only other sound was the eloquent utterances of Hu Qiuani. Occasionally, this was interspersed with heart-wrenching cries. Initially, the disciples of Zhu Lin Shan wore expressions of delight, secretly reveling in their perceived superiority. Humph! Do they truly believe that mere bravado can stand against us when cornered? We are professionals in the art of killing. If they can indeed breach our defenses today, then it would be time to reconsider the reputation we have built over decades. Some among them, with their cunning minds, even began to calculate in secret. If they could seize a severed limb, preferably a head, the credit for such a triumph would undoubtedly be theirs. However, as breaths passed, 1, 2, 3.10, this individual continued to wail, hurling invectives at their ancestors' female lineage. Though the screams grew more anguished, the voice remained robust. And astonishingly, the pace intensified. Before their astonishment could settle, a cacophony of cries erupted from another direction. Turning to behold the scene, they found Su Mu had inexplicably appeared among them. Though he appeared battered, his body marred and scorched, he showed no hesitation in combat. As he drew near, he unleashed his fists with ferocity. His hands, enveloped in a faint aura, glimmered with an ethereal light. Two disciples of Zhu Linxian, faces twisted in ferocity, brandished their swords to me. He was acutely aware that the individuals from Zhu Linxian, despite their formidable appearance, were vastly inferior to Hu Yao Yao in the art of assassination. In the past, Hu Yao Yao had been unable to gain the slightest advantage against these two. Consequently, the moment they approached, he vanished without a trace, within the brief span of a mere incense stick. The disciples of Zhu Linxian suffered heavy casualties, with more than a dozen fleeing in disarray. Once Su Mu and Hu Quan confirmed their departure, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Hu Quan fared somewhat better. Upon breaking free from his petrified state, he experienced only excruciating pain throughout his body. In simpler terms, he felt as though he had been bombarded by arrows. However, Su Mu's condition was far worse. Not only was his body covered in soot, but many areas were also gruesomely mangled. In fact, several bones had been shattered by the explosion. Of course, this was due to his agile movements, allowing him to evade some of the blasts. Had it not been for his swiftness, he would likely have been sent soaring into the air by the explosion. This, too, was a reason why they were reluctant to confront the disciples of Zhu Linxian head-on. "Histara, the pain is unbearable," Hu Quan exclaimed, attempting to move his arm, only to be met with a searing agony. "We can't continue like this. We need to devise a plan. Otherwise, if we are struck again in such a manner, we may very well meet our demise." Upon hearing this, Su Mu nodded, seated himself in a cross-legged position, and began to tend to his injuries. Incompetent fools, merely a couple of initial-stage body refinement practitioners. Yet they mobilized so many people and were utterly routed? Within Zhu Linxian, Huang Qian's face was dark with fury as he shattered a pearwood table with a single slap. "What on earth are you all doing? Wang Xianyu, did you not claim they were merely two somewhat formidable mid-stage body refinement practitioners? How could we have lost so many?" Within Zhu Linxian, the strength of the four halls was roughly equal. This operation had cost them 20 to 30 disciples, significantly weakening the power of the Zhu Hall by nearly 10%. In the forthcoming confrontations with the Qin family, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. It was no wonder Huang Qi and was so incensed. Ultimately, Wang Xianyu proposed a plan. Usually, tasks among the four halls were distributed on a rotating basis. If they encountered an unmanageable situation, they would report it to the chief, who would then make the final decision. Huang Qian's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Reporting to the chief implied that the Zhu Hall was incapable of handling this matter. Yet, as embarrassing as it was preferable to having their strength diminished. "Very well, you may all leave." Huang Qian gestured for everyone to depart. Wang Xianyu understood that Huang Hall Master had accepted his suggestion. After a brief interval, Huang Qian sought out Wang Xianyu. The task had been taken over by the Mei Hall, which had likely already set off. "Master is wise. I hope the disciples of Mei Hall can seize this grand achievement," Wang Xianyu said, cupping his hands in respect, a subtle smile gracing his face. He understood that capturing Su Mu and Hu Quan would likely require the intervention of mid-stage or even advanced-stage body refinement practitioners. Yet, among the nearly 1,000 individuals in Zhu Linxian, there were fewer than 80 mid-stage practitioners and less than 10 advanced-stage ones. These individuals would not be easily mobilized without their own long-range arrows to counter Su Mu and Hu Quan. The Mei Hall would surely suffer even greater losses than the Zhu Hall. However, was this not precisely the outcome Huang Qian desired? Are those three fellows mocking Jutong for his lack of competence? Just right, let them bleed a little. Musi, do you think there are any other forces involved in the matter concerning the Qin family, aside from Langhua and Zilingshuan? The two conversed as they strolled along. Su Mu shook his head, his expression grave as he spoke. "The situation is far from simple. If Langhua lacks backing, how could he, as a loose cultivator, dare to covet the Qin family? As for Zilingshuan, it is merely a second-rate power, akin to striking a rock with an egg when facing the Qin family. If Lin Hauran had any sense, how could he possibly take action against the Qin family?" Hu Quan furrowed his brow in consternation. "You humans are truly troublesome, filled with cunning schemes and deceitful plots." Hu Quan had no fondness for such mental gymnastics. Su Mu chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. "What shall we do now?" Hu Quan inquired, gazing at the desolate road. "Should we head directly to the Qin family, Sumu pondered seriously for a moment, then shook his head. Let us not go to the Qin family just yet. We still have yet to ascertain who our enemies are, so it is wiser not to expose ourselves. Very well, whatever you suggest, we shall do. Having made their decision, the two continued along the official road towards the Qianqian. Will the Qin family be in trouble? Huquan still harbored some concerns that, of course, he was primarily worried about Old Master Qin. There should not be any major issues. Old Master Qin is a wise man. Sumu contemplated deeply before speaking slowly. He is a key figure within the Qin family. Having discovered Longhua's intentions, he will undoubtedly take action. The Qin family is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Then that settles it. The two conversed as they walked, soon arriving at a bustling street. This moment, the street was alive with the comings and goings of people, various vendors calling out their wares. Their voices rising and falling in a lively chorus. Huquan's face lit up with delight as he quickened his pace towards the steaming stalls lining the street. Sumu's previously taut heart began to relax. Just then, two young women approached, each carrying a bamboo basket. They linked arms, engrossed in quiet laughter. Huquan's eyes gleamed. These two young women were truly stunning. With oval faces, phoenix-like eyes, and cherry-red lips, their skin bore a healthy wheatish hue. As they walked, their figures swayed enticingly. A sight to behold as they brushed past Huquan. A charming smile graced their faces. Huquan, captivated, gazed at them with a roguish grin. That moment, one of the women produced a glint of silver. A sharp dagger aimed directly at Huquan's abdomen. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his clothing, Huquan swiftly seized the woman's wrist, his smile widening. It is only proper for a beautiful sister to maintain a sense of decorum upon our first meeting. As he spoke, he twisted her wrist with a swift Chapter 40. Fellow wanderers of the same fate on the other side. Sumu was equally unceremonious, wrapping his arms around the shoulders of two middle-aged men as if they were old friends. Proceeding towards the bustling street ahead, the wrists of these two men were similarly broken, their faces contorted beyond recognition. Although Sumu and Huquan had not conferred, they shared the same intent, to take their captives to an appropriate location for interrogation. However, just as they had walked a few paces, a group of 30 to 50 individuals suddenly emerged from the street ahead, dressed in coarse linen garments. Each one bore a sinister expression and fierce gaze. Unmistakably not of ordinary stock. The formation of these 30 to 50 individuals created an immediate barrier, isolating the lively activities on the other side of the street. Sumu and Huquan exchanged glances, relinquished their hold on the two men, and blended into the throng, arriving at a secluded hillside. This place was known as Baihua Pe, surrounded by dense, towering trees, rendering it indeed an ideal location for nefarious deeds. Sumu surveyed his surroundings. The verdant trees provided ample shade, and the hillside was adorned with an array of blooming flowers. He nodded with a smile and remarked to those around him, "Indeed, this is a splendid location, quite suitable for burying the dead." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen disciples from the Mahal, at the initial stage of body refinement, brandished their daggers and lunged at Sumu and Huquan. Sumu took a cursory glance, noting a total of 48 individuals, the most formidable among them barely at the initial stage of body refinement. With several at the condensation stage. It appeared that the Zhu Lin Shan was not as impenetrable as it seemed. Narrowing his eyes, Sumu calmly intoned, channeling the energy within him, fists clenched, he thrust forward. A wave of invisible force erupted from his fists, sweeping across the oncoming attackers. In an instant, the tranquil hillside was engulfed by a tempest, the air thick with murderous intent. An inexplicable pressure descended upon the entire valley, causing the temperature to plummet. Many of the weaker disciples at the condensation stage trembled, shivering as wisps of white vapor escaped their breaths. With a thunderous roar, the invisible wave crashed into the charging disciples of the Mahal, sending them sprawling backward, their bodies flying. Sever in the bamboo forest pavilion. At this moment, Huang Qianan was leisurely sipping tea in his study. By this time, the disciples of the Plum Hall should have already confronted Sumu and Huquan. However, one could only wonder how long they would be able to hold their ground. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile involuntarily graced his face. How vividly he recalled the ridicule he faced from those three rascals when he initially reported this matter to Manager Lin. Alas, Huang Qianan's burdens were indeed heavy, having to provide for so many disciples, and it was particularly challenging given their youth and inexperience. Their performance during missions often left much to be desired. These were the exact words of the Plum Hall master. Huang Qianan, with 2 mid-level body refinement disciples, indeed faced a formidable challenge, and we all understood this. There was no need to take it to heart. After all, we are all part of the same family, and what difficulties could we, the 3 elder brothers, possibly ignore? This was the sentiment expressed by the Orchid Hall master. In my opinion, Huang Qianan was merely being modest. Although 2 mid-level body refinement practitioners posed a challenge, if Huang Qianan were to mobilize all his resources, it was not impossible for him to succeed. That we are all brothers here, and mutual assistance is what we do. This was the perspective of the Bamboo Hall master. Manager Lin Qianqian, seated in a position of authority, wore a grim expression, casting a cold glance at Huang Qianan without uttering a word. It was evident that he was also dissatisfied with the capabilities of the Chrysanthemum Hall. Although the opponents were 2 mid-level body refinement practitioners, the Bamboo Forest Pavilion had not been without its own victories over them. Huang Qianan had reiterated time and again that no one seemed to heed his words. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Having dutifully pointed out the exceptional qualities of the 2 individuals, he took his leave in disappointment. Memories of these events flooded his mind. Huang Qianan's smile widened, judging by the time. He estimated it was about time. That he murmured to himself, setting down his teacup, and was just about to rise to witness the unfolding drama when, with a loud bang, the door to his study was kicked open. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw the Plum Hall master striding towards him, eyes wide with fury, his face aflame with anger. Huang Qianan, you bastard. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Didn't you? Little did anyone know the immense frustration that had brewed within the Plum Hall master upon receiving the news. They had meticulously planned their operation, ensuring they could eliminate the 2 adversaries in one fell swoop. What did this signify? The 2 individuals, Su Mu and Hu Quan, were far from mere mid-level body refinement practitioners. They were at least of high-level cultivation. Otherwise, there was no way their ambush, disguised as ordinary mortals, could have succeeded. Once severely injured, surrounded and targeted for assassination by the crowd, how could failure be an option? The disciples of the Plum Hall were all astute and capable, known for their ruthless strikes. The 4 tasked with the ambush were particularly outstanding among the initial-level body refinement disciples. Once they closed in, even mid-level practitioners would find it nearly impossible to evade. How could it possibly end in failure? The more the Plum Hall master contemplated, the angrier he became, gripping Huang Qianan by the collar and berating him loudly, spittle flying onto Huang Qianan's face. Enraged, Huang Qianan's expression darkened as he forcefully shrugged off the Plum Hall master's hands and replied coldly. Plum Hall master, when I reported to Manager Lin, I repeatedly stated that these 2 individuals are not ordinary mid-level body refinement practitioners. They are exceptionally challenging to deal with. Did anyone list upon hearing these words? Master Mei's countenance faltered visibly. However, one cannot entirely blame him. Although the 4 halls possess comparable strength, it must be acknowledged that Juhua Hall is indeed somewhat weaker than the other 3, that when we speak of equivalence in strength, we refer to a parity in the number of disciples at the intermediate and advanced stages of body refinement. Half a year prior, Juhua Hall suffered a severe setback, leaving nearly all its junior disciples utterly incapacitated. Consequently, among the newly promoted disciples, many lack sufficient capability, leading to numerous oversights in task execution. This has engendered a subconscious belief that it is not the enemy's strength that is formidable, but rather their own comrades' weakness. Nevertheless, one might wonder if you, Huang Qian, harbor any ulterior motives. Master Mei indignantly uttered that we are all of the same ilk. Who is unaware of the schemes harbored in each other's hearts? How could I possibly have any ill intentions? Huang Qian retorted with fervor. With so many of my Juhua disciples perished, if I truly wished to drag you down, would I report this task to the head office? Master Mei was momentarily at a loss for words. According to customary practices, when halls encounter particularly arduous tasks, they may discreetly seek assistance from one another as long as the distribution of benefits remains equitable and no disturbances arise. Lin Qianqian would not intervene. Huang Qian's assertion held merit. Had he chosen not to report this matter and directly approached Master Mei with enticing offers, it is certain that Master Mei would have been swayed in such a scenario. Not only would Juhua Hall suffer significant losses, but it would also likely face the ire of the head office. Master Mei's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, akin to a painter's palette. Now dark, now pale, now flushed, now green. How many disciples have we lost? Huang Qian cast a glance at Master Mei. a smirk of feigned concern gracing his features. 48 disciples as he uttered these words, Master Mei felt as though his heart were bleeding. 48 disciples, 30 at the stage and 18 at the stage. A near catastrophic void was imminent. What are the consequences of such a void? Just look at Juhua Hall to comprehend. When tasked with any assignment of even slight difficulty, execution becomes perilous. Cultivators at the stage lack the requisite strength to fulfill their duties, while those at the stage are insufficient in number to spare personnel. Failure to complete tasks results in a lack of resource allocation, leaving the disciples below without the means to advance, consequently stunting their growth. This engenders a vicious cycle. So, what do you intend to do about this situation? Huang Qian observed the furrowed brow of Master Mei, and an inkling of shared misfortune stirred within him. He understood all too well the implications of losing 48 disciples from Master Mei. These two individuals are no ordinary figures, Master Mei declared with gravitas, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing across his brow. This loss will not go unpunished. Su Mu and Hu Quan will undoubtedly pay the price. Meanwhile, the two instigators of this turmoil lay comfortably asleep upon the grand bed of the Qianqian Inn. The Qin family, however, had descended into utter chaos. Following Lang Hua's capture, the ancestral patriarch personally undertook the soul-searching. That a series of conspiracies were laid bare, and Elder Su was apprehended without delay. Yet, Master Zizhong remained elusive. The ancestral patriarch merely remarked, the individual was taken away by those from Zhu Lin Xian. When Qin Qingyi received this news, his mind buzzed incessantly. He understood all too well the implications of the words unable to find. Zilingxuan is a character of utmost clarity, more so than anyone else. The situation with Donger has fallen into their hands. Qin Qingyi dared not contemplate further. Chapter 41. Meeting for the first time. Is this not inappropriate? Although Qin Qingyi forced himself to manage familial affairs, the disappearance of his son rendered him incapable of focusing. The usually astute and capable Qin matron was equally distraught, her tears flowing incessantly. Both of them were acutely aware of their son's plight. However, the absence of a body allowed them to cling to the faintest glimmer of hope. Qin Qianqian and the second Madame Qin could only unite in addressing the oversights of the elder brother. As night descended, the servants of the Qin family who had completely turned traitor, or those like Elder Su who had been coerced, or even those misled and deceived by Lang Hua, were all thoroughly purged. The family's defenses were hastily reinforced overnight, with the number of guards, both overt and covert, undoubtedly increased. By the time all was settled, Qin Qianqian was utterly exhausted, rendered speechless. Yet, as soon as he lay down, he bolted upright again, heading outside. After a day like this, why do you not rest? Inquired the second Madame Qin, furrowing her brow and rising to speak. I am going to search for Su Mu and Hu Quan. That child, Zitong, is missing, perhaps. Qin Qianqian's words trailed off as he let out a heavy sigh. Ever since their ancestor mentioned that the boy had been taken by those from Zilingxuan, he had understood. Zitong was lost. The assassins from Zilingxuan had undoubtedly taken away a corpse. However, the Qin family was currently unable to address this matter. Although today's commotion was significant, it was all conducted in secrecy. They needed to draw out those lurking in the shadows and capture them all at once. They sought to make it abundantly clear to the entire Yuling city. To dare to strike against the Qin family would entail a cost too grievous to bear. Yet, this child, Zitong, could not be left outside indefinitely. Upon hearing this, the second Madame Qin fell silent for a moment before rising. As well, I shall accompany you. Should we inform the elder brother and sister-in-law? Qin Qianqian shook his head. I am uncertain about this matter. It is better not to speak of it for now. We shall address it once we find Zitong. Deep within, Qin Qianqian understood that forming a spirit was a rare feat. Even if Zitong possessed such a gift, there was no guarantee he would encounter Su Mu and Hu Quan. He was merely seeking to console himself and, for the sake of the family, to take a chance. Should they indeed find Zitong, they would have no reservations when it came time to act against Zilingxuan. The matters concerning Zilingxuan, Su Mu, and Hu Quan were once again presented before Lin Hauran, the steward. The information currently available pertains solely to the activities of these two individuals over the past 2 to 3 years. What transpired 3 years prior, where they were, and how they cultivated their skills. Was there truly nothing to uncover? Lin Hauran furrowed his brow, reflecting on his 20 years of stewardship over Zilingxuan. This was indeed the first occurrence of such a situation. Furthermore, regarding this individual named Su Mu, who possesses the ability to ferry spirits, Was there anyone who had witnessed this firsthand? Upon hearing this query, Huang Qian immediately stepped forward, recounting verbatim the events he had discussed with Wang Xinyu. Most importantly, these two individuals share a close relationship with Qin Qianqian from the Qin family, who had previously procured a substantial quantity of stalactites for them. Qin Qianqian. Lin Howard murmured these three syllables softly. Although the second Master Qin appeared approachable, he was, in truth, quite proud and ambitious. The number of people worthy of his attention was exceedingly limited. Therefore, let us proceed in this manner. The four halls shall join forces for this mission. Wang Feng will lead a team of 20 mid-level body refiners, and it is imperative that we capture these two individuals. As this matter involves the Qin family, which is of utmost importance, regardless of whether they are capable of transcending to the spirit realm, they must be silenced to avert future troubles. Additionally, haste is of the essence. They have absconded with the corpse of Qin Zidong, and should they seek out the Qin family, it would spell disaster for all. After a brief discussion, Lin Howard issued a resolute command. Naturally, it would be ideal to take them alive. If the matter of transcending is indeed genuine, then our Zhu Lin Xian could potentially rise to the status of a first-rate force that in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The 20 core disciples of mid-level body refinement, led by Wang Feng, made their way to the Xian Kulian. Wang Feng, being Lin Howard's most trusted disciple, was already on the verge of advancing to Hig. However, he fully comprehended the principle that even a lion exerts its utmost strength to hunt a rabbit. Thus, despite harboring a myriad of disdainful thoughts, he proceeded to devise a meticulous plan, which he executed with unwavering diligence. At this moment, all the rooms on the second floor of the inner courtyard were enveloped in silence. The only sounds that Wang Feng could discern were the intermittent snores carried by the night breeze. At this time, the rooftops, courtyard, back door, and any potential escape routes were all diligently guarded by the individuals he had brought along. Wang Feng soon appeared at the door of Su Mu and Hu Quan's room. He held his breath, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within. Being fellow cultivators, he dared not employ his spiritual senses to probe into their circumstances at such a close distance, fearing that it might inadvertently alert them. A steady breathing pattern indicated one was meditating, while a deafening snore could be heard even from the first floor. A smile involuntarily crept across Wang Feng's lips. As an assassin, his greatest delight lay in leading his enemies unsuspectingly onto the path of oblivion. With utmost care, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his spatial ring and uncorked it. A faint yet alluring fragrance wafted through the crack of the door into the room. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The snores ceased, and the tranquil breathing was no longer audible. The smile on Wang Feng's face widened. The fragrance of thousand-mile enchanting aroma was his most effective ally, consistently leading to significant victories. Any cultivator below the Yuan Ti realm who inhaled even a trace would fall into a deep slumber, their consciousness clouded. Of course, the drawback lay in the fragrance being rather conspicuous. If the adversary were to take notice, they could simply hold their breath to evade it. Yet, the two within seemed blissfully unaware. Wang Feng reached out and pushed the door open with a creak. There, he beheld a figure sprawled on the bed and another slumped in a chair. Judging by their silhouettes, the one on the bed was Hu Quan, while the one on the chair was Su Mu. Wang Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed. He gestured outside, and 2 individuals promptly entered, moving towards the bed. Meanwhile, he approached Su Mu, who was slumped in the chair. As Wang Feng neared Su Mu, he glanced at his spatial ring and slowly raised the dagger in his hand, plunging it down with force. Such a person was better off dead. Just as the dagger made contact with Su Mu's clothing, the unconscious Su Mu abruptly opened his eyes at such close proximity. Wang Feng was struck by the brilliance of those pitch-black eyes. A gentle smile graced Su Mu's face as he spoke. Fellow Taoist, this is rather unbecoming for a first encounter, don't you think? As he spoke, Su Mu grasped Wang Feng's wrist with surprising strength. With a sharp crack, Wang Feng's wrist, which held the dagger, was broken. Wang Feng felt as if he had been struck by a thunderclap. His mind buzzing in disarray. He could not fathom how the infallible thousand-mile enchanting aroma had failed. The fragrance had clearly wafted into the room, and his group had remained concealed. These two could not possibly have held their breath in advance. What, then, had gone awry? His heart raced violently as he instinctively retreated. Withdraw, he bellowed, commanding his companions. They had fallen into a trap. The enemy had been well prepared. Since you've come this far, why not stay and have a good chat? Lying on the bed, Hu Quan opened his eyes with a mischievous grin. Beside him lay two men clad in black. Wang Feng, retreating in haste, felt his pupils constrict as he reached the doorway in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. His body collided heavily against the door panel. Chapter 42. An unforgettable kiss. Wang Feng had lost his mind. He had truly gone mad. All 25 members of Zhu Lin Qian in the intermediate stage of body refinement had been slaughtered. Only Wang Feng survived, but his spirit was severely wounded, plunging him into complete insanity. On his return, he was filthy, his eyes vacant, and drool incessantly flowed from his mouth. Upon seeing anyone, he would begin to chuckle uncontrollably and reach out for an embrace. Mumbling incoherently, "Beautiful one, little beauty, the warm and silky little beauty. The little beauty wants to sleep, wants to cuddle with the little beauty for a good night's rest." In the study, Lin Haoran, the head of Zhu Lin Qian and Wang Feng's master, had waited all night and rushed over in a flurry, inquiring about the situation. However, Wang Feng, babbling about the warm and silky little beauty, directly embraced his master and bestowed upon him a kiss that would be forever etched in memory, a passionate and lingering kiss. As revealed by eyewitnesses Wang Qian and Wang Xinyu, who privately disclosed its fervent nature, Lin Haoran turned a shade of green, his skin crawling with revulsion, shedding layers of goosebumps, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, in front of a multitude of witnesses, he fainted. That very night, Lin Haoran covertly visited his disciple. The following day, Wang Feng was discovered drowned in a basin barely large enough for one's posterior. Meanwhile, Su Mu and Hu Quan appeared very much alive, dining in the grand hall of the inn, Xian Kolai. Concurrently, Elder Qin arrived, carrying the corpses of the innkeeper and staff of Xian Kolai to Zhu Lin Qian. Upon witnessing Elder Qin's entrance, Lin Haoran was drenched in cold sweat. Could it be related to the matter of Qin Zidong? Lin Haoran dared not dwell on it, wiping his forehead of perspiration thrice before steeling himself to face others. After a while, his tense heart finally began to relax. The incident involving Qin Zidong had not been exposed. Elder Qin was there on account of the innkeeper and staff of Xian Kolai. Lin Haoran offered various apologies, and, after presenting considerable resources, Elder Qin finally relented and departed with his entourage. That evening, a grand fireworks display lasting half an hour was held at the Qin family's martial arts arena. Elder Qin even declared that all the restaurants and inns under the Qin family would host a 3-day banquet. Regardless of who they were, everyone was welcome to partake in the feast. This announcement sent waves of excitement throughout the mundane populace of Yunyang City. The once bustling streets became overflowing with people over the next 3 days, teeming with life and energy. Not only the locals of Yunyang City flocked to the banquet, but even many from surrounding villages and towns came to partake. After all, for the common folk, such indulgent feasts were a rare occurrence throughout the year. The Qin family's banquet featured an abundance of meat dishes, with the majority being lavish offerings. Thus, even in the dead of night, the streets remained densely packed, showing no signs of dwindling. As the saying goes, where there is joy for some, there is sorrow for others. In stark contrast to the mundane concerns of mere sustenance, the 4 factions of Yuanyang sect, Weihu Hall, Wu family, and Julin Pavilion found themselves enveloped in a profound gloom. As dusk descended, the leaders of these factions had convened, their spirits weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Yuanyang sect, one of the 5 prominent sects in Moon Spirit City, was classified as a first-rate force, while Weihu Hall, Wu family, and Julin Pavilion were deemed second-rate. According to their agreement, following the fireworks display orchestrated by the Qin family, the appointed hour of action would arrive at midnight. Members of the Qin family would assist by deactivating the protective array, allowing them to infiltrate the Qin estate with ease. The plan dictated that each faction would pursue their designated targets, eliminating those who must be slain and capturing those who must be apprehended. Should everything proceed as intended, they would have the Qin family under their control within the span of an hour. At that point, the substantial prize that the Qin family had held dominion over in Moon Spirit City for centuries would be within their grasp. Although they would only claim half of it, that portion alone would significantly bolster their overall strength, especially for Yuanyang sect. With the resources from the Qin family, they could ascend from a first-rate power to an elite tier, even gaining the capacity to expand into Yunlong City. Yet, at present, their spirits were far from jubilant. Gathered for a full 2 hours, they remained mired in anxiety, unable to devise a viable route to the ancestral residence of the Qin family. With merely half an hour remaining until midnight, the streets were still bustling with activity, as vibrant as the daytime. What should have been a trivial matter had morphed into a dire predicament. The throngs of people made it exceedingly difficult for them to act discreetly. Their numbers could easily attract attention. After all, the majority of those dining in the streets were but common folk. If they chose to disperse, ensuring that everyone arrived punctually would be a daunting task, with the risk of exposing their plans for flying, disregarding the fact that such an ability was exclusive to those of the Yuan body realm. Even if they managed to achieve it, they would undoubtedly be detected immediately. Thus, the gravest challenge before them was how to reach the Qin family estate safely and unobtrusively, an utterly absurd and laughable situation. How could Lang Hua, a scion of a prominent family from Yunlong City, be so utterly foolish? Instead of offering counsel, he allowed the Qin family to create such a tumultuous uproar. Did he truly believe himself to be the favored son-in-law of the Qin family? Yuantong's expression was grim, his face nearly dripping with frustration. The current predicament, if one were to put it mildly, could be described as being fully prepared, yet lacking the crucial impetus. Conversely, in less flattering terms, he felt as though he were experiencing a severe blockage, stuck at the final hurdle. Were it not for his status, he would have been tempted to unleash a torrent of expletives that it was uncertain whose insidious and cruel strategy had birthed this predicament. Wu family's patriarch, Wu Ying, could not contain his displeasure and muttered under his breath. Lin Howren sighed heavily, yearning to vent the frustrations of the past few days. However, upon reflection, he opted to remain silent. Yuantong, harboring a pent-up frustration, feared that if he disclosed the matters regarding Su Mu and Hu Quan, it might provide an opportunity for someone to exploit the situation and leave him embarrassed. As midnight approached, it was imperative that they devise a plan. The Grand Master of Weihu Hall, Hu Qianqian, spoke up in a low voice. Lacking any viable alternatives, they could only instruct their disciples to disperse and blend into the crowd. Yuantong understood in his heart that despite his anger, action could not be delayed for even a moment. He issued orders for everyone to form pairs, urging them to exercise caution and set off immediately. At this point, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to add, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, each pair must consist of disciples from different factions. They were strangers to one another. Trust would be inherently absent, significantly mitigating the risk of betrayal. Due to the joyous occasion at the Qin family, the streets of the entire Lin Qing were adorned with vibrant red lanterns. The once popular narrow alleyways, typically bustling with beggars, now stood desolate. The reason was simple. Everyone had flocked to the Qin family's banquet. Before long, the already crowded streets became nearly impassable with the influx of people. Many who had partaken in the feast lingered, seeking a vantage point to observe the festivities, as such grand spectacles might not present themselves again in their lifetimes, a source of bragging rights for years to come. Consequently, the members of Yuanyang's sect, the Wu family, the fierce Tiger Hall, and Zhu Lin Xian found their progress increasingly hindered, nearly pressed against one another, moving in a sea of bodies. Half an hour may seem neither long nor short. Yet Yuantong, Wu Ying, Lin Howren, and Hu Qianqian exerted tremendous effort to finally extricate themselves from the throng. Arriving near the ancestral home of the Qin family, this moment, the Qin residence was ablaze with lights and festivity. Before their eyes lay a veritable ocean of red carpets, red lanterns, double happiness symbols, and red paper cuttings. Even the green trees flanking the entrance had been adorned in vivid crimson. Everything signified one clear message. The Qin family was celebrating. However, Yuantong and his companions wore grim expressions, unable to share in the joy that very moment. Lin Qianqian, the second master of the Qin family, stood at the entrance with a stoic demeanor. Behind him loomed a formidable group of vigilant Qin family disciples, and Lin Qianqian's gaze fell upon them, his eyes narrowing with coldness that could almost freeze. Masters of Yuan's sect, Wu family, Lin family, and the fierce Tiger Hall, I presume you have come to partake in our Qin family's grand celebration? Lin Qianqian's voice dripped with ice as he spoke. Yuantong and the others exchanged glances, and in an instant, they scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. The situation was painfully clear. They had fallen into a trap. Although they were unsure of where things had gone awry, their immediate concern was survival. Yet, with Lin Qianqian's presence, they would not escape easily. No sooner had Yuantong and the others begun to disperse than they were confronted by a phalanx of figures clad in black, blocking their paths. Each of these black-clad assailants brandished large blades, their internal energies formidable as they charged toward them. Observing their strength, it became evident that each was at least at the advanced stage of the condensation realm, with several reaching the pinnacle of that stage. Except for Yuan Tong, Wu Ying, Hu Qiansan, and Lin Haoran, the rest of the group met their demise at the edge of a blade. Among the four, Yuan Tong was the strongest, having already stepped into the realm of essence, thus requiring some effort to subdue him. The other three, each at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, were swiftly overpowered within mere breaths. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Qianqian nodded subtly towards the figures clad in black and gestured for them to enter. From the moment they stepped out to the apprehension of Yuan Tong and his companions, and subsequently to their entrance, merely the span of an incense stick had elapsed. The grand scheme, meticulously plotted against the Qin family, had thus been thwarted. Yuan Tong and the others were escorted to the martial arena, a place typically reserved for the younger members of the family to hone their skills and engage in friendly sparring. At this moment, the arena was ablaze with light, and the high hall was filled to capacity. The head of the Qin family, Qin Qingyi, occupied the highest seat, flanked by influential figures from the clan. Below them sat the representatives of various factions from Moon Spirit City, both large and small. Half a day prior, they had received invitations to witness a momentous occasion at the Qin residence, all under the impression that they were there to partake in the nuptials of Miss Rongrong. Beginning next Tuesday, I shall strive to provide 2 updates daily to my writing time is limited. I must balance both quantity and quality, which proves to be quite a challenge for a novice like me. Might I kindly request a monthly vote? Chapter 43. A celebration amidst mourning. However, as 2 Qin youths entered the martial arena, assisting a lifeless body with a slit throat, the countenances of all present shifted dramatically. Follow as for the Yunyang sect. Although it is one of the 5 major sects of Moon Spirit City, in terms of heritage, it pales in comparison to the Qin family. To put it bluntly, even if the elders of Yunyang and Jianyang were granted tenfold courage, they would not dare to covet the Qin family. Yet, paradoxically, the Yuanyang sect has taken action. Moreover, they have allied themselves with the Wu family, Julin Pavilion, and the Tiger Hall, 3 second-rate forces. Undoubtedly, there are significant figures and powerful forces backing this move. These thoughts flickered through the minds of the onlookers in the martial arts arena as they listened to Qin Qingyi continue. This is indeed a grand occasion for my Qin family, a momentous celebration. However, the expressions of the crowd were grave, awaiting the continuation of Qin Qingyi's words. That moment, his demeanor did not resemble that of someone announcing a joyous event. Additionally, there was another matter of mourning to address. My son, Zidong, met an untimely demise, having inadvertently thwarted the nefarious schemes of villains, and was silenced. In the vast martial arts arena, silence fell like a heavy shroud. The servants of the Qin family began to bustle in and out, attending to their duties. Within a short span of time, the crimson sea of the Qin family transformed into a world blanketed in white. Meanwhile, Su Mu and Hu Quan found themselves in a refined courtyard of the Qin family, accompanied by Madame Qin, second Madame Qin, and Qin Rongrong. However, Su Mu appeared noticeably distracted. His consciousness was currently filled to the brim with an overwhelming multitude of spirits, numbering in the hundreds at a cursory glance. He even recognized familiar faces, Wang Xinyu and Wang Feng. At that moment, he felt a throbbing pain in his mind, as if it were on the verge of exploding. These spirits were all disciples of the Yuanyang sect, Wu family, Julin Pavilion, and Tiger Hall, including a significant number of elders and hall masters. Initially, when these spirits began to flood into his consciousness, Su Mu was taken aback. After all, spirits are notoriously difficult to form. Only those with an intense obsession at the moment of death can condense into such entities. It is no small feat to find even one among 1,000 yet. Now, the combined forces of the Yuanyang sect and the others had somehow coalesced into hundreds of spirits. Soon, however, he discerned the reason behind this phenomenon. The shared obsession of these spirits was remarkably uniform. They wished to witness Langhua perish before their very eyes, for their deaths had been exceedingly unjust. Having possessed some degree of cultivation, they could accept their fate if they were slain by a formidable foe. The very least, they would have fought valiantly before their demise, knowing the appearance of their adversary. But what of their fate? As they dispersed into the crowd, they were brutally stabbed in the abdomen, only to be dragged out by 2 young men who had just finished their meal. Others found themselves ensnared by an unknown hand that slashed their necks before they could react, only to be shrouded in black cloaks and whisked away. Some felt a sharp pain in their chest, their hearts pierced, as an elderly man pulled them from the throng. Their deaths were shrouded in injustice. They did not even know who their enemy was, nor their level of cultivation or strength. In their hearts, a suffocating thought emerged, one that nearly, however, prior to their demise, none were aware of the passing of the cultivators nearby. The cultivators fell victim to the mundane, and in a manner so insidious that they were entirely oblivious to their fate. They were truly wronged. The architect of this tragedy was none other than one called Lang Hua. Had it not been for his incompetence, which allowed the Qin family to orchestrate such a chaotic and disorganized banquet, they would not have met their end in such a suffocating manner. They did not fear death. Before their departure, they had resolved to sacrifice themselves for their sect. Yet, they could not accept such a humiliating demise. Thus, in the final moments of their lives, a fervent determination arose within them. The instigator of it all, Lang Hua, must perish. Moreover, he must do so before their very eyes. Fortunately, Madame Qin and second Madame Qin discerned Su Mu's distracted demeanor and swiftly concocted an excuse to depart. Just as Madame Qin, second Madame Qin, and Qin Rongrong took their leave, Huquan forcefully shoved Su Mu. I say, Miss Rongrong's gaze was practically glued to you just now. How could you be so oblivious? Su Mu shot him a glance and wearily replied, You keep watch for me. I need to cultivate. Huh? Huquan was momentarily baffled, but quickly regained his composure and stepped outside to close the door. Although he spoke of cultivation, it was merely a means to calm the spirits within his consciousness, urging them to quiet down. At that moment, Su Mu felt as though a swarm of bees was buzzing incessantly in his mind. The following day, early in the morning, Qin Qingyi and Lin Qianqian arrived at the courtyard where Su Mu and Huquan were staying, expressing a desire to meet with them. Qin Qingyi, without any pretense, immediately stated their purpose. You wish to see us? Su Mu and Huquan exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. After all, they hailed from Moon Spirit City, where they often crossed paths. Lin Qianqian spoke in a cool tone, laced with a chilling intent. This murderous intent was not directed at Su Mu and Huquan. In his final moments, Yuanyang sought to uncover where the fault lay and who had conceived such a malicious and treacherous banquet. Huquan appeared indifferent, yet Su Mu's expression was somewhat peculiar that he silently questioned himself. Is a 3-day banquet truly malicious and treacherous, providing so many mortals with 3 days of hearty meals? Surely, that is a commendable deed? Admittedly, the dishes contained a hint of seasoning that rendered the patron's consciousness in a state of unawareness. However, this was solely aimed at the cultivators. This explained why so many cultivators had been caught unawares when they were struck down. The Qin family had built their fortune on alchemy and continued to thrive through it. No one knew the extent of their collection of rare and peculiar elixirs. Su Mu's original intention was to allow the Qin family's offspring to mingle during the banquet, closely observing the movements of various factions. Ideally, they would lure them into a suitable location for a decisive ambush. Unexpectedly, the Qin family had directly infused the banquet with abundant mind-confusing pills. The streets were suffused with the aroma of the food, effectively masking any trace of the peculiar scent of the mind-confusing pills. Furthermore, to mitigate any potential risks, the Qin family had deliberately added a considerable amount of precious spices to the banquet. Amidst the mundane world, the Yunyang sect, the Wu family, the Bamboo Forest Pavilion, and the disciples of the Fierce Tiger Hall remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events as they jostle into the crowd. They unwittingly inhale the mind-bewitching pill. Their consciousness drifts into a chaotic state, oblivious to their plight. The Qin family. Such cultivators are akin to fish laid bare upon a chopping board. Undoubtedly, such grand designs can only be orchestrated by the Qin family. Possessing the requisite power and resources, if it were another clan, the sheer amount of mind-bewitching pills alone would prove insurmountable, not to mention the vast quantities of food required for a 3-day banquet. Leading the way, Qin Qingyi guided Su Mu and Huquan into the depths of the Qin family's dark prison. The confined underground space was constricted and oppressive. Upon entry, a wave of metallic, sanguine scent assaulted their senses. Yuanyang and his 3 companions languished in a dimly lit cell, their bodies marred by bloodstains, their spirits utterly deflated. Adjacent to their cell lay the confinement of Qin Er's son-in-law, Lang Hua, who appeared disheveled and weak, barely able to stand. Chapter 44. A win-win situation. Upon sighting Lang Hua, the hundreds of spirits within Su Mu's consciousness erupted in tumult. A resonating hum filled his mind, as if his head were on the verge of exploding. Su Mu, Su Gongzi, Huquan, Huyi, Lin Qianqian succinctly relayed the situation to Yuan Tong and his companions, his gaze chillingly resolute. You have seen the person. You may now set forth in peace. Yuan Tong and his associates glared at Su Mu with unbridled fury, wishing nothing more than to rend him to shreds that a simple banquet had thoroughly derailed their meticulously crafted plans, casting them from paradise into the depths of despair. They had anticipated an astute and cunning elder, yet were met with two youths. Su Mu, I shall remember you. Even in death, I will not spare you. Yuan Tong spat, his eyes ablaze with rage. Su Mu offered a faint smile, his gaze toward Yuan Tong laced with profound disdain. In truth, you ought to express gratitude to me. Had it not been for my suggestion of the banquet, you would have been apprehended the moment you entered the Qin residence, likely leaving no remains to be found. What do you mean? The countenance of Yuan Tong and his companions shifted dramatically, their faces etched with confusion. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, they turned sharply to gaze at the prone figure of Lang Hua in the adjacent cell. Hu Quan, witnessing their reaction, beamed with a brilliant smile. It seems you four old fellows are not entirely foolish after all. On that fateful night, when Wang Feng led the bamboo forest pavilion to slay them at the Inn of Celestial Guests, Qin Yi fortuitously sought Su Mu and Hu Quan there to inquire about Qin Zito. Without requiring Su Mu's intervention, Hu Quan took action, and Qin Yi directly dealt with Wang Feng and his entourage. Subsequently, to assuage Lin Howren's concerns, Qin Yi personally brought the corpses of the innkeeper and staff to the bamboo forest pavilion to demand an explanation. The following morning, after making their presence known at the Inn of Celestial Guests, they discreetly retreated to the Qin family for their own safety. Qin Yi, deeply concerned for his daughter, had already sensed something amiss with Miss Rongrong. Lang Hua, having lingered, the purpose of this is to ensure your peace of mind as you act. Once you enter the Qin family estate, you will strike decisively that Mu2 merely believed that the ancestral home of the Qin family was a place unsuitable for violent acts, tainted with the stench of blood. Thus, he proposed a banquet, which would not only benefit the ordinary townsfolk, but also allow you to retain intact remains. At this point, Hu Quan's smile grew even more radiant. It could be described as a win-win situation. The four of Yuan Tong listened with pale faces, their bodies trembling with cold, their teeth gritted as they glared at Lang Hua. The hatred they had previously harbored for Su Mu and the others now surged towards Lang Hua, multiplied many times over. Unfortunately, mere thoughts cannot extinguish life. Well, young Master Su and Master Hu have clearly communicated everything to As for the journey to the Yellow Springs. It is equally transparent, Qin Qingyi coldly uttered. Nodding towards the four Qin descendants beside him, the four advanced in unison, wielding gleaming daggers that swiftly sliced through the throats of the four. Lang Hua, may you meet a most untimely demise. Lang Hua, you wretched creature. The four's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces etched with unwillingness. In their final moments, they fervently turned their heads towards Lang Hu. In the next instant, Su Mu felt four spirits enter his consciousness. Yuan Tong, Wu Ying, Lin Howren, and Hu Qiansan. We must witness Lang Hua perish before our very eyes. The four spirits declared their fervent desire with venomous resolve. Su Mu was ecstatic. He had become useless. The individuals behind him had withdrawn too swiftly, and our reach could not extend to Yunyang City. Qin Qingqian's words trailed off, and both Su Mu and Hu Quan understood. Upon exiting the dungeon, Su Mu wasted no time, sprinting towards his residence with the speed of the wind. Just moments ago, as Lang Hua drew his last breath, the hundreds of spirits within his consciousness scattered in all directions. Waves of overwhelming and pure power surged through his body, and if he did not cultivate promptly, he would be reduced to a sieve. For an entire day, Su Mu sat cross-legged in a quiet chamber, guiding the immense elemental force within him. Initially, the elemental energy in his body was gaseous. However, it quickly began to flow into every inch of his flesh and blood. His entire being underwent a drastic transformation, as if he were an inflated balloon, continuously expanding. In mere moments, he had taken on a spherical shape. Su Mu felt as though he were a balloon on the verge of bursting. He even mused that if a needle were to prick him at that moment, he would undoubtedly explode. If he could just endure, he would ascend to a new realm of cultivation. He gritted his teeth against the agonizing pressure threatening to rupture him, guiding the elemental energy to circulate throughout his body time and time again. Little by little, he felt as if his body were a massive sponge, absorbing the energy with each cycle. Eventually, he became somewhat entranced, with only one thought occupying his mind: Guide, guide, and guide again. Time lost all meaning. He could not tell how long he had been guiding the energy. Suddenly, in a moment of clarity, Su Mu jolted awake. His once bulging body began to contract, resembling a deflating balloon. Initially, the release of air was slow, but within a few breaths, the pace quickened exponentially. What is the situation? Su Mu felt a surge of panic. However, upon closer inspection, he gradually relaxed. The primordial energy within him, initially in a gaseous state, began to condense into a misty form. The first to manifest were the internal organs. Upon introspection, he observed his 5 viscera enveloped in a faint mist, exuding a rich vitality. The immense primordial energy within was rapidly compressing into slender wisps of fog, which, after enveloping his organs, began to spread to other parts of his body. Hu Quan sat beside Su Mu, gradually absorbing the energy that overflowed from him. His body was visibly petrifying at an astonishing rate. Subsequently, his form emitted a soft glow, gradually transforming into a jade-like quality. As he absorbed more and more energy, his body became increasingly translucent, resembling a piece of exquisite white jade. When Su Mu completed his cultivation and stepped out of the room, the sky had completely darkened. Hu Quan was sitting alone in the courtyard, basking in the cool moonlight. Upon seeing Su Mu emerge, a radiant smile appeared on his face. Finished, Su Mu nodded and casually inquired as he sat beside him. How many days have I cultivated? 2 days and 2 nights. During this time, Zheng Ling from Wenling Villa came by, and Haida said he wanted to invite us to Xianyafang. Upon mentioning the last 3 words, the brilliant smile on Hu Quan's face took on a different hue. Xianyafang was indeed a splendid place. The young ladies there were not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also possessed an incredibly broad-minded disposition, making it the perfect environment for a tough yet tender-hearted man like him. As soon as Su Mu heard the name Xianyafang, a familiar figure flashed through his mind. However, he could not recall the name. He only remembered that the young lady was exceptionally graceful and charming, very much to his liking. Yet, there was a line from a poem that he still remembered. The young lotus has just revealed its pointed tip. Look at you, kid. Hu Quan chuckled as he patted Su Mu on the shoulder and stood up, heading towards the courtyard exit. Let us go find Haida. Xianyafang remained as resplendent as ever, brilliantly illuminated. Haida was evidently a frequent visitor here, as upon entering, he was promptly led to the back courtyard by the enchanting Madame May, her eyes filled with affection. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Madame May inquired with a smile, "May I ask if the 3 of you have come today to visit Tingqing courtyard? Or, Sister May, are you underestimating us?" Haida boomed with laughter. "My brother has come today. So naturally, we are headed to the newly opened Jiyuan Pavilion. Splendid. Jiyuan has long mentioned the 3 esteemed guests to me. Just last night, she said that if she could meet the 3 of you, she would have no regrets in this lifetime. I never expected the 3 of you to arrive today." Jiyuan Pavilion was evidently a recent establishment, and at this hour, it was still relatively empty. Haida promptly handed Madame May a storage bag. "Today, Jiyuan Pavilion will host us 3 brothers. What do you say?" Madame May's consciousness stirred as she scanned the primordial stones within the bag, and her smile grew even more genuine. "No problem. As soon as you 3 enter, the lights will be extinguished." In the midst of their conversation, the doors of Jiyuan Pavilion swung open, and 2 youthful maidens with fresh faces welcomed them inside. Jiyuan Pavilion was a 3-story building, with the first floor serving as the quarters for the servants. The 3 gentlemen were directly escorted to the 2nd floor, where the enchanting Ziyuan had already adorned herself in splendid attire to greet her guests. Upon casting a glance, Su Mu noted that this young lady Ziyuan possessed a petite, yet exquisitely curvaceous figure, her form both rounded and well-defined. She embodied a slightly plump, yet alluringly soft physique, her face bearing a hint of baby fat that rendered her complexion fair and delicate, inciting a whimsical urge to indulge in her beauty. Her pair of round, sparkling eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of emotions. The subtle allure captured in her brows added an enchanting charm to her overall demeanor. "Esteemed guests, please take a seat," Ziyuan exclaimed, gesturing gracefully to the 2 maidservants by her side, in a short span. The long table before the trio was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Ziyuan, with a radiant smile, warmly attended to her guests. After a sumptuous feast, Hu Quan, brimming with eagerness, embraced the 2 voluptuous beauties and retreated to the adjacent room to contemplate the philosophies of life. Haida, having partaken of considerable libations, exhibited a slight flush upon his visage, revealing traces of inebriation as he unabashedly rambled about his two younger brothers. He simultaneously pulled the three lovely maidens into his embrace, as if to partake in their company on behalf of his siblings. Only Su Mu was escorted to the third-floor loft, the private chamber of the lovely Ziyuan. Chapter 45. The price of youthful indulgence in an establishment like Qianqian. Numerous independent courtyards exist, akin to Ziyuan Pavilion, Tingqing Lu, and Lanxiang Water Pavilion. Each courtyard, varying in size, boasts a leading courtesan and an assortment of younger companions. Typically, the lead courtesan wields absolute authority, dictating everything from guest selection to daily necessities. As the leading lady of Ziyuan Pavilion, Ziyuan's quarters encompassed the entire third floor. Upon entering her chamber, a maidservant had already prepared a bathing tub, and Ziyuan herself attended to Su Mu's ablutions. Regardless of whether it was Tingqing's Tingqing, Lanxiang's Lanxiang, or Ziyuan of Ziyuan Pavilion, among Haida, Huquan, and Su Mu, the unanimous choice for their esteemed guest was Su Mu, for he possessed an understanding of the subtleties of romance. While the ladies engaged in discussions of love, fine wines, and delectable feasts, he was always ready to embrace their sentiments and provide timely responses. Unlike Haida and Huquan, who, after satiating their appetites, sought to spend the night philosophizing with a couple of maidens, Su Mu occasionally offered insights on attire and accessories. For instance, at this moment, as Su Mu luxuriated in the bathing tub, he reveled in the attentive service of the blushing Ziyuan. The misty steam enveloped her, enhancing her gentle demeanor, while her black gauzy attire clung to her figure due to the humidity. The flickering flames of the crimson candlesticks cast a soft glow upon her skin, accentuating its alabaster quality. What Su Mu beheld was a vision of soft, snowy whiteness. Previously, he had heard from Sister Lanxiang that Ziyuan had long admired him, her heart brimming with envy as she contemplated when he might come to visit her. As Ziyuan gently caressed Su Mu with her delicate hands, she softly recounted her feelings, her large eyes occasionally glancing at him. As if they contained the depths of autumn waters, Su Mu mused that had he not been well-versed in the ways of the world, he might have easily succumbed to the enchanting allure of this captivating maiden. Yes, she gazed at the black veil that clung closely to her form. Su Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, prompting him to suddenly inquire, "Ziyuan, are you familiar with fishing nets?" "Ah, what?" The enchanting Ziyuan, lost in tender musings, was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question. Even after years of navigating the intricate world of Qianqian and priding herself on having witnessed grand spectacles, this abrupt query left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon glancing up, she noticed a hint of an inscrutable smile gracing Su Gongzi's features. It was then that Ziyuan began to comprehend the true nature of the fishing net Su Gongzi was alluding to. In truth, after a significant surge in his cultivation, Su Mu's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Not only did he unveil the concept of fishing nets to Ziyuan, but he also shared a myriad of youthful memories stored within his USB drive. That night, Ziyuan found herself so overwhelmed with embarrassment that she resorted to hiding beneath the covers, utterly unable to face anyone. This was no mere pretense. She was genuinely mortified. Her face flushed like a ripened apple, and her heart was a cacophony of shyness and fluster simultaneously. She couldn't help but marvel how peculiar and exquisite such garments could be. Eventually, she lost track of when slumber overtook her. In a hazy recollection, she remembered Su Gongzi's kind-heartedness as he led her to the bath to cleanse away the remnants of their shared escapade. However, the splashes were rather exuberant, leaving her drenched once more. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Su Mu gradually opened his eyes. Ziyuan, mustering her strength, busied herself with dressing and grooming Su Gongzi. Yet, her face remained crimson, rendering her unable to lift her gaze. This was due to Su Gongzi's peculiar request for her to don an outfit adorned with whimsical rabbit ears while attending to him. Thankfully, Ziyuan's professionalism shone through. Though shy, her service did not falter in the slightest. As they prepared to depart, Ziyuan timidly spoke up, her heart heavy with reluctance as she watched Su Gongzi turn with effortless grace. Su Gongzi. Su Mu paused, a radiant smile breaking across his face. Internally chuckling, "She must be exceedingly pleased with my performance last night. Ziyuan has undoubtedly developed feelings and wishes to keep me around. That I in such a scenario, should I consent, or perhaps consent again? After all, I am a distinguished crossing spirit, tasked with saving countless souls. Yet, if she desires it, I could certainly secure Ji Yuan good for her, providing her with a stable life that a handful of spirit stones is hardly a burden for me. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Mu endeavored to amplify the brilliance of his smile that he slowly turned, gently asking, Ji Yuan, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Ji Yuan approached, her face a portrait of shyness. Her head bowed. She lifted her gaze, her large, doe-like eyes shimmering with profound affection, which seemed to coalesce into a lush meadow of verdant grass. Having spent years amidst the refined atmosphere of Xianyafang, Ji Yuan was well acquainted with the inclinations of men, though the audacious and revealing garments she wore last night had left her feeling utterly bashful. She understood well that men were often most enamored by such things. If she could firmly grasp these elements, she would have no worries about clientele in the days to come. From her identity, the mere act of discussing this matter with Su Mu this morning signifies her profound regard for him. It can be said that she is reluctant to lose such a distinguished guest as Su Mu. After all, even if she refrained from mentioning it to Su Mu and privately showcased the garments to other patrons, he would have no recourse against her. With great courage, Miss Ji Yuan posed the question that had plagued her throughout the morning at Su Gongzi regarding last night. May Ji Yuan wear those garments in private? Upon hearing this, Su Mu's smile suddenly stiffened, feeling as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Though Miss Ji Yuan's words were veiled, he grasped their meaning. She was inquiring if she could don those garments while entertaining other guests. To put it plainly, regardless of his response, she would wear them. She merely sought his acknowledgement as the creator. Crack, crack, crack. A smile still lingered on Su Mu's face, yet he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. I wish for you to discuss emotions, yet you speak to me of prices? Su Gongzi. Seeing Su Mu standing there in a daze, Miss Ji Yuan could not restrain herself from softly adding, if possible, I shall speak with Mama Mei, and in the future, whenever Su Gongzi visits, I shall willingly cover all expenses. Ji Yuan was a perceptive individual. She understood that Su Gongzi's inventive ideas surely extended beyond the garments from last night. This transaction was advantageous for her in every conceivable way. Fine, though the price is not insignificant, is this a trade of my youthful years for indulgence? Su Mu silently questioned himself, then offered a slight smile and nodded in agreement. Miss Ji Yuan, you are too kind. To win your favor is an honor for Su. Forcing a smile, Su Mu placed a hand on his chest, cradling his shattered heart, and turned to leave. Miss Ji Yuan watched his upright figure and graceful turn. Feeling a pang of reluctance within her, little did she know, once turned away, Su Mu's expression was more sorrowful than tears could convey. The tears within him had already transformed into a torrential downpour. Coalescing into a vast river, he pondered that if used to nourish that expanse of verdant grassland, raising a few sheep would indeed be a splendid idea. Hu Quan had long prepared himself and awaited him in the main hall. Once again, they traversed that long, winding mountain path. Under the glaring sun, the two ascended the seemingly endless road. Suddenly, Hu Quan broke into a wide-grinned Mu2. Humans have always shown sympathy for the weak. Yet with so many lives lost in the Qin family's affair, I have not seen you express a shred of compassion. Su Mu glanced at him, reflecting earnestly before responding slowly. We empathize with the weak because they embody kindness and represent only themselves. Just as in Song Family Village, your assistants to the Zhu family. They are kind-hearted, diligent, yet still struggle to fill their bellies, living in hardship. Conversely, those from the Yuanyang sect, the Wu family, Zhu Lin Shan, and the Tiger Hall, although they too are weak compared to us, are merely adversaries of the Qin family, the defeated side in a battle for interests. If the Qin family falters, their fate will undoubtedly not be better than theirs. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. If one is prepared to seek riches, one must also be ready to face the possibility of death. Hu Quan nodded slightly and inquired further. If the Qin family were to fall, would you feel sympathy for them? This time, Su Mu responded without the slightest hesitation. If old Master Qin were to die, I would feel a tinge of sorrow. After all, to us, he is quite a decent person. Hu Quan lifted his gaze to the dazzling sunlight, contemplated seriously, and replied earnestly, perhaps I too would feel a bit of sadness. But why is it that you do not grieve for the Qin family? They are all family to old Master Qin. Su Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation. He began to suspect that this fellow had been somewhat befuddled by the broad-minded women of Ziyuan Pavilion. The Qin family is old Master Qin's kin, not ours. Why would you be so affected? Moreover, while we regard old Master Qin as a commendable individual, We do not hold the same sentiment for the Qin family. After uttering these words, Sumu could not help but sigh. For such a convoluted situation that requires extensive mental gymnastics to deduce, our portly friend might truly struggle. After all, he is merely a blockhead. The two continued their conversation in a meandering fashion, soon arriving at what seemed an interminable mountain path, except for the resilient blades of grass bravely pushing through the crevices of the stones. Observing the verdant grass in the courtyard, Su Mu was once again reminded of the plump, cherubic-faced Miss Yuan. His recently mended heart felt as though it were shattering anew, unable to contain its fragments. At that moment, he longed to tilt his head back and bellow at the heavens. Who proclaimed that green is synonymous with health, stepped forward and faced the vast expanse of grasslands first. Just as his heart was engulfed in gloom, the transmission jade slip within his spatial ring suddenly vibrated. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was from Lin Qianqian. Young Master Su, last night, our ancestor of the Qin family confronted the ancestors of Yunyang sect and Yunyang sect in a fierce battle. The ancestor of Yunyang was coerced into self-detonation, while the ancestor of Yuanyang sustained grave injuries and fled. He may seek trouble with you, and Hu Yi. You both must exercise caution, that I will be there in approximately an hour. Upon hearing this news, Su Mu's mind erupted in a cacophony of alarm. The ancestor of Yuanyang. What business could he possibly have with me? I did not bring ruin to your Yuanyang sect, nor did I cause your downfall. As the adage goes, grievances have their origins, and debts have their rightful owners. That go seek out the Qin family. What on earth? Seeing his expression darken, Hu Quan promptly inquired. Su Mu relayed Qin Qianqian's message, and Hu Quan too felt a wave of unease wash over him. Su Mu felt a term that aptly encapsulated his current sentiments, wanting to weep but having no tears. However, they quickly began to devise a strategy. The Yuantong I have encountered possesses a perfect mastery of the body refinement realm. Su Mu's face grew solemn as he began to analyze the situation. The ancestor of Yuanyang is at least a formidable presence in the Yuan body realm, capable of flight that if he truly intends to harm us, escape would be impossible. Hu Quan also shed his playful demeanor, his expression grave as he asked, will the Qin family assist us? A formidable being at the Yuan body realm, even one severely injured, is beyond the capacity of the two to contend with. Su Mu shook his head. Only Elder Qin will come, but he is likely here to collect our corpses. Hu Quan bowed his head in contemplation, unsure of what to say, yet a sense of profound melancholy unexpectedly blossomed within him. He understood that with the Qin family's resources, they could undoubtedly eliminate the ancestor of the Yuanyang sect. He had previously gifted Lin Qianqian 2 bone pearls. Although the Qin family had assisted him in acquiring a significant quantity of stalactites, if he were to auction off those 2 bone pearls, he could probably indulge in daily baths of stalactite essence, with enough left over to purchase 6 or 7 more Qin families. Lin Qianqian would certainly distribute such treasures among the entire Qin clan. Moreover, Hu Quan was certain that the ancestor of the Qin family must have reaped substantial benefits as well. Yet now, the Qin family is unwilling to exert any of their resources to assist them. Only Elder Qin is willing to come, and one might say, though it is a meager gesture, it is akin to offering coal in the midst of snow. But conversely, was not this snow falling due to the Qin family's actions? Ultimately, it is merely a clash of interest between the two sides, which has inadvertently implicated him and Mu. Furthermore, on that fateful night, everyone perished. Had the Qin family not taken the initiative to speak, how could the ancestor of Yuanyang possibly seek them out? Su Mu glanced at Hu Quan, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Many things can only be comprehended through personal experience. Let's think about how to respond. This matter can only be resolved by ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed. These 2 juniors finally show a modicum of self-awareness. Instantly, a wave of cold, murderous intent enveloped the small courtyard. A vague figure swiftly approached, appearing before the two in the blink of an eye. Before them stood an elderly man with hair and beard turned gray. His once pristine white robe was now stained with blood. His face was as pale as paper, with blood continually oozing from the corners of his mouth. His aura was feeble and unstable, shrouded in an ominous haze. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his status as a Yuan body realm powerhouse. Su Mu scrutinized the ancestor of Yuanyang before him, realizing that his injuries were likely grave. With every breath he took, heavy wheezing could be heard. However, the surrounding Yuan force surged into his body with each inhalation. In just a few breaths, The Yuan force within a Tinjiang radius had entirely converged into him. I have heard it is you two juniors who devised strategies for the Qin family, resulting in countless casualties for my Yuanyang sect, even leading Yuan Tong to fall into the hands of the Qin family. Though the ancestor of Yuanyang posed his inquiry, the deadly intent almost materialized in the air. Just as Hu Quan was about to explain, the ancestor raised his hand and struck down in an instant. The previously tranquil courtyard was engulfed in a tempest, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. An inexplicable pressure surged forth, overwhelming the entire courtyard like a tidal wave. The stone table, stone benches, and wooden fence in the courtyard suddenly erupted, shattering into countless fragments, swept away by the wind. Yet, Su Mu and Hu Quan felt as though they had suddenly sunk into a quagmire. The air around them gradually thickened, the space constricted little by little. They opened their mouths, yet found no breath to draw. They lifted their legs to step forward, yet felt as though their bodies were filled with lead. This was the oppressive aura belonging to a being of the Yuan body realm. Had it not been for the grievous injuries sustained by the venerable Yuanyang at this moment, it is likely that the sheer magnitude of his terrifying aura alone would have severely wounded the two individuals. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, striking the two with a force that rendered them incapable of any reaction, slamming them into the ground from which they could not rise. However, it was a small solace that the oppressive force they had felt dissipated, allowing them to regain movement, struggling to lift their heads. They gazed upon Yuanyang to their astonishment. His previously ashen visage had transformed into a deep shade of purple and gold, as torrents of fresh blood flowed from his mouth, reminiscent of a great hand squeezing the life force from his very being. One could surmise that delivering such a blow had taken a significant toll on him, revealing the severity of his injuries. Upon closer observation, the two juniors had somehow survived. A look of incredulity crossed Yuanyang's face as a spark of intensity ignited in his murky old eyes. He discerned that they were merely two fledgling practitioners of the body refinement stage. Despite his grievous condition, extinguishing their lives would be as effortless as crushing two insignificant ants. Just as his bewilderment began to settle, Su Mu and Hu Quan had already mustered the strength to rise from the ground. Su Mu spat out the blood that filled his mouth, and a surge of inner energy coursed through him, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Under the radiant sunlight, a visible mist-like long sword manifested in his grasp. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, leaping high into the air. The mist sword aimed directly at Yuanyang in a vertical slash. The surrounding space was torn asunder. The howling winds were abruptly severed, and the sword's brilliance erupted with a thunderous crash upon contact with Yuanyang, exploding into countless streams of water that enveloped him in an instant. Yuanyang shuddered, as if besieged by a swarm of ravenous insects. His inner energy, flesh, and vitality began to drain away frantically. Meanwhile, Hu Quan was not idle. His body had become entirely petrified as he charged toward Yuanyang with clenched fists. Each step he took left deep impressions upon the ground, causing the entire courtyard to tremble with his movements. Taking a deep breath, Yuanyang unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy, swatting at Hu Quan as one would a mere fly. Hu Quan was sent flying out of the courtyard, landing amidst the surrounding woods. Yet, undeterred, he sprang back to his feet and charged once more at Yuanyang Su Mu, like a bolt of lightning. Felt an unceasing flow of energy infuse the mist sword. In the sunlight, the mist sword shimmered with a deadly chill that pierced to the bone, cleaving once again toward Yuanyang. Having suffered from the first strike, Yuanyang was not one to underestimate the attack. Before the mist sword could even reach him, he unleashed another palm strike from a distance. However, as he did so, blood mixed with fragments of his innards spewed forth from his mouth. With a resounding crash, the very mountain trembled. The mist sword collided with the immense palm print, erupting once more, the visible mist enveloping the imprint. Su Mu, in an untimely moment, let out a belch. He realized that after his inner energy had been vaporized, his power had increased manifold. Previously, in a gaseous state, he could scarcely absorb an opponent's energy attacks, with only a meager return to his own strength. Yet now, he could not only absorb the opponent's energy but, moreover, it can extract the radish along with the mud, devouring the flesh and vitality of its opponent, thereby replenishing its own power to an astonishing degree. The venerable Yuanyang before him had only suffered 2 strikes from Su Mu. Yet the energy absorbed from this encounter left him feeling overwhelmingly satiated. He could distinctly sense that his flesh had become remarkably more resilient due to the earlier consumption. while the injuries within his body began to heal rapidly as he absorbed the vitality of his adversary. This revelation plunged Su Mu into a state of euphoric elation. However, it was evidently not a moment for celebration. Witnessing his palm strike being devoured by Su Mu's enigmatic mist, the venerable Yunyang was filled with dread and, in a panic, unleashed a series of palm strikes. The wind howled once more, and an inexorable aura of lethal intent pervaded every corner of the courtyard. The oppressive force of a Yuan body realm expert bore down upon Su Mu and Huquan like a colossal wave. Yet, these attacks were significantly weaker compared to that initial strike. Meanwhile, Su Mu, empowered by the mist's absorption, grew increasingly formidable. In this ebb and flow of power, the mist sword in Su Mu's grasp blazed brightly as his figure flickered. Fully engaged in the confrontation, and the two sides appeared to be evenly matched, not one to lag behind. Huquan seized the moment when Su Mu entangled the venerable Yuanyang, launching a powerful Yuanyang. The ancestral patriarch could scarcely have anticipated that in his final moments of reflection on his life, time would prove insufficient. Just moments ago, as a formidable cultivator of the Yuan body realm, he found himself at the mercy of two mere practitioners of the body refinement realm. Concocting excuses for his predicament, his deep-seated resentment towards the Qin family had yet to manifest when, out of the blue, his head was reduced to a pulp that Huquan, evidently oblivious to the chaos surrounding him, continued to rain down blows with reckless abandon, completely disregarding the carnage unfolding before him. It was only when Su Mu intervened, pulling him away from the battered form of Yuanyang, that Huquan finally ceased his onslaught. The two sat side by side in the courtyard, which bore the marks of a recent earthquake, enveloped in a heavy silence. In truth, even at this moment, Su Mu's heart raced uncontrollably. Huquan, too, felt a tempest of emotions within him. Su Mu was unaware of the extraordinary potency that surged within him after his Yuan power transformed into a mist-like state. Similarly, Huquan had no inkling that his brief session of meditation beside Mu had resulted in such a rapid enhancement of his abilities. In the past, his fists would have never been capable of rendering a cultivator of the Yuan body realm into such a state of disarray. At long last, Qin Qianqian arrived, accompanied by his daughter, Qin Rongrong. Though he had claimed it would take an hour to arrive, he had made it in less than 30 minutes. Upon surveying the disarray of the courtyard, Qin Qianqian momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure. "Young Master Su, Master Hu," he exclaimed, hastening toward them, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Noticing they appeared unscathed, his anxious heart finally settled. Qin Rongrong trailed behind her father, her head bowed, cheeks tinged with crimson as she furtively observed Su Mu. Seeing that aside from a slightly pale complexion, he seemed otherwise well, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Master Qin, Miss Rongrong," Su Mu greeted, glancing around at the disheveled courtyard, raising his hands in a gesture of apology, and offering a smile. "It seems I am unable to provide you with proper hospitality." Qin Qianqian gestured to his daughter, saying, "Rongrong, please find someone to tidy up this courtyard." Though Qin Rongrong's face was a picture of reluctance, she could only steal a glance at Su Mu before descending the mountain, her cheeks still flushed. Once she departed, Qin Qianqian settled beside Huquan, and after a moment of contemplative silence, he finally spoke. "This matter reflects poorly on my Qin family, and I offer my sincerest apologies." Huquan maintained a calm demeanor, remaining silent. However, Su Mu smiled and replied, "Master Qin, you are too modest, my brother, and I have little to do with the Qin family. Your presence here, especially in such a brief span of time, is more than enough to satisfy us." This was indeed a truthful statement. Although the distance from Moon Spirit City to their residence was not particularly great, even on a swift steed, it would take over 2 hours to traverse. Yet, Qin Qianqian had arrived in half that time, and he had brought his daughter along, which spoke volumes. "Alas, I am filled with shame." Qin Qianqian sighed heavily, uttering those 3 words softly. Upon receiving the news, he had immediately sought out his elder brother and even the ancestral patriarch, yet both had declined to come. Deep down, he understood that had Yuanyang truly unleashed his wrath, the two would scarcely have survived even a single incense stick's worth of time. Nevertheless, it was a relief that both of them were, at least, safe and sound. "Old Qin, if you feel sorry for us, please treat us to a meal. Hu Yi is hungry," Huquan mumbled, feeling a profound restlessness within. The complexities of human emotions are truly intricate. Before Qin Qianqian arrived, He had resolutely decided to refrain from associating with this old fellow in the future. Yet, upon seeing him scrutinizing him up and down, fearing for his own well-being, and sitting beside him while uttering words of contrition, Huquan found himself wavering. He thought to himself, this old fellow might not be so bad after all. Very well, I shall treat Hu Yi and young Master Su to a hearty meal. That a trace of a slightly bitter smile appeared on Lin Qianqian's face as he rose to prepare for dinner. After living for so many years, he finally comprehended the wisdom imparted by his ancestors. Family is family, and friends are friends. This implies that when family faces adversity, one may rely on friends. However, when friends encounter difficulties, one cannot expect the same from family, so be it. In the future, if the family requires the aid of friends, I shall keep my distance, allowing them to negotiate terms before I make my appearance. Lin Qianqian consoled himself inwardly as the three descended the long mountain path. They did not head to Yunyang City, but instead dined at an inn in Qiushui town. Initially, the three raised their glasses in unison. But soon, Su Mu had completely devolved into the role of a pourer. Both Huquan and Lin Qianqian felt a sense of dissatisfaction within. They drank copiously, exchanging cups between them. By evening, both were thoroughly inebriated. And Qin Rongrong summoned a spacious carriage. First, they assisted the two drunkards into the carriage before they themselves took their seats at the front. Qin Rongrong's cheeks were flushed, her head bowed low, her lips moving several times before she managed to utter a few words. Young Master Su. Thank you. Although Su Mu was not intoxicated, his mind was still clouded, and he casually inquired, Thank you for what? Qin Rongrong finally lifted her head, raising her voice. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for your magnanimity in not harboring resentment towards my father. Having left home to study the path from a young age, Qin Rongrong's maturity surpassed that of her peers, enabling her to discern right from wrong more clearly. Broadly speaking, had it not been for Su Mu's admonition to her father that day, the Qin family would not have developed a wariness towards Langhua. At that moment, should the Yuanyang sect, the Wu family, and Zhu Lin Xian suddenly launch an attack, the Qin family would find themselves beset by troubles from within and without. Even if they managed to survive in the end, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost. However, her uncle and aunt had only offered a token amount, which they deemed sufficiently generous. The matter concerning the ancestor of Yuanyang was clearly a mistake on the part of their ancestors. Yet it ultimately implicated Su Mu and Huquan. It would be entirely natural for them to harbor resentment towards her father. Contemplating this, a hint of bitterness welled up in Qin Rongrong's heart. There were many matters she could neither voice nor take charge of. Likewise, her father was equally powerless to speak or take command. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, a gentle breeze brushing against their cheeks. Su Mu turned to look at Qin Rongrong, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable brilliance. There is a saying, which I wonder if Miss Rongrong has heard before. Qin Rongrong, upon hearing this, raised her gaze to Su Mu, her eyes shimmering with light. What is it? Because one understands, one shows compassion, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol. Su Mu's words flowed a bit too freely. Your father mentioned he would arrive in an hour. I initially thought he was coming to collect the bodies of me and Peng Zi. However, to my surprise, he arrived in less than half an hour and brought you along with him. To be honest. The moment Su Mu laid eyes on Qin Rongrong, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Of course, this was not a matter of romantic affection, nor did it have much to do with Qin Rongrong herself. It was merely because Lin Qianqian was willing to bring his daughter into danger. The instant I saw you, I understood that he genuinely wished to assist us. Yet, his efforts were constrained at this juncture. Su Mu turned his gaze forward. I comprehend the predicament he faces as the second master of the Qin family, and thus, I bear him no resentment. Upon hearing this, Qin Rongrong felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow deep within her heart. It was as if a mighty hand had grasped her heart, rendering her throat tight and her eyes brimming with tears. Father, at last, the heavens have illuminated a ray of hope in your life. Qin Rongrong whispered softly, and as she lowered her head, tears cascaded down like a fountain. These tears were shed for her father. Others could only perceive the boundless glory of her father as the second master of the Qin family, oblivious to the anguish he harbored within. Clearly, with her father's capabilities, he could have easily been the head of the Qin family. Yet, in the end, he could only remain as the second master, constantly undermined by her uncle's subtle and overt oppression. This forced the 5 siblings to leave home at a tender age to cultivate, ostensibly to express their disinterest in the position of next-generation leader. Her father, having devoted his entire life to the family, was met with the cruel reality that what he deserved would forever elude him. All of this remained unseen and misunderstood by anyone. Yet now, there was one person who had both seen and comprehended. At this moment, she finally grasped why her father sought out the ancestors upon learning of the situation concerning the old ancestor of Yunyang. Sometimes, one must live with a certain nonchalance. His voice seemed to carry an indescribable magnetism. Drifting far away with the night breeze. Su Gongzi, I must take my leave. Qin Rongrong gazed at Su Mu, her bright eyes filled with boundless affection. She recalled the sensation when he delicately separated a strand of consciousness from her soul. His consciousness was gentle, tender, and carried a warmth that ensnared her spirit, softly caressing her very essence. Each touch sent tremors through her soul, evoking a shudder of delight that a sense of emotional dependence arose within her. Whenever she drew near to him, her cheeks would flush inexplicably, her heart racing, yet she felt a profound sense of peace. Qin Rongrong was unaware whether this dependence stemmed from the contact of their souls or from his act of saving her. She simply knew she yearned to be close to him, to remain by his side. Call me Su Mu, for Su Gongzi feels rather awkward, he said, turning to Qin Rongrong with a faint smile. Suddenly, he felt that names like Yu He, Ting Qing, Lan Xiang, and Ji Yuan lacked significance to it with someone like Qin Rongrong, who seemed more fitting to be a wife. All right, Su Mu, then you may call me Rongrong, she replied. Chapter 48. Money is indeed a fine thing. 3 days later, Qin Rongrong visited Su Mu once more, announcing her departure, and he urged Su Mu to visit his father more often whenever he had the time. Su Mu understood that, following these events, the position of Master Qin within the Qin family would likely become even more precarious. However, some matters were beyond his comprehension, and external counsel would be of little avail. In recent days, Su Mu and Hu Quan had been living in relative leisure. Hu Quan was a man who could consume both fine delicacies and coarse grains alike. He found no disparity between staying in Chunfeng Tower in Shuangshui Town and Xianyufei. After all, his desires were quite simple: a beautiful appearance, a kind heart, an empathetic nature, and a broad-minded disposition. Meanwhile, Su Mu was engaged in tranquil cultivation. After his battle with the elder Yunyang, he recognized numerous inadequacies within himself, although his internal primordial power had been enhanced. He felt as though he had merely swallowed a whole without proper digestion. Otherwise, he would not have appeared so disheveled against an adversary in the primordial body realm who was heavily injured. Moreover, he discerned a significant change within himself after the vaporization of his primordial power. It seemed that the previous limitation of 15 days no longer applied. Yet, his soul appeared to be glowing. Indeed, it was radiating light, reminiscent of a flickering candle amidst darkness. Although Su Mu was uncertain of the significance of this flickering flame, his previous amicable exchanges with his benefactor suggested that it was undoubtedly not a fortuitous omen. As fate would have it, that very night, his apprehensions were confirmed. Amidst the pitch-black night, a distant glimmer of light approached. Su Mu extended his hand, drawing this spirit into his sea of consciousness. It was a man in his 30s named Zhou Sanyang, a villager from the nearby Zhou family hamlet. How did you meet your end? Su Mu inquired as he regarded Zhou Sanyang. It was Zhou Taixing who killed me. A couple of days ago, while I was in the fields, he took advantage of my absence to violate my wife. My wife, unable to face the world, attempted to hang herself, ingested poison, and even leaped into the river. I saved her from death several times. Afterwards, that beast returned. There were many of them, and I was powerless to protect Dian. Zhou Sanyang's voice was tinged with profound sorrow. Who is Zhou Taixing? Su Mu pressed further. Although the Eastern Sacred Continent lacked judicial institutions akin to those on Blue Star, in a village like Zhou family hamlet, there would surely be a few respected elders in charge. Generally, such occurrences would not transpire in succession. Zhou Taixing is the sole heir of the Zhou landlord in our village, and everyone cultivates his land. My family also tends to their fields. Zhou Sanyang spoke with a deep sense of despair and resentment. Yet, predominantly, there was a feeling of helplessness in the face of life itself. Very well, we will investigate at dawn. Su Mu nodded in agreement before inquiring again. How did you find your way to me? The Zhou family hamlet was not particularly close to this location, and given that Zhou Sanyang had died not long ago, how could he have reached Su Mu so swiftly? When I floated away, it seemed there was a voice saying to seek the spirit guide and follow the light ahead. Zhou Sanyang replied somewhat dazedly. Then, I noticed a light shining in the distance, and I followed it until I found you. My lord, Su Mu finds himself at a loss to articulate his current emotional state, yet he is consumed by an overwhelming urge to strike someone, a desire to deliver a merciless slap, one that would not hesitate to break his own hand in the process. It is evident that the light spoken of by Zhou Sanyang refers to the radiance emanating from his own soul. In the past, when his soul did not shine, he could traverse the realm of spirits once every 15 days, although he had to seek the spirits himself. Now, however, there is no longer a 15-day limitation. All spirits will seek him out in their first moments after death. Will he ever be able to lead a peaceful life again? Although the incessant toil of his current existence is arduous, at least he could rest for a day before. But for him, he is condemned to work year-round, providing 24-hour service without respite. Others earn their livelihood, while he labors for his very life, but as the saying goes. Capitalists are indeed vampires, yet what Su Mu encounters is not mere blood-sucking, but a relentless extraction of his very essence. Early the next morning, he set forth to Qiushui town to summon the rotund fellow from his warm bed. Heading towards Wujiao Fortress, the distance from Qiushui town to Wujiao Fortress is merely half an hour's journey. The two men hastened their pace and soon arrived at the village entrance. Su Mu's consciousness surged, and he quickly grasped the layout of the village. Numerous men toiled in the fields, while children of various sizes frolicked about, their faces adorned with innocent smiles. Zhou Sanyang's home is a standalone courtyard at the heart of the village, enclosed by earthen walls half the height of a person, with a wooden gate at its center. Compared to other households, Zhou Sanyang's abode is relatively spacious, comprising 6 rooms. Su Mu and Huquan approached the courtyard and knocked upon the wooden gate. An elderly woman, her hair a patchwork of gray and in her 70s, trembled as she emerged to open the door. The old woman was profoundly hard of hearing, and despite Su Mu's vocal efforts to catch her attention, she remained oblivious. Just then, a village woman in her mid-20s emerged from the house, calling out to them, "Who are you? And what brings you to my home?" Su Mu glanced at the woman and replied, "We are friends of Zhou Sanyang that we heard he has encountered some trouble and came to check on him, as well as to see Sister Dian." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. "What friends? I do not recognize you. Zhou Sanyang is dead, and Yu Dian has also perished. We are not responsible for their deaths. This is my sister-in-law, Lin Qianqian, and my father built 6 rooms back in the day. Each of us brothers received 3. Sanyo married early and has 4 children. I had just wed Dian, and we have no children yet. Sanyo decided to lend one of my rooms to the children." Within his mind, Zhou Sanyang revealed the identity of this village woman to Su Mu. My brother Sanyo must be in the fields at this hour. Su Mu nodded. Initially, he found no significance in her words. Yet in the next moment, his heart constricted sharply as he suddenly comprehended the profound sorrow underlying Zhou Sanyang's tone. He and his brother, Zhou Sanyo, shared the same courtyard. When he went to the fields, his wife, Yu Dian, was violated by someone named Zhou Taisheng. At that moment, Lin Qianqian must have been at home. It could be said that the violation of Yu Dian was orchestrated by Lin Qianqian herself, with the motive being the ownership of those 6 rooms. It is evident that the younger brother, upon seeing that his elder sibling has no children, desires to claim all 6 rooms for himself. He claims that 4 children cannot possibly be accommodated in 3 rooms, which is utter nonsense. Su Mu, when he was in launching, also hailed from a rural background. Back then, an entire family could comfortably share a single com. Not to mention 4 children. Even if there were 4 more, they could still find room. Furthermore, when Zhou Sanyang was killed by those sent by Zhou Tai, his brother was presumably at home as well. Yet, he still met his untimely demise. Moreover, immediately following Zhou Sanyang's death, one would expect proper mourning to be observed. However, in this courtyard, from top to bottom, Su Mu observed not a trace of white cloth. Even Yu Dian was absent. Sanyang did not owe us any silver. Rather, I owed him a couple of taels, and I thought to come by and repay him. Su Mu concocted a casual excuse, knowing full well that the mention of a couple of taels was a deliberate ruse. For an ordinary family, such an amount could sustain them for nearly half a year. The current Lin Qianqian would undoubtedly be tempted. Since he is no longer around, I could simply call out for Sister Dian and hand the silver to her as expected. Upon hearing about the couple of taels, Lin Qianqian's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and her face was adorned with a broad smile. "Oh, come in, come in. Let me fetch you some water." The treatment had suddenly elevated several notches. Indeed, Silver is a marvelous thing that A.S. Huquan stepped inside. He remarked at a moderate volume. Lin Sitsue's smile faltered for an instant, but quickly returned. The two did not enter the house, opting to sit at the stone table in the courtyard. Lin Sitsue poured 2 cups of water for them and cheerfully remarked, "Well then, let's find out where her maternal family is. It's not an issue." After all, that Su Mu gazed at Lin Sitsue with a beaming smile. Once again, Lin Sitsue's smile stiffened, and after stammering a few words, she finally said, "Judging by your attire, you must be from the city, right? Since you're here, there's no need to run around any further. My husband is the younger brother of Brother Sanyang. Surely, he wouldn't dare pocket a couple of taels from him? Just hand it over to me, and I'll pass it on to Dian as well." Su Mu raised his head, looking at Lin Suitsue with a playful smile. "Is that so? Heh. Of course, we are all family," Lin Suitsue responded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Su Mu's gaze and forcing a laugh. In truth, she had already cursed Su Mu in her heart. "Humph, were it not for those couple of taels, I wouldn't be idling here with you." Just then, a shifty-eyed, disheveled figure appeared outside the courtyard. He appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in a mismatched manner, and flashed a grin that revealed a set of yellowed teeth. "Tang, darling, Tang, sweetheart." Even before entering, his low, hoarse voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing that voice, Su Mu and Huquan instantly felt a wave of revulsion, sending chills down their spines. Looking at the one before them, this Tsuitsue darling, Tsuitsue sweetheart, one could see a round, dark face with features that seemed to have taken on a life of their own. Upon closer inspection, it indeed resembled a liver. The disheveled man clearly had not noticed Su Mu and Huquan, who were partially hidden behind the low earthen wall, as he approached with a lewd expression, saying, "Is your Sanyo out in the fields? Alas, enduring each day in the company of that spineless creature must truly be a grievance for you. Fear not, dear sister, for I shall ensure your delight reaches unparalleled heights today." As he spoke, the man known as Lai Lidu pushed open the gate and strode in. However, upon spotting Su Mu and Huquan in the courtyard, he was suddenly rendered speechless. Chapter 49. Should be stronger than my man. Lai Lidu initially stood in stunned silence, then sprang back like a startled toad, leaping 3 feet into the air. He even recoiled, trembling and filled with terror and vigilance, taking several steps backward. Lin Sitsue, what do you intend to do? Though I, Lai Lidu, am a bachelor, I do hold certain principles that I do not fancy withered blossoms." As he spoke, he furtively scrutinized Su Mu and Huquan with his uneven, bulging eyes, brimming with suspicion. Huquan, who had previously appeared lethargic, suddenly seemed invigorated, as if struck by a surge of adrenaline. Could there be an affair? A chance to catch them in the act? Such matters delighted him. He sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated intently on Lin Tse, who wore a dazed expression. A wicked smile crept across his face as he feigned nonchalance and spoke slowly. "Lin Suitsue, is it?" Lin Suitsue, under his scrutinizing gaze, felt a shiver down her spine, her already unappealing pancake-like visage growing even more unsightly. "What do you want from me? I must tell you, I am. As she spoke, she began to retreat, her face a mask of fear as she cast a pleading glance at Huquan. Yet, in the next moment, she halted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "I am, after all, quite gentle and adept at serving others if you truly wish for it." By the end of her sentence, her face, which had previously been ashen, suddenly flushed with a bashful hue. Her triangular eyes softened, and she even cast a flirtatious glance toward Huquan. From Su Mu's learned perspective, this gesture could be described as subtly sending waves of affection. Oh dear heavens! Huquan was momentarily taken aback. Su Mu, standing closest, could clearly observe that after 3.5 breaths of stunned silence, Huquan's entire body seemed to sway as if suddenly unable to maintain its balance. His face paling to a ghostly white, his lips trembled violently, and he regarded Lin Tse with a look of profound disbelief, as though he had swallowed a swarm of flies. "You must be dreaming." Finally, Huquan erupted in fury. He leapt up, his forehead veins threatening to burst, his face contorted in rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Tse, shouting, "I am asking you whether that spineless husband of yours, Zhou Sanyu, is aware of this matter involving Lai Lidu. If he is not, I, Hu Yi, would be more than willing to enlighten him." With a vast expanse of grassland atop his head, he was practically jumping in fury, the flesh on his cheeks quivering uncontrollably, spittle spraying Lin Suitsue's face. That Su Mu had never witnessed Huquan in such a state. "You, How can you act like this? Lin Qiushui, though trembling with fright, could not help but cast furtive glances of affection at Hu Quan. He was the strongest man she had ever encountered, and she found herself irresistibly drawn to such displays of strength. It is quite futile to insist. Why do you express such anger? I merely perceive that you appear quite robust, likely possessing greater strength than my husband. Lin Qiushui's voice dwindled to a whisper, laden with grievance. Ultimately, she could not restrain the tears that fell from her eyes. Consider Lin Qiushui herself, a standout among the women of Sanjiabao village, yet she found herself subjected to such disdain. Is there no justice in this world? Coo. Sumu recognized that he ought not to laugh in such a circumstance. However, he found it nearly impossible to contain his mirth, resorting to biting his lip with fervor. Yet, it was simply too amusing. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Hu Quan was on the verge of madness. What do you think you are, daring to covet what belongs to me? And that coward Zhou Sanyu, what is he worth to be compared to me? Have your eyes been blinded? If you utter another word, I shall tear you apart. Hu Quan roared, his face contorted into a grotesque mask, his voice hoarse from fury. Now, tell me where Yunyang has gone. Lin Qiushui shrank back, retreating a couple of steps, before timidly responding. She is at Zhou Taishan's house. The furious Hu finally quieted down somewhat. Just as he intended to inquire why Yunyang was at Zhou Taishan's abode, he overheard Lin Qiushui muttering, "Humph, how could she fancy that wretched Yunyang? What makes her superior to me? Lacking in both bosom and rear, she is surely not fit for bearing children." This time, Hu Quan was not merely enraged. It appeared as though he had reached the point of bursting. Truly, he seemed ready to explode with fury. Sumu took a deliberate glance, confirming that Lin Qiushui indeed possessed both bosom and rear. Why would Yunyang be at Zhou Taishan's residence? He chose not to engage with the rotund man, but instead directed his gaze at Lin Qiushui. His expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes calm and still, like a stagnant pool of water. Under his gaze, Lin Qiushui felt as though she had been doused in ice water from head to toe. Her dark complexion paled slightly in fright. She stammered, struggling to utter a single coherent word. "Speak," Sumu commanded, emphasizing his tone. Lin Qiushui jolted, collapsing to her knees. Tears streamed down her face, yet she bit her lip, suppressing any sound. Why Yunyang? The unkempt fellow seemed either intent on rescuing the damsel or merely blabbering. Noticing Lin Qiushui in a state of utter disarray, he immediately seized the opportunity to speak. Yunyang was taken away by Zhou Taishan. That coward Zhou Sanyu exchanged Yunyang for 2 acres of land. In Sumu's mind, Zhou Sanyang let out a piercing wail, filled with despair and hatred. "Sanyu, you are worse than a beast." Sumu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the trembling Lin Qiushui on the ground. "If anything were to befall Yunyang, I shall ensure that you too live a life worse than death." Zhou Taishan's home was not hard to find. Among the entire village, his dwelling was the most splendidly constructed. Furthermore, with the unkempt fellow leading the way, they arrived at Zhou Taishan's doorstep in no time. At this moment, the side door of the Zhou residence stood ajar, and 2 men servants were emerging, hoisting a roll of straw mat. The mat did not conceal its contents adequately, allowing a faint glimpse of a woman within. Her hair was disheveled, and part of her swollen face bore no semblance of humanity. The mat was stained with blood, clearly indicating that the woman had met her demise not long ago. Yin, upon sighting the mat, Sumu, who had recognized Zhou Sanyang from the depths of his consciousness, let out a thunderous shout. "Stop!" Sumu interjected, halting the 2 men servants. They glanced up at him with expressions of impatience. "Who are you? Step aside and do not obstruct us. We are the cousins of Yin from her maternal family. We have come upon hearing that she was brought here. As Sumu spoke, he reached out to abruptly unveil the straw mat. There, the visage of Yin was not only grotesquely swollen, but also marred by several deep wounds, clearly indicating that her face had been disfigured prior to her death. Her garments were nearly saturated with blood, and the stains on her trousers had turned a dark brown. It was evident that she had endured unspeakable indignities before her demise. The 2 men servants callously dropped the mat onto the ground, their faces reflecting their annoyance. Sumu, despite believing that his cultivation had rendered him more tolerant of the mundane, felt an overwhelming fury rising within him, akin to a volcano ready to. Hu Quan leaned in close to the goat-bearded man, his face a mask of ferocity, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "Where is Zhou Taishan? Have him come out at once." Young master, he is injured." In the backyard, the goat-bearded man stammered, trembling violently, his murky old eyes brimming with fear. Huquan's interest was piqued. Instinctively, he sensed that there was more to this tale. How was he injured? That why Yudian would rather die than yield. He bit off the young master's his life. The goat-bearded man faltered, collapsing weakly to the ground. What a coward! Huquan cast a disdainful glare at the goat-bearded man before striding towards the Zhou family's backyard alongside Su Mu. Chapter 50. A life for a life before they even arrived. Anguished wails echoed from the backyard. Oh, vile creature, I curse you to a fate worse than death. Yudian, you wretched soul, I shall flay your flesh and grind your bones to feed the dogs. Can you not be gentler? Well, I am in excruciating pain. Following the sound, the two soon found themselves in the backyard. That moment, servants were hastily pouring buckets of blood out. Inside, a cacophony of wailing filled the air. No one attempted to stop Su Mu and Huquan. They seamlessly entered the house. It was not until they reached the inner room that Zhou Taishan's father, Zhou Liaoyu, approached them with a furrowed brow, his face etched with confusion, and clasped his hands in greeting. May I inquire? Gentlemen, Huquan dismissed him entirely, a cheeky grin plastered on his face as he eagerly made his way to the bedside. Su Mu surveyed the bustling crowd within the room and spoke. I am Su Mu, and this is Huquan. We are cousins of Yudian and have come to see her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liangyou's previously puzzled expression darkened instantly. Your family raises such a fine daughter. We came seeking an explanation, yet you dare to come here yourselves. You have witnessed my son Taisheng's condition. How shall we settle this account? Zhou Taisheng's mother, who had been vigilantly tending to her son, sprang to her feet, lunging at Su Mu. So, it is the family of that vile woman. You dare come to our Zhou family to demand retribution. Today, the suffering my son endures shall be repaid to you tenfold. 100-fold. Her shrill voice rose higher with each utterance, her hands clawing at Su Mu's face. Su Mu remained composed, seizing Zhou's mother's right hand and forcefully flinging her away. The middle-aged woman, who had grown plump, was sent soaring through the window. Panic ensued in the room. Several maidservants hastily abandoned their tasks and fled to the courtyard. Zhou Liangyu, enraged, opened his mouth to rebuke, but Su Mu's slap rang out with two sharp cracks. Zhou Liangyou's cheeks swelled grotesquely, resembling a doughy bun, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Can we not converse civilly? Su Mu regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as calm as a still pond. Bring me silver, bring me silver. Zhou Liangyu ignored Su Mu, clutching his face as he craned his neck to shout outside. Without uttering a word, Su Mu raised his hand and delivered two sharp slaps. The sound echoed twice, and Zhou Liangyu let out a cry, his teeth scattering from his mouth, his facial features contorted into a narrow line. Can't you speak properly? Su Mu inquired once more. Zhou Liangyu stood trembling in place, too fearful to move, merely nodding vigorously. Zhou Taisheng not only defiled Yudian, but also killed her husband, Zhou Sanyang. Didn't he? Su Mu spoke while casting a glance towards the head of the bed. The old man, tending to Zhou Taisheng's wounds, had already been pulled aside by Huquan, who was now grinning as he watched Zhou Taisheng on the bed, poking at his wounds with a pair of scissors he had procured from somewhere. His eyes bulged wide, already veiled with thick strands of crimson. Veins protruded from his forehead and knuckles, revealing the extent of his agony. Yet, Huquan had sealed his mouth with his spiritual power, rendering him utterly voiceless. Observing this, Su Mu felt a sense of relief and turned his attention back to Zhou Liaoyu, awaiting his response. This has nothing to do with my son. It was all that Liu Tsuetsue's doing. It was her instigation despite being engulfed in terror. Zhou Liangyou's mind remained clear, shifting all the blame onto Lin Qianqian. Is that so? Su Mu retorted coldly. Zhou Liangyu instantly flinched, bowing his head in silence. Why Yudian is dead, and Zhou Sanyang has also perished. One life for another. Is that not fair? Su Mu continued to probe. It is fair. No, my lord. I beseech your magnanimity. Spare us a path to survival. As Zhou Liangyu spoke, he suddenly knelt before Su Mu, repeatedly banging his head on the ground. We were wrong. We acknowledge our mistakes. I implore you, my lord, grant us mercy. Su Mu let out a heavy sigh, his spirit stirring as he communicated with Zhou Sanyang in his consciousness. You decide, and I shall act accordingly. Zhou Sanyang merely bowed his head in silence, enveloped in a profound sorrow. Suddenly, Su Mu comprehended the meaning of the phrase sadness flows like a river. My lord will decide. I only wish to be buried alongside my wife. Just find a secluded place, and let me never see the Zhou Sanyu family again. If it could be far from Zujiabeo, That would be even better. Sumu could only wonder what despair had compelled Zhou Sanyu to utter such words and make such choices. Yet, he recognized that he was a kind, simple, and honest man and no problem. He nodded in agreement. However, while Zhou Sanyang might spare them, Sumu could not afford to do so. Although he could not eradicate all the evildoers in the world, he would show no mercy to those who fell into his grasp. After all, eliminating one means one less point one life for another. Nothing could be fairer. There is nothing more to say. Sumu looked down at Zhou Liangyu, who was kneeling and incessantly banging his head, and said coolly. Before Zhou Liangyu could react, Sumu struck down with a palm. Zhou Liangyu's body went limp, collapsing to the ground without a sound. All right, my stout friend, let us depart. With that, he turned and exited, while Zhou Foran, supported by several maidservants, had just begun to regain consciousness. Sumu raised his head and casually pointed at her, unleashing a surge of primal energy that pierced directly through her heart. Indeed, his assertion of one life for another involved the lives of the Zhou Liangyu couple being exchanged for that of Zhou Sanyang and his wife. After all, had it not been for their indulgence, Zhou Taixing would not have dared to act so audaciously. As for the principal antagonist, Zhou Taixing, having lost his parents and sustained grave injuries, he had but one path left, an agonizing demise. Initially, Sumu had no intention of allowing him to live. He merely thought that granting him a swift end would be too merciful. Upon exiting the Zhou residence, the loathsome figure awaited them not far off, and upon seeing the two, he approached with a grin. How is you dying? Did young Master Zhou give you any trouble? He can be quite difficult to deal with. The scoundrel trailed behind them, chattering incessantly. Scram, Huquan bellowed, startling the man so thoroughly that he fled in a panic, leaving in a hasty retreat. Returning to Zhou Sanyu's courtyard, they found the deaf old woman sitting there in silence. Are you Zhou Sanyu? Sumu inquired, observing the man whom the loathsome figure had referred to as a coward, who was shorter than Lin Sitsai. His frame was as thin as a reed, and coupled with a face that resembled a bitter melon, it was uncertain just how feeble he truly was. I am Zhou Sanyu. You only need to pay me the 1 or 2 taels of silver you owe my elder brother. He has passed away, and I am his only kin. Although Zhou Sanyu felt a twinge of fear, he nonetheless attempted to straighten his back in front of his wife. Sumu wasted no words and directly summoned the spirit of Zhou Sanyang. The moment Zhou Sanyu witnessed his brother's spirit materializing from Sumu's grasp, he was rendered completely speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure, though his face had drained of color. His mouth opened and closed mindlessly for some time before he managed to utter 3 words. Be brother. Lin Sitsue was equally startled. Upon realizing the situation, she screamed and promptly fainted. Sir, I do not wish to see him. Zhou Sanyang spoke softly. I did not intend for you to see them. Rather, I want them to see you. In this world, evildoers must face some measure of retribution. Otherwise, how can the virtuous exist in peace? As Zhou Sanyu watched his brother mysteriously vanish once more, he swallowed hard and trembled as he asked, what do you want? Sumu's gaze fell upon the house behind him. It is for these 3 houses that you stood by and did nothing, allowing your brother and sister-in-law to lose their lives. Whatever you hold dear, I shall destroy. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a violent surge of primal energy that crashed into the 6 houses. With a thunderous roar, 5 of the 6 collapsed, along with all the furnishings and utensils within, reduced to a heap of rubble. This one is to provide shelter for the children. As his words lingered in the air, indifferent to the anguished cries of Zhou Sanyu behind him, Sumu and Huquan turned to leave. However, as Huquan turned, he deliberately cast a glance at the unconscious Lin Sitsue. With a casual gesture in her direction, suddenly, Lin Suetsue's ample bosom diminished considerably, and even her once proud posterior became level with her thighs. One could see the elderly woman, deaf and lost in thought, sitting in the courtyard, her eyes having completely closed at some unknown moment. 2 drops of murky tears lingered on her face, resembling the withered bark of a tree, refusing to fall. Perhaps it was not her hearing that had failed her, but rather her heart that had grown deaf. Yet, upon glimpsing the spirit of her eldest son, a flicker of awareness returned to her. The two followed the route indicated by Zhou Sanyang and discovered his lifeless body. They sought out a serene spot, away from the Zhou family fort, with picturesque mountains and clear waters, to lay the couple to rest together. The matter concerning Zhou Sanyang was thus resolved. On their return journey, the two led their horses slowly along. Hand in hand, Huquan frowned. An unsettling feeling lodged in his chest, yet he could not articulate his thoughts. Mudo, We have eliminated those who deserve punishment. And yet why does my heart remain so heavy? After a prolonged silence, he could no longer contain himself. Su Mu sighed deeply. Though the wicked have met their demise and the guilty have been punished, their fates were of their own making. However, Zhou Sanyang and Yu Dian committed no wrongs, and yet they shall never live again. They were not meant to die. Chapter 51. The Fong family has died beneath the night sky. The moonlight cast two elongated shadows as it meandered along the windswept official road. The two horses appeared weary, trailing behind their masters in a lackluster manner. The sound of their hooves echoed softly against the ground. After more than an hour, they finally reached Qiushui town. We are almost home. Hu Quan remarked softly. Glancing at the empty street, Su Mu nodded, preparing to speak, when suddenly he sensed movement from a nearby alley. He turned and cautiously approached, extending his awareness to assess the situation. In the dark alley, two masked men were using both hands and feet to subdue a young woman with ill intent. The girl struggled valiantly, her mouth covered by a large hand, yet she continued to emit muffled cries. Let us investigate. Su Mu's expression darkened as he spoke, already advancing into the alley, though he was no saint. He could not turn a blind eye to such wrongdoing. Hu Quan immediately followed suit. To be cautious. After all, who would allow a respectable young woman to wander here at such an hour? What transpired next was quite straightforward. Two cultivators faced off against two untrained masked assailants, and the outcome was predictable. Hu Quan swiftly incapacitated both men, leaving them sprawled on the ground like limp noodles in mere moments. Su Mu then knelt beside the sobbing young woman, who was shaking and gasping for breath. It seemed her mind was somewhat unhinged. After a fit of sobs, she suddenly broke into an odd laugh, drooling uncontrollably. Brother, good brother, she chuckled foolishly, reaching out to grasp Su Mu. Su Mu's senses surged as he assessed her condition. Her spirit seemed to be in disarray. Just as he prepared to examine her further, she startled and leapt away from him like a frightened cat. Hu Quan turned to Su Mu, disbelief etched across his face. Mudo, what have you done to her? Su Mu wore an expression of bewilderment. I did not. Hu Quan, clearly skeptical, gazed at him with even greater astonishment. With her demeanor, how could you possibly take action? If you are truly anxious, we can make do at Chunfeng Tower tonight and visit Xianyafang tomorrow. If you can endure a little longer, how about we hasten to Yuling City now? Get lost? Su Mu shot Hu Quan a glare, irritated. In the midst of this distraction, the young woman had vanished without a trace. All right, let us go. However, after traversing for nearly half an hour, as they approached the foot of the mountain, a figure appeared ahead. Su Mu squinted, and to his surprise, it was the same young woman from earlier. There she stood, still grinning foolishly, peering curiously from the roadside. Upon spotting Su Mu and Hu Quan, she immediately trotted over and enveloped Hu Quan's arm in a tight embrace. Good brother, good brother. Hu Quan was momentarily speechless, his face a mask of confusion as he turned to Su Mu, his eyes clearly questioning. You were the one who did something to her just now. So why is she clinging to me? Su Mu shrugged, his expression mirroring his bewilderment. Good brother, Yuan will protect you. It won't hurt. The young woman clung tenaciously to Hu Quan's arm, tears streaming down her face. Yet, her countenance bore no trace of sorrow, as if the tears were entirely beyond her control. I am not. Hu Quan struggled, attempting to extricate his arm from her grasp. Though being held was rather pleasant, it was evident that this woman was somewhat unhinged. Hu Quan was made of stone but not devoid of humanity. Suddenly, the young woman burst into tears, her grip around Hu Quan's arm tightening. Good brother, don't go. You cannot leave Yuan all alone. As she spoke, she reached around and latched onto Hu Quan's waist with a force that made his breathing labored. Su Mu stood motionless beside them, an amused spectator to the unfolding drama. All right, please let go. I want to leave. I can't breathe. Hu Quan expressed his exasperation as he gently tried to pry Yuan's hands free. Theo, you promise? Yuan looked up at Hu Quan, her bright, clear eyes reflecting a purity he had never encountered before. Promise what? Hu Quan gazed into her eyes, which sparkled like a pristine spring, seemingly capable of reflecting countless stars. Promise not to abandon Yuan. Yuan's childlike tone made Hu Quan's heart skip a beat. He felt that Yuan was unlike any other woman. Hu promises, I will not leave you behind. As he uttered these words, even he found them somewhat unbelievable. She possesses sorcery. She was just bewitching me. Alas, Su Mu sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, feeling a sense of existential despair. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he patted Hu Quan on the shoulder. "My friend, you are indeed single by virtue of your own prowess." Hu Quan had yet to comprehend the meaning behind the phrase single by strength, when he suddenly felt a tightening in his waist. Once again, he was embraced. Oh dear, his dear brother was indeed a great deceiver. Just moments ago, he had sworn not to abandon Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan wept profusely. Her tears and snot smeared all over Hu Quan's clothing. Hu Quan's face contorted into a grimace resembling that of aged tree bark, as for the first time, a feeling of irritation arose within him. "Ah, women!" Sumu could not help but exclaim, although this girl named Yuan Yuan seemed somewhat unhinged, leading to her troubled mind. Nonetheless, some skills are innate talents, such as the ability to shed tears at will and the knack for being clingy. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something and turned to gaze into the distance. There, amidst the darkness of the night, two spirits floated towards him. In the blink of an eye, they surged into his consciousness, falling silent. Sumu carefully perceived these two spirits, one male and one female. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, while the boy was merely 9 years old. Yes, a 9-year-old boy. However, both spirits were exceedingly frail. Sumu spoke earnestly to Hu Quan, who immediately nodded in preparation to depart. Yet, upon glancing at Yuan Yuan, who was still clinging to his waist, he helplessly inquired, "What about her? What shall we do with her?" Sumu glanced back at Hu Quan and replied, "Let us take her along. We shall discuss it further tomorrow." The following morning, Sumu rose early. While Hu Quan remained in a deep slumber beside him, in Hu Quan's room, the sound of Yuan Yuan's steady breathing could be heard. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by two men discussing bonds. "I heard that the Fong family had a death last night. Both Madame Fong and her 9-year-old son are dead." The speaker, a man in his late 20s with a prominent mole on his right cheek, appeared to be a confirmed bachelor, although he was dressed decently. His clothes bore numerous stains. Furthermore, the mole-faced man's complexion seemed poor, indicative of a lack of vitality. Alas, a bachelor is pitiable, but a penniless bachelor is even more so. Sumu silently lamented, only to overhear the other man say, "Indeed, both Madame Fong and her son perished, and their deaths were rather peculiar. They seemed perfectly fine while sleeping last night, yet when someone entered the room this morning, they were found missing. Moreover, Madame Fong bore no injuries whatsoever, and neither did her son. It remains a mystery how they met their demise." This man also appeared to be in his late 20s, with well-defined features. Although dressed in simple attire, he was impeccably clean and presented himself neatly, his hands calloused, suggesting he was likely married, though. Oh, no injuries at all. Have you ever seen Madame Fong in her entirety? Could it be that after Master Fong left last night, Madame Fong entertained you alone in her boudoir for the entire evening?" The mole-faced man's tone dripped with envy, deliberately emphasizing the words alone and entertain. They hailed from the same village, yet this fortunate Lu Wang had struck gold, being favored by the Fong family and becoming a laborer. Not only did he marry a delicate and tender wife, but he also fathered both a son and a daughter within 3 years. "How dare you utter such words?" Lu Wang's expression shifted instantaneously. "If this were to reach the ears of Master Fong, you wouldn't even know how you met your demise. Moreover, if you wish to throw your life away, I still have a desire to live. Even a simple bun cannot silence your foul mouth." "Hee, I merely spoke in jest. Besides, it's just the two of us here. How could it possibly leak out?" Lu Ergu forced a smile, though inwardly he had already cursed Lu Wang's ancestors' female lineage for 18 generations. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Wang was seething at his words, his legs trembling beneath the table. Lu Ergu's jest, however, was laced with truth. After Master Fong departed the previous night, Madame Fong had indeed entertained him once more in her boudoir. Although Master Fong appeared prosperous, all matters within the household were dictated by the madam. For convenience's sake, they had separated their sleeping arrangements 3 years prior. Any servant who caught the madam's eye had been welcomed into her chamber. Master Fong had turned a blind eye to this, for he was now middle-aged, and with a wife as fierce as a tiger, he felt utterly powerless as she controlled everything at home. When Lu Wang left the madam's chamber, it was nearly dawn. At that moment, the madam was still in fine spirits. Little did he anticipate what was to come. Chapter 52. Ascending to the Taiyin sect. Let us say, although Hu Quan may be a rock, he is indeed a meticulous one. That he assisted Yuan Yuan in a quick wash, and even procured some attire for her to don. Despite Yuan Yuan's commendable figure, clad in the clothing of a larger individual, She still presented the absurdity of a child dressed in adult garments. Su Mu offered the breakfast he had brought to the two of them. Yuan, clearly famished, consumed her meal with great haste. Yet, her manner of eating was far from ungraceful. On the contrary, it exuded a certain elegance. Su Mu speculated that Yuan hailed from a respectable background. Although her mind was currently clouded, some ingrained habits were difficult to alter. Curiously, she exhibited an inexplicable sense of closeness and reliance on Huquan. Wherever he went, she followed closely. Almost inseparable, that Su Mu found this peculiarity quite intriguing. While others may not be aware of Huquan's origins, he was distinctly informed. Logically, such a phenomenon should not transpire. When shall we set off? After their meal, Huquan inquired with evident curiosity. We mentioned there was work to be done last night. According to previous custom, should we not have commenced our tasks at the break of dawn? There was a slight issue, so we need not rush today. Su Mu glanced at Yuan, furrowing his brow. You should first take her to purchase a few sets of changeable clothing, as well as some everyday necessities that I will investigate her identity. The two spirits within his sea of consciousness were particularly weak and had remained in slumber. It was likely to be several more days before they could recover and communicate with him normally. Huquan began to retrieve today's purchases from his spatial ring. One by one, Su Mu noticed that half the room was now filled with items. How goes your inquiry? It seemed he intended for Yuan to reside here long-term. Su Mu found this notion equally intriguing. He had been acquainted with the chubby fellow for 2 or 3 years now. Despite appearing nonchalant and carefree, beneath that exterior lay a stark indifference. Even in the presence of his most cherished Qiushui, he steadfastly maintained an unwavering boundary. However, when it came to the unexpectedly emerging Yunyang, he exhibited no semblance of caution or aversion that I in her company. He found himself enveloped in an unusual state of relaxation. Were it any other woman, who, like Yunyang, would wipe her tears and snot upon him and follow him relentlessly, he would have long since grown impatient, perhaps even resorting to violence. Yet, observe him now, grinning like a foolish dog. Could this be the pungent aroma of love? Su Mu pondered to himself, laden with skepticism that in the ensuing days, Huquan took Yunyang on various excursions, indulging in shopping and sightseeing. Yunyang transformed from the initially pallid and emaciated girl into a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady. Furthermore, Su Mu noticed that her consciousness appeared significantly clearer than when they first met in the span of just 3 to 5 days. She had become entirely self-sufficient in her daily life. Ultimately, the occurrences surrounding these two individuals were exceedingly peculiar, devoid of any discernible news. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Su Mu casually remarked and retreated to his room. 3 days swiftly passed, and the two spirits within Su Mu's sea of consciousness finally returned to normalcy. That I wished to see my father one last time. This was the woman's obsession. Her name was Lei Ro. The young boy was her son, Feng Chongsong. Where does your father reside? Su Mu, unfazed, regarded the spirit as one he had encountered many times before, merely another errand to run. The elder of the Tayin sect, Lin Qing. Although Lei Ro had become a spirit, a subtle pride lingered in her tone when she spoke of her father. What? Su Mu's face registered astonishment, doubting the reliability of his hearing. Elder Lin Qing of the Tayin sect. It wasn't that Su Mu was acquainted with the individual, but rather that the Tayin sect was one of the 5 great sects of Moon Spirit City, renowned alongside the Mingxin sect. Even as a low-ranking outer elder, Lin Qing's daughter would surely not what a mere commoner from Qiushui town, regardless of his wealth. Seemingly discerning his thoughts, Lei Ro coldly declared, "Do not harbor doubts. I am merely a bastard child. My father fears that woman so much that he dares not maintain any substantial contact with me. The reason I ended up marrying a worthless commoner is also attributable to that woman's machinations. A few days ago, my son Chongsong was discovered to possess extraordinary cultivation talent, and I wished for him to join the Tayin sect. Even if not the Tayin sect, other sects would suffice. To my dismay, that woman learned of it, and she did not even spare my son." As Lei Ro spoke, her previously icy demeanor began to contort, her eyes radiating a profound hatred. Though she referred to the woman as a vile creature, Su Mu surmised that this vile creature was likely the legitimate wife of Elder Lei. "And what about you?" Su Mu inquired of the 9-year-old Feng Chongsong. "That I wish to be with my mother." "Never depart," Feng Chongsong articulated, his words imbued with youthful innocence. Even in his spectral form, he still clung to his mother's hand. Once contorted in a grotesque visage, The fierce countenance of Lei Ro gradually softened upon hearing Fang Chongsong's words, replaced by a nurturing gentleness. Yet, despite the warmth of her smile, tears cascaded relentlessly from her eyes. That, of course, the spirit lacks a corporeal form. Lei Ro's tears resembled shards of light, slipping continuously from the corners of her eyes. I have resolved. I shall set forth to Taiyin sect tomorrow morning. Sumu nodded, observing the innocent demeanor of Fang Chongsong, and could not help but speak again. Lei Ro, I hope you will consider your son more. What do you mean? As Lei Ro's gaze fell on Sumu, the softness on her face had already dissipated. Even if I were to take you to meet your father, what would it achieve? Sumu felt no sympathy for Lei Ro, but he could not be cold-hearted towards the 9-year-old Fang Chongsong. What do you wish to convey? Lei Ro's tone turned icy. Tio, speak frankly. In life, your father would not stand up for you. In death, he would be even less inclined to do so. You are well aware that even if you reveal the identity of the one who killed you and Chongsong, your father will take no action against them. Sumu glanced at Fang Chongsong and sighed softly. Since you understand this truth, you might as well think more about your son. What he desires is to never be separated from you. If I take you to see your father, your obsession will dissipate completely. What then becomes of Chongsong? Lei Ro fell silent, unsure of how to proceed, instinctively wrapping her arms around her son. But, she gazed at Sumu, at a loss for words. That I can promise to seek the Tianyin Wushan flower for you, ensuring that you may remain mother and son in your next life. Sumu knew of a rare flower, the Tianyin Wushan, which, if both spirits resided upon its petals, would allow them to maintain their bond in the next incarnation. However, this flower was exceedingly scarce and difficult to find. Most people were entirely unaware of its existence. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. The decision rests with you. Lei Ro looked at her son, and a few more shards of light fell from the corners of her eyes. Yet I truly cannot accept this, she uttered with a quivering voice, and then nodded at Sumu. There is no need for resentment. For the sake of your son, I will take you to meet your father. However, you must ensure that you will not dissipate upon seeing him. Lei Ro pondered for a moment before speaking. Then, let us postpone the meeting. Once we find that flower you spoke of, we shall then go meet him. And thus, the matter remained unresolved. The following morning, Sumu hurriedly attended to a spirit that had unexpectedly intruded upon his consciousness in the early hours of the night. That it was a man named Hao Mingyuan. Coincidentally, he was also a disciple of the Taiyin sect and the most favored student of the sect leader. Inangwa. I wish to see my master. Hao Mingyuan had but this singular request. The Taiyin sect was not located near their residence, so Sumu instructed Hu Quan to care for Yuan at home. He first followed Hao Mingyuan's guidance to retrieve his remains. After hastily urging his steed onward, Sumu finally arrived at the foot of Taiyin Mountain in a town named Taiyin. 5 hours later, the sky had completely darkened by then. He sought refuge in a tavern for the night and rose early the next morning to ascend Taiyin sect. Following a seemingly endless staircase, he finally beheld the sect's entrance halfway up the mountain. As he approached, 2 disciples emerged from either side of the gate, blocking his path. Who goes there? What business do you have with our Taiyin sect? I am Sumu, the spirit crossing man, sent here by a friend to pay my respects to the esteemed sect master. Sumu replied politely, cupping his hands in greeting to clarify his identity and purpose. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Throughout the millennia of Blue Star's history, gatekeepers have proven to be among the most difficult individuals to deal with. True to this, upon hearing his words, the disciple who had inquired immediately furrowed his brow. Sumu, the spirit crossing man? Who sent you to visit our sect master? Do you possess any tokens or proof? A fellow named Hao Mingyuan entrusted me with this task. Here is the token. As Sumu spoke, he retrieved the jade pendant belonging to Hao Mingyuan from his spatial ring and handed it to the gatekeeper. Internally, he felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had discovered Hao Mingyuan's body in advance. Otherwise, he would have had no proof to present. The 2 gatekeeping disciples exchanged glances while scrutinizing the jade pendant. The one who had been speaking to Sumu regarded him with suspicion. Wait here. I shall inform the higher-ups. Thank you, esteemed friend. Sumu responded courteously, bowing slightly as he patiently awaited their return. After half an hour had passed, the disciple who had gone to report back descended, immediately launching into a tirade at Sumu. Where did this little wretch come from, daring to disturb our Taiyin sect? Are your eyes blind? As he spoke, he tossed the jade pendant back to Sumu with evident irritation. Take your belongings and scram, or I shall take your life. With that, he spat in Sumu's direction. Sumu stood there, bewildered, and quickly communicated with Hao Mingyuan in his sea of consciousness. We must leave at once. The sect may be in trouble. Hao Mingyuan did not elaborate but urged him with a frown. Sumu wasted no time, turning on his heel to depart. The Taiyin sect was one of the 5 major sects in Moon Spirit City, and if they truly meant to harm him, the repercussions would be exceedingly troublesome. Upon witnessing Sumu's retreat, the 2 gatekeeping disciples hurled a few more curses in frustration before relenting at this point. Sumu's internal energy had already become mist-like, allowing him to soar briefly above the ground. As he descended the staircase, he noticed the 2 disciples had vanished from sight and swiftly turned into the nearby forest. With a surge of energy, his body became weightless, hovering just a foot off the ground. Subsequently, his internal power erupted, transforming him into a shadow that darted through the dense woods. In a matter of mere breaths, he had descended the mountain and entered Taiyin town. However, he did not linger excessively. Instead, he hurried to the inn, took the reins of a swift steed, and made his way into the Moon Spirit City with utmost speed, feeling a sense of relief within. He casually selected a tavern, ordered 2 dishes and a pot of wine, preparing to indulge in a meal. Just then, to his surprise, Lord Qianqian entered alongside Lady Qianqian. Upon spotting Sumu, Lord Qianqian approached with a beaming smile. Sumu felt a stir in his heart. While others may be oblivious to the matters of the Taiyin sect, someone of Lord Qianqian's stature certainly possessed some knowledge. Hao Mingyuan had informed him that he had been drifting for nearly a year, until he suddenly discovered a ray of light, and subsequently found his way to Sumu.as for the developments within the sect over the past year. He remained uninformed. The 3 of them ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor, and after a brief exchange, Sumu gleaned some insights into Lord Qianqian's current circumstances. Indeed, as Qin Rongrong had accurately predicted, following the events involving Langhua, Lord Qianqian's position within the Qin family had become increasingly precarious. In a mere 10 days, he had been rendered almost entirely powerless. Now, aside from alchemical pursuits, there was little else for him to engage in. Young Master Su, it is not that I, Qin Qianqian, am covetous of power. Rather, it is that it seemed that Qin Qianqian had been quite pent up these days, and after a few cups of wine, he spoke without reservation. It is that it is my concern for the family, my anxiety regarding those lurking behind the scenes. Sumu understood the implication in Qin Qianqian's words. Once someone had set their sights on the Qin family, they would not easily relent. Qin Rongrong was merely the unfortunate chosen one in this scenario. This time, the Qin family had been remarkably fortunate to avert disaster. But what of the next time? Those concealed within Yunyang City, who sought to ensnare the Qin family, or their forces, if they were to strike again, it would undoubtedly be with a thunderous blow. Why then? Would the Qin family be able to evade the onslaught? Lord Qianqian, there is something I must candidly express. Sumu began, pouring another cup of wine for Qin Qianqian. Certain matters must be illuminated through the baptism of blood to be fully comprehended. The same applies to people. Qin Qianqian let out a bitter laugh. This principle is not lost on me. Yet, it is my family, my brothers. I cannot bear it. Sumu smiled and shifted the topic. Lord Qianqian, there is a matter I wish to inquire about, if you would be so kind. Qin Qianqian's interest was piqued at these words. What is it? Do you know the leader of the Taiyin sect? Inangwa? Sumu wasted no time in getting to the point. To be frank, I have been entrusted with a token to present to sect leader In. However, I have yet to even enter the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianqian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he inquired cautiously, has the person who entrusted you already? Before he could finish, Sumu understood his implication and nodded. To be truthful, nearly a year ago, sect leader Yin's daughter, In Rue, along with his most devoted disciple, Hao Mingyuan, had mysteriously vanished. Consumed with paternal concern, sect leader In descended the mountain in search of his daughter and has since not been seen again. Although the Taiyin sect is under the governance of Madame In, she, being a woman, lacks the same resolve and cultivation as sect leader Yin. In recent years, they have been stifled by several elders, led by the formidable Lei Ting. However, Lady Yin's brother, Xiao Ruikong, is a formidable character. With him present, Lady Yin can barely ensure her own safety. Listening to Qin Qianqian's words, Sumu could not help but fall into contemplation. He inquired if he knew the whereabouts of their master, in the sea of consciousness. Hao Mingyuan spoke urgently. Sumu posed the question, but Qin Qianqian shook his head, indicating ignorance. At this point, it is likely that even Lady Yin is unaware of his location. Otherwise, the Taiyin sect would not be in its current predicament. Although his words were veiled, Su Mu discerned the implication hidden within. Yinanghua was most likely deceased outside. At best, he is now in a precarious situation, with his life and death uncertain. Moreover, this matter is likely orchestrated by Elder Lin Qing in collusion with outsiders. The two continued their conversation for a while longer, with Qin Eryi persistently troubled by matters concerning the Qin family. Su Mu found himself at a loss, and when they parted, he merely remarked, "Without experiencing storms, how can one behold the rainbow?" Qin Qianqian let out a deep sigh and turned away. He truly wished to spare the Qin family from turmoil. Now, with Yinanghua's whereabouts unknown, where could he possibly search for him? "How Ming Yuan, do you believe your master would go searching for his daughter? When we descended the mountain, we intended to train in the Qianqian. My junior sister and I were pursued in the Qianqian, and after escaping, we were captured in that dense forest. I perished there, while my junior sister was taken away by them." The Qianqian? Su Mu frowned. That was far from a desirable location. "Did you venture to the first realm for training?" "My junior sister and I became aware of someone following us during our time in the second realm." Subsequently, Hao Ming Yuan recounted their experiences in the second realm to Su Mu in full detail. "Do you know their identities? Do you think your master has any suspects?" Hao Ming Yuan shook his head, indicating he had no leads. "It seems we must make another trip to the Qianqian." Su Mu muttered to himself, feeling a tinge of irritation. That cursed place, unless absolutely necessary, he wished never to return to. Yet, to locate Yinanghua, he must venture down there once more. Su Mu believed that as the master of the Taiyin sect, Yinanghua's cultivation must be considerable. Within the Moon Spirit City, few cultivators could rival him. Clearly, those capable of plotting against Yinanghua are no fools and have undoubtedly considered this possibility. Thus, confining him in a formidable location to gradually wear him down would be the most prudent and secure course of action. Moreover, as Hao Ming Yuan mentioned, they had noticed someone trailing them in the Qianqian. Su Mu speculated that Yinanghua was most likely trapped within the Qianqian. However, he was uncertain in which realm specifically. If a trip were indeed necessary, he would certainly need to bring Yuan along, which presented yet another complication. Contemplating this, Su Mu settled on his bed to commence meditation and cultivation. After his cultivation reached a state of vaporization, his overall strength experienced a qualitative leap. Now he needed to meticulously comprehend and thoroughly digest this newfound power, striving to maximize the efficacy of every ounce of elemental force within his body. An hour later, while engrossed in his practice, Su Mu suddenly opened his eyes. A faint sound, less than 10 zhang from the inn, had pierced his ears. In the blink of an eye, the distance was reduced to within 3 zhang. Su Mu reined in his aura, refraining from any rash movements. In the next moment, a figure materialized in the corridor outside his room. Given the proximity and the heightened vigilance of the other party, Su Mu dared not employ his spiritual sense. Instead, he strained his ears to listen intently. There were 2 individuals, likely possessing considerable cultivation, whose footsteps were not light. It seemed as though they deliberately made their presence known. With another breath, they arrived at his door and halted in their tracks. Su Mu held his breath, his heart racing to his throat, as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Were these 2 specifically sent to find him? Who sent them? Was it the Thunder Sect? Suddenly, a thunderous realization exploded in his mind. Was Yin Rue and Hao Ming Yuan's descent into the pit part of this scheme? Once they descended into the pit, would they emerge to pursue and leave their traces behind? Then, would they lure Yinanghua into the pit, trapping him within? Hao Ming Yuan was dead, yet Yin Rue should have survived. If this was indeed orchestrated by the thunder, he must retain a talisman for protection. Thus, it followed that those who came to kill him now were likely dispatched by thunder, with the token of Hao Ming Yuan in his possession, seeking out Yinanghua. Regardless of what he knew, he would surely be silenced. Just as he pondered these matters, the 2 individuals stealthily entered his room. However, Su Mu felt no trace of murderous intent emanating from them. This was rather peculiar. Moreover, there was one crucial point. He himself possessed cultivation. Should anyone approach him, he would undoubtedly sense it. Yet these 2 had boldly pushed the door open, leaving him to wonder whether they were audacious or had ulterior motives. Could it be? Su Mu's heart skipped a beat. Were these visitors not elders of the Thunder lineage, but rather from the Yin matriarch's faction? Just as this thought flickered in his mind, the 2 figures had already taken their positions by the table in the guest room. The divine beast, having gathered its energy, had remained in a state of buzzing throughout the day. Chapter 54. Fundamental skills. One of them slowly raised his head and clasped his fists towards Su Mu. fellow Taoist Su. I am Xiao Ruikong from the Thunder sect. I apologize for the imposition. Having said that, he gradually removed the black cloth covering his face, revealing his true visage. Xiao Ruikong appeared to be in his 30s. With sharp features and profound eyes that in Su Mu's words, this man possessed the countenance of a protagonist from a novel. Fellow Taoist Su, I was unable to present myself during your daytime visit. I hope for your understanding that Su Mu slowly opened his eyes and rose to approach Xiao Ruikong. Within his sea of consciousness, Hao Mingyuan was introducing Xiao Ruikong's identity to Su Mu. Xiao Ruikong was the younger brother of Shimu. Xiao Yuekong, having grown up alongside her and trained. Thus he was trustworthy. I am Su Mu. Here on behalf of Hao Mingyuan to pay my respects to sect leader Yin as Su Mu spoke. He once more extended Hao Mingyuan's jade pendant to Xiao Ruikong. Upon receiving the pendant and casting a glance at it, a glimmer of brilliance emanated from his once calm eyes. Is Mingyuan still alive? Where is he now? Yuan. Is she with him? His tone was urgent, and in his fervor, he could not help but grasp Su Mu's arm with an almost desperate grip. He is dead. Su Mu gazed at Xiao Ruikong and softly uttered a phrase. The previously animated Xiao Ruikong, with his eyes alight with excitement, was suddenly doused with a bucket of icy water, as if a chilling realization had washed over him. Even in the pitch darkness of the room, Su Mu could distinctly see his complexion turn as pale as a sheet. His lips trembled involuntarily. About Yuan. If my conjecture holds, Yin Rue should still be alive, though I cannot be certain. Su Mu's words trailed off, abruptly halting in astonishment as he turned to Xiao Ruikong. You just mentioned. Yuan. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xiao Ruikong nodded and replied, Yuan is my sister's daughter. Named Yin Rue, with her nickname being Yuan. Su Mu's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. Yuan, the little girl who always followed Fatty around, was indeed named Yuan. Furthermore, when he first encountered her, she was in a dazed state, calling him good brother. Later, she also referred to Fatty as good brother. It dawned on him that she was addressing Hao Mingyuan. How gidge, but why would she appear on the street in the dead of night? And what had happened to her mind? Su Daoyu. Seeing Su Mu lost in thought, Xiao Ruikong could not help but call out twice. Rest assured, although Yin Rue has encountered some troubles, she is alive and safe. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruikong's face lit up with joy, eager to inquire about Yuan's whereabouts. Suddenly, Su Mu's expression shifted, and a surge of internal energy coursed through him as he struck out with his palm. Watch out! Xiao Ruikong reacted swiftly, almost simultaneously with Su Mu's warning, vanishing from sight in an instant. There, with him, was a figure clad in black, brandishing a gleaming dagger, lunging at Su Mu with ferocity. The individual accompanying Xiao Ruikong was undoubtedly a trusted confidant. And thus, Xiao Ruikong had not entertained any suspicion. Had it not been for Su Mu's sudden warning and intervention, Xiao Ruikong might have suffered a grievous injury. With a forceful thud, Su Mu's palm struck the assailant squarely. Before Xiao Ruikong could step forward to inquire, the doors and windows of the room exploded open simultaneously, and several dark figures surged inside. Su Mu cast a glance, counting a total of 8 figures clad in black. Upon their arrival, they efficiently divided into 2 groups, brandishing their large blades as they charged towards Su Mu and Xiao Ruikong. All were cultivators at the advanced stage of condensation, wielding primary-grade yellow-tier weapons. When they attacked, their control over their internal energy was impeccable, devoid of any wasteful overflow. Although they employed a 4-against-1 strategy, there was no trace of disorder. The 4 moved with precision, their strikes ruthless, and their coordination flawless. Leaving no room for mercy, it was evident they had undergone specialized training. Were it not for Su Mu's increased cultivation, he would have likely met his end within mere exchanges. What astonished Su Mu further was that Xiao Ruikong handled the situation with remarkable ease, displaying no signs of panic. In fact, after a dozen exchanges, he even managed to retaliate and slay one of the attackers. In the pitch blackness of the night, the moon emerged from the clouds, its exact arrival unknown. A beam of moonlight streamed through the window into the modest guest room, where several shadows flickered and glided like phantoms. The night breeze howled as it surged through the window, carrying away the sounds of bodies colliding. From a distance, this scene appeared extraordinarily eerie. The shadows danced silently, as if enacting a mute play. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the 8 cloaked figures who had come with ill intent lay defeated. When Xiao Ruikong turned to look, the companion who had followed him was already lifeless. Su Daoyu, my apologies. These assassins were clearly after me. We should part ways, or perhaps we should stick together, since I possess Haominjuan's jade pendant. They will not spare me either. Su Mu replied with a wry smile, then leapt from the window, departing the eye and he, their adversaries. The possession of Haominjuan's personal jade pendant indicated that he must possess some hidden knowledge. Silencing him was merely a fundamental tactic. Xiao Ruikong led their 2 horses, and the pair left the place with utmost haste. Above them, the myriad stars adorned the sky, casting a delicate veil of starlight over the land. No sooner had they exited the street than the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them. By the sound, there were at least 20 pursuers. The power of the Taiyin sect was indeed formidable. Capable of sustaining such a number of assassins. As they walked, Su Mu conversed with Xiao Ruikong. Among the 5 major sects of Welling City, he had only interacted with the Mingxin sect, based on his conjecture. If the 5 major sects were relatively equal in strength, the Taiyin sect should not have the resources to maintain these black-clad figures. The assailants in the inn had been 8 high-level body refinement practitioners. In Welling City, such individuals were considered prominent figures. The 4 leaders of the second-tier force, Zhu Lin Qian, were also high-level body refinement practitioners, were they not? If the Taiyin sect truly could afford high-level body refinement assassins, then its foundation must be the most profound among the 5 sections. Xiao Ruikong chuckled lightly. What if I told you these assassins are not from the Taiyin sect? Would you believe me? Su Mu's expression tightened as he began to contemplate the implications of Xiao Ruikong's words. Given the current circumstances, Xiao Ruikong had no reason to deceive him. Could it be? Could it be that these individuals were not sent by Elder Lei? As this thought crossed his mind, a fleeting glimmer of insight flashed through Su Mu's consciousness, but it was too swift for him to grasp. They were indeed sent by Elder Lei, yet the Taiyin sect could never afford to maintain high-level body refinement assassins. Xiao Ruikong continued. Had those individuals not suddenly appeared beside Elder Lei, my sister would not have been forced into a position of self-preservation. Su Mu nodded, choosing silence. It seemed that Qin Eri's assertions were not entirely accurate. At the very least, he was unaware of the sudden emergence of these assassins around Elder Lei. Moreover, his estimation of Lady Yin's strength had been skewed. Nonetheless, the reality was that they were now galloping at full speed toward the nearby Yinfeng Slope. Su Mu was well acquainted with Welling City. Yinfeng Slope was a modest hillside adjacent to the official road, surrounded by several villages within a 100-mile radius. In these villages, the children who met untimely ends, the villagers who perished unexpectedly, and the young men and women who lost their lives during weddings are all interred here. Coupled with the slightly elevated terrain and the dense foliage surrounding the area, which is frequently ravaged by fierce winds, the local populace has aptly named this place the Valley of Malevolent Winds. It is said that during the night, one can still hear the piercing wails of sorrow. The 2 individuals clearly shared the same intent, to first eliminate the deceased warriors behind them before addressing other matters. The Valley of Malevolent Winds indeed lived up to its ominous reputation. As they drew near, a chilling wind howled fiercely. Moreover, amidst the wind, one could discern the faint sounds of weeping. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the cries of an infant, mingled with the ferocious howls of a burly man. As Su Mu approached, dozens of spirits surged into his consciousness. In the next moment, the wind ceased abruptly, and the sharp shrieks, cries, and lamentations silenced as if someone had pressed the pause button during a horror film. Once these spirits entered Su Mu's mind, they began to thrash about chaotically, causing him excruciating pain. Be quiet and settle down. Su Mu's voice resonated like a thunderclap within his consciousness, causing the spirits to tremble and exhibit signs of disintegration. Instantly, they fell silent, obediently standing in place, trembling and feared. I have no time to attend to you now. Since you are here, focus on your recuperation, Su Mu coldly admonished before ignoring the spirits at this juncture. He and Xiao Ruikong had reached the center of the Valley of Malevolent Winds, with the 25 deceased warriors encircling them like specters. Su Mu's internal energy surged, enveloping him in a thin mist. With a deft touch of his toes to the ground, he floated gracefully as if composed of vapor, raising his right hand slightly to reveal an ethereal mist sword. Kill, he bellowed, and with a swift motion, the misty sword cleaved forward. A vast expanse of luminous white radiance suddenly emanated from the mist sword, engulfing the approaching warriors. As the radiant light fell, the surrounding area was illuminated, revealing numerous graves of various sizes. The leading black-clad warriors, upon witnessing this, brandished their large blades in unison. In an instant, chilling beams of light shot forth from the blades, coalescing into a formidable wave of sword light that collided with the radiant sword light. Boom! The two forces clashed violently in that fleeting moment. An astonishing scene unfolded before all present, including Xiao Ruikong. Chapter 55. Merely two strikes. The vast expanse of radiant sword light suddenly erupted, resembling a gentle rain that had unexpectedly descended. In an instant, the chilling sword beams were enveloped within. Then there was nothing more to follow. The leading black-clad warriors felt as though an eerie force was tearing at their very beings, within their bodies. Something seemed to flow along their right hands, gripping the blades. In just a few breaths, they felt as if their entire beings had been hollowed out. The next moment, an overwhelming sense of weakness, akin to a ferocious beast, consumed them entirely. By the time they realized something was amiss, another wave of radiant sword light had swept across their necks, illuminating their pallid faces. This entire sequence may seem lengthy, but for Su Mu, it was merely the execution of two strikes. Even the advanced black-clad assassins at the 25th level of body refinement are, to Su Mu in the present, merely a few strikes away from defeat. In the depths of the night, ethereal beams of white light flickered and danced, and soon, the heads of the black-clad assassins tumbled to the ground. Only one or two fortunate enough to escape were effortlessly dealt with by Xiao Ruikong. As he gazed at Su Mu, a gleam of astonishment flashed in his eyes, clearly surprised by Su Mu's remarkable prowess. Although he himself was formidable, he could not help but wonder if there might be even more powerful black-clad assassins lurking nearby. Of course, Su Mu's inquiry stemmed entirely from concern for that rotund fellow. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Xiao Ruikong was merely Yuan's uncle by convenience. The connection between the rotund man and Yuan was unmistakable. Naturally, both individuals harbored their own enigmas, and whether they could eventually become a married couple remained uncertain in Su Mu's mind. What he was certain of was that, even if they could not wed, they would undoubtedly share a deep platonic bond. Now, with Yuan's uncle facing danger, he felt compelled to express his goodwill that I will accompany you to see Yuan, without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Ruikong blurted out that aren't you concerned about your sister? Su Mu inquired, somewhat taken aback. Given Xiao Ruikong's formidable abilities, he should have been a significant asset to his sister, Lady Yin. His departure would likely complicate her situation. What is there to be concerned about regarding my sister? Xiao Ruikong replied nonchalantly. In fact, my presence has only been a burden to her. Without me, those old fogies from Thunder will no longer be able to restrain her. Her situation will actually improve. Su Mu could not help but roll his eyes at this. While it is indeed valuable for one to possess self-awareness, is it truly wise to so blatantly declare oneself a hindrance? By the way, Miss Yin may be facing some issues, so you should prepare yourself mentally. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruikong's expression shifted dramatically, a dangerous glint emerging from his narrowed eyes. Su Mu proceeded to recount the circumstances surrounding their encounter with Yuan to Xiao Ruikong in meticulous detail. He also relayed the information that Hao Mingyuan had intended to communicate to Inanghua. It turned out that after Hao Mingyu his eyes were slightly reddened, and his hands involuntarily clenched into tight fists, the veins on the back of his hands visibly bulging. Su Mu placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, uttering not a word, before retreating into his own room. Xiao Ruikong stood quietly at the entrance of Yunyang's room, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating through the door, catching sight of Yunyang within. That he remained there, lost in thought for an undetermined duration, before taking a few steps forward, slowly turning around to crouch at the threshold. Tears cascaded from his eyes, falling relentlessly. It felt as if a mighty hand was ruthlessly tugging at his heart within his chest, rendering him breathless with pain. Yuan. At this moment, a thunderous voice echoed within him, fervently crying out. For a full 11 months and 20 days, he had been seeking Yuan's whereabouts. He could still vividly recall the image of his sister's tear-streaked face during the darkest nights. Although they were both in pursuit of Yuan, deep down, despair had already taken root in their hearts. From the moment his brother-in-law set off to find Yuan and lost contact, he and his sister understood that calamity had befallen them. Sure enough, shortly after his brother-in-law's disappearance, the Thunder clan began to suppress his influence within the sect. His sister fought valiantly to protect her husband's legacy, but her naivety led to her repeatedly falling into the clutches of the Thunder clan. Consequently, she gradually became ensnared by them, ultimately left with no choice but to safeguard herself. Now, crouching at Yuan's door, he felt the familiar aura around him, and the pent-up emotions that had smoldered within him for years erupted like a volcano. This communication jade slip could directly connect him to his sister. Before long, a weary yet slightly surprised voice emerged from the slip. Ruekong, are you all right? Where are you? Sister, I am fine, and I am quite safe now. So do not worry, Xiao Ruekong replied, his nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation upon hearing her voice. However, he quickly composed himself and addressed the matter at hand. Sister, I have found Yunyang. She is doing well and is safe. The other end of the jade slip fell into a sudden silence. Xiao Ruekong patiently waited, and after the passage of a fragrant stick's worth of time, a voice filled with a heavy sob emerged from the slip. Finding is good, just finding is good. Even without meeting her, Xiao Ruekong could envision his sister's tear-streaked visage at that moment. Sister, Yunyang has me beside her, so you need not worry. Focus on the affairs of the sect. The siblings conversed for quite some time before Xiao Ruekong finally put away the communication jade slip. By this time, the sky had brightened considerably, and Huquan emerged from his room, yawning and stretching. For the past few days, he had risen early each morning to buy food for Yunyang in the town. Today was no exception. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a stranger squatting at Yunyang's entrance. Sumu, noticing Xiao Ruekong at the door, hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Huquan had purchased breakfast for 4, and the 4 of them gathered around the table to eat and chat. Although Yunyang's consciousness had somewhat returned, she appeared a bit shy and timid when she glanced at Xiao Ruekong. Yet, perhaps due to their shared bloodline, the two soon grew more familiar with one another. When Yunyang looked at Xiao Ruekong, her fear dissipated, and she even began to engage him in conversation. However, for the majority of her time, she still followed Huquan around, both inside and outside. Within less than a day, a certain animosity akin to that of an uncle towards his son-in-law had crept into Xiao Ruekong's gaze directed at Huquan. Why did Yunyang persistently stay with him? As evening fell, Xiao Ruekong could no longer contain himself. How vibrant and delightful had his Yunyang been? Since childhood, she had affectionately called him uncle, displaying a closeness to him that surpassed even that of her own mother. How had she transformed into this state? Especially, even if she were to accompany Sumu, it would be akin to following that nonsensical Huquan. Sumu pondered seriously, suspecting it was the influence of the Qianqian grass. This particular herb thrives near the den of the illusory spirit purple flame rabbit, where one often finds various rare gemstones. The Qianqian grass gradually absorbs energy from these gemstones and possesses an innate affinity for such treasures. When Yin Rui was on the verge of a soul explosion, Hao Mingyuan had thrust a Qianqian grass into her hands. After consuming it, her soul power had likely surged, thereby affecting her consciousness. To put it plainly, she had overindulged. The reason she followed Huquan must be attributed to the survival instinct of the Qianqian grass, drawing her towards all things precious to replenish itself. Naturally, Yin Rui benefited from this. Hence her condition improved steadily. Sumu had explained for quite some time, ultimately becoming somewhat muddled himself. Fortunately, Xiao Ruekong hailed from a distinguished background and had received elite education since childhood, thus grasping a modicum of understanding. Nevertheless, witnessing his niece accompany that lewd, rotund figure still left him feeling quite discontented, akin to a mother-in-law growing increasingly dissatisfied with her son-in-law. Tying sect, this is impossible. Thunder roared, shattering a solid wooden table with a single palm strike, his eyes nearly ablaze as he glared at the disciple who had entered to report. There were 25 advanced body refinement realm practitioners. Their combined strength would suffice to eliminate 2 at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. How could Xiao Ruekong, a mere simple-minded scion, possibly evade their pursuit? Xiao Ruekong was the vital weakness of Xiao Yuekong. To seize this weakness, he had not hesitated to expose a hidden thorn deeply embedded beside Xiao Yuekong. He had assumed that, without Xiao Yuekong's protection, subduing a trivial Xiao Ruekong would be a trivial task. By the way, what about that individual named Sumu? Chapter 56. More delicate than a woman, Thunder suddenly recalled that Xiao Ruekong had gone in search of the individual who claimed to be Sumu. The ferrying spirit. He had personally examined the jade pendant presented by that man, which indeed belonged to Hao Mingyuan. However, Hao Mingyuan had been deceased for nearly a year. How had this pendant come into Sumu's possession? Or perhaps, Hao Mingyuan had still been clinging to life at that time. Did he manage to impart a few instructions to Sumu before passing away? If so, then why had he waited a year to visit Tying sect to see Yinangwa? Moreover, given Xiao Ruekong's cultivation level, it was utterly impossible for him to escape the pursuit of the Death Warriors. Could it be that the one named Su Mu was involved? Guan Yuhai reported tremblingly, fearful that Elder Lei might unleash his fury and strike him down with a single blow. Such circumstances have frequently occurred in the past, although the disciples affected may not lose their lives. Their paths in this life are irrevocably severed. Upon hearing this, Lei Ting felt a slight calmness wash over him. With 25 advanced cultivators in the body refinement realm, along with the previous 6, there were a total of 31 advanced practitioners. To lose such a significant number due to a single misstep was utterly disheartening. Lei Ting felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. After all, these were elite warriors in the body refinement realm. One of his greatest assets in commanding the Taiyin sect. To have lost over half in an instant was a source of profound anguish for him. Who exactly was this Su Mu? Lei Ting turned his gaze slowly towards Guan Yuhai, pondering when such a talented young man had emerged in Yuling City without his knowledge. Self-proclaimed as a spirit transcender. Many claim to have indeed witnessed the spirits of their deceased loved ones. Spirit transcender. Lei Ting scoffed lightly, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. So, are we to believe that it is the spirit of Hao Mingyuan that has sought him out? Guan Yuhai kept his head bowed, carefully controlling himself to ensure that even his breathing was scarcely audible. But it was fortunate that a myriad of spectral entities had appeared together. They could be ensnared all at once. Lei Ting cast a glance at the pallid Guan Yuhai, his face a mask of impatience. Go tell Howard to unleash his full potential, gather more people, and apprehend both Xiao Ruikong and that fellow named Su Mu, regardless of their fates. Yes, Elder Lei. Upon hearing this, Guan Yuhai's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally found solace, and no matter the outcome, they had managed to navigate this ordeal safely. Although Xiao Ruikong was now accompanying Yuan, she still could not detach herself from Hu Quan. Thus for the past few days, Su Mu had been operating alone. After all, there were still dozens of spirits within his consciousness awaiting resolution. Consequently, he had been meandering through the villages surrounding Infeng Slope. 3 days later, Xiao Ruikong could no longer endure the sight of Yuan clinging to Hu Quan, and with a heart heavy with concern, he resolved to join Su Mu. To be honest, his curiosity regarding spirits had only intensified. After all, he had heard tales of them, but had never encountered one firsthand. The only remaining spirit, a middle-aged man named He Qingtao, held a singular obsession, resurrection. What did you say? Even someone as self-assured as Xiao Ruikong, who prided himself on having witnessed grand spectacles, found himself wide-eyed and questioning his very existence upon hearing such a palpable desire. After several episodes of curiosity, Xiao Ruikong had grown accustomed to the existence of spirits. Occasionally, he even volunteered to assist Su Mu in addressing certain spiritual obsessions. However, it was his first encounter with a spirit making such a request. This spirit seemed utterly devoid of basic knowledge, or was it intentionally seeking trouble? I wish to continue living. I was merely 35 years old when I died, yet I had not even married or truly lived enough. Xiao Ruikong surveyed the spirit with a gaze that conveyed disbelief, then slowly spoke. Are you certain? He Qingtao nodded earnestly. Indeed, I wish to be revived at Su Mu. I am at a loss with this spirit. It is your turn now. Xiao Ruikong turned to shout out the window, where Su Mu was conversing with Yuan, and Hu Quan. Su Mu had even divided a fragment of his consciousness to carefully assess Yuan's condition. Her physical form was gradually growing stronger, slowly adapting to the formidable spirit within her. Upon hearing Xiao Ruikong call out to him, Su Mu furrowed his brow and stepped into the room. He Qingtao, as always, reiterated his singular obsession, resurrection. This is entirely of your own making. Su Mu cast a glance at him and struck at the flicker of spirit within He Qingtao. A glimmer of white light shattered like fragments, dispersing into tiny motes that flowed into his palm. There, all was well. Su Mu glanced at Xiao Ruikong, and the two exited together. Where did you encounter Yuan that night? Xiao Ruikong settled beside Yuan, turning to Su Mu and Hu Quan. Since there has been no activity from Thunder lately, I wish to glean some information from Yuan. Su Mu recounted the location of their encounter with Yuan to Xiao Ruikong. He too believed that, given Yuan's circumstances at that time, she must have fled a considerable distance, likely being confined nearby. However, after several inquiries in the vicinity, he had found no results. Xiao Ruikong pondered the address for a moment before suddenly speaking. I recall that Thunder has an illegitimate daughter, who married a commoner in this region, correct? Upon hearing this, Su Mu and Hu Quan exchanged glances, and Su Mu promptly unleashed the spirits of Lei Ro and her Son. As expected. Yuan was indeed held captive by the Fong family. At that time, it was my father who sought me out, instructing me to confine that woman, forbidding her from seeing anyone as long as she remained alive. The moment Lei Ro's spirit appeared, she recognized Yuan. I didn't inquire further, as my father mentioned that once the matter with that woman concluded, he would bring Chang Song to cultivate within the Taiyin sect. It seems that after that wretched woman murdered us, chaos ensued within the Fong family, allowing her to escape. The group finally grasped the situation surrounding Yuan's capture. No wonder they had been unable to locate her. She had been imprisoned. Su Mu then shared his suspicions regarding Yin Ongwa possibly being trapped in the sinkhole. If this theory holds, we should first venture to the sinkhole, should my brother-in-law truly be ensnared there. As for the others, once he reveals himself, they would certainly not dare to harbor any ill intentions. In light of this, let us prepare and set off for the sinkhole at dawn. After concluding their discussion, Yuan insisted on going out for some leisure, and since they needed to gather daily necessities for her before entering the sinkhole, the four of them descended the mountain together, intending to head to Yuling City. However, just after leaving Qiushui town, they were confronted by dozens of riders charging towards them. It was Thunder's son, Lei Hao. Everyone, be cautious and ensure Yuan's safety. Although the two parties were still several paces apart, Xiao Ruikong immediately discerned the origins of the oncoming group. Fatty, Yuan is in your hands. Su Mu turned to Hu Quan, his inner energy surging as he rose from his mount, launching himself forward with a flick of his toes. Beside him, Xiao Ruikong was equally undaunted, leaping from his horse while drawing forth a shimmering silver sword. The sword's light swept through the air like a ribbon, immediately toppling the leading adversaries. However, the leader, Lei Hao, evidently possessed considerable strength. In the blink of an eye, as the sword's aura swept through the air, he leaped into the air and landed on the ground. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded Xiao Ruikong, a smirk creeping onto his face. Xiao Ruikong, my father often claims that I cannot measure up to you. But now it's a pity. He had only gotten halfway through his taunt when Su Mu, wielding the mist sword, charged at him. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop being so wishy-washy. You're even more cowardly than a woman. The vast mist sword, imbued with an eerie chill, lunged towards Lei Hao. His expression shifted dramatically, and as he swiftly dodged backward, he shouted furiously at Xiao Ruikong. Xiao Ruikong, you spineless coward. How dare you resort to a sneak attack? Xiao Ruikong, brandishing his long sword, simultaneously fended off the onslaught of several disciples from the Taiyin sect. Which of your eyes saw me sneak attacking you, Lei Hao? Besides, is it permissible for you to overpower me with numbers while I am forbidden from retaliating? Am I truly the coward here? If you have the guts, then face me one-on-one. The mist sword in Su Mu's grip had already struck him that moment. Lei Hao felt as though he were about to transcend to another realm. His entire being felt weak and devoid of strength, his face pale as a ghost. Nearby, several Taiyin sect disciples hurriedly wielded their long swords, while two others dragged Lei Hao backward. Meanwhile, the remaining disciples wore expressions of utter confusion. In just a few breaths, how has the young master become like this? Could it be that he exerted himself too much in Sister Jiao's room last night? Observing the few seniors who had just engaged, as well as the rogue wielding the mist sword, they noticed that after a mere exchange of blows, they too had become as feeble as limp noodles. Seeing their waxen faces, the others felt a growing sense of dread. Mr. Xiao, with no mercy in his strikes, left a trail of blood in his wake. As any adversary caught in the arc of his sword fell, that a few astute disciples immediately fixed their gazes upon the stout figure at the back, who was shielding the women. Hu Quan, watching nearby, felt a surge of excitement as 3 or 5 eager young disciples rushed towards him, their eyes alight with fervor. In that moment, a gleam sparked within his own eyes. With his internal energy surging, he clenched his fist and charged at the approaching disciples. The sound of dull thuds echoed as Hu Quan, with rapid precision, dispatched the eager disciples, leaving them dejected and sorrowful. As they fell to the ground, they felt as though not a single bone in their bodies was left intact. When all had collapsed, and as Xiao Ruikong slowly approached Lei Hao, the latter sensed an impending dread. Chapter 57. Is your mind made of stone? Xiao Ruikong, what do you intend to do? Lei Hao, seated upon the ground, wore an expression of sheer terror, struggling to inch backward. Yet, his body felt as if it had lost all rigidity, rendering him immobile. Xiao Ruikong simply fixed him with a pair of profound eyes, advancing silently. My father is. Xiao Ruikong waved his hand dismissively, a hint of amusement gracing his features. I am particularly curious. Did your father send you here? Or did you come of your own volition? To be honest, Su Mu was also somewhat intrigued. Lei Hao's actions could indeed be described as a long-distance delivery of his own head. Of course. It is indeed my father who sent me. Lei Hao's complexion turned ashen. He glanced at Xiao Ruikong in terror while desperately attempting to retreat. Alas, despite his repeated efforts, he found himself utterly helpless. Indeed, Lei Hao spoke the truth. It was his father who had dispatched him on this occasion. However, that had transpired 10 days prior. 10 days ago, his father had instructed Guan Yuhai to notify him to bring Xiao Ruikong and someone named Su Mu into custody, regardless of life or death. Yet, at that time, he had been thoroughly engrossed in merriment within Jiao Shimi's quarters, merely offering a hasty acknowledgement. Before long, he had cast this matter to the farthest reaches of his mind. Each day, he lingered in Jiao Shimi's boudoir, lost in bliss, and with the addition of several younger female disciples, his excitement only grew. It was not until 10 days later, when Guan Yuhai, having received no word from him, came seeking news, that he finally grasped the situation. In a flurry, he summoned his fellow disciples to ride swiftly and capture Xiaorong. By the time his adversary had effortlessly subdued all those he had brought, the clarity of thought that had eluded him gradually returned. Alas, it was far too late. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Ruikong could not suppress a radiant smile. Could it be that Elder Lei believes my solitary existence poses too great a danger? Thus wishing to bestow upon me a talisman for protection, a shiver coursed through Lei Hao, rendering him unable to quell his trembling. What are you planning? My father is Lin Qing. You cannot kill me. I am his only son. If you dare harm me, my mother, she will not let you off lightly. I harbor no ulterior motives, save for the mere use of your head as a trophy. Xiao Ruikong's smile grew ever more brilliant, yet his movements remained swift and decisive. With a fierce thrust, his sword aimed directly at Lei Hao's throat. Lei Hao screamed in terror, his eyes tightly shut. Losing control of his bodily functions, the chilling sword energy and the icy intent to kill felt akin to the scythe of death, methodically slicing through his flesh. Xiao Ruikong's actions were merciless. Showing no signs of restraint, Su Mu could not help but harbor a measure of admiration for Xiao Ruikong. Were it another, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture Lei Hao and use him as leverage against Lin Qing. However, Xiao Ruikong's thoughts were singularly focused on presenting Lei Hao's head before Lin Qing, plunging him into madness. He was indeed a ruthless individual, merciless not only towards others but also towards himself. He understood all too well that after Lei Hao's demise, he would face Lin Qing's wrath, a tempest of vengeance. Yet, he showed not the slightest hint of hesitation. However, as the sword was about to slice through Lin Qing's neck, Xiao Ruikong suddenly perceived a blinding flash before his eyes. In the next instant, it felt as though he had been struck by a colossal mountain, sending him reeling backward. Su Mu, witnessing this, hurried forward and managed to catch the flying Xiao Ruikong. As he landed, Xiao Ruikong let out a cry, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His entire being visibly waned, his chest caving in significantly. Su Mu and Hu Quan both looked up, only to see a figure descending from the sky. Slowly landing before Lei Hao, before her stood a middle-aged woman, well past her 50s, adorned in resplendent attire, her countenance rather unremarkable, resembling an ordinary affluent matron. She first cast a disdainful glance at the crumpled figure of Lei Hao, who lay on the ground, utterly disoriented by fear, her face contorted with contempt. The offspring of a mere concubine from the Yu clan cannot possibly amount to anything of significance. The son raised under such circumstances is equally inconsequential. Having uttered this, she pivoted to face Xiao Ruikong and his three companions, her eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Though lacking in talent, he remains a scion of the Lei family. How can we allow outsiders to wantonly humiliate and slay him? Xiao Ruikong merely glanced at the middle-aged woman before bowing his head in silence. He was acutely aware of her identity and, more importantly, her formidable strength. Su Mu remained equally reticent, judging by the aerial prowess displayed by this woman. It was evident she was a genuine cultivator at the Yuan body realm. However, Su Mu surmised that she had only just reached this level, for her aerial technique was quite rudimentary. Upon landing, she had even stumbled forward due to inertia. Yet, their silence did not deter Hu Quan from speaking. He lifted his gaze to the middle-aged woman, his typical cheeky grin plastered across his face as he remarked, "If it weren't for my two brothers verifying things, you might still be oblivious to the fact that your Lei family's offspring not only fails to make an impression, but, given the current circumstances, might not even be fit for the chopping block. Truly, you ought to express your gratitude to us, wouldn't you? After all, knowing his background will allow for tailored guidance in the future, At these words, Xiao Ruikong felt his mind buzzing and couldn't help but turn to Hu Quan. His thoughts a chaotic jumble. No, that wasn't right. Xiao Ruikong sensed his mind racing, yet still found himself incapable of articulating a word that could aptly describe his current emotions. This truly audacity. An unmistakable audacity. If he were to bellow at Hu Quan, "Is your brain made of stone?" it would be true. However, the expression on the middle-aged woman's face indicated that she too was momentarily taken aback. She scrutinized the rotund figure before her with utmost seriousness, inspecting him from head to toe. After what felt like an eternity, she finally burst into laughter. Could it be that I have remained in seclusion for so long that I am unaware of how utterly blind and unruly the younger generation has become? Indeed, she was laughing out of exasperation. To her surprise, Hu Quan responded with visible impatience. "You old hag, enough with the prattle. Are we fighting or not? If you're not, then step aside. We've got a half-dead piece of rotten fish to deal with. And we still want to enjoy some leisure in the city." Sumu had long grown accustomed to Hu Quan's brashness, yet for Xiao Ruikong, this was a first. He stared in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, his sluggish mind began to function again. No wonder this fellow calls himself Hu Yi every day. This is indeed a true lord. The revered ancestor Suoyin is enraged. It has been 2 centuries since she joined the Tain sect. In her youth, though her appearance was unremarkable, her innate talent was exceptional, earning her the favor of her elders. Within the sect, no one dared to show her disrespect. Subsequently, her cultivation advanced, and she ascended to the position of outer elder, followed by an elevation to inner elder, ultimately achieving the realm of Yuan Ti and becoming the ancestral figure of the sect. Not only others, but even Inanghua, the master of the sect, dared not act with impudence in her presence. Who would have anticipated that now she would be humiliated by a mere junior? Humph, since you are so eager for death, I, the ancestor, shall oblige. The countenance of ancestor Su Yin darkened as she raised her hand, delivering a powerful strike towards Hu Quan. Although Su Mu and Hu Quan had previously faced Yunyang, an elder of the initial Yuan Ti stage, their circumstances were vastly different, one in his prime, the other gravely injured and on the brink of death. The disparity between them was beyond comparison. This palm strike, seemingly casual from ancestor Su Yin, transformed the surroundings instantaneously. The tranquil official road was suddenly filled with an oppressive and formidable wave of energy. The very fabric of space began to visibly distort. That moment, they sensed an overwhelming transformation in their environment. The official road and the verdant forests on either side morphed into a surging river. As if a tempest had risen, the energy unleashed by ancestor Su Yin struck like a tidal wave, crashing down upon them. They were but small fish and shrimp swept along by the current. Though aimed at Hu Quan, Sumu and Xiao Ruikong, who were caught in the same torrent, inevitably felt the repercussions. With a swift thought, Xiao Ruikong produced a palm-sized jade pendant, hurling it fiercely towards Hu Quan. The pendant burst forth with resplendent light amidst the turbulent waters, enveloping Yuan, who stood behind Hu Quan. Naturally, Hu Quan was also granted protection. Meanwhile, Sumu casually waved his hand, conjuring a thin protective barrier in front of Xiao Ruikong. Hu Quan stepped forward, boldly leaping out from the jade pendant's protection. His fists clenched tightly as he struck forward with tremendous force. The thunderous boom resonated as the tidal wave collided with Hu Quan's fists. A powerful shockwave emanated from their clash, sweeping through the surroundings with immense force, severing the trees and grass as if they were mere twigs. Dust billowed from the ground, and grass flew into the air. Carried off by the wind, the once surging river began to dissipate visibly, and the distorted space gradually returned to normalcy. Hu Quan stood his ground, unyielding, his face adorned with his trademark smirk. There's a saying that the waves behind push those in front, while the former perish on the shore. You, old woman, have lived for many years. Why not fulfill your role as an ancestor instead of coming here to disgrace yourself before who? What rationale is there in that? Ancestor Su Yin's expression had grown exceedingly grim. Any woman would detest being referred to as old woman repeatedly. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was that this brat, appearing to be merely in his 20s, possessed a cultivation level that could rival her own. If he were to mature, he would undoubtedly stand alongside that wretched Xiao Yuekong. This mutual rise and fall would only serve to bolster their adversaries. These thoughts flashed through her mind, and the murderous intent on ancestor Su Yin's face solidified to a palpable degree. Chapter 58. Profound Brotherhood. What is it? Your expression suggests that you harbor murderous intent towards us? Hu Quan shrugged his shoulders, casting a nonchalant glance at the ancestral figure of Su Yin, and remarked, "What a coincidence. We have no intention of sparing you today either. Without waiting for Suyin to respond, he charged forward once more, swinging his fist with reckless abandon in a display of their deep-seated camaraderie. He glanced at Su Mu as he advanced. Mu, let us together vanquish this old hag. Su Mu could not help but roll his eyes. As he took a step forward, a misty long sword manifested in his hand, but a mere insect attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of its own limitations. As one of the three great ancestors of the Taiyin sect, Suyin had not encountered anyone who could incite such fury in her for decades. With a cold, disdainful utterance, she extended her arms forward. Two pure white ribbons shot forth from her sleeves, akin to twin white serpents lunging towards Su Mu and Hu Quan. Bolstered by her yuan force, the ribbons were as unyielding as iron. Slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, before they even drew near, the chilling aura of imminent death enveloped the two in an instant. They felt a bone-deep cold, as though what approached them were not mere ribbons, but two colossal, snow-white serpents. These serpents, relying on their sheer ferocity, tore through all obstacles, crashing forcefully towards the duo. Hu Quan's movements were as straightforward and brutal as ever. His entire being trembled, radiating a lustrous, jade-like glow. He appeared as if he were a radiant gem, exuding a soft, ethereal light. With a powerful grasp, he seized one of the pure white ribbons in his hands. He then stomped heavily backward, causing the ground to rumble beneath him. Standing firm as a mountain, he embodied the indomitable spirit of a hero, unyielding amidst countless adversaries. Then, much to Xiao Ruikong's astonishment, his mouth agape enough to hold an egg, Hu Quan yanked forcefully backward. The white serpent that charged at him was abruptly severed with a resounding crack. In that moment, Xiao Ruikong felt a surge of admiration for his niece's discernment in choosing allies. At the very least, she had chosen someone better than himself. Turning to Su Mu, he took 2 steps forward, leaping high into the air. The white serpent loomed beneath him. He raised his misty long sword above his head and struck down fiercely. Xiao Ruikong perceived a flash of brilliance before him, as if shards of light had suddenly cascaded down. The serpent did not split in two. Instead, it entered a bizarre state of dissolution, as though something were burrowing into its belly, devouring its very flesh and blood. The once unshakable Su Yin's countenance shifted dramatically in that instant. As the sword descended, she sensed a faint vitality being siphoned away from her being, along with her flesh and essence. It flowed through the ribbons into the misty sword. Her expression turned to one of dread, and she was about to inquire about Su Mu's origins when his misty sword came crashing down upon her. Utterly oblivious, Su Yin's face darkened. She had intended to ascertain the identity of her opponent, pondering whether he was truly a scion nurtured by some formidable power. Inevitably, one must grant the opponent a moment of respite. However, the adversary offered her no opportunity to speak. Since it has come to this, she shall not be blamed for her mercilessness, wielding her strength against the weaker. No sooner had the words left her lips than her figure flickered, soaring into the air, her internal energy surging forth, and from her sleeves, 2 silken ribbons shot out with fervor. The instant these ribbons appeared, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted several degrees. Under the sunlight, the ribbons shimmered brilliantly, as if waves of water were flowing within, emanating a refreshing chill that spread forth. Were those high-grade yellow-tier magical artifacts, the cloud-entwining immortal ribbons? Upon their emergence, Xiao Ruikong could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A primary-level Yuan body realm cultivator, augmented by such a fitting high-grade yellow-tier artifact, would pose no threat even against a mid-level Yuan body realm opponent. Indeed, the ancestor Suyin merely moved her hand slightly, causing a burst of radiant light to expand from the cloud-entwining immortal ribbons. This light began to spiral and rotate with the movement of the ribbons, and a gust of cold wind spread outward with the swirling brilliance. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Ruikong shivered involuntarily, feeling an icy chill envelop him. In the brief moment of distraction, the cloud-entwining immortal ribbons had fully transformed into 2 rapidly rotating streams of light, each spiraling towards Su Mu and Hu Quan. Hu Quan, despite his seemingly cumbersome physique, suddenly sprang into motion. With a thunderous sound, each of his steps caused the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Instead of retreating, he charged headlong into the oncoming light. That moment, his hands had morphed into 2 massive fists of jade. The originally gentle jade radiance had abruptly become blindingly bright when he was less than a yard away from the light. His heavy form leapt into the air with great force. With a resounding crash, as he landed, His fist came crashing down upon the radiant light from a towering position. Instantly, the light began to swirl even more violently, the surrounding air crackling, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. Hu Quan's fists were engulfed by the light, and a dazzling flare erupted, scattering shards of brilliance in every direction. With a furious roar, Hu Quan stomped his right foot heavily upon the ground, pressing his arms down with tremendous force. In an instant, the ground within a 5 zhang radius erupted, fissures spreading outward like a spider's web. As for the radiant light, its rotation had begun to slow. The chilling aura that had been emanating from it gradually dissipated. Hu Quan raised his arm slightly, and the light once again took on the form of the cloud entwining immortal ribbons. With a powerful tug, he drained the flowing waves within the ribbons of their vitality, as if a stream had been abruptly deprived of its water, instantly losing all life. Twisting his right arm, he wrapped the ribbons around it, anchoring himself in place as he pulled downward with all his might. Xiao Ruikeng noticed that the hovering ancestor Su Yin was leaning slightly towards their direction. Meanwhile, Su Mu, having leapt high into the air, plunged his mist sword directly into the radiant light. The swirling brilliance seemed capable of shredding all things. The moment the mist sword pierced through, it vanished without a trace. In a swift motion, Su Mu appeared before ancestor Su Yin, summoning yet another mist sword into his grasp. With a subtle tremor in his right hand, he unleashed a vast surge of misty sword light. Infused with an icy murderous intent, aimed squarely at ancestor Su Yin. The glimmer of the sword appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet in the eyes of the venerable Su Yin, it resembled a ferocious beast poised to devour her. A sudden shock coursed through her. Despite the fact that the Canyon Shinsa had ensnared this young man's peculiar mist sword, how could he wield another in the blink of an eye? As the mist sword lunged towards her, she flicked her sleeve, unleashing a tremendous wave of force that collided with the incoming attack. With a resounding crash, the two powers clashed, their residual energy surging outward like a tidal wave. In that instant, her figure flickered and vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she had already positioned herself behind Su Mu, deftly flicking the Canyon Shinsa, which erupted in a brilliant luminescence, striking directly at Su Mu's back. Su Mu reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping while simultaneously thrusting the mist sword in a flurry of dozens of strikes. That a vast expanse of misty sword intent enveloped the surrounding space, rapidly coiling towards the venerable Su Yin. Although she did not grasp Su Mu's intentions, an instinctual dread gripped her. She sensed that should she be ensnared by this sword intent, she would face grave peril. Consequently, she executed a swift maneuver. Retreating several paces, her right hand wielding the Canyon Shinsa in a continuous dance. A chilling aura radiated outward, while the Canyon Shinsa spiraled, releasing waves of brilliance as it surged towards the advancing Su Mu. At this juncture, Su Yin had already recognized Su Mu's formidable nature. Ultimately, she was nearly unbalanced by his relentless assault, almost falling prey to the mist sword. With no other recourse, she gritted her silver teeth. Relinquishing her hold on the Canyon Shinsa, to confront Su Mu with her full might. In her estimation, the stout fellow merely possessed innate strength, yet had yet to attain the Yuan Ti realm, rendering him incapable of flight. Indeed, upon releasing the Canyon Shinsa, Hu Quan ceased his pursuit. Humph! With a cold snort, Su Yin retreated, directing the brilliance of the Canyon Shinsa towards Su Mu, while her left hand unleashed a barrage of palm strikes at the locations where Su Mu evaded. Suspended in midair, Su Mu dodged and weaved as if performing a monkey act. Nevertheless, the mist sword in his grasp was equally relentless, intermittently unleashing arcs of sword light aimed at Su Yin. As time passed, Su Yin's trepidation grew. She had initially believed her current strength would easily subdue her opponent. However, after such a prolonged standoff, this young man not only began to reverse the tide but seemed to gain confidence with each passing moment. And what of her? Furthermore, the sword in his hand was extraordinarily peculiar. Each encounter drained a sliver of her vitality, though it was but a trifling amount. After an extended engagement, she sensed a significant depletion of her life force. Coupled with the waning of her blood essence and vitality, these thoughts cascaded through her mind, planting the seeds of retreat within her. She glanced at the unconscious Lei Hao on the ground, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Simultaneously, her right hand continued to control another strand of the Canyon Shinsa, launching successive strikes at Su Mu. Seizing the moment as Su Mu momentarily withdrew, she channeled her Yuan force, dragging Lei Hao away at great speed. Chapter 59. This world still holds kindness. Witnessing the venerable Su Yin's retreat, Xiao Ruikeng could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. His cheeks, forehead, and even his entire body were drenched in cold sweat. resembling someone who had just been pulled from the depths of water. Additionally, having sustained injuries from Elder Suyin while attempting to kill Lei Hao. He had forcefully activated the jade pendant to protect Yunyang. At this moment, his face had turned ashen, devoid of its former vitality, save for a hint of a wild grin at the corners of his mouth. Had I known the two of you were so formidable, I would not have. His words trailed off, and suddenly an unnatural flush emerged on his cheeks, followed by a violent expulsion of black blood. Upon witnessing this, Yunyang turned pale with fright. Uncle, are you all right? Xiao Ruikong's smile broadened, and he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Surviving under the hands of a Yuan realm expert is no trivial feat. This injury is inconsequential. Su Mu rolled his eyes inwardly, as if to suggest that he had single-handedly driven off Elder Suyin. Beside them, Hu Quan let out a long sigh. I feel weak too. Why is there no one to care? You. With the expulsion of that black blood, Xiao Ruikong's condition improved significantly, and he scrutinized Hu Quan from head to toe. You feel weak. Hu Quan's already furrowed brow twisted into a pronounced frown. He patted the flab on his belly and spoke slowly. Though I may appear robust, I am truly feeble within. Feel for yourself. As he spoke, Hu Quan grasped Xiao Ruikong's hand and placed it on his belly. However, in his current injured state, he was evidently no match for Hu Quan's natural strength. Xiao Ruikong's features contorted in discomfort as he grimaced, struggling to endure the greasy sensation that radiated from his palm, contemplating that he might not be able to eat for 3 days if he didn't wash his hands. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The contorted features that resembled wriggling tadpoles transformed into a visage of sheer astonishment. His gaze towards Hu Quan became laden with complexity, an amalgamation of surprise, confusion, and predominantly, gratitude. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed strands of energy flowing from Hu Quan into his niece, Yunyang. Looking at Yunyang, she appeared calm, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. This energy was enigmatic, eluding verbal description. Yet instinctively, he felt its significance to Hu Quan was profound, akin to the essence of a cultivator's vitality and life force. Ut turned to Hu Quan, wishing to articulate something, but the words faltered on his lips, leaving him at a loss. Hu Quan waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a matter of fate between Yunyang and me. A little energy is of no consequence, so there's no need to dwell on it. I merely feel weak and wish to replenish. Xiao Ruikong, being perceptive, chuckled heartily upon hearing this. What do you wish to replenish, Hu? Hu Quan glanced at Yunyang, a knowing smile spreading across his face, one that suggested a mutual understanding among men. He leaned closer to Xiao Ruikong and whispered a few words. Xiao Ruikong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously, his grin growing ever more radiant. The following morning, the four of them mounted swift steeds and set off towards the sinkhole. As for Lin Qing, having learned from yesterday's lesson, he would likely remain subdued for the time being. By evening, the quartet had arrived at the sinkhole. Upon entering the first realm, Su Mu and Hu Quan were quite familiar with the surroundings. Su Mu led the way, followed closely by Xiao Ruikong, with Yuan bringing up the rear, and Hu Quan ensuring their safety from behind. Before long, they traversed the lengthy corridor and stepped into the first realm. As they crossed the threshold, the familiar fragrance of grass and would envelop their senses. However, with Su Mu and Hu Quan's ample experience, they had already cautioned Xiao Ruikong, thus ensuring their safety. As for Yuan, her spirit had been fortified by the nurturing of the purple flame sky soul grass, rendering her exceptionally robust. Additionally, the purple flame sky soul grass naturally thrived near the burrows of the illusory spirit purple flame rabbits, making her nearly immune to the aromatic essence they exuded. As soon as they entered, Su Mu's gaze was drawn to a small valley at the center point. 3 illusory spirit purple flame rabbits had emerged from their burrow, perched atop the highest point of the valley, observing the quartet. The central rabbit, upon seeing Su Mu and Hu Quan, bared its teeth in a show of defiance. TSK, this little creature seems to be living quite the charmed life. Surrounded by companions, what a fortuitous situation, Hu Quan remarked, his attention fixated on the central rabbit. Having spent considerable time together, Su Mu had grown accustomed to Hu Quan's meticulous observational skills. Xiao Ruikong, however, looked at Hu Quan with astonishment. How can you tell that the two on the sides are females? Hu Quan's face broke into a knowing smile, as if to say, you just don't get it, before he cast a glance at Su Mu and began to explain. When I discussed rabbits with Mu, he taught me a little trick. Male rabbits have erratic movements, while female rabbits have dreamy eyes. A simple glance is all it takes to discern their genders. Xiao Ruikong exclaimed, his realization dawning as he turned his attention back to the three rabbits in the valley. Indeed, the central illusory spirit purple flame rabbit's two front paws were in constant motion, while the other two on either side often squinted their eyes. Crucially, Xiao Ruikong had indeed utilized his spiritual sense to investigate the gender of these three rabbits. Hey, why are you two discussing the gender of rabbits when there's nothing at stake? Xiao Ruikong suddenly reacted, a look of confusion crossing his face. Do you really need to differentiate between males and females when roasting them? Or perhaps, his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue as he regarded the two men, even instinctively taking a step back, as if wary of some unclean element. Indeed, Mu, how did you come by this trick to distinguish rabbit genders? Did you spend your days in the woods studying rabbits while I was away? Su Mu, his expression darkening, chose to ignore the two. He lifted his gaze to the central illusory spirit purple flame rabbit and earnestly bowed his hands in greeting. Esteemed friend of the purple flame, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Goo goo. The response was somewhat absurd and comical. Esteemed friend of the purple flame, last time we parted in haste. I failed to inquire about your esteemed name. As he spoke, Su Mu retrieved 3 red carrots from his spatial ring and tossed them towards the illusory spirit purple flame rabbit. Of course, these were not just any carrots. They were 3 palace-grade carrots. Oh no, rather, they were 3 carrots cultivated in a spirit field, rich in elemental power. Su Mu had carefully selected 3 large, premium specimens. The illusory purple flame rabbit, after receiving the red carrots, graciously divided them among its 2 companions, nibbling on one while attentively listening to Su Mu's words. I am Su Mu, a spirit ferrying person, and I wish to inquire about a matter with you. Esteemed Taoist purple flame, approximately a year ago, did any formidable cultivators pass through this area? They had set an ambush here, intending to trap a powerful being at the Yuan body realm, and ultimately succeeded. Did they not? Goo goo goo. The illusory purple flame rabbit responded with nods and a few sounds of acknowledgement. Soon, a tender child's voice echoed within Su Mu's consciousness. You speak the truth. That old man is still trapped to this day, residing on the 3rd level. I have a good friend on the 2nd level who used to be on the 3rd, but it was because of that old man that its den was destroyed by several human cultivators. Consequently, it moved to the 2nd level to dwell. Beyond that, I know not. My friend has not visited me in a long time, as the 2nd level is perilous, and I dare not venture down. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. Su Mu graciously clasped his hands in gratitude towards the illusory purple flame rabbit and then tossed a few white and green carrots its way. The illusory purple flame rabbit immediately instructed its 2 companions to transport the carrots, both large and small, to its burrow, while it itself nodded in acknowledgement, indicating no need for formality. Just as it was about to turn and enter its den, it suddenly noticed that the dozens of spirits it had painstakingly gathered surged into a frenzy, bursting forth with an unprecedented speed, darting into Su Mu's consciousness. Goo goo goo. The illusory purple flame rabbit glared at Su Mu with its crimson eyes, its 3-part mouth emitting an angry cry. These spirits had been collected with great effort, and their presence was vital for its cultivation over the next year. Now, they had all fled to Su Mu's consciousness, inciting its fury. Dear Taoist purple flame, please do not be angered. As a spirit ferrying person, I am duty-bound to assist any spirits that approach me. I hope you can forgive me for this, Su Mu elaborated in a refined manner. He clasped his hands once more, apologizing to the illusory purple flame rabbit, and retrieved a small storage pouch from his spatial ring, tossing it towards the rabbit. Inside were various fruits and vegetables cultivated in spirit fields, which Su Mu had specifically procured. The illusory purple flame rabbit, reliant on spiritual nourishment for its cultivation, naturally expected such provisions, while he could not guarantee that they would aid in its training. These were indeed delights that all rabbits cherished. After surveying the contents of the storage pouch, the rabbit's anger dissipated, and it glanced at Su Mu before taking the pouch and retreating into its den. However, just before entering, it blew forcefully towards the heaps of white bones at the valley's edge, revealing a narrow path barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Quan and Xiao Ruikong observed Su Mu's series of actions with wide-eyed astonishment. As for Yuan, she typically remained quietly behind Quan, maintaining her silence. Particularly, Xiao Ruikong glanced between Su Mu and the entrance to the illusory purple flame rabbit's den in the valley. Is it truly possible to conduct oneself in such a manner? In his understanding, when cultivators encounter beast cultivators, should it not be a battle to the death? To achieve a state of mutual non-interference was already rare. Witnessing such harmonious coexistence was indeed a first for him. In this world, kindness ultimately prevails. Su Mu regarded Xiao Ruikong with the gaze of a mentor imparting wisdom to a younger generation, and gently patted his shoulder, pouring forth a dose of toxic comfort. Could it be that you harbor a misunderstanding regarding the essence of kindness? Xiao Ruikong mumbled in response, following Su Mu as they ambled along the narrow path cleared before them. Meandering through the valley ahead. Chapter 60. The Dense Forest, Part 1. Beyond the valley lay a shadowy forest. Even before stepping foot within, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped them. Towering ancient trees rose majestically from the earth, obscuring the sky above. The ground was a riot of overgrown grasses and blooming wildflowers, intertwined with countless vines, presenting a vivid tableau of life. Even from a distance of several dozen meters, the four companions could discern serpents, akin to the thickness of a human arm, either coiling around or dangling from the trunks, branches, and forks of the trees. Each one flaunted a kaleidoscope of colors and diverse forms. In the spaces between the tree trunks and branches, vibrant, palm-sized mushrooms with canopies of brilliant hues dotted the landscape, perfectly embodying the adage, red umbrella, white stem, consume it, and you shall rest. For Su Mu and Hu Quan, this forest was an enigma, shrouded in darkness. Thus, the moment they departed from the illusory spirit purple flame rabbit, Su Mu released Hao Mingyuan's spirit as soon as Hao Mingyuan materialized. His gaze fell upon his junior disciple, In Rue, Yuan that he instinctively called out. Yuan, who had been quietly following Hu Quan, trembled violently upon hearing his voice. She looked up in the direction of the sound, her lips unconsciously forming the words, Brother Hao. It was only then that Hu Quan and Xiao Ruikong noticed Hao Mingyuan's spirit standing before them. Upon seeing Hao Mingyuan's current ethereal form, Xiao Ruikong was at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. Mingyuan. A bittersweet smile adorned his face as he greeted Hao Mingyuan. Greetings, young Master Xiao, Hao Mingyuan responded, displaying a demeanor of openness and even a hint of mirth. In contrast, Hu Quan, after a moment of stunned silence, suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, So that's it. Su Mu cast him a glance, understanding that he had realized Yuan's repeated calls of good brother were never directed at him. Even without peering into his thoughts, it was evident that he must be feeling a twinge of regret. Su Mu was aware that Hu Quan had consented to allow Yuan to draw upon his strength continuously, nurturing her growth. The frequent utterance of good brother had undoubtedly played a significant role in this arrangement. Now, with Hao Mingyuan's unexpected appearance, Hu Quan comprehended that his heartfelt affections had ultimately been misplaced. In that instant, even he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Yuan, are you well? Hao Mingyuan inquired with genuine concern as he gazed at her. Yuan, looking at Hao Mingyuan's spirit, instinctively reached out to grasp him. However, her hand passed through the ethereal form of Hao Mingyuan, grasping at nothingness. Brother Hao, she repeated, staring blankly at her hand, tears streaming down her face. She wiped her tears away and looked up at Hao Mingyuan's spirit with a face full of confusion. In a voice tinged with a heart-wrenching sense of confusion, she gently inquired, Brother Hao, what has happened to me? Though she had forgotten everything from her past, the feelings she harbored for Hao Mingyuan were etched into her very bones, woven into the fabric of her being. Hao Mingyuan bowed his head, a few glimmering tears escaping from the corners of his eyes. Beside them, Xiao Ruikong turned away, discreetly wiping the tears from his own eyes. Brother Hao, why have you fallen silent? Yuan pouted slightly and spoke again, her cautious tone laced with a heavy sob. It's all right. It's all right. Yuan, let us walk together. Hao Mingyuan raised his head, a faint smile gracing his face. Hu Quan sighed heavily, wiping his face with a hand, and muttered gloomily, Enough is enough. After all, whether a shard of glass cuts or a single knife does, pain is pain. Hu Yi shall be magnanimous and grant them this one favor. Xiao Ruikong, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the meaning of his words. Suddenly, Hu Quan raised his right hand and struck it forcefully against his chest. At that moment, a gentle radiance began to emanate from his heart, releasing a fragrance that was both enchanting and invigorating. He reached out, grasping at the light, which coalesced in his palm into a droplet of crystalline liquid. As soon as this droplet formed, it swiftly entered Yuan's body. Standing beside Hao Mingyuan's ethereal form, Yuan froze, her entire being enveloped by an inexplicable power that transformed her at a visible pace. Her flesh, veins, and bones contorted and stretched, resembling a balloon inflating and deflating. This transformation was far from pleasant. Her delicate features twisted in agony, veins bulging on her forehead, while beads of sweat poured down from every exposed surface, mingling with a foul, black, muddy impurity. In the blink of an eye, she was engulfed in grime. Soon, a faint crimson sweat began to seep from her pores, intensifying the distortion on her petite face. Her cheeks, lips, hands, and legs trembled uncontrollably, her entire being teetering on the brink of consciousness. This ordeal persisted for the duration of an incense stick's burn. After that time had passed, Yuan began to relax. The vital energy within her surged, shaking off the layers of black and red filth that obscured her, revealing a face as pale and flawless as jade. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any confusion. An inexplicable aura radiated from her, as if she were a rare gem bestowed upon the world. Brother Hao. She looked once more at Hao Mingyuan's spirit, softly calling out, tears welling up anew. Yet this time, she asked nothing. Hao Mingyuan nodded. He understood that she had returned to herself. Yuan turned to Hu Quan, who appeared ashen and utterly drained, and with a sudden movement, she knelt before him, exclaiming, Taoist Hu, please accept my 3 bows. With that, she prostrated herself 3 times before him, declaring, from this day forth, should you, Taoist Hu, have any request, as long as it does not contravene ethical principles or humanitarian righteousness, I, Yin Rue, shall risk life and limb without hesitation. Please, just call me Hu Yi. Hu Daoyo sounds rather awkward, Hu Quan remarked, appearing slightly dazed. Meanwhile, he discreetly transmitted a query to Su Mu. Mutu, do you think the union of the human race and the stone race constitutes a breach of ethical norms? Brother, let me speak candidly. First, you can see the feelings Yin Rue has for Hao Mingyuan. Even if you were as fine as a needle, you wouldn't be able to insert yourself into that matter. Second, the human race and the stone race are not merely 2 small species akin to cats and dogs. They represent the vast divide between the living and the inanimate. Thus, it undoubtedly constitutes a significant violation of ethical principles that I advise you to abandon this line of thought. Regrettably, Su Mu's earnest counsel was met with a single word from Hu Quan, scram. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive as the 4 of them, united in spirit, ventured deeper into the dark, dense forest, advancing step by step. Upon entering, they could more acutely perceive the forest's mysteries. Vividly colored flowers bloomed resplendently. Although there was no hint of a breeze, they swayed gracefully as if welcoming the wind. Various beasts, large and small, exhibited no fear of humans. They seemed to embody a sense of sentience, parting to allow Su Mu and his companions to pass. Even the serpents and giant pythons coiled upon the tree trunks bore no ill will. When the group approached, they deliberately retracted their imposing forms. Su Mu wore a grave expression, his consciousness enveloping a radius of 5 zhang as he surveyed their surroundings. He harbored an unsettling feeling. It was as though they were ensnared within a colossal cage, with hidden eyes observing them from all directions, including above. The creatures that exhibited human-like behavior in their avoidance also appeared to watch with an air of detachment. As if they were mere spectators, they felt like lab rats in a cage. This sensation was disconcerting, yet he could not pinpoint any tangible source of danger. Fatty, do you sense anything? Hu Quan inquired, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a serious countenance. His essence, being a naturally formed stubborn stone, occasionally granted him heightened perception, and he too felt an unease, though he could not identify its cause. It feels as if someone is watching us. Someone is watching us, Xiao Ruikeng responded, puzzled, glancing around. Why haven't I noticed anything? Su Mu shook his head. I haven't noticed either, but those who are observing us may not necessarily be human. In any case, we should remain vigilant. Yin Rue, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. When we last entered this forest, we were trapped for nearly half a month before unintentionally finding our way into the second realm. Was there anything distinctive surrounding the entrance to the second realm? Su Mu pondered briefly before responding with a question of his own. Their objective was to venture into the third realm to rescue Inangua. As long as these hidden entities did not trouble them, let them watch. After all, a few more eyes won't cost us anything. When we open our eyes again, we shall find ourselves at the exit of the second realm. Upon hearing these words, Hu Chuanyi was immediately reminded of the last time they entered the first realm alongside Qin Eri, Zhang Ling and her husband, and he at that time. They had succumbed to the fragrant aroma emitted by the illusionary spirit purple flame rabbit. Feeling as though they were plummeting from a great height, subsequently, they found themselves in the passage leading into the first realm. Su Mu, with a solemn expression, shook his head. It is not so simple. We both know the capabilities of the illusionary spirit purple flame rabbit, and it cannot orchestrate such a grand spectacle. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Ruikong halted in his tracks, casting a wary glance around, with uncertainty in his voice. He remarked, "Do you all feel as though we have been traversing in circles?" As soon as he uttered those words, he quickly shook his head in denial. "No, it's not that we are merely going in circles. More accurately, we have remained stationary while everything around us has been in flux." Chapter 61, Dense Forest, Part 2. A canopy of green clouds. Upon hearing this, Su Mu and Hu Qiuani exchanged a glance and paused to absorb their surroundings. However, everything appeared utterly normal. "Have you discovered anything?" Su Mu inquired, directing his gaze toward Xiao Ruikong. Xiao Ruikong nodded, pointing to two inconspicuous blades of grass by the roadside. "I have a penchant for studying various flora. Yet I do not recognize those two plants. Furthermore, I have never encountered them before, which compelled me to observe them more closely. Yet now, this marks the third time I have seen them. Uncle, hand me your sword," Xiao Ruikong urged. Nodding in agreement, he had just drawn his long sword when Hu Qiuani stepped forward, reaching out toward the two blades of grass. However, as his hand was about to make contact, a vine, as thick as an adult's arm and lined with sharp thorns, suddenly sprang forth, lashing toward Hu Qiuani's right hand. The vine moved with astonishing speed, and should it strike, it would surely sever his entire arm. "Be careful," Yin Rue exclaimed, her expression shifting as she raised her palm to strike at the vine. The vine, exhibiting remarkable agility, vanished with a swift whoosh at the moment her palm's force was initiated. "It's over. We are truly trapped in a cage," Hu Qiuani remarked, casting a look at Su Mu that seemed to implore him for guidance. Su Mu, maintaining an air of calm, scrutinized the surrounding flora and even the few venomous snakes slithering upon the ancient trees. Yet he could uncover no discernible flaw. "What would happen if we were to set a fire?" Xiao Ruikong suddenly suggested. Before Su Mu could respond, Yin Rue interjected, "Uncle, given the uncertainty of our situation, it would be prudent to refrain from impulsive actions for the time being. Or perhaps we could lure that vine out once more." Xiao Ruikong expressed his dissatisfaction with this passive stance. "Uncle." Yin Rue cast a sidelong glance at her uncle, her tone tinged with discontent. All right. I shall remain silent," Xiao Ruikong conceded, feeling utterly helpless against his niece. He understood Su Mu's perspective, that it was wise to remain steadfast in the face of unpredictability. Nevertheless, he could not shake off the feeling of irritation. He despised this passive and uncontrollable predicament. "Uncle, do you know why grandfather insisted you accompany my mother?" Yin Rue's tone softened. "Why?" Xiao Ruikong appeared somewhat dispirited, tilting his head and casually asking a question, yet his eyes continued to survey the surroundings. "Grandfather merely intends to temper your disposition, for after all, Yunyang City is relatively safe," Yin Rue spoke solemnly, her mind wandering aimlessly over the past year. However, she was acutely aware that her uncle had likely caused her mother considerable trouble during this time. There were certain matters that her mother preferred not to discuss with her uncle, often asserting that he was still young and would gradually come to understand. Yet, having faced death once, Yin Rue held a different perspective. The unpredictability of life is such that one can never foresee the trials that lie ahead. Should they ever find themselves in perilous circumstances, her uncle's impetuous nature would undoubtedly lead him to a point of no return. At that moment, no one would be there to assist him in picking up the pieces. "Uncle, you are a man. With father missing, you must provide for my mother." The thought of her mother brought tears to Yin Rue's eyes, her heart aching as if it were being sliced open. She realized this was not the time for such sentiments, yet she could not restrain herself. Her brother Hao, who had been her companion since childhood, was gone, and her father's fate remained uncertain. Now, her uncle was here, and in the vast Tine sect, only her mother bore the burden alone. "I understand now, Yuan. Do not worry." As Xiao Ruikong listened to his niece speak, his own eyes became slightly misty. Glancing at the ethereal form of Hao Mingyuan that lingered beside her, he suddenly felt a sharp pang in his nostrils. Bowing his head, he gently reminded himself, "Xiao Ruikong, Yuan has grown up. It is time for you to gain some understanding as well." Meanwhile, the uncle and niece were sharing their heartfelt thoughts. On the other side, Su Mu and Hu Quan walked back and forth repeatedly, finally beginning to discern a glimmer of something unusual. Is this a real-life VR scenario? Su Mu silently mused as he concentrated and formed a sphere of elemental energy at his fingertips, which he then launched with a pop towards a massive python projected against a tree trunk. With a whoosh, the elemental force passed straight through the phantom of the python, as if colliding with a barrier of light. Then it shattered. Everything in sight began to manifest fine cracks, akin to a mirror fracturing when a person gazes into it. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Ruikong and Yuan ceased their conversation, their mouths agape in astonishment, a hint of trepidation flickering in their eyes. "Everyone, be cautious. We are likely about to encounter the main entity," Su Mu cautioned, promptly drawing Hao Mingyuan's spirit into his consciousness. This place is far too enigmatic. He had no idea what they were about to confront. In just a few breaths, the scene before them completely disintegrated. Before it even touched the ground, it transformed into specks of green light that vanished from sight. Then, Su Mu and the others felt a sudden brightness before them, and their surroundings had completely altered. They found themselves facing the mottled, dark bark of an ancient tree, standing less than a foot away from it. The four were startled and instinctively took a few steps back before beginning to assess their surroundings. Before them stood a towering ancient tree. It was indeed a truly towering ancient tree. Without the slightest exaggeration, the trunk was a full 10 zhang in circumference, yet its height remained obscured from view. Only the long branches could be seen cascading down, enveloping an area of 30 zhang around the ancient tree. The four of them found themselves enveloped within a shrouded domain, perilously close to the towering tree trunk. This proximity sent Shumu's heart racing wildly, pounding like a drum. He couldn't help but ponder whether the trunk before him might suddenly split open, allowing a vine to dart forth and engulf them all within its gnarled embrace. The trunk was entwined with an array of slender green and deep green vines, weaving together in a display of nature's artistry. Vibrant blossoms of various hues clustered in charming clusters, adorning the vines and branches like a resplendent ribbon. While larger, more striking flowers exhibited a sense of aloofness, seemingly detached from the world. A myriad of vividly colored fungi emerged from the dense tangle of vines, showcasing their exquisite forms. Golden-hued serpents and brilliantly patterned venomous snakes slithered nearby, while a variety of birds donned resplendent plumage. Even Shumu discovered numerous nests of insects nestled within the myriad crevices of the trunk. As for the two unfamiliar grasses identified by Xiao Ruikong, they took root at the end of one vine. In simple terms, this ancient tree was a forest unto itself. Younger spirit traveler Shumu pays his respects to the elder. Shumu reverently bowed before the venerable tree. Beside him, Xiao Ruikong and Yuan, though somewhat bewildered, followed suit, adhering to the principle that courtesy is never unwelcome. Even Hao Mingyuan, recently welcomed into Shumu's consciousness, was released to pay his respects. These little ones display a commendable sense of decorum. Came a voice, aged and resonant, from above. The four looked up to see an elder draped in green garments gracefully descending from the towering trunk. This elder bore the features and posture of a normal human, save for his long hair, which was green. Strands of hair emitted a gentle mist, coalescing above his head into a delicate, pale green cloud. Green cloud overhead. Shumu's heart skipped a beat, and the phrase immediately surfaced in his mind. However, the mist emanating from the elder's hair was no ordinary vapor. It was a manifestation of pure vitality, coalescing into a rich essence. Esteemed elder, with your green cloud overhead and your capacity to embrace the myriad, it is certain that you shall soon attain the path of enlightenment. The three of us wish to extend our heartfelt congratulations in advance. Shumu again bowed with utmost respect, uttering a few flattering words. Yet, he mentioned three. Of course, Shumu's words were not mere flattery. The phrase green cloud overhead indicated that the ancient tree was brimming with vitality, having reached a certain level of cultivation. Embracing the myriad suggested that the tree attracted a multitude of creatures, carving out a unique existence. Once the tree achieved enlightenment, the Eastern Holy Continent would gain another towering figure. Even if he desired to establish a kingdom of demons upon the earth, it would be more than sufficient. Ha! I appreciate your kind words, young one. Should I attain mastery of the Tao in the future, I shall undoubtedly invite you to be my honored guest at the reopening of the demon realm. The elder tree's anticipated ascension was met with Shumu's perfectly timed flattery. Thus, I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed elder. Shumu once more clasped his hands in thanks. The elder tree, however, shifted its gaze away from him and focused on Hu. To Shumu's astonishment, the elder tree bent its knees and knelt before the ground, clasping its hands and stating, "Blood origin in cloud willow pays respects to the elder as the path of enlightenment approaches. I humbly seek your guidance." Xiao Ruikong and Yuan were utterly astonished when they witnessed the ancient tree bowing respectfully to Hu Quan, their eyes widening in disbelief and mouths agape. This venerable tree, though appearing somewhat stout and tall, seemed to possess no extraordinary abilities. However, neither of them were naive novices, and they instinctively refrained from underestimating it. In fact, someone like Xiao Ruikong, hailing from a prestigious lineage and possessing extensive knowledge, understood deep down that even the formidable ancestors of his own clan who could shake the Dongxing continent with but a stomp, would likely show restraint before this ancient tree. Yet, here it was, humbly offering respect to Hu Quan, even requesting guidance on the path of enlightenment. In that moment, their gazes towards Hu Quan shifted dramatically. Hu Quan did not shy away. Instead, he graciously accepted the gesture. Our meeting is indeed a fateful encounter, and I shall impart to you a single piece of wisdom. Liu Qing, in a flurry of gratitude, promptly bowed thrice before Hu Quan. Thank you, esteemed elder. Should you ever find a need for my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate. Hu Quan regarded Liu Qing with a knowing smile. Ah, you old fellow, truly cunning. However, considering the hardships you've endured in your cultivation and your steadfast heart, I shall overlook it. Thank you, esteemed elder, thank you. Liu Qing beamed with joy, quickly bowing again. Now, my current cultivation is limited, and I wish to advance to the second realm. Are there any particular considerations I should heed? Hu Quan waved his hand, signaling the old willow to rise. Esteemed elder, the entrance to the second realm is still a distance away. Please, follow closely behind me. The old willow quickly interjected, leading the way, though the old tree's words were straightforward. The four of them had been following him for nearly half an hour and felt as if they had scarcely begun to traverse his domain. Nonetheless, Hu Quan remained silent, leaving Su Mu and the others no choice but to follow suit. Su Gongzi, what did you mean earlier by green clouds overhead? And what is the significance of the sea embraces all rivers? Xiao Ruikong discreetly transmitted his inquiry, mindful that if someone were to claim he was under the green clouds, he would not hesitate to confront them. The green clouds above the old tree were a manifestation of vibrant life energy coalescing into mist, hence the term green clouds overhead. Its robust vitality attracted numerous flora and fauna to dwell within, embodying the essence of the sea's inclusivity. This also represented a particular cultivation method. The greater the variety of life attracted, the more formidable the old tree. The principle of struggling against fate is one that cultivators understand. And the same applies to the ancient tree. Otherwise, during the final trial of lightning tribulation, the outcome would surely be dire. Sumu patiently elucidated, explaining that most had heard of such concepts. Yet only those who had truly experienced them would grasp the weight of reverence. Xiao Ruikong furrowed his brow. He had heard similar notions before, but dismissed them as mere idle chatter. Sumu smiled. Do you not find the old tree impressive? Xiao Ruikong nodded. Indeed. Even a blind person could discern the extraordinary nature of the old tree. The Dongxing continent, vast and rich in resources, is home to numerous gifted individuals, whether among the beast tribes or the botanical beings. Yet, those who genuinely achieve mastery in cultivation are lamentably few. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that when they were in conflict, issues arose. Much like this ancient tree, despite its formidable girth and countless years of cultivation, it possesses an essence that is both pure and remarkably spiritual. The birds, flowers, and insects that reside upon its venerable branches retain their original forms, indicating that during its struggles, it did not provoke the celestial laws. After listening to Su Mu's lengthy discourse, Xiao Ruikong shook his head innocently. Brother, you truly are astonishingly foolish, Su Mu murmured quietly to himself, then continued to elucidate. To put it simply, as we entered the domain shrouded by the branches of this ancient tree, we have indeed been moving forward, albeit at a sluggish pace. However, had you not noticed those two unfamiliar blades of grass, we would ultimately have collided with the trunk. At that moment, should the ancient tree have consumed us to enhance its own cultivation, it would fall within the realm permitted by the celestial laws, as it offered us a path of survival. Those two unrecognized blades of grass you discovered. You perceive our situation as stagnant, yet we paused, which is why we did not crash into the trunk. Thus, if I had failed to detect the anomaly, would we have been swallowed by the ancient tree upon impact? Xiao Ruikong's eyes widened, feeling a chill at the nape of his neck. Sumu nodded, affirming, indeed, ultimately, even when the ancient tree sought to devour us, it left us a means of survival. If we can identify this escape route, we may preserve our lives. Furthermore, many beast cultivators deliberately consume humans to enhance their own cultivation. Such actions clearly violate the celestial laws. Thus, when the thunder tribulation descends, they meet their demise. From what you say, it seems I grasp a fragment of understanding. Xiao Ruikong nodded. In essence, it is a matter of the slayer shall be slain. Is it not? Precisely, your articulation is not without merit. Sumu nodded, adopting a demeanor of a mentor. Why not simply state the slayer shall be slain directly? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruikong's words provoked Sumu's ire. Yet upon glancing at the ancient tree ahead, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his agitation. At that moment, Yuan, who had been silently listening to their telepathic exchange, suddenly interjected coldly. After all that Su Gongzi has articulated, do you still consider it mere idle chatter? Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Su Mu's face. These two statements resonate profoundly within me. One cannot deny that in the affairs of the world, indeed, one entity subdues another when it comes to confronting Xiao Ruikong. It must be Yuan who speaks. Xiao Ruikong immediately fell silent, his head drooping. As cultivators, we dedicate our lives to the path of cultivation, contending against fate, hinging upon the notion of struggle. One must act with utmost caution. Any action that contravenes one's true self or breaches ethical tenets equates to shackling oneself with a heavy burden, a lifetime of entrapment without hope of liberation. Finally, Su Mu added earnestly, patting Xiao Ruikong on the shoulder. Hurry along now, let us catch up with Huquan. Of course, this was not a manifestation of Su Mu's newfound conscience or a desire to impart wisdom to Xiao Ruikong. Rather, he simply sought to display his own superiority. Nonetheless, Su Mu spoke with discernment, pondering why the ancient tree had chosen to kneel before Huquan specifically. The old tree bowed thrice before Huquan, who, despite feeling the cunningness implied, uttered not a single word. Fortunately, Xiao Ruikong and Yuan, both individuals of great discernment, refrained from asking any questions that were deemed inappropriate. The seemingly short path took the group a full hour to traverse. At last, the venerable willow tree leading the way came to a halt, revealing a small entrance before them. A chilling wind howled from within the cave, shrouded in a misty gray that obscured the interior. As a few fellow practitioners resided in this place, their arrival had taken some time. Thus, Liu Qing humbly apologized to Huquan, then nodded towards Su Mu before vanishing in a flash of green light. Huquan entered first, with Su Mu bringing up the rear. They found themselves in a familiar long corridor. The walls adorned with stones of varying sizes jutting out. The recessed portions were cloaked in darkness, rendering them invisible. As their feet tread upon the slick, uneven stones, each of the four could feel the eerie gust of wind. Meanwhile, Hao Mingyuan's spirit had been safely ensconced within Su Mu's consciousness, as the chilling winds posed a significant threat to its integrity, potentially leading to its complete dissolution over time. Drawing from their previous experience in the first realm, Su Mu and Huquan proceeded with utmost caution, and thankfully, Xiao Ruikong and Yuan were not reckless individuals, ensuring their journey remained relatively smooth. Upon catching sight of a glimmer of light ahead, they realized half an hour had passed. Before them stood an open stone door, flanked by walls inscribed with three bold characters, Second Realm. The four exchanged glances, collectively inhaling deeply, steeling themselves for what lay ahead. As they entered through the stone door, they soon felt a gentle breeze, and the illumination grew increasingly bright. Before their eyes lay a vast stone garden. Huquan's eyes widened in astonishment. Various stones, differing in shape and hue, lay haphazardly strewn across the ground. Some towered several dozen feet high, forming what could easily be mistaken for a stone mountain, while others were the size of grinding wheels, basins, or even fists. Some were carelessly clustered together, lacking any distinct form, whereas others appeared deliberately arranged into various shapes, such as elongated stone benches, round stone tables, and even dark stone pathways. The smallest stones, merely the size of fingertips, were scattered across the ground, glimmering faintly under the light. A few dilapidated stone huts stood ahead, their interiors in ruins yet bearing traces of human habitation. Nevertheless, everything exuded a sense of timelessness, each stone smoothed by the passage of time. The stones were predominantly muted in color, brown, green, gray, white, and the like, giving them a rather dull appearance, as if cloaked in a thick layer of dust. In truth, each stone was remarkably clean. The four stood in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure of how to express their awe, Su Mu could not help but glance at Huquan, his eyes clearly questioning. Have you truly never heard of this place? Huquan's astonishment stemmed from the undeniable peculiarity enveloping the stone garden. He could sense an unmistakably familiar aura emanating from each stone. Spirituality. Every stone here has seemingly developed a spirit of its own. This revelation has utterly overturned his understanding of the world. His essence is that of an unknown stone, granting him a profound insight into the arduous journey a stone must undertake to cultivate spirituality. Strikingly, every stone in this place has indeed nurtured its own spirit, particularly the three dilapidated stone houses, which have nearly attained independent consciousness. Spirituality embodies the instinctual ability to autonomously absorb surrounding energies and fortify oneself, while consciousness signifies the capacity for thought. It appears that a figure of unfathomable stature once resided here. After a prolonged observation, Huquan ultimately arrived at this conclusion. Yet, who could possibly inhabit such a place? Yuan, unable to restrain herself, spoke up. As the daughter of the Lord of the Tine sect, she had grown up amidst her father's study, immersed in a plethora of ancient texts and esoteric tomes. She possessed considerable knowledge of the old tales and anecdotes surrounding Moon Spirit City, yet had never encountered any records pertaining to this stone garden, nor had she heard of any significant figure residing within it. Sumu and Huquan instinctively shook their heads, equally curious about the matter. However, after a few glances, the group resolved to press onward in search of the entrance to the third realm. Chapter 63. Stone 2. As the four of them stepped into the stone garden, treading upon a path paved with brown pebbles, a sudden thudding sound echoed in their ears, akin to massive stones striking the ground. Upon closer inspection, this sound emanated from the stone house ahead of them. They all simultaneously looked up to behold a towering stone figure striding towards them from within the dilapidated structure. This stone figure appeared to be constructed from variously shaped stones, resembling a sort of scarecrow. The thudding noise was the result of its feet striking the ground. Ha! Awakening from slumber to find delectable flesh and blood delivered to my doorstep. The heavens truly do not treat me, Stone 2, unfairly. This stone entity stood over 3 zhang tall, its neck adorned with an oval stone, yet it bore no facial features, judging solely by its face shape. It could be likened to an oval visage. Its voice resonated from its belly, sounding deep and resonant. However, Sumu and his companions had no time to ponder these details. Their minds were consumed by the figure's preceding words. Delectable blood food delivered to my doorstep. Xiao Ruikong and Yuan speculated whether this stone creature intended to consume humans. Sumu, meanwhile, reflected on the implication that this stone being had previously feasted upon delicious blood food akin to theirs, and that it had been delivered to it. Could the previous feast be connected to Ongua and Lei Ting's group? Ha! How audacious of you to entertain thoughts about Hu Yi. Huquan immediately discerned the stone figure's true nature and, in a fit of anger, shouted, a flash of white light enveloping him as he charged towards the stone entity. Fatty, don't kill it. Inquire about the previous blood food. Sumu hastily urged. If Huquan were to encounter human cultivators or beast cultivators, he might not possess a significant advantage. However, when confronted with beings of plant or stone, one is inevitably subjected to bloodline suppression. Otherwise, that imposing figure, the blood origin in Cloud Lu, would not have knelt and bowed in supplication for guidance. Fear not, my dear Mu, for I, Hu Yi, am well aware of the situation. The stone man, undeterred, emitted a series of harsh cries, its fist resembling gigantic millstones, and struck forcefully towards Huquan, though the stone man appeared cumbersome. Its speed was anything but slowed as it swung its fists. The trio of Su Mu could feel a violent gust of wind sweeping past their cheeks. The expansive stone garden began to tremble with the resonant footsteps of the stone man. Countless stones of varying sizes around them began to quiver frantically, as if preparing to lift off the ground. With a thunderous crash, Huquan's fist collided violently with the stone man's millstone-like fist. The trio of Su Mu was enveloped in a deafening sound of impact, their minds buzzing incessantly. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the stone garden, as numerous fragments of rock were swept into the air. Bursting apart with a cacophony of noise. A veil of misty stone dust enveloped the vast garden. Huquan remained smiling, standing steadfastly in place, gazing up at the towering figure of Sure. To his astonishment, one of Shure's arms had completely shattered, a faint crimson mist swirling around the severed limb. Shure turned his head towards the dismembered arm. Moreover, to assist me in augmenting my strength and surmounting the tribulations of the heavens is indeed a tremendous honor for these insignificant beings. Upon hearing this, Huxian's eyes briefly flickered with murderous intent. However, he displayed no trace of anger on his face. Rather, he chuckled, nodding in apparent agreement. Truly deserving of the name Shure, you are quite foolish. Yet, you have spoken a truth. It is indeed a great honor for you to merge with me. As soon as Huquan's words fell, he clenched his fists and struck them together. A formidable aura, as heavy as a mountain, emanated from him. In an instant, his entire being began to radiate a dazzling white light. This white luminescence bore an inexplicable sense of sanctity, and to an unknowing observer, it might have appeared as though a deity had descended upon the earth. Ha. My intuition was indeed correct. Once I consume you, I shall become even more powerful, taking a significant leap in my cultivation. He had thought himself to be the sole being in this world, yet unexpectedly, he encountered, before Shure could finish his sentence, Huquan swung his fists and hurled himself towards him. Unyielding, Shure raised his own colossal fists. Matching Huquan's assault with equal fervor, the vast stone garden echoed with a series of thunderous impacts. The crimson mist thickened, gradually enveloping Hu Quan and Shi Er in a shroud of red. The three onlookers employed their spiritual senses, their expressions heavy with concern as they observed the situation within the blood fog. I hope Hu Yi is unharmed, Yuan remarked anxiously, for this stone figure appeared exceedingly formidable. Were she to face him, she surmised she would likely be struck down by a single blow. Though Xiao Ruikeng remained silent, he too harbored unease. Firstly, Yi and Hu Quan had developed a camaraderie over the past days. Secondly, their venture into the sinkhole aimed to locate his brother-in-law in the third realm. Should Hu Quan falter, their own fates would be perilous. Perhaps it would be wise to seize the moment. The four of them charging forth together, striving to subdue this stone being with minimal cost. If they could successfully enter the third realm, they could not foresee what crises awaited them. Thus, conserving their strength was paramount. Rest assured, he shall be fine. We must focus on our own safety, Su Mu remarked, glancing at the two. As time passed, the surrounding crimson mist thickened. Their spiritual senses could no longer detect the movements of Hu Quan and Shi Er. The thunderous sounds grew more pronounced, and the ground trembled violently as if stirred by a dragon beneath. Amidst the dense blood fog, apart from the resounding clashes, only the sounds of stone shattering could be heard. After approximately half an hour, Sumu noted that the blood-red mist began to dissipate, allowing his senses to once again perceive Hu Quan. However, Shi Er was now in a dire state, his limbs obliterated. The severed edges enveloped in a faint crimson mist that he resembled a human corpse, with Hu Quan standing over him, pressing down on his head. At this moment, Hu Quan had reverted to his original form. The white radiance around him completely extinguished. Once again, it is a tremendous honor for you to merge with me. Do you relish this honor? Hu Quan coldly gazed at Shi Er, and before Shi Er could respond, he exerted force beneath his feet, shattering Shi Er's head completely. The Hu Quan lifted his gaze, his lips slightly parted, and with a gentle inhalation, the blood-colored spirit offered no resistance as it was drawn into his body. Immediately, he waved his right hand, causing the surrounding crimson mist to dissipate entirely. A thick layer of stone dust accumulated upon the ground, its myriad colors blending together, exuding an unexpected aesthetic charm. The once ruined stone house had collapsed entirely. In the vast stone garden, apart from the ground strewn with the colorful amalgamation of stone powder, there was nothing else. At a glance, the garden's end revealed a winding, shadowy path of blue stone that seemed to stretch into infinity. Flanking the path were two meticulously arranged patches of grass, where a riot of vibrant flowers vied for attention, their fragrances intoxicating the air. The four of them proceeded slowly along the serpentine path. And after the passage of a fragrant incense stick, a courtyard of blue bricks and red tiles came into view. The courtyard's grand entrance stood firmly shut, with the characters Shifu inscribed above the door. The quartet found themselves before the courtyard, uncertain of their next course of action. Su Mu turned to Hu Quan and said, "Fatty, please share with us the situation regarding Shi Er." Hu Quan nodded and began to recount the memories contained within Shi Er's spirit. The stone garden serves as the front yard of the courtyard, and Shi Er is a spirit deliberately enlightened by its master, tasked with guarding the garden. Initially, it was oblivious to the passage of time and the nuances of cultivation. However, as time flowed, it absorbed the primordial energy within the garden. After an unknown number of years, a method of cultivation awakened in its mind, prompting it to commence its formal training. Subsequently, when a human intruder inadvertently entered, Shi Er, having tasted the sweetness of devouring, began to consume humans to enhance its own powers. Upon reaching this point, Hu Quan glanced at Xiao Ruikeng and Yuan before continuing. According to Shi Er's recollections, about a year ago, several human cultivators of considerable prowess ventured into this place. They were adversaries, and one among them was particularly formidable, proving to be a challenge for the group. However, they had brought along a dozen children, imploring Shi Er to assist in subduing that individual. This person possessed a powerful artifact for protection, making it initially impossible for Shi Er to confront him. Yet, in its concern for the children, Shi Er was gravely wounded. Later, while being pursued by the others, it had the opportunity to escape to the first realm, but ultimately found itself trapped within it. Finishing his account, Hu Quan turned to Yuan, his voice lowering somewhat. "It is likely that he was referring to your father and those associated with Lin Qing. At that time, they must have taken something from you to place at the entrance of the third realm. Upon witnessing this, your father naturally could not leave." Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyes reddened. Her complexion pale, and she merely nodded, remaining silent. "But does it know the entrance to the third realm?" Sumu inquired. Hu Quan gestured towards the courtyard before them, saying, "There is indeed one within the courtyard, but it is unaware of the circumstances inside." claiming it has never entered. As the four stood there, gazing blankly at the courtyard's grand entrance, a sudden creak pierced the silence, and the door swung open. "What is happening here?" Xiao Ruikong exclaimed in surprise at the unexpectedly ajar door. Yuan, equally astonished, turned to Hu Quan and then to Su Mu, her mouth slightly agape, struggling to find the words to express her bewilderment. "Since the door is ajar, let us venture inside and take a look, but everyone should exercise caution." Having spoken, Su Mu was the first to step through the threshold. In his mind, he envisioned an ornate gallery adorned with exquisite murals. A splendid courtyard replete with grandeur. Alternatively, it could embody a serene and elegant style, or perhaps exude the opulence and extravagance of a world steeped in luxury. Or it might resemble a picturesque garden with quaint bridges and flowing streams, adorned with pavilions and towers. However, the reality was quite different. A neat row of uniformly sized wooden houses greeted them. Although not dilapidated, they were hardly in pristine condition. There were about 70 or 80 of these wooden structures, each with tightly shut doors, obscuring any view of the interiors. At first glance, Su Mu felt a sense of disorientation. The row of houses resembled makeshift accommodations found at a construction site. He attempted to probe with his spiritual awareness, but soon discovered that a soft barrier of energy obstructed his senses, rendering him unable to discern what lay within. What could this mean? Could it be that the entrance lies hidden within these houses, compelling us to search each one individually? Hu Quan frowned, surveying the dozens of houses before him, his tone laced with a rare skepticism about existence. Su Mu shook his head. "It is likely not so straightforward. Perhaps we have once again fallen into some sort of illusion." Xiao Ruiking nodded in agreement. "Su Gongzi makes a valid point. Who would construct a courtyard in such a manner? What shall we do now?" When it comes to such mental exercises, Hu Quan had little interest as long as Su Mu was present. Su Mu remained silent, uncertain of their next course of action. The four stood there in the courtyard, gazing at the orderly rows of houses, momentarily at a loss. Just then, a deep, guttural roar emanated from within one of the doors. Suddenly, with a creak, one of the doors swung open, revealing a snow-white suspended-eyed tiger that emerged slowly from within. Su Mu squinted, scrutinizing the majestic creature. Although it appeared lifelike, the tiger was clearly devoid of a physical body, merely a spiritual entity. As soon as this suspended-eyed white tiger stepped out, 3 more tigers followed closely behind. While differing in color, their sizes were identical, and Su Mu sensed that their strengths were comparable. Upon their emergence, an inexplicable aura of ferocity coalesced around them, as if they might pounce at any moment. "Be cautious. These stone tigers are all spiritual entities." As he began to speak, the suspended-eyed white tiger suddenly let out a low growl and charged towards him. The other 3 tigers lunged at Hu Quan and the others. Su Mu observed the approaching white tiger, which measured several feet in length, yet moved with astonishing speed. Although they had initially been several paces apart, the tiger closed the distance in an instant. Su Mu, not daring to be complacent, summoned his inner energy, manifesting a misty long sword in his hand, thrusting it towards the tiger. However, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow, as these tiger spirits appeared formidable. They might prove useful. Though the white tiger lacked a physical form, its spiritual essence was remarkably powerful. The casual swipe of its paw towards Su Mu distorted the surrounding space. Its speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Even with his spiritual awareness, Su Mu could barely catch a glimpse of its movement. As the massive paw descended upon him, a fierce gust of energy swept across his face, causing a sharp sting. Hu Quan, Xiao Ruikong, and Yuan were simultaneously besieged by the onslaught of 3 tiger spirits. However, Hu Quan's robust physique allowed him to stand his ground against the ferocious tigers, exhibiting a tenacity that only grew stronger with each strike. Although Xiao Ruikong's cultivation was not on par with Su Mu or Hu Quan, he had honed his skills over many years. In contrast, Yuan, being relatively new to her practice, was the weakest among them. Observing her plight, Hu Quan immediately retreated while continuing to fend off the attacks, positioning himself beside Yuan to alleviate her burden. With his support, Yuan finally felt a sense of relief, escaping from a dire situation. Unbeknownst to them, the standoff persisted for the duration of an incense stick's burn, with neither side gaining the upper hand. These tiger spirits, though ethereal, possessed formidable combat prowess and agility. Moreover, ordinary elemental energy proved ineffective against spiritual entities, making them particularly challenging adversaries. Hu Quan, being extraordinary in his own right, found himself unfazed by the tiger spirits, although neither side could prevail in the moment. Hu Quan's protection ensured Yuan's safety, at least for the time being. However, as time wore on, Xiao Ruikong began to struggle, finding it increasingly arduous to maintain his stance. Su Gongzi, this cannot continue. These tiger spirits are exceedingly difficult to contend with, he exclaimed anxiously, directing his voice towards Su Mu. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a sharp tiger claw grazed his shoulder, instantly tearing through flesh and causing blood to flow profusely. The pain forced him to grimace, rendering him unable to divert his attention any further. Upon witnessing his injury, Su Mu abandoned his observations of the tiger spirits, thrusting his misty long sword toward the white tiger spirit. The nebulous sword energy erupted upon contact, enveloping the tiger spirit in a shower of fragmented light. The tiger spirit let out a low growl as it was ensnared by the radiant shards, swiftly drawn into Su Mu's consciousness. Before long, the stone tiger spirits were completely absorbed into his sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruikong collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily for breath. Hu Quan glanced at Su Mu and muttered softly, "We are in search of the entrance to the third realm. Capturing the tiger spirits in the sea of consciousness does not resolve our predicament that I wish to ascertain whether they are connected to the entrance of the third realm." However, Su Mu's statement remained unfinished. For Hu Quan had already grasped his implication. He had discerned nothing of significance. "Can you now communicate with them?" Hu Quan inquired, as logic dictated that the tiger spirits, having entered Su Mu's consciousness, should be able to converse with him. Su Mu nodded and promptly began to engage in dialogue with the spirits within his sea of consciousness. After a brief interlude, he lifted his gaze once more to Hu Quan and the others. This courtyard houses numerous beast spirits. They were intentionally summoned by the original master to guard this place. However, the master has long since departed, leaving this location to decay. The tiger spirits are unable to liberate themselves or cultivate further, thus remaining confined here. Furthermore, this courtyard is not the sole entrance to the third realm. There are several other entrances that can be accessed by circumventing the courtyard. Yet, the area surrounding the courtyard is fraught with peril, making it rare for anyone to navigate through safely. Hu Ling has also mentioned that she has not encountered the leader of the Yin sect and their entourage, suggesting they must have entered through an alternate entrance. "What do you intend to do?" Hu Quan asked, casting a glance at Su Mu as a spirit transmitter. Su Mu was compelled to exert his utmost efforts to assist whenever he encountered spirits. Therefore, he could not abandon these spirits to their fate. He must devise a prudent solution for their placement. In truth, the courtyard posed no significant danger, as it was primarily the beast spirits that were safeguarding it. Certainly, there are numerous spirit entities here, which leads me to believe that the master of this courtyard must be an extraordinarily formidable individual. The mere act of casually bestowing such powerful spirits is indicative of their might. If I were to forcibly assimilate them, I would undoubtedly face a backlash. Thus, I can only temporarily confine them within my sea of consciousness as we proceed to the third realm. However, I am uncertain whether this method will prove effective. My current capabilities are limited, and I do not know how many spirits my sea of consciousness can accommodate. Moreover, the spirits in this place differ from those of the human race that we typically encounter. Their power is far more potent and pure. As Su Mu spoke, the doors of the adjoining rooms gradually creaked open. A myriad of beast spirits emerged, each one vividly lifelike, advancing towards Su Mu. There were tiger spirits, snake spirits, leopard spirits, cat spirits, and an array of bizarre forms that Su Mu had never seen before. Upon a brief observation, he realized that there were hundreds of these spirits, each exhibiting exceptional strength. Witnessing this, he could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity about the owner of this courtyard. What manner of person could cultivate such a multitude of spirits within their abode? It was akin to an expansive zoo. These spirits seemed to sense Su Mu's presence, each one retracting its aura and transforming into beams of light that surged into Su Mu's sea of consciousness. Su Mu felt as though his head might explode. It was as if something was being forcibly crammed into his consciousness, stretching it to its limits. He could even distinctly sense the cracks forming along the periphery of his sea of consciousness. Chapter 65. The Peach Orchard. Ignoring Su Mu's predicament, they continued to surge relentlessly into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Su Mu's visage was contorted in agony, rendered speechless, experiencing unimaginable pain. Even if he wished to close off his divine sense, he found it impossible. Xiao Ruikong and Yunyang stared in astonishment at Su Mu's continuously contorting and grimacing face, feeling a hint of sympathy for him. These spirits were visible to the naked eye, making it appear to them as though a powerful force was drawing the beast spirits into Su Mu's consciousness. Initially, they manifested as fierce and imposing beasts, but as they approached Su Mu, they gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into strands of light that melded into the sea of consciousness. The spectacle was so awe-inspiring that even Xiao Ruikong, who prided himself on his extensive experience felt a pang of discomfort at the sight. He could hardly fathom what would become of him if such a multitude of spirits were to enter his own body. Simultaneously, a profound respect for Su Mu began to blossom within him. This individual was truly formidable. After a brief moment, the influx of beast spirits began to wane. Eventually, the spirits fully integrated into Su Mu's sea of consciousness, leaving him with an excruciating headache that rendered him incapable of thought. Hu Quan and the others looked up, only to find that the row of wooden houses had vanished, replaced by irregular yet aesthetically pleasing walls made of piled stones, and a pear-shaped archway that was narrower at the top and wider at the bottom. Before they could approach, a faint floral fragrance wafted into their nostrils. Su Mu remained seated in contemplation for a considerable duration, soothing the myriad beast spirits within his consciousness, before gradually rising to enter the archway. The moment he stepped through, he found himself in an enchanting peach grove. Rows of peach trees, varying in girth, stood in perfect alignment as though meticulously measured with a ruler. Each tree was adorned with delicate pink blossoms. Resplendent and clustered together in breathtaking splendor, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it an intoxicating floral fragrance that enveloped the entire grove. Petals danced gracefully in the air, swirling and fluttering like ethereal butterflies. While the ground was carpeted with fallen blossoms, resembling a soft pink tapestry, the name Peach Blossom Island immediately sprang to Su Mu's mind. Yuan, being a woman, was the first to succumb to the allure of this picturesque scene. Her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "What a beautiful peach garden!" Standing rooted in place, Su Mu and Hu Quan hesitated to take any rash actions, having just traversed a stone garden. They now found themselves amidst a peach grove, and even a mere thought suggested the presence of peril within this enchanting setting. Though Yuan's excitement was palpable, she too refrained from advancing. Clearly discerning the gravity of the situation, could there possibly be a peach blossom spirit lurking here? Having witnessed the earlier spectacle involving stone too, Xiao Ruikong could not suppress a murmured remark. At that moment, a refreshing breeze brushed against them, causing the myriad peach petals on the ground to rise and fill the air with their intoxicating fragrance. Once more, Su Mu turned to glance behind him, finding no one but the blooming peach trees surrounding them. "Fatty, are you there?" he called out, but silence met his inquiry. Just as he contemplated stepping forward, the peach trees before him began to transform. They appeared to absorb some vital essence, growing at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, the trees bore plump, pale pink peaches. Each fruit was exquisite, round and substantial, exuding a rich peach aroma that tempted one to reach out and pluck a sample. Yet, Su Mu remained cautious, observing the luscious peaches before him, their translucent skins revealing the glistening flesh within. An overwhelming desire to reach out and taste them surged within him. As this thought took root, an even more intense fragrance of peaches filled his nostrils. Unable to resist, he instinctively raised his hand to pick a peach. Suddenly, a peculiar tremor resonated within his consciousness, an unfamiliar sensation never before experienced. It felt as if a powerful heart were beating vigorously within his mind. Intuitively, he sensed an immense crisis approaching him slowly from the front. In an instant, Su Mu felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Restoring his clarity, as he focused on discerning the source of the impending danger, the peach trees once again began to shift. With a resounding crack, the plump peaches burst open simultaneously, showering the vicinity with glistening juice and succulent flesh. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of pearlescent juice and fruit pulp enveloping his protective barrier. The sound of fierce corrosion erupted all around him. The foul stench assailed Su Mu's senses, enveloping him in an all-encompassing 360-degree, no-exit assault. Before him, the previously pristine, translucent juice and flesh had transformed into a pitch-black mass. These juices and flesh were undoubtedly laced with potent toxins. In the blink of an eye, they corroded a substantial portion of his protective barrier. Su Mu shuddered with fear as his internal energy surged wildly, reconstituting his defensive shield. Although he was not slow, a few drops of the noxious juice still splattered upon him, emitting a hissing sound as they corroded his skin. A piercing agony coursed through him. Glancing down, he saw a piece of the blackened fruit flesh the size of a fingertip adhered to his left arm. In mere moments, it had eroded a gaping wound into his flesh. Furthermore, this dark fruit seemed to possess a will of its own, burrowing deeper into his tissues, gritting his teeth. Su Mu formed a blade with his fingers and forcefully gouged out the repugnant mass from his arm. He then inflicted several more wounds upon his right leg, waist, and other areas, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. However, his pallid complexion and the cold sweat beading on his forehead served as stark reminders of the excruciating pain he had just endured. This peach was indeed formidable, capable of breaching my protective barrier and corroding my flesh. Su Mu couldn't help but mutter to himself, his entire cultivation woven into his very bones and blood. Though his physique might not rival that of a robust individual, it was undeniably more resilient than that of an ordinary practitioner. At this moment, however, he was being directly corroded by this toxic peach. Had it not been for his robust constitution, he might have perished from just these few pieces of fruit flesh. He wondered about Yuan and Xiao Ruikang's fates. As for the stout fellow, Sumu held no concern. His physical form was far superior to Sumu's, and the mere toxic peach should pose little threat to him. Yet, Yuan and Xiao Ruikang were merely ordinary cultivators. Should they encounter these poisonous peaches, they would likely suffer grievously, if not fatally. Just as these thoughts flitted through his mind, the surrounding peach trees reverted to their previous state, adorned with clusters of pink blossoms that exuded a delicate fragrance. Just as Sumu's curiosity piqued regarding what would transpire next, he beheld supple peach branches suddenly extending from all directions, quickly intertwining and entangling in midair, weaving a towering cage of peachwood that descended upon him. Sumu's expression shifted, as his internal energy surged once more. He swung his misty sword with great force at the encroaching cage. A myriad of shimmering motes erupted, enveloping the peachwood structure. The once lush and vibrant cage, adorned with blossoms, was abruptly drained of all vitality, transforming in an instant into a heap of wooden splinters that danced upon the breeze. Before Sumu could fully comprehend the situation, even denser branches surged toward him. These branches, varying in thickness and length, adorned with blossoms, shot forth like arrows. As they neared, the longer branches twisted in the air, attempting to ensnare him, while others darted toward him like lethal projectiles. Numerous slender, sharp spikes, akin to silver needles, targeted his head, neck, and other vital areas. Even the once delicate peach blossoms hardened instantly, becoming as resilient as iron. As they hurtled toward him, they produced a cacophony of chilling, piercing sounds that sliced through the air. Sumu stood resolutely in place, exuding the palpable aura of a lone warrior confronting an army of thousands. His expression was grave, and with his right hand gripping a sword, his wrist flickered with lightning speed, unleashing a flurry of hundreds of thrusts in the span of a single breath. Yet, the misty brilliance of the sword did not pierce the ranks of the advancing forces. Instead, it enveloped him entirely. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dense and muffled impacts resonated as the branches of peach trees and their blossoms collided with the ethereal sword net. They were swiftly shredded by the myriad of sword glimmers, transforming into wisps of radiant light that merged into the enigmatic sword aura. The sword net surrounding Sumu not only remained unbroken but became increasingly dense. Kill, Sumu shouted, and countless beams of sword light coalesced into a gigantic sword measuring several dozen zhang. Thrusting fiercely towards a peach tree robust enough to be embraced by 3 individuals, his choice was entirely instinctual. Within the range of his consciousness, this tree stood as the stoutest among dozens surrounding it. In the moment he charged toward the tree, the previously motionless peach trees sprang into action, accelerating as if propelled by unseen forces beneath their roots, darting toward the sturdy peach tree. Simultaneously, a deluge of branches, fruits, and blossoms surged forth from the forest, hurtling toward the colossal sword. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Each peach fruit detonated upon impact with the giant sword, emitting a cacophony of corrosive sounds, and a wave of foul odor wafted from the blade. Sumu could feel a slight sting on his skin as the noxious scent filled his nostrils. Chapter 66. The Pit of the Third Realm. Clearly, even the very essence of the fragrance contained deadly toxins. However, given the resilience of his physical form, such toxicity was negligible and easily disregarded. Thud, thud, thud. Countless peach branches surged violently toward him, only to explode upon colliding with the giant sword, infusing Sumu with waves of vitality that surged through the blade and into his body. The gaping wounds on Sumu's body began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, while the peach trees around him withered and disintegrated into clouds of sawdust. This process persisted for nearly half an hour, during which Sumu felt the vitality within him intensify to an extraordinary degree. Subconsciously, he touched his abdomen. Sun, however, her voice was soft and languid, imbued with a fragility that evoked a sense of compassion. Yet, Sumu dared not entertain any feelings of pity. He could distinctly sense that this woman was not of the human realm. No, to be precise, she ought to be a spirit. Yet, unlike any spirit he had encountered before, this woman appeared to be of a higher echelon. The spirits he had previously encountered were entirely shaped by the weight of their obsessions. Once those obsessions faded, they would utterly dissipate. But the spirit before him was different. She seemed to possess a physical form, in essence akin to the corpulent figure he had met earlier, though she lacked the latter's elevated status. According to his recollections of the hierarchy, this spirit belonged to the first tier. Spirits were classified into 9 levels, with the first tier being the weakest. However, Su Mu did not dare to underestimate her. After all, he was not particularly formidable himself that a first-tier spirit could possess intelligence on par with ordinary humans and could think and cultivate independently. Most crucially, this type of spirit, owing to its physical form, could openly manifest anywhere. Their spiritual bodies were impervious to surrounding forces such as sunlight, elemental energy, or rain and mist. Merely this attribute rendered them far more formidable than ordinary spirits, and even more so than practitioners of the same tier. This was because typical practitioners possessing physical bodies could sustain significant damage when hurt. In contrast, the unique nature of a first-tier spirit's physical form meant that it had no specific nexus, rendering it immune to harm. Consequently, practitioners generally found it challenging to inflict damage upon them. Seeing that the spirit was willing to engage in conversation, Su Mu inwardly sighed in relief. It was far preferable to sit down and communicate than to resort to violence. I am Su Mu, a spirit-ferrying individual, accompanied by 3 companions nearby. Upon passing through the stone garden, we learned of an entrance to the third realm within this courtyard. The 4 of us wished to venture into the third realm to seek someone, and thus we have intruded upon this courtyard. I hope the young lady can forgive us. Su Mu candidly conveyed his intentions. He frequently interacted with spirits and was aware of some of their characteristics. Most spirits acted simply and directly, rendering them considerably more amiable than humans. You are a spirit-ferrying individual? Tao Yaoyao inquired, her surprise palpable. Are you truly a spirit-ferrying individual? I am indeed a spirit-ferrying individual, Su Mu affirmed with a nod. I kindly request that the young lady allow us 4 to proceed to the third realm. My name is Tao Yaoyao, the formation spirit of the Peach Blossom Grove. I could permit you passage, but you must first dispel the Peach Blossom formation and take me outside for a glimpse. The icy demeanor on Tao Yaoyao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she seemed to come to life all at once. Su Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a condition from her. This task should not pose too great a challenge for him. Yet.as a first-tier spirit, did she not possess the ability to leave this place herself? Before he could voice his query, Tao Yaoyao appeared to discern Su Mu's thoughts and offered an explanation. I was manifested by my master within this peach blossom forest. This grove is my physical form. I cannot stray too far from my essence. Su Mu glanced around the peach blossom grove and then inquired, how can I collect the peach blossom formation? Do you see that ancient tree over there? Beneath it lies a jade pendant. You merely need to extract the pendant and infuse it with a trace of divine consciousness, and the peach blossom formation will be ensconced within the jade. Tao Yaoyao was instantly invigorated, her demeanor reminiscent of an exuberant child, dancing and leaping with joy. The ancient tree she referred to was indeed the very one Su Mu had intended to strike down moments ago. The 3 of them encircling the stout trunk of the peach tree. Following her instructions, Su Mu unearthed a jade pendant, roughly the size of a palm, from beneath the tree. The pendant gleamed with a pristine luster, appearing to contain a miniature peach grove embedded within. Is this the formation plate? Su Mu could not help but inquire. Tao Yaoyao nodded enthusiastically, her face alight with excitement. Indeed, this is the jade pendant of the peach grove. As long as you take it with you, I can accompany you to explore the outside world. Without further ado, Su Mu extended a thread of divine consciousness into the jade pendant, and immediately, the surrounding peach grove radiated with brilliant light. The luminescence coalesced into a beam and surged into the pendant. When he looked up again, the peach grove had vanished, replaced by a vast courtyard. Hu Quan, Yuan, and Xiao Rui Kong were nearby. Though Hu Quan was entirely blackened, he still managed to bounce in place, appearing relatively unscathed. Yuan and Xiao Rui Kong, however, lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies engulfed in darkness, limbs twitching involuntarily. Observing this, Tao Yaoyao waved her hand gently, and 3 wisps of black mist were drawn from the trio. Yuan and Xiao Rui Kong convulsed violently, their mouths agape as they expelled black blood before gradually regaining consciousness. Peaches. The peaches are poisonous. We cannot eat them. Xiao Rui Kang's mind was still somewhat hazy, mumbling incoherently. Uncle, are you all right? The moment Yuan opened her eyes, she spotted Xiao Rui Kong not far from her and hurriedly crawled over. Hu Quan, witnessing this scene, felt a chill envelop his heart. He turned to Su Mu, resembling a forsaken lamenter, and with a forlorn tone said, Mu too, come help me up. I'm feeling quite exhausted, my body aches, and I lack any strength. Su Mu shot him an exasperated glare before assisting him to his feet. seeing that the three were mostly unharmed. Tao Yaoyao raised her right hand, and with a flash of light, for plump, radiant peaches materialized in her grasp. Eat these peaches to restore your vitality. We must depart swiftly. Upon sight of the large peaches, Hu Quan, Yuan, and Xiao Rui Kong could not suppress their pallor and retreated several steps. That Su Mu, however, was unfazed. He casually picked one, took a hearty bite, and was immediately overwhelmed by its delightful sweetness and exquisite flavor. After swallowing a few bites, he felt warmth enveloping him, as though he were floating on a cloud. Observing this, Hu Quan set aside his fears and promptly consumed one as well. Only then did Yuan and Xiao Rui Kong tentatively take a peach and nibble on it. However, their eyes soon brightened, and they began to devour the fruit voraciously. The entrance to the third realm lies within the bamboo garden, not too far from here. Allow me to escort you. Upon witnessing the four finish their peaches, Tao Yaoyao turned and proceeded deeper into the garden. As she walked, she conversed with Su Mu, saying, "There is a particular bamboo within that I share a good rapport with. Let us take it along when we depart. Beyond that lies the master's abode, where formidable formations are ensconced. I would not dare to venture inside lightly, but as long as you refrain from intruding, there shall be no peril." Initially, Tao Yaoyao engaged Su Mu in conversation. Yet gradually she gravitated towards Hu Quan, perhaps sensing a shared affinity and an abundance of common topics. Along the way, only the soft murmurs of their dialogue and the occasional enchanting laughter of Tao Yaoyao could be heard. As for Hu Quan, whether it was due to the peaches or Tao Yaoyao's presence, he felt an elation that banished the previous chill from his heart. I could see this moment. He walked alongside Tao Yaoyao, their expressions radiating exuberance and joy. With Tao Yaoyao leading the way, their journey through the bamboo garden was devoid of any dangers. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Hu Quan, unable to suppress the urge to inhale the scent that lingered around him. Traversing the lengthy corridor, following a beam of light, the quartet of two spirits soon arrived at the third realm. Before them unfolded a stark and desolate landscape, an endless expanse of desert. A wave of heat assailed them, and Su Mu felt the scorching sun blistering his cheeks. He raised his gaze to see a golden sun hanging in the distance, resembling a fiery furnace, distorting the very air of the desert. After merely a few breaths, they were already drenched in sweat. "Hurry along, lest it become arduous to traverse under the blazing sun," urged Tao Yaoyao upon noticing the four lagging behind. Chapter 67, The Sea of Insects. As the great sun descends, those malevolent entities lurking beneath the earth will emerge. At that moment, this desert shall transform into a veritable purgatory. Although our cultivation may suffice for self-preservation, your safety is not assured. I hope that by the time the sun sets, you shall find the person you seek. The moment Yuan set foot on the desert, she could not restrain a shriek. The sand beneath her feet felt akin to searing coals. A sharp pain shot up from the soles of her feet. However, soon her inner energy surged, enveloping her feet, allowing her to advance step by agonizing step. Within a brief instance's worth of time, Xiao Rui Kong and Yuan faltered first, their bodies soaked in sweat. Resembling individuals just pulled from water. Su Mu and Hu Quan were equally drenched, parched, as if they had not quenched their thirst for 3 days and nights. "Let us pause for a moment to drink," Su Mu suggested, while gulping down water. "How much longer must we traverse?" he inquired. "We shall require approximately another hour to cross this sandy expanse. Behind the sands lies a great pit, where many are suppressed. The person you seek is likely within that location. If not, it would mean their demise." Upon hearing those words, Yuan's already pallid visage turned an ashen white, and her entire body involuntarily shuddered. Dead. Yuan, regain your composure. Your father possesses profound fortune and protective talismans. He shall not come to harm." Xiao Rui Kong hastily supported Yuan, offering words of comfort. As Yuan processed this, a fleeting clarity pierced through her foggy mind, only for her expression to suddenly shift, and she cried out, "Ah, something is biting me." At that moment, her right foot lifted abruptly, revealing a pinprick-sized breach in the protective barrier beneath it. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Rui Kong yanked off her shoes and socks, uncovering a crimson worm writhing in her foot's arch, burrowing itself deeper into her flesh. The worm's head was already embedded within her tissue, while its inch-long body desperately pressed onward. Xiao Rui Kong's countenance changed, and he instinctively reached out to extract the creature. "Do not move," Hu Quan interjected sharply, seizing Xiao Rui Kong's hand to halt his motion. "If you pull, the worm will snap, and the portion embedded in the flesh will remain forever trapped." As Hu Quan spoke, the majority of the worm's body had already completely entered Yuan's foot. She winced in agony, her face ashen. gasping in pain. What do we do then? Xiao Ruikong was frantic. The worm was a vivid crimson, clearly not a benign creature. If pulling was not an option, were they to simply allow it to continue burrowing? Hu Quan's fingertips glowed with energy, forming a milky white ring that encircled the top of Yuan's foot. This place is unsafe. We must depart. With this jade ring as a barrier, the worm will be temporarily subdued. Xiao Ruikong found himself at a loss. He did not even recognize the worm and could only hoist Yuan onto his back, hastening their exit. Yet, as they rose, they noticed that the day had darkened. The once blazing sun, hanging in the sky and radiating a golden light, had inexplicably vanished. In its place, a cold moonlight spread its pale glow across the sandy terrain, casting a delicate shimmer over the entire desolate expanse. The previously smooth sand now bulged with various lumps, from which an array of bizarre insects and ants swiftly emerged. Although these creatures varied in form, each bore two sharp fangs protruding from their mouths. Their blood-red eyes fixated hungrily upon Su Mu and his companions. Su Mu surveyed the scene. Reminiscent of the swarming army ants he had previously encountered in the desert, he turned to see that the two spirits, who had been leading them, had vanished without a trace. That I told you all to hurry, to move swiftly. You insisted on pausing for water. If you do not wish to leave, then remain here forever. Tao Yaoyao's voice, laced with a hint of frostiness amidst its allure, echoed in their ears. With Yuan on his back, move quickly. With that, he felt the surge of energy within him, and a misty long sword materialized in his grasp. A subtle motion of his right hand unleashed several streams of sword energy, descending upon the dense throng of insects and ants before them. The yellow sand beneath showed no sign of disturbance. Yet the mass of crawling creatures was enveloped in a faint, shimmering light. In the blink of an eye, everything transformed into a fine dust of black sand, merging seamlessly with the yellow desert terrain. Xiao Ruikong bore Yuan upon his back. Trailing closely behind Su Mu. Hu Quan radiated a shimmering jade light from within, repelling the onslaught of venomous insects and ants that surged towards them. These tenacious creatures, undeterred by death, trampled over their fallen comrades, propelled by a frenzied desire to overwhelm the four. Despite Hu Quan's formidable jade aura, which provided a semblance of protection, he was not only tasked with his own safety, but also with safeguarding both Xiao Ruikong and Yuan. Though he exerted himself to fend off the relentless horde, over time, there remained unguarded vulnerabilities. That Su Mu wielded his longsword, from which waves of sword energy erupted, obliterating countless insects that were drained of life and turned to black sand. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures was staggering, their ranks unyielding and maddeningly persistent. Initially, Xiao Ruikong was able to draw upon his own vitality, bolstered by Hu Quan's support, managing to hold his ground. However, as time wore on, his resolve began to wane. The sand beneath his feet churned violently as nameless insects relentlessly gnawed at his protective aura of vitality. He desperately channeled his internal energy into his feet. But he could distinctly feel the depletion of his life force. Compounding his dire situation was the peculiar nature of this sandy expanse. The deeper he ventured, the more scarce the ambient energy became. After nearly half an hour, his internal vitality remained utterly unrefreshed. Meanwhile, the sands beneath him continued to convulse with increasing ferocity, and the number of those insidious, venomous insects swelled alarmingly. Xiao Ruikong, you must endure. You must protect Yuan, he silently urged himself. You are a stalwart man. After all, your sister has sheltered you for many years. Now it is time for you to contribute. As he trudged onward, he whispered to himself, Uncle, please set me down. I can walk on my own. Yuan, clinging to Xiao Ruikong's back, was the first to discern his plight. Uncle, hang on. I know you can persevere. Xiao Ruikong forced a strained smile. Feeling his legs tremble with each step. A sharp pain throbbed from his abdomen, a clear signal of his dwindling vitality. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth in silence and continued to carry Yuan forward. After what felt like an eternity, a wave of dizziness washed over him, threatening to topple him. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his foot, jolting him back to awareness. 1, 2, 3, he silently counted, lifting his gaze ahead. Realizing they were nearing the edge of the sandy expanse, Yuan, ever perceptive, noticed her uncle's condition once more. This time, she did not seek his permission. With a slight exertion, she gracefully dismounted into the sand. In an instant, the agony beneath her feet paled in comparison to the dread that overtook her pallid visage. Uncle, let's walk together. As her words fell, Yuan placed her hand on Xiao Ruikong's arm, supporting him as they advanced. With each step, her vitality surged forth, enveloping Xiao Ruikong in a protective shield against further insect bites. However, Her cultivation was the weakest among the four, even with Hu Quan's constant vigilance. Her energy quickly waned. Thankfully, they were nearing the end of the yellow sand stretch. The misty longsword in Su Mu's hand had already diminished to less than half its original length for an entire hour. He relentlessly wielded his longsword, vanquishing the venomous and bizarre insect-like creatures. Although the sea of consciousness was filled with hundreds of spirits, none of them dissipated, despite the vibrant life force surging within. The essence of their power was nearing depletion. They dared not utter a word. The moment the fragile breath they clung to faltered, the four of them would be eternally ensnared in this expanse of sand. Never to escape that he understood that each individual was persevering, he could not falter. Ha! You four humans are indeed remarkable. Managing to emerge from the sea of insects, not far away, the alluring voice of Tao Yaoyao resonated once more. Regardless of their profound cultivation, none could escape the insect-infested domain meticulously crafted by the elder. However, Su Mu paid her no mind, nor did Hu Quan. Yuan's consciousness had grown somewhat hazy, instinctively repeating two actions: lift leg, step forward, lift leg, step forward. As for Xiao Ruikong, he had completely lost consciousness, half of his body leaning against Yuan, his legs as limp as noodles, with faint red dots resembling needle tips visible upon them. His trousers had long been torn to shreds by the insect-like creatures, clinging haphazardly to his legs. Observing that the four did not respond to her, Tao Yaoyao felt no irritation but spoke again. However, in your current state, emerging from the sea of insects, one might optimistically say you are left with only half a life, wouldn't you? Upon the utterance of these words, Su Mu finally took a significant step forward. Crossing out of the sea of insects, he sheathed his misty longsword and turned to assist Yuan in supporting the unconscious Xiao Ruikong, settling upon a parched, dark patch of ground. The moment Hu Quan exited the sea of insects, he collapsed onto the ground in a starfish position, gasping for air. Meanwhile, the smile on Tao Yaoyao's face shone even brighter. Su Mu glanced at her and retrieved the Tao Garden and Bamboo Courtyard array disc. Ha ha ha, do you truly believe that trinket could harm us? How naive. Tao Yaoyao's voice, laced with disdain, reached Su Mu's ears. Chapter 68. Did I miss some thrilling part? Su Mu seemed to have anticipated her words. He raised his right hand, channeling the last remnants of his essence into the arrayed disc. With a resonating hum, the disc, comparable in hardness to a profound-grade treasure, suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, with a crack, a fine fissure appeared upon the disc. In that instant, a torrent of profound essence and vibrant life surged forth from the crack, rushing eagerly into the bodies of the four Da. Tao Yaoyao let out a piercing scream. What have you done? No, this is impossible. How could this be? How can a mere body-refining cultivator like you destroy the array disc? Yet Su Mu ignored her, feeling the essence within him gradually replenish. He pointed once more at the arrayed disc. With another crack, a longer fissure appeared, wider than the first. Instantly, the mingled essence and life force surged more violently into the four Da. Tao Yaoyao's shrill scream echoed again. The immense vitality and essence flowing away caused her once enchanting and delicate visage to age rapidly. Master, please save Tao Yao. Master. In her state of terror, Tao Yao could vividly sense that if this continued, only death awaited her. Master, have you forgotten Tao Yao? Have you forgotten how I served you? Master, do you not recall how much joy I once brought you? Master, I was wrong. I should not have fed them the celestial peaches. And I shall never dare to do so again. Master, I implore you, for the sake of the service I once rendered, save me, for I do not wish to die. Tao Yao turned and knelt in a specific direction, repeatedly bowing her head. Simultaneously, she tore at her pink gown, revealing her delicate, pale skin. Moreover, she engaged in various inappropriate gestures. Su Mu cast a fleeting glance before continuing to absorb the essence and vitality pouring into him. However, moments later, he lifted his gaze again. Hu Quan, on the other hand, was far less discreet. He suddenly sat upright, his eyes fixated intently on Tao Yao, who was posing alluringly not far away. Tao, a spirit of the peach blossoms, swayed her body with an effortless grace that captivated Hu Quan's gaze. She struggled to rise, eager to showcase her beauty to the enigmatic master. Her attire had already been torn into tattered remnants, perfectly embodying the concept of faintly visible. Whether the mysterious master perceived the beauty of that moment, Hu Quan could not say, but he had certainly come to understand, even as he crouched to scrutinize Tao Yao. He gestured to Su Mu, saying, "Slow down." Take it easy. Sumu, filled with longing, cast one last glance at Tao Yao's ample expanse of pinkish-white skin. With a delicate touch, he directed another surge of essence into the formation, causing its fissures to widen once more. Like a tempest, the essence and vitality surged back into their bodies. Not far away, Tao Yao's form visibly transformed into that of a frail, decrepit old woman. Yet, at the very last moment of vitality's depletion, Sumu withdrew, sparing Tao Yao's life. As he retracted the formation and turned around, he found that the previously unconscious Xiao Ruikong had, unbeknownst to him, awakened at that moment. He maintained a position with his rear elevated and his face pressed to the ground. Gazing toward Tao Yao, Sumu glanced over to see Huquan adopting the same posture. He gently tapped his forehead. Have I missed something spectacular? Only when Tao Yao had transformed into a hunchbacked crone did they rise. Faces contorted with disdain as they slowly stood, particularly Xiao Ruikong, whose legs were riddled with red spots, a testament to countless venomous bites that it was fortunate he could synchronize with Huquan for such a prolonged duration. From the moment the formation's first fissure appeared to Tao Yao's last flicker of vitality, the process, though lengthy in description, had taken less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Sumu was uncertain whether it was due to the formation in his grasp or some other reason, but ultimately he did not care. Very well, let us first attend to the injury. He approached Xiao Ruikong, swiftly rolling up his trouser leg, and his brow instantly furrowed in concern. Xiao Ruikong's legs were entirely cloaked in a dense array of crimson spots. Within this ghastly display, one could distinctly observe numerous blood-red worms writhing. In addition to these slender vermin, there were also some that were pitch-black and grotesquely terrifying. It was evident that Xiao Ruikong's legs had been gnawed to the bone. Had it not been for Su Mu's timely invocation of the array plate to replenish the energy of the four, it was likely he would have already succumbed to death. Uncle. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Yuan, do not weep. Your uncle is fine. It is a blessing to still retain a flicker of life. Huquan gently patted her shoulder, earnestly assuring her, rest assured, with you present, your life is secure, and your leg shall be spared. However, you may have to endure some suffering. Xiao Ruikong gazed at Huquan with a countenance full of bewilderment and terror. This was ostensibly good news. Yet, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Before he could voice his concerns, a tendril of white flame suddenly emerged from Huquan's fingertip. With a delicate flick, the flame split in two, descending directly onto Xiao Ruikong's thigh in an instant. Xiao Ruikong emitted a heart-wrenching scream. A pair of eyes, visibly transforming at an alarming pace, morphed into a grotesque and frenzied crimson hue. This metamorphosis lasted approximately the duration of half a stick of incense, during which various blood-red and pitch-black insects emerged incessantly from beneath the feet of the two individuals. Each creature appeared round and swollen, revealing the pulsing of blood within. Soon, a dense swarm of these insects erupted from their bodies. Meanwhile, Sumu, standing aside, concentrated his energy, annihilating each batch as it emerged. By the time all the insects had crawled out, Xiao Ruikong's legs were reduced to mere skin, while Yuan fared slightly better. Retaining one leg, Sumu cast a glance at the white-haired Tao Yao, who was clinging to her last breath. Her eyes, filled with venomous resentment, were fixed intently on the four of them, as if she wished to tear them apart. Alas, she lacked the strength to act upon her malevolence. Sumu once again produced the array plate, marred with spiderweb-like cracks, and infused it with a surge of energy from his fingertip. You intend to. The animosity in Tao Yao's gaze was swiftly replaced by terror. However, before she could complete her sentence, a surge of vibrant life force flowed into Xiao Ruikong and Yuan. The vitality coursed through them, and at a visible rate, the legs that had been gnawed away began to regenerate. A tingling sensation, as if emanating from within their very bones, caused the two, who had just begun to relax, to tense up once more. Under Su Mu's keen perception, he observed the wounds of both individuals erupting with flesh buds, growing at an astonishing speed. It took nearly half an hour for their bodies to return to their original state, though the newly grown legs remained somewhat unsteady, rendering them unable to walk. Nevertheless, this was merely a matter of time. With some exercise, they would regain their strength. Having dealt with the ordeal, Su Mu and Huquan finally exhaled in relief. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves in a vast clearing, stark and devoid of life. Encircling a deep pit measuring 100 feet in diameter at its center, My Master has stated that he wishes to avoid unnecessary entanglements with you two juniors. As for Tao Yaoyao, we are now even. Quickly, take your people and leave. At that moment, a figure appeared, eliciting gasps of shock from Yuan and Xiao Ruikong. Clearly, this was their intended target. Inangua. Chapter 69. The Qin family's great change. Su Mu glanced over at Inangua, who lay with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Fatty, could you ask Old Tree for assistance? He whispered to Hu Quan, with Xiao Ruikong and Yuan unable to walk. And Inangua in a stupor, the two of them could not carry all three individuals. Hu Quan nodded, and without any visible motion, 3 willow branches suddenly sprang forth from the sandy ground, swiftly wrapping around Inangua and the other two before vanishing in an instant. Su Mu and Hu Quan turned to bow respectfully towards the deep pit before making their exit. This time, as they traversed the sandy terrain, even though the sun had yet to rise, no insects dared to show their faces. The two, wary of any potential threats, hastened through the sea of insects and re-entered the pathway they had come from. Quickly arriving at the second level, long willow branches drooped down, and both Su Mu and Hu Quan inexplicably felt a profound sense of safety envelop them. Inangua, along with the other two, were half sitting, half lying on the ground. Upon seeing Su Mu and Hu Quan, Xiao Ruikong and Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears, especially Yuan, who had entered the abyss clinging to an unrealistic illusion. Perhaps her stubborn persistence until now was solely to witness her father's remains. The experiences from the first realm to the second had made her acutely aware that no one could survive for long in the third realm. To her astonishment, her father was still alive. Are you all right? Su Mu cast a glance at the two before his gaze settled on Inangua. That moment, although Inangua had lapsed into unconsciousness, his entire being was enveloped in a faint radiance, signifying that he was still alive. This ethereal glow emanated from a small golden tower, the size of a thumb, hanging around his neck. This tower, comprising 2 tiers, bore a striking resemblance to artifacts associated with the Buddhist faith. This protective tower was personally acquired by my mother from Qingyuan Temple for my brother-in-law. Xiao Ruikong immediately explained. Su Mu nodded. In Zhongzhu's spirit is trapped within this protective tower. Do you have any means to assist him? Yuan, drop a drop of your blood onto your father's forehead. Xiao Ruikong instructed Yuan. This protective tower will instinctively shield its master at the brink of life and death, drawing the master's soul into the tower while maintaining a thread of vitality in the body. Only the blood of a close relative can break this seal. Yuan nodded, biting her fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto Inangua's crown. As expected, the moment the drop of blood touched, the radiant glow from the protective tower immediately dissipated. Concurrently, a confused spirit emerged from within the tower, instinctively diving into Inangua's body. Within a few breaths, Inangua slowly regained consciousness. Initially dazed, he quickly became alert. Yuan, Xiao Rui. Seeing the two beside him, he exclaimed in astonishment, how did you also arrive here? Before Inangua could finish his sentence, he noticed Su Mu, Hu Quan, and the old willow tree nearby. Lowering his gaze, he looked at himself in disbelief. I thought I actually made it out? Father. Upon seeing her father awaken, all the grievances Yuan had endured over time surged forth, and she threw herself into her father's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Thank you, old tree. Hu Quan patted the old tree's shoulder, sincerely expressing his gratitude. The old tree shuddered, momentarily lost in thought. At that instant, as Hu Quan's hand met his shoulder, he distinctly felt an indescribable force surging into his being from the void. This power was quite mysterious. Although it did not enhance his cultivation, he sensed that his consciousness seemed to have grown clearer. Insights that had eluded him during his previous practice now suddenly became as clear as day in his mind. This is awakening, the old tree murmured softly, realizing that such a benefit was akin to. After pondering for a long while, he could not find a suitable word to encapsulate his feelings. In the words of Su Mu, the old tree originally possessed an IQ of 90, which was elevated to 120 after receiving enlightenment. Such a profound benefit cannot be likened to a mere enhancement of cultivation. As soon as the old tree realized this, it was about to kneel in gratitude to Hu Quan, only to be halted by Hu Quan's firm grasp. Old tree, having already bowed 3 times to me, you are considered my disciple. There is no need for such grand gestures. While Hu Quan and the old tree engaged in their murmurs, Xiao Ruikong had already briefed Inangua on their purpose for being there, along with some matters concerning the Tayin sect. Simultaneously, Hao Mingyuan's spirit emerged from Su Mu's sea of consciousness. Although the master and disciple were reunited, it was in such a manner that it inevitably brought tears to one's eyes. When they finally rose to leave, Yuan's tears had nearly dried up. The illusory spirit purple flame rabbit appeared visibly taken aback upon seeing them. Sumu merely smiled and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Dear friend of the purple flame, your great kindness today shall surely be repaid in the future." The illusory spirit purple flame rabbit's blood-red eyes seemed on the verge of popping from its sockets. By the time it comprehended the meaning behind Su Mu's words and attempted to remedy the situation, Su Mu and his companions had already departed. Upon exiting the heavenly pit, evening had already set in. At that moment, the setting sun painted the sky crimson, and the cold wind sliced through the air like a knife, causing the trees to rustle audibly. Yet, Yunyang gazed upward, feeling the long-lost chill of the breeze, which evoked a sense of disconnection from reality. A year, merely a year, he murmured, inhaling deeply as he absorbed the surrounding elemental energy into his body, replenishing his parched dantian. After an hour, the group finally beheld the Moon Spirit City. Young Master Su, Master Hu, my gratitude cannot be adequately expressed. Once I, Yunyang, have the opportunity, I shall come to pay my respects to you both. Yunyang bowed in farewell to Su Mu and Hu Quan. As they parted ways, Hu Quan pondered whether to rest for a night at the Qianqian Pavilion, having endured considerable hardship in the depths of the heavenly pit over the past few days. He yearned for a kind-hearted and understanding lady to offer him some relief. However, shortly after entering Moon Spirit City, Sumu sensed a vibration emanating from the spatial ring containing the communication jade slip. Upon inspection, it was none other than Lin Qianqian, the second Master Qing. Master Qing. Sumu began, only to hear Madame Qing's voice from the other end. Young Master Su, do you have time to come over? Sumu was momentarily taken aback, while Hu Quan snatched the jade slip and inquired, Sister-in-law, what has happened? Master Hu, we are currently at the Qianqian. You should come over as well. Having grown accustomed to this peculiar form of address, Hu Quan relished being called Master Hu, though it did not inhibit him from referring to her as sister-in-law. All right, we shall be there shortly. After securing the communication jade slip, the two men wasted no time and swiftly made their way to the Qianqian. Qin Rongrong awaited them at the entrance. However, when Su Mu's gaze fell upon Qin Rongrong, he was struck motionless. Her right sleeve hung empty. Her arm was gone. Rongrong. Su Mu rushed forward, grasping her vacant sleeve and frantically searching upward. Until reaching her shoulders, she finally felt the flesh and blood once more. Upon seeing Su Mu in such a state, Qin Rongrong's eyes instantly reddened. Fortunately, she maintained her composure and first led the two individuals into the inn. Qin Qianqian and Madame Qing had settled in a courtyard behind the inn. As Qin Rongrong brought Su Mu and Hu Quan in, Qin Qianqian was sequestered in his room, indulging in wine. Even before entering, the rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Madame Qing no longer bore her usual regal demeanor. Her face appeared haggard, and she even bore injuries on her arm. Inside the room were 3 men and a woman, who, judging by their ages and appearances, were likely the offspring of the second Master Qing. The second master had once remarked that he had 3 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom had gone out to apprentice and learn their crafts. After a brief introduction, Qin Rongrong's elder brother was named Qin Zisu, her second brother Qin Zikai, and her younger brother Qin Zibing. Su Mu glanced over the 4, noting their youth yet remarkable cultivation at the Yuan Ti realm, and no wonder, such youthful elegance and exceptional talent. If they were to remain in the Qin family, the elders and offspring of the Qin clan would undoubtedly harbor jealousy towards the lineage of Qin Qing. After all, any discerning individual would wish to follow a capable family head. Following the brief introductions, Madame Qing finally invited the two to sit down and recounted the events of the past few days. A few days ago, for reasons unknown, the Mei sect suddenly allied with the Sword sect to launch an assault on the Qin family. As you know, since the incident involving Rongrong, Qianqian has seldom been involved in Qin family matters. Therefore, when he learned of the troubles befalling the Qin family, he was still taking respite in the outskirts. The Mei sect and Sword sect were, after all, 2 of the 5 major sects, and their sudden joint attack left the Qin family utterly defenseless. Consequently, when the family faced calamity, they were compelled to strike back against their foes. Fortunately, the children proved their worth. Although they paid a hefty price, they managed to repel the 2 sections following the great disaster befalling the Qin family. There were heavy casualties, with 2 children from the family head's lineage perishing and another severely injured. The family head began to suspect that this incident was somehow related to Qianqian, claiming that he chose to take respite at the very moment the family encountered misfortune. At this point, Madame Qing could no longer hold back her tears. Her two daughters stood beside her, softly comforting her and helping to wipe away her tears. Before Madame Qing could speak, her elder brother Qin Zhisu coldly interjected. It was Qin Ziheng, who shielded Rongrong from the blade.